And that's blank, but that's because... Here we go! Hello, everyone! And welcome to the How We Stop the Destroyers listening party. I am joined by Bryan Patrick Stoyle and Terry Brennan. Say hi, guys.
What's happening?
Hello. I'm excited for today. I'm so glad that you guys could join me. Bryan, I've talked with you about the project post-release a couple times. Terry, I haven't really had the chance to talk with you post-release. Like, we were going back and forth a whole bunch, getting it all set for release, and then now it's like, all right, cool, it was out, and you were kind of like, I listened to it enough. That's...
Well, I mean, I did start to listen to it again. But yeah, it was kind of triggering. I mean, I've probably read this book more than anyone else has read this book, besides maybe you and your editor.
Yeah, my editor, so to speak, Adam Bertocci is a great guy. He gave it a single pass and did a ton of like wonderful feedback, as well as like grammar and spelling type stuff. And some of that is still like good memories from that process. But yeah, I've definitely read it a lot as well. So I'm absolutely comfortable saying we're in the top two.
Yeah. But I am very, very much looking forward to hearing it again today.
Yeah, Bryan did cold reading through the entire process.
2/3 of the process, thank you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You had read, I think, the first act, and then
yes,
it just you lead a very busy life. So
I do. I had just come off of about 8 weeks of touring with a theater company, working crew. So my days were 11, 12, 13 hours, very little time by myself to actually read anything. So I really was coming into this rather cold. I was actually on the train up to visit U-Boat, or on our then commute down to Roscoe.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's review real quick what I got so far, and then try to get as far again as possible. And yeah, it was still relatively early on in the book. It was maybe the first act in its entirety, and then maybe a little bit past it, and then the rest was just flying by the seat of our pants.
And you're all like, what's going to happen now?
Yeah.
There was some great moments from that where like you stopped mid-narration and just kind of laughed because it caught you off guard. But we'll get to that. Let's actually start. What I'm actually going to do right now. So for everybody in chat, hello everybody. We've got Spyro, Taco Pill, Wendy Whistle. Welcome and thank you for the follow. Listening from the other building there at the party farm.
What up, Wendy?
As well as DAM314 in the mod chair. If someone can help us out really quick, I'm going to just play the ending credits. So that we can make sure that audio is balanced, so that you can. So I want you guys to be able to hear the audiobook back there. So if we're not talking for a second like this,
2022 by Andrew Buchanan.
You guys can hear it, but making sure that we're still audible over it. So how's that sounding in chat? And Bryan and Terry, if you guys just want to say something really quick as well.
Something really quick as well. Something really quick as well.
I don't know what I expected, but well done, guys. All right, cool. I've turned up the volume on that. We're going to do another run through on those credits.
This has been How We Stop the Destroyers.
All right, so I'm listening and just hearing the credits. Bryan, especially, can you just tell me, without spoilers, what's your favorite part of The Acolyte?
Andrew Buchanan. Production
about The Acolyte. Well, I have made a series of videos about one very specific niche thing that made me incredibly happy with this most recent episode. There is a certain material that was introduced in Star Wars Legends that has been recanonized before this, but it's our first time seeing it on live action. And that just made my nerdy little 90s Star Wars baby heart beat so much faster seeing it.
Cool. I think that's better. I turned up the volume in Winamp. I can adjust a little bit from there as people mention in chat, but I think we're at a good place to start where I can hear that that's Bryan back there, but when Bryan's talking over it, it's not hard to hear Bryan, in person Bryan. This year Bryan as opposed to last year Bryan.
I was going to say, you're going to hear my voice enough today no matter what I do right now. So.
It's true. Don't feel like you got to hold back, though. So
you should try to lip sync along.
I do that sometimes.
Right? A dramatic reading to my dramatic reading.
Yeah.
If you please. All right.
Try to double it, get that chorus effect.
All right. We're gonna. I'm gonna let the opening credits just play really quick. It's just basically the opening. But then we're gonna line up at chapter 1. So if you guys want to get chapter 1 ready to go.
How We Stopped the Destroyers by Andrew Buchanan. Read by Bryan Patrick Stoyle.
I was also excited when I realized what was happening in that scene with that particular medal. Yes, okay. Are we safe from paradoxes? We'll see. All right, so on our end, what we're going to do, because I'm not piping audio out to Bryan and Terry, we're just going to line up with our copy of the audiobook and do a 3, 2, 1 play, but you guys will be able to hear it out there in the stream just fine. So we're going to start with chapter 1 of How We Stopped the Destroyers, including the little epigram that goes before it. So if you guys are ready, be ready to hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
When a fledgling culture reaches for the stars,
I just want to
they
just,
must be
out of
careful.
respect, let this part play.
What awaits them may be protection or destruction, order or chaos, a community ready to welcome them, or a force of darkness. The endless cycles of history tell us that it is the responsibility of all who wish to survive to push back against the dark and to stop those who would destroy.
That was adding that, I think, was a recommendation that Adam had, as far as like putting something ahead of time.
It's classy.
Yeah, it's especially because of the point of view. Like we're gonna be talking spoilers in the book as we go. I think it's safe to say the audiobook has been out for almost a year. The book itself has been out for close to 2 years, certainly over a year and a half. But
yeah,
assuming
if you haven't read it, it's your fault.
if you're popping in, that you've at least given it a listen, and if you haven't, check the link the Nightbot keeps dropping into chat. The link down there has all of it.
Along with people.
But
general, he couldn't
yeah,
stand
I guess
them.
just kind of like
And it had nothing to do with sociology.
commentary as we go, and I'm
A
gonna
softer
say that I set myself a
sentence
really high bar with my first sentence being Elias considered himself a social physicist.
And not at all
It's one of those,
his
oh, this is a smart
valued
character.
time.
I need to write smart
Instead,
things.
When he said
Oh
that,
no.
he meant that he considered what people might do with the discoveries and
You devoted
advancements
half
made
the
in
book
his
to
life.
scientists. Of course you need to write smart
Indeed,
things.
Yeah.
It seemed like his disdain for people made him more predisposed.
Not just like
to
a
consider
scientist
how
is
other
present. A
supposedly
scientist is
sapient
doing
beings
science
might
for
misuse
Yeah.
something,
half of the chapters
or
of these books.
overlook
Some good
something.
science in there.
Yeah.
I'm happy with how it came out.
More often than
Believable
not,
and
fed into a
authentic.
loop that lowered the
Yeah, I
destination
kept the
of people
technobabble
a
to a
little more
minimum.
each time.
Um,
The Gendir
and
were
made
a
sure
prime
that I
example
knew
that continuously caused
what
Elias such frustration.
those.
On the surface,
Oh, that's
they
the
were
wrong
a
one.
vaguely feline
I'm
species
trying to
that
fix
had
a thing and
monopolized
messing it
interstellar
up.
travel for millennia, keeping the technology secret and operating large jump
I lost it.
ferries
I
on
distracted
which
myself.
the entire galactic community-
Anything
Good
that was
job.
technobabbly, any like sci-fi
Every
chat or
6
whatever, I
hours,
made sure that I
every
knew
jump
what it
ferry
meant
would open a
in the
subspace rift to
internal
its next destination.
logic
It's
It's
of
a good
the
idea.
story.
Internet nerds get really
They
angry
dictate
about that
steady
stuff.
drumbeat of
Yeah, and I'm
commerce
not the one that
and
gets angry, but I am
simplified
still an
travel.
internet nerd.
Genius.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I mean,
I get maybe
One
slightly
could certainly
perturbed, we'll say.
appreciate such an economic stranglehold, even if
I'm
one
pretty
credited
forgiving.
how total their monopoly had
Well, I
been.
appreciate it.
Then one considered that the interval likely arose because subspace jumps gave off low levels of mu
In the
radiation,
first chapter, like
if
it,
allowed to reach a high
in the first
concentration,
draft, it was really
attract
exposition
the
heavy. Like this
destroyers.
is a scene that has a lot of like, how does
Mythical
subspace work?
proportions that had
What
faded
are the
into the
destroyers?
street
Because like I
through
needed to
nothing more
establish
than
that baseline that
dumb
happened in the
luck.
short stories.
A force that would have stayed in history. had
and
humanity not
fortunately, I was
stolen
able to
subspace
split
drive technology
at
and
least a
started
third
jumping
of what
off
was originally in the
interval
first draft,
drives
maybe
that
up to
emitted
a half of
far
it,
more
off to
mu
like other
radiation
chapters
than
and other
Gendir
points in
drives
that
did.
chapter. But
I think it did a really good job with the
And
show
this
don't tell
secret-aged
aspect
attempt to
of
drive
like
them off
explaining the
resulted in victory at the
Cosmology.
cost of untold destroyed ships.
yeah,
in
there's a
Earth's
couple
orbit.
pages of
And
like,
Gendir
all
proposal
right,
that
we got to get
humanity
past
stop
this to get to the
pursuing
actual
subspace
story. Let's
travel
go.
and to leave it to the Gendir to continue.
But then
to
you also
escape
hold a
the
lantern
interval.
up to it at the very end of this first
Also,
chapter,
their
which I always really
engineers wouldn't
appreciated.
Oh.
Like,
put
you
the
did the
extra
thing,
work
but then you
into
made
their
a joke
technology.
about it, you know?
They've
Yeah,
gotten new
that's
rad
a
emissions down
really
to
nice
good
tool to be able to
enough
get
rather
away
than gone.
with what would
And that
otherwise be
just
like,
wasn't good enough. Elias had
That
no
was a
time
trope,
for
wasn't it?
Gendir.
yeah,
Why
100%.
then was he the one
I
stuck
definitely,
grilling this Gendir
I like doing that
historian?
to the extent where Adam called me out
Because
on a little
nobody
bit
else
too
thought
much
it
Douglas Adams style stuff. Like I had to
have
scale back
other
a couple
people
things that
speaking
sounded
with
too
physicists,
Adamsian.
said Elias in exasperated response to said historian asking him essentially
You know,
the
there's
same
other
question.
points too.
just
You know,
want
the talk later
the
on of
historical
like, oh well, this is where a poorly
What
timed
is your
mutiny would happen, but
culture's
we're smarter than
experience
that,
with
right?
mutiation with the
Right?
destroyer? It's a big picture
Uh-oh.
perspective that helps us grasp the context of the work
It's
you've done.
being
Got
aware
bad
of the
feeling
tropes that
about
you're
this.
using,
For us to start our
and
own work in.
the insecure need to
That's
show
fine,
that I'm
Dr.
aware
Lowe,
of the
but
tropes that
before
I'm
we
using.
begin, I need to reiterate the records from the time of the first destroyer incursion.
I think it has
are
its
sketchy
place.
at
Like,
best.
it's one
Said
thing
Sandy.
to do that in a
Elias's
smart, like,
estimation of
timing,
Gendir
like, to
historians continued
flip it on
to
its ear on
sink to
occasion, but I
somewhere
think
near
if
his
you flip it on its ear
estimation
every
of
single time,
sociologists.
then people are kind of looking for
Elias
it.
dropped his
So I
Yeah.
think it's
to
better
the
that you actually do a
self-publishing
healthy
side.
mix of the two, because then you keep
How
people
does
guessing.
a modern society
Yeah,
just lose its history?
and sometimes
How does it
it's
forget
like
the biggest existential
there's a trope
threat
that's
it
like,
ever
oh, this is a
faced?
trope that I absolutely
must
absolutely
understand,
loathe. Let me
That was
set it
more
up,
than
but then subvert
2,000
it.
years ago.
Right.
Zan was seated in
Like,
an armchair.
I
Kitty corner to
these
him,
are all
around a
smart
small
characters
glass coffee
for
table in Elias's office.
different definitions of smart.
Possibly 3,000. We don't
and
even know.
like,
The fall of the
you know,
Enlightenment
you look at the
itself
shape of
wiped
the
away
plot
any
and say, okay,
electronic
this is where they
records
got to
on
do
most of
something
our
really
cultural
dumb,
centers.
because otherwise it just
Right.
coasts to the finish.
When you lost everything,
And
you
it was like,
decided to just start
these
counting
characters are too
years from
smart for
zero.
that.
That's not. Zanke stopped himself, closed his eyes.
And again,
put a
here
paw
we've
up to
got
his face.
someone who is a
He
historian
took a deep
that is
breath,
pulling a
then
lot of
continued
information
more
from when I
slowly.
listened to the Fall of
We
Rome
first reset
podcast.
our epoch because society had undergone such a
Use
great
what little
change.
knowledge I have to make it
We
seem
can
like there's
pin
more
down
knowledge
the
behind
first
it.
date in the old calendar during the 547th year of the peaceful
I'm not.
reign of the Enlightened.
He's talking
He
about
cut himself
calendars.
off.
I don't have
He
exact
saw
dates for
Elias roll his
anything.
eyes.
I don't
Well,
know what year this takes
yes.
place.
To be sure, it was
Probably
time to
mid
change
this
how we mark
millennium,
dates
but,
anyway.
like, I
500 years
It was
away from
1936,
Genderan,
but
and those of
different
us in space
dimension.
still mark
Yeah,
time
it's an
by
alternate
who had gained
timeline.
power when the first
It was
colonies
our
were established.
1936.
Even as those on the home world
Are you
kept
enjoying
marking
staring
new
down that
dynasties.
corner you're writing yourself
So,
slowly into?
Yes, we reset our
Yeah,
calendar.
eventually I'm gonna have to get more specific,
tone
but
hardened again. Then,
the last
after some period of time,
sci-fi that I
we
wrote before
restarted
this universe
That
kind of came up,
period
it was
referred
like
to
I'm gonna
as the
have
Enlightened
full and
Kingdom
complete world
is
building and
generally
dates and
accepted to be
everything.
about 300
And this
years,
one was just like,
but
I'm
we
gonna
don't
come up
have
with stuff
records
as
to
I need
confirm
it.
that. Such a thing happens when half of your home
Like
world
when
is
I
collapsed and the
need
kingdom
a
gets
specific
relegated to the
date,
history books.
then I'll nail one down.
Elias
And I'll
softened.
leave it to the
He
wiki to
didn't
have a
like
bonus
people
section
and
on
scorned most
inaccuracies.
professionals, sure, but he wasn't an asshole about
In
it.
like several hundred years,
I'm
people will
sorry.
be talking about, oh,
I'm
anthropogenics got it wrong.
Please understand how
Can't even
difficult
keep
this
his own
was.
canon straight. What a
We
loser.
lost a lot of our.
Guess we don't have interdimensional travel yet,
But
so-
that was ancient history.
Kind of how I feel about like not having hoverboards and flying cars right now.
Scattered villages
We are 10 years post Back to the Future too, people.
Spacefaring
Get it
civilization
together.
would be beyond
I
that.
know. You can't just flip a
No.
skateboard sideways and
Zan
call it a
intoned
hoverboard. I
Mr.
want the
Reed.
real thing.
Yeah, come on.
I studied that period of human history for a semester. The parallels between your European Dark Ages
The
and our
Gendir
post-Enlightenment
having
era
no
are
idea
quite
like how
fascinating.
much time passed
I'll
between
spare you
their
more
like
granular
apocalypse
details.
and the
He
present,
overheard
whatever.
the
It's like,
yes
yeah, this
man,
happened
interesting grouch.
2,500, 3,000 years ago ish.
But to
Something nobody
oversimplify,
knows. It's like that's just
your
real convenient for
Roman
me to not have
Empire
to worry
was
about
so
timelines.
great that when it began to fail, it did so
Time
slowly.
isn't real in our
its
culture.
institutions fading so slowly
These
that
are all
people may
constructs. I
not
mean,
realize they were
what is the
living
measure of
during
a
the decline
year
of a
in
great
an
empire.
intergalactic society?
Even
Come on.
after it fell, there
It's
was
always going to be
still roads
arbitrary.
connecting
We're just
places.
going to settle on
You
something
could
really
still
close to Earth
travel by
years and
sea.
call it good.
The Enlightened Kingdom was much the same.
I go by
Establishing
binary
trade
star
routes,
system rotation.
economy,
It's
and
like
science,
Yeah.
ensuring the continuance
5
of space
billion
travel
of
and
your
jet
years. You wouldn't
Even after the
understand.
fall of the political and military
Even a galactic
hierarchy.
year taco pill changes depending on how
Cleared his
close you are
throat
to the core.
uncomfortably. Of course, the calamity that ended the kingdom was more sudden than
I
the
like.
fall of the Roman Empire.
So
but
Brian, how
the
did you land
idea
on some of these voices?
individual
Because the voice you're using for
institutions
Zanki is
outlasting
very
the
like
greater
kind of
whole is the
Poindexter,
same.
like.
Zan lapped some water from a wide
So yeah, I don't
glass
think this
before
one I've ever.
starting
I don't remember if I've told you this one.
Details of the
so
calamity that befell us were
Zanki
spread by word of mouth
started off
and susceptible
as
to the
a
sorts
little
of
bit of
distortions
snarf from
that such a
Thundercats.
transmission
Oh,
can
yeah,
entail
okay,
as
I
more
hear it.
concrete
Yarp,
records were
yarp, but
destroyed.
like dialed down
Do
to
you
like
know?
10%.
Yeah.
So you get that little bit
Frustratingly
of,
unable to
you
resist
know,
a
that little
tangent.
bit of
That the
raspiness
reason
in the
my
back, and you
species
get that
prefers to
higher
use
pitch and
discrete
nasally
data
sound,
chips
but it's
rather
not
than
full
onboard
on
storage is that
cartoonish
chips
yet, you know?
keep
Yeah.
information
There's a lot
more
of exposition.
decentralized, as opposed
Yeah.
to network
Yeah.
servers that would be easy
Yeah,
to
that
destroy
was
again.
Zanki.
As if to
I was like,
illustrate,
oh, this
he
one
plucked a
might
data
be
chip
really
from
fun to
his
do, and then I
neckpiece
realized
and
Zanki
plugged
was
it
only in
into
one
his
chapter.
And then meanwhile, you chose voices that are difficult to do for that are through like the whole book, and not even just Hawk. I think Hockey knew going into it he was going to be a big one, but
I feel like
I knew it was a big one.
Snarf would get difficult after a while.
After a while, sure, but you know, I came in with that mediocre white man confidence, so I was just like, let's go. Let's just go. I'll snarf all the time.
what are some other ones? There were some that like got pretty taxing on you because you were like recovering from a cold, and I mean you were basically talking for 5 hours straight each recording day.
Yeah. I mean, the tour had definitely taken a lot out of me, and also just being in the Catskills, which just has, you know, more nature and pollen and everything else.
It was
like I was just
late April,
distracted.
so yeah, there was a lot of stuff coming out. It was the time.
Yeah, it was definitely like transitional weather season, which always messes my sinuses up to begin with. So
I had to edit out a lot of sniffles.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's cool. We got that Afrin, bro. We made the emergency run to the pharmacy.
However many
we did on the first day. We had to stop production and go out to the supermarket to buy some Afrin so I could keep going.
But it is past time.
But after that, I was fine.
Oh yeah.
You know, between that and all the cough drops in the booth and the water, like we got through it. So. Yeah, there are times you can tell, you gotta get it done. I mean, we only had 3 days to record, which is a very impressive, like, pace for this, you know? Like, a lot of people only do a couple of hours at a time. And we ended up doing 8.5 hours each day.
Yes,
it was a lot.
Said Zan.
I think it was around 6 for the first 2 days and then 4 for the last one, but
don't undersell it.
But it's still, like, if you imagine Brian doing this entire book, like, listen to the book twice, and that's about how... Yeah, even then, yeah, it was about that, you know, because the book in total is about, it's 8 hours 20, something like that. And so, yeah, imagine 16 hours of recording over 3 days.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, we did have little breaks here and there, and we stopped for like lunch and everything else.
The third day was slightly shorter. We had our victory hammocks at the end.
Yeah, that's true. All the amenities Party Farm has to offer.
Yeah,
very much enjoyed that last day.
For those 3 days, Terry's right there where the magic was happening. He was sitting there. I was sitting the couch behind him, and then that monolith of the Whisper Room.
That's where Brian was, trapped inside.
Right. Yep.
He was like, guys, I'm thirsty. We were like, keep reading.
It's stanky in here. Alright, fine. We'll turn on the circulation for 30 seconds.
Solitary confinement has never been so comfortable.
And so stylish with the LED strip lighting.
Yeah, at least the lighting was good.
The lighting was fantastic. That facility is great. And I mean, shout out to Whisper Room as in general. Like, I remember at one point we were recording, and Terry, you were so worried because you live near like a highway off ramp, and there was a motorcycle that drove by. And you were like, oh my god, we got to stop recording. I think we missed what we heard because of the motorcycle. And then you played back the audio, and you're like, I can't even tell when that happened.
Yeah.
So not at all in the.
I think the second day there was chainsaws. Somebody was using chainsaws.
I thought it was
next
lawnmowing, but
door.
no, you're right. It was chainsaws. Brian had no
I was
idea.
like,
He couldn't hear it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had no idea any of this was happening. I'm just trusting that Terry's hearing something because he's got, the feed in his ears. But, obviously you have the outside noises competing with that too, where I didn't inside the whisper room. So, thankfully, it didn't interfere with the recording nearly as much as we were worried about, which I am incredibly jealous of.
Best little booth in the business.
The whisper room was a lot more soundproof than the monitor headphones that we were using.
And after
which that ultimately that's what was needed.
Days numbering 30,
add that to again Terry's experience with audio setup, but not necessarily with audiobooks specifically. I think you are much more of a music producer usually.
Yeah, this is my first audiobook, so it was definitely a learning experience.
All you had to say.
It's all good experience.
So began the glass.
And you guys were like total pros, so
yes, indeed.
I feel like us three, we really knocked this out of the park.
Years.
I think we were a lot of first timers for a lot of this. Like I had self-published a thing like 10 years ago, but it wasn't on nearly the same level. So like this, I'm fine considering it like my debut self-published whatever. Brian, I think this was your first time doing audiobook narration, definitely at the scale. We were a bunch of first timers that came together and just made something awesome because of our tangential experience that we had around the area of what we were doing.
So neither Rad's signature is stronger.
Very true. Makes sense.
Drumbeat babble of the divine lexicon. Gotta love when poets get their tongues on history. I hate it. No offense. None taken.
I like how much it took a little bit for Elias in particular to kind of find his voice. My impression of Elias was that some of the earlier chapters you found it, some you kind of it's like, all right, cool, this is Brian plus what was Elias's voice, if you remember?
Yeah, I think originally Elias to me read a little bit like James Spader. So I was trying to do kind of like a Boston legal, like a little bit deeper, raspier, like later career James Spader voice. And then that wasn't really vibing with me, and I kind of played around, I tried to keep to that, but give a little variance in the next couple of chapters. And then by the end of the first act, we found something that felt really good, but it was this very it was still a deeper voice, but it was definitely a little bit dickish, a little bit talking in circles. So I would actually be in the booth I'm invoking the cadence with my hand gestures to actually keep myself in a certain rhythm and going higher in pitch and then back down. And we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do that. And so it really kind of kept the meter of Elias's dialogue moving in that kind of really just pretentious, jerky, antisocial way, because he's an off-putting character to so many other people. And so I think once I kind of got that hand gesture down, it kind of helped dictate how the sound goes, and that really kept it moving. There are actually, you guys didn't see a lot of it. I was telling you a little bit about it after the fact, but and we have a little bit of footage of it from when we popped into the window of the whisper room. But so many of these characters have physical gestures wrapped around them, just because we had to switch voices so quickly that this kind of became a way to instill that voice into my body very quickly, and then switch that gear vocally. It's okay, when I do this, that for our opening, monologue there, actually,
never become a
that character specifically, you saw this one in real time, Boater, but I had my arms out, I'm just flying and flailing in the wind, and that is how I keep this voice, which sounds a little bit like if Thor from Stargate were high on a lot of medication.
Neither does anyone else.
It's true.
Yeah, I could tell when you were moving around because you'd squeak your chair.
Oh, damn it!
More collateral damage like last time.
But yeah, like
about the
posture
principle
pulled a lot
of
into it.
things.
There was another one that was kind of like
Imagine
this,
what could
and
be done
yeah,
if jumps weren't hampered by the threat of the
bless you.
destroyers. The money to be made.
Yeah,
the
it's
speed of societal
the
mingling. The
way that you kept, as much as we said that it
whatever
took a little bit to
people
find
care
Elias's voice, for the most part, you
Elias
kept
waved his hand, dismissing
ton of
details.
consistency in the voices that you would
To be
that you were
quite
doing,
honest
that you
with
had
you,
chosen.
I just welcome the
Your
challenge.
shorthand notes to yourself
There's
that
a
are all
problem
over
to
some piece of
solve
paper
that
somewhere
your
for posterity.
species hasn't bothered fully solving.
Yep.
Basically.
Yeah,
since
for
immemorial.
starters, to help me out tremendously, I had you
I
make
want
a
to solve
pronunciation key.
Yes.
And so I had that in the
Rad
booth
and
with me, so I knew
not
how to
just
say
down
every
to
name,
a
because
safe
these are a
bet.
lot of alien
Gone.
characters. I mean, we have a lot of
Then
human
the
characters, but we also have
politicians and
a lot of
business
different
magnates
species
can
that
figure
have
out
their
how
own,
society
you know,
will
phonetic
in that
sound to make their voice sound
post-interval
like a different
world.
alien species
I'm
from,
sorry,
especially with the pirates,
but
like
one
from their
way
own
or
crewmates in
another,
the same
your
scene.
species
So,
Yeah.
has a grip on
You know, we have some very
galactic
consonant-heavy
commerce,
things like
economy,
sworcep
and
that you had very specific ways you wanted said.
And that's
So we
why
had that
it's the
sheet.
best. The historian
Sworcep.
Sworcep. Yeah.
It will be calamitous for the status
Whoa.
quo.
Yeah.
To take a long view.
And then there were
So we had-
a lot of
been
human
the same
characters,
for
but there were
far
human
too
characters
long.
from a lot of
It
different
might be good
cultures
for the
as well.
galactic situation to get shaken up.
Absolutely, yeah. All over the
Presuming
world.
this doesn't lead to
And
unfettered
so I had that
warfare.
guide in front of me, and so
Well,
I started
weapons,
taking notes for each
scientific
character as well. Like,
advancement, and
what's
weaponized
my, you know, if I
radar.
also had like a physical gesture,
Which
or if I
Andrew
had like
considered Elias.
a person I was, you know, kind of
What a
impersonating,
human
like if
thing
there
to
was a
say.
character voice that I was trying to like make an
And that's
impression of, or at least a jumping
Well,
off
thank
point
you
from
for your
that.
time,
That would
Zandy.
kind of,
I hope
you know,
you
jolt the
uncover
memory
more
back
in your
once we had
continuing
something
research
established.
into the era.
I know
Once
we're a
I
few
saw
chapters
him
away from it, but at one
return to his
point
desk.
during one of our breaks,
Actually,
I remember
Looked
we
at
were
the scant
joking
just a
around.
moment.
scribbled in his notebook.
Yeah,
As
we're-
we listen for
This could have been an email.
the punchline.
This
Lantern
could
to
have been an email.
This could have been an email. Yeah, it's like at this point, I feel like if you've gotten that far in that chapter, it's and you like kind of go, heh, cool, this book's gonna be for you. But no, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, it's okay. I know we're still a few chapters away, but I remember at one point we were just joking around about, you know, silly things just to kind of, you know, get our heads out of the book for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And we were joking, and the topic of Wilford Brimley came up.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't even remember how it came up, but we were just like, oh yeah, Wilford Brimley, diabetes, you know, like the common you know, things you joke about. And I'm like, all right, next character I have to make a new voice for is going to be Wilford Brimley no matter what. And that ended up being the ship's engineer.
That's right. That was Fry.
Yeah,
That was Fry Stick. Yeah. So
Wilford
yeah,
Brimley.
and as is probably going to happen, we talked over a lot of chapter 1. That's fine. You know, we are listening to it, but we're having our own kind of discussions around it too. Was there anything that you guys wanted to say on chapter 1 before we move on? And that includes you guys in chat too. If there's any comments that you have on the chapter, questions about it specifically, or questions in general that we're happy to answer as we keep going forward.
Something space gate, something asshole.
Yeah, it was the necessary exposition chapter, and I still think that there was a more a less clunky way that I could have done it, but I'm still happy with I'm happy with the end result. It could have been better, but it's, you know, it's rough for a first chapter to drop that in. Probably should have, you know, started in media res and then could have done exposition in chapter 2, but
If you could have just gotten that down to a tweet, that would have been nice. But
yeah, well, hold on. What's the length limit on tweets nowadays anyway?
who even knows?
All right,
are they still called tweets, or
they're not. They're called posts,
they're called
but you know,
X's?
it's the only thing that I'm fine dead naming is Twitter.
Yo, I'm gonna X this meme right now.
Okay, so are we ready to move on to chapter 2 then, where we switch perspectives?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so
Countdown.
then we're gonna do a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out to the music.
Yeah. That was just what I was about to say. I love these musical stinger intros.
Yep. David
I did a
Carlson.
couple of them.
Yep. David Carlson did 2 of them, and then we
Chapter
couldn't figure one out for, I believe it's that scientist point of view. And so Terry, you spearheaded that.
Yeah.
Hey!
There it is.
The captain
There it is.
cried as he quite literally flew
Popping in
through
for a quick.
Drink.
I have errands this morning, but I'll probably be around for more this afternoon. Sounds good, more like rigor mortis. Thank you very much for popping in really quick. We'll be here.
But most of
We'll
his
definitely be
thrust
here this
came from
afternoon.
the air rushing out of his float bladder.
We haven't
All
stopped the
day.
destroyers
Divide
yet.
had stuck
Hey,
around. The
All
Also-
destroyers, all day long.
Also, let's talk a little bit about the sound design, because
Hellcat,
I
secure
don't
that
listen to
rigging.
audiobooks.
Snap.
It's not a thing
Close
that
up
I
the
do.
gun
Have fun, y'all. Stay
housing. Head out
hydrated
in
with the
five.
hydrate redemption. Thank you very much, more like
Captain
rigor mortis.
Hot Corvin reveled in being chaotic and erratic.
I
He'd
don't.
grown up on a
I-
pirate vessel.
I'm copy trading.
I generally don't listen. Hey, he says Spyro joining in. I generally don't do audiobooks. It's not my thing. And so, talking about going into this, Wendy reached out to me and said, "Hey, we'd love to, do production on that." Bryan said, "Hey, I'd love to do narration on that." So it was like, well, this needs to happen now. But I didn't have a lot of familiarity with it. So Bryan, you sent me a sample of a Star Wars audiobook from a certain point of view. Which is like a lot of production. It's all background audio. It's all like so many sound effects and everything. And immediately I was like, that's really cool. Like I've listened to some audio dramas that, have like full soundscapes and all that. It's what balance do we find that is cool, that we like, but that isn't also going into like massive amounts of production. Even though, Terry, I think that ended up being probably the least demanding part of your job was adding all that in afterward.
Well, I mean, the fact that you had like the library of sounds that you wanted for each chapter and each ship like had its own kind of specific vibe. You did a really great job of like picking all that stuff out ahead of time. So all I really had to do is make sure the right vibe was
How's our registry?
in the right chapter
And in the right spots too. Like just there, we heard a slightly different transition when we went from the corridor in the ship to the bridge. So like each room had its own,
and we
but
added,
like it's one that was
we added
consistent.
a couple of cool little things like the doors opening and
Occasionally a door. I think there's one that ends up being a really good like extra bit to a punchline later on where someone says, "I'm sure nothing will change our plans," and then we added the beep of the airlock coming in.
Fantastic.
That's true. That was funny.
I love it. Drive signature?
I like I write cinematically because I started with movies. So like I think in like where's the camera looking right now?
Yeah.
Later on when someone's in the middle of a rant and then falls to the floor and then we cut to the person that stunned them.
Right? Sure thing.
But sorry, that was another sound effect that's added way later on in the book. But Bryan, what's your thoughts on the sample that you sent me compared to like how we did doing audio in this one?
How's the crew?
I think we knocked it out of the park, in all honesty. Like, this is
and the last pink light
as good, if not, better than some of the audiobooks I've listened to that are professionally produced by companies that do this every day. And for us to do this on, our rookie lap, essentially, is incredible. I mean, I also did send you a Star Wars book, which, in fairness, was like
it sets a
very
bar.
high-end production. Yeah, it's a very high bar. It's a high bar because they get very quality voice actors. They have a huge library of their own sound effects and music. I mean, they use the John Williams score in all of these books to underscore everything.
Yeah.
So they have a huge library of stuff already at their disposal that they just get to drop in and everything. So, you didn't have that advantage. You had to kind of find what this world sounded like, which obviously you're coming from the cinematic background, so you have some sense of audio to begin with, but that doesn't mean it automatically appears out of thin air. You still got to put that work in to be like, all right, what do these ships sound like? And like each room has its own sound to it, so like on the ships, the engineering and the bridge. So the fact that that level of detail was done on this book is kind of unheard of on the indie junket of books.
Yeah.
It's actually like a very impressive it's a very impressive effort on everybody's part. Like, it sounds absolutely stunning.
And get out before local
Elfin Archer and Taco Pill both pointing out that cinematic writing style makes it helpful for a movie adaptation. And hello, Elfin Archer, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for dropping by.
Wanted with a bounty on every
yeah, it's
on a jump ferry.
And again, so that was something that from Breakdown of Two-Threat Hypatia, there's a site with sound libraries called, I believe it's A Sound Effect, that I used for that movie, and I had some sound effects from there that I knew would work for the audiobook, and I went there to get like more soundscapes. There's a particular creator on there, I don't remember off the top of my head, but they had a lot of sci-fi sounds and put together in a very logical way inside those libraries. So, Fox is listening to Hello. I cannot guarantee kid-friendly language. We'll try to keep a lid on it here. There's some bits, particularly when Chapter 6 comes along. I will absolutely be warning you. Chapter 6 is rather blue in language.
I'll do my level best. I lived in Brooklyn for a long time.
But yeah, it's I also I've done some work with audio dramas. The Hyacinth Disaster by David Carlson. I was one of the core cast, and I love what he did with his full soundscape, which had a good balance of like, here's like background stuff for just the engine rumble and stuff like that, but then a lot of like little button presses and doors and stuff like that. And it was kind of, okay, how much do we want to do that? What's the right balance? And I think we found it pretty easily. That there were some that were good for like punchlines and emphasis, but not for every little thing. Liz turning to her board didn't need a boop-a-doop every single time.
He had relocated.
Don't censor too much. He's 3. Most of it escapes his understanding. Sounds good.
When he got his own ship and needed to
we went back and forth a couple of times because we tried to. It took a couple of tries to get the balance right between like making sure you could hear everything that was being narrated and also being able to appreciate the richness of the soundscapes.
Yeah. Spyro pointing out, I just realized the book cover image is a scene from the end of the book when they're delivering the diplomats. And yeah, so that was what I had in mind and what I gave to Paul Ewell, who's an amazing artist of that kind of like sci-fi art and book art. A lot of those sci-fi books from the 90s, early 2000s were done by him. And that's kind of what I gave to him. The factuality is slightly off. Like the Swift Pack isn't that big. That's more the size of the barge in this chapter. But like the idea, the impression of it is, yeah, here's the pirate ship. That's the Wadja, which is not how I envisioned it when writing. But he just made that up, and that looks amazing. It's got the horizontal bands for the stealth system on it. He didn't end up including Alpha Point. It just wouldn't fit in the composition, but we can say it's off camera. And yeah, that's the battle going on from the end of the book happening in the background there. He says, "Oh, biscuits a lot." Oh, I'll definitely say that then. I love that. But yeah, that was more or less the brief that I gave to Paul of just really quick. Hey, he said the less detail you give me, the better. Which really let him be creative, and I loved what came out of it. There were some alternate versions of the art too. I don't know if I showed that to you guys. But I can bring those up after this chapter. I can show some of those.
But it's not. He doesn't have a multiple versions. There's one that I think it just has like one of the spaceships is oriented differently. But other than that, like,
he did one where it's pointed slightly differently. I think he did one where the large barge is facing the other way. Like he drew the back of the ship as well. So I've got. Let me see. I've got the alternates somewhere, but I don't see them on me right now. Maybe after one of the breaks I can pull those up.
But also, how cool is it that your commission is on this artist's website?
I told you not to ask again.
You brought that into the world, man. That was amazing.
Yeah, I love it. It makes me happy.
Real quiet like. They want to get stuff to the fancy new lab. They gotta ship it.
Yeah, they're in my email. I'll grab them during the break to show what some of the alternate angles look like.
Not L4 or L5. What, out in the middle of nowhere where some pirate can jump them?
Whereas the first chapter had just Elias and Zandke.
Jump ferry.
Here's basically the entire cast of the Wadja.
You trust when your guy says it's got the big stuff?
And it's all inside Bryan.
It's all inside Bryan.
Half the reprobates on the
including
ship.
we've got
No offense,
Liz
Captain.
here, who is just
None taken,
female
friend.
Bryan.
None taken at all.
I don't know. So I guess did you, specific
wished he
thoughts
would
between
allow.
Liz or any of the
This
other
part would work
characters?
So much better if he could, for a moment, sit up from a good
Liz
lounge.
is
and stare
definitely,
friend in the
like,
eyes.
I
As
guess
a
token
voice,
female
he
version, but it's
floated a
also
touch
like there's
higher above the
inspirations.
station
So
and
going back to
leaned
the Star
forward
Wars
a bit.
books, being such a big
Just
fan of
know
those, like just
it's
not
those
just production, but
untrustworthy
the voice work
scalawags
by the
what's gonna
people who
be
narrate
hanging
them,
your
especially Mark
tender
Thompson.
orange pelt
Uh-huh.
He
out the
has
airlock.
his specific
Your
takes
guide is
on a lot
kung
of
fu
the
for
Star
you.
Wars characters that
Aw,
is
hell.
very,
Says
very
voice that censors.
infectious once
The
you listen to
Plishkin's
enough of these
quills
books.
rippled down
Okay.
the small hexapedal body.
So he
Captain,
narrates a lot of them.
I know you're
he's
enjoying
a
the
professional voice
suspense and
actor. Like
all,
he's
but
done a lot of
wait, it's
animation as
done.
well, so he comes from
I'm
that
afraid
world.
we got a
So he
ping.
creates a different
She
voice
looked
for
at
every
Brett.
character, and they're all
Single
very
vessel,
fun and distinct. And he
large,
does
or,
rather
I mean,
solid and
big-ass
serviceable
warship,
impressions of like
but
the main
hopefully
Star Wars
large.
characters.
Right.
So
Still
Liz is
suspenseful?
probably like
cried Captain
heavily
Gordon.
inspired
He
by
puffed
how
up a
he
bit,
has done
then
both
let it
Leia
back down.
and Jaina solos in
Snap
the Legends
to!
books.
Okay.
Back in the
Stay
day.
powered down
So
till they're
that's
nice
just kind
and
of this
close.
like, yes, it sounds a little bit effeminate because
Everyone's
it's a
sad.
male narrating a
Or
female
the
voice,
equivalent.
Right.
but it's not necessarily meant to sound like a girl because it's also like
Refocusing
a very
on their
strong
stations.
character who is badass and will
Liz
take
took her
action
hat
and
up
will,
and caught it,
you know,
placing it
get
on her
into
head.
physical
She
fights
sat
over
at
the
the
course
ready
of
by
the
her
story.
internal
So
comm station.
it felt very appropriate
All
to kind of
hands,
use that as
long-range
a
contact.
jumping off
Stand
point.
by for orders.
Probably better than just going straight
Can't wait till
falsetto.
we don't have to stay in low
Yes.
power.
Hey,
We're gonna score.
I'm a female scientist.
Gonna be a game changer.
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
Well, the main female
Fred's
scientist
guy came
character
through,
was
and Liz winked at the
Siobhan.
scalloped deer.
which is a name that comes with its own built-in accent.
2 fighters.
Yes, that
breathed
is true.
Forsev. Solvable, said Threm.
Yes,
And that was it,
Siobhan is
until
definitely like
almost enraged.
my token Irish accent, but then also given that
What do you
effeminate,
think
you know,
it is?
kind of height
Asked
to
Hawk
it as
in
well.
mock whisper.
Yeah.
You know, higher vocal
Full
range.
drama.
So, and that was interesting because I've never really had to like keep the Irish accent
tone it
in
down.
that part of my vocal
This is a
range for
human
so long. So that
Yeah.
was actually
You
a
go full
very
drama with
interesting
them, they're
experiment
more likely to
to
think
keep
you're trying
Siobhan
too hard
consistent
and
throughout
won't
the
take you
book. So
seriously.
that was actually quite a little workout.
Not
I really
necessarily
appreciated
a
that
bad
one.
thing. So, no.
Looking as I do, I have done the Irish accent for a number
God,
of shows and movies and
It's
projects and
spies.
whatever.
To be sure.
And by
Oh, exactly,
no
you know.
means should I
Yeah.
ever
Even if you're just making fun of a Lucky Charms commercial, you just fall into
What,
your Irish
you
accent.
wanted here?
But it's not something that you keep
I mean, who
so
isn't?
high. So
But
to mix
no,
the two
dressed
things,
like
to
this,
have the
they'll be
higher
laughing
vocal
too
range
hard
and
to
then
be any
keep the
help at
accent,
all.
it's so interesting in like the vocal
Spines it
placement.
is.
Like
You're always
after
me, Lucky
Charms.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But then also trying to not make it sound like a Saturday morning
And for the
cartoon.
Yeah,
record,
like
first
not
names-
that falsetto
Most
kind of
us
thing.
aren't
Yeah.
wanted
Right.
on Earth's
Because
space.
Siobhan's not a pirate, she's a scientist.
claps
So
his
she's
fins
putting out
together and
technobabble
rubs
just as
them.
much as the other
Incredibly
guys in those
human
scenes.
Mhm.
Sometimes more.
Who
And
wants
so
to
you really need to
change
make sure
that?
like she still sounds cohesive and with some level of gravitas to make it taken seriously. Yeah, it was that was a fun little challenge. And it's funny because it sounds so simple, but that took me a couple seconds to make sure I could stay in that area for long enough to do it.
You did a great job, man.
Oh, thank you.
Very consistent.
So that's the end of chapter 2. I don't know if we have any more comments on that, but I actually I did bring up the concepts, the 4 concept images that I had gotten from Paul. If you guys want to see that on Twitch really quick. Hold on, let me get that out of the way. So yeah, the first one was, well, the Wadja's facing the other way. That was one. This was number 2, which he was still playing around with saturation and such. There's less detail on the ship. Like in the final version, there's some the yellow and black striping on there. But this is basically what we ended up going with. As you can kind of tell. Number 3 just reverses the direction of the barge or the swift pack or whatever it is. Again, going back to 2, I kind of liked how the lines intersected here rather than running parallel. And then he did a version where he added more onto that one, and again kind of rearranged. Added, so it's the core is the same, but he added on this engine thing, so it kind of looks like it's moving away. So the Wadja is kind of coming up behind it to come alongside.
Check out that dump truck. Wow.
Yeah.
So it's
Check out the thrusters on that hull.
Yeah.
Heyo.
A lot of junk in that cargo hold. And it's neat to kind of go back and kind of see some of these changes. And yeah, what we ended up going with was basically this one, which then was kind of taken and rotated slightly to level out the ship. Again, I have the actual book cover somewhere, but well, I'm in my thing, so cover art, ended up going with that, which you can see. I'm gonna block you for a second, but like going side to side, you see a lot more detail on the ship. Things are kind of filled in and shaded a little more. And then when that came to get the actual, cover art done by Jeff Brown, cropped in a little more, rotated up. So.
And completely hidden by the title.
Yeah, that was the
No,
intent was that the title would go here.
Right.
And just the saturation was kicked up some more, which does work really well. Just reads a lot better, but it's kind of neat to see that journey.
Yeah.
So
I love that he had the elements of the. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
cut you
that's
off,
okay. I'll switch back. Go ahead.
I just love that he had the
I'll
elements
rearrange these.
of the the ships to play around with, like just flipping them like that. Like obviously this is like he does his hand drawing and then he has some element of Photoshop or something to like be able to flip like that.
Having different layers to be able to go in and to flip that around. You notice going to concept number 4 that some of the ships are moved around in the background to make room for the extra stuff on the ship.
Sure. Yeah, that's really cool. Also, I just love the caution stripes on the side of the ship. Like, warning, this is a spaceship.
Yeah, and again, it's this big kind of clunky industrial thing. And like I didn't notice until a couple days ago that as opposed to like this looks like some windows, whatever, right here, this is see-through. Like this is just open gantry, a bunch of stuff towards the bottom of the ship.
Oh yeah, huh?
All that is like that's not window. I think that's just peeking through to behind. So it's neat to like keep finding more detail. Like clearly, okay, here's the bridge over here. I assume again the scale on this is like not accurate for the end of the story, but I think it's accurate for the barge that is hijacked in chapters 2 and 4.
Where's the bathroom on that thing?
This scale one has many of them, and they all empty out to the outside.
I knew you would know that.
I didn't. I improv'd it real quick.
That's what that open gantry is actually for.
Yeah.
That's
if you can't see through there anymore, it's time to get rid of your. You know that thing of like a poop berg, like it jettisons out the side of the aircraft, but then like builds up ice on it, and then just like falls into someone's yard because it's just a big frozen pile of poop. It's that.
Awesome.
And when that fills up, you got to stop in and get rid of that.
Space biscuits.
Oh, space biscuits. All right, let's switch back. Let's get ready to start
Chapter
with
3?
chapter 3, heading back to the scientist point of view.
Awesome.
Okay.
So again, you out there in the stream will hear it broadcast from me just fine. For those of us in the voice chat, we're gonna start chapter 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting off with a shortened version of the music. I like that all 3 pieces of music are in that like 20 to 30 second range, and they all kind of work as like a full piece, but it was like that's gonna get tiring each time.
Yeah.
But having them was important to me because there's 3 different points of view in the book, and that is the scientist one, the pirate one, and the spoiler, the destroyer / protector point of view. And that was that was kind of broadcast in the book with different ways of writing out the chapter number. So chapter 1 is chapter ONE. Chapter 2 is chapter 2. Chapter
There's a
10
story
is
here.
chapter
Hold
X,
it for a sec.
Roman numeral.
What's going on?
Um,
Chapter
You didn't get the memo?
yeah.
What memo, Doctor?
No.
Don't you doctor me.
And that was something that at first
She
Adam was like,
tapped
okay, these need to be
phone
consistent.
fire, then swiped through the messages
And
on
then
the
it
watch.
wasn't
You
until
weren't in your
the
meeting
first
that
Protector
long.
chapter
This
came
came
in,
this
or like
morning.
chapter 13, XIII
Following
kind of
week.
thing, that he was like, I see what you're doing, never mind my previous point. I like this.
His bare wrists. Then patted
And
his
so
buttons.
I wanted to do that for audio,
Wanna just skip the
and
conversation
I think that
fill
the
me in?
different musical stings
What's
was a
good
good
for
way
the
of doing
goose is
that.
good for the gander, Doctor.
Definitely.
Dr. Patel called Elias.
We've
over
got
Siobhan's
Siobhan's
head.
introduction
What are
here,
Siobhan smacks
and
his
then
arm.
Dr. Patel is like
Leave
a
him
side
alone.
character
Suresh, ignore
who
Dr.
I think
Omarov.
is coming
I'll
back in the
handle
next
him.
book. But he's like a side character who
When the
gets like
team
that
had
like
first been
early
assembled,
cameo here, but he
Elias
doesn't really
bristled
come into
from
play
the
until like
shit
Act
he
3.
handled. But he'd gotten used to it.
I think I did that a few times where I would like have a side character, and then going back and editing, I was like, all right, this
We're
is a
being
random
relocated
person.
to Alpha
Let me make
Point
this someone who
tomorrow.
actually has a role later on.
Pack up. We're in the middle of working here. No, Elias. We've just started working here. We're going to be
He did such a
doing
great
the rest
job
of
with
our
Siobhan's
work
voice.
on theoretical physics that could trigger an immune response from the universe
you.
out away from civilization.
And then
Elias looked at
I
Siobhan
like
in
that
annoyed
this
disbelief.
chapter, like it has
Fortunately,
technobabble,
Boneface
but then it
showed
has
the same mixture
technobabble
of
for the
emotions.
technobabble. It's like this is
The
what they
universe's
think. This is what
immune
this is
response.
ridiculous.
That
This
is what
isn't
they
anything.
said, along with a lot of other conjecture.
That was good
Absolutely
advice.
none of which was needed.
That's
Tell you what,
nonsense.
You sit there
But
nicely
I
and
like this
stay out of
idea that
everyone's
the
way,
Gendir
while
either
I pack and
invented
fill you in on
or
what
found
little
from some
useful
ancient
information
precursor
we got
civilization.
on the theory of subspace.
I don't know.
Then
I haven't figured
we'll
that
go to
out.
your
It's up in
office,
the air
and
until
you
I
get
write
to
it
tell me
down.
what you learned.
This
I
old
found out
technology, and they
nothing
just use
about
it without
and
knowing
don't
how it
leave
works.
someone underfoot.
I love the idea of like, yeah, it's
Win,
and
win.
that's not
So you
unique to my
commence
book.
with the
There's a
sitting
lot of
nicely
like,
and the
oh,
listening up.
jump gate systems built
She
by the
dropped
precursors. We
tablet
don't know
back
how it
into the
works.
box
We just know
as
how to
Elias
use it.
Sat on an office chair.
That's contact.
So,
Yeah.
some of this
Yeah.
the original Alpha Point team found out while they were supervising
and
the
so
engineers. But they
kind of the
weren't
idea of
best
taking
in the
that and
field.
deconstructing it and saying,
Just the
okay, but I
lowest
want to know how it
characteristics.
works. Because it's
Where
dangerous
the
to us to
people
not know
sailing
how
the
it
tech
works.
down and making
Yeah, and
material
also like
substitutions
why?
didn't miscarry
Also,
or
how
feel
dare
or
you?
something.
Also,
If
how
we
dare
had
you?
been on the
This
team
offends
first,
humanity as a whole. How
maybe
dare
the
you?
Battle
Yeah.
of Earth wouldn't have happened.
'Cause
Elias
the
Stoyle.
Playing with my ham radio. God.
Battle of Earth. But
the
otherwise
story
kind of
does have its roots in
Siobhan popped
HFY
another box in the form and
on
started
on
rattling
Reddit,
the drawers of her
which
desk into it.
it's interesting. It's
Most
a
of the
writing
scratch
focused
pads and pen
subreddit
scribbles.
that goes through cycles.
Elias's own
So
desk
sometimes
drawers
the
were
idea
an
of
indication the
humanity
box would
F
probably
yeah
go unopened
is like
once at Alpha
humanity's
Point.
big and military and they'll
While
just
the Gendir hadn't
stomp
actually
anything that dares
developed
get in the
technology
way.
in a couple
And
millennia, they have
sometimes,
what
you know, then
they
people are like,
consider
all right,
to
I'm
be
getting
a
tired of
decent
that. What
understanding
else
of how it works.
can make it unique? Oh,
They
well, we're
say
so
that when
advanced
a
in
subspace
science.
drive
Or,
opens
oh,
a
it's our
rift,
culture.
it sends a
And it kind of
signal
goes
to a
through
lower
these.
layer
And
of
like
the
right now
universe.
it's kind of back to like
Subspace.
alien stompy stomp.
That
But
is like a source code.
it's
data layer of reality.
it is
That's-
based in
I'm
that
not
kind
done.
of like, all right,
I'm dropping
humanity
this
will
all on
ultimately
you at
be the
once,
one
then
to
you can be
do
incredulous.
things. So it's okay. Humans showed up
She
on the
thumped
scene
the stack of
recently,
loose
within the
sheets
last, I don't know if I
several times
said,
to
but
square it
100, 200
then
years,
dropped
something like
it into
that.
the box. The signal
You know,
navigates the
they're
coordinate
established,
sector of
but still
subspace,
kind of the newcomers,
basically
and they say, I'm
scrolling
sorry,
through
we
an
don't know how
index
this
coordinate.
works?
And
How
when
dare
it
you?
finds a match, it then uses that to open up a corresponding
Oh, I forgot
rift
to
at the destination.
Switch my color.
It inputs a temporary command that forces the operating system
Yeah,
of the universe. to
I
consider the two
really
points
liked that
temporarily
idea that they were like messing around
Then,
with
after
technology
transit,
that
it
they
closes the rift
they
and
really
dummies out the command.
don't have a full grasp
Elias
of
looked
like
at
the
Sean,
scope of
shocked.
like what it's doing.
That's
They only see this
not
one
only
little
is
part.
that not
Mhm.
how the universe works.
You know.
Siobhan threw her
Yeah,
arms
if
in
we
the air.
build it like
That's
this and we
what I
have this
said!
crystal shaped like that, then it works.
But if it were how it
We
I
works,
don't
know
know if that's
why.
optimal,
Irresponsible.
but it works.
Making live adjustments to the
It's a
source
very
code
human
of the
thing.
universe.
And then
Mhm.
somewhere
Maybe
else in another
adjustment
dimension,
is made
someone's
permanent.
going like, "What?"
What if you not just
Yeah.
blink
I'm sorry.
and change something?
Well, that kind of like I
What
don't
if-
think I realized it while writing. I think I'm
what if
just
you
making the
just
connection
deleted
now, but it's
some
that
code?
idea in some
you could
fiction
edit
of
the
like
source
Earth
code
is
of the
really
universe,
loud
you
with its
could
radio
solve any
broadcasts. Can you
encroaching
imagine our neighbors
military
being like,
threat
"Oh my
by
God,
just
shut up"?
deleting them.
It's kind of like that.
Be a real handy way to deal with the
Yeah.
destroyers once we.
Why are
figure
we
out
getting
where they're
television?
coming from, huh? You don't just.
Why-
you
why
don't
is
Our
the
planet eradicated television millions of years ago. Why is it
Elias,
back?
No matter
And why
how
is it this
works,
guy hosting
subspace
these
travel probably
with
does
funny
if
facial hair
we
hosting the
break
Olympics?
laws of physics
Oh.
for the sake of
First
convenience.
broadcast that might have been strong enough. I
Elias
think
took
that's a
an
mostly
oath to his
debunked
green
thing now, that the
control.
attenuation would be too much and our
He was
radio
unsure
signals
whether
aren't
Bray's
actually getting out there like
typical
that,
anger
but
and contempt
for a
for
while
fools,
that was
or
a
if he was
concern
having
and a
panic
trope.
attack at the remote
If someone
Galaxy.
that
someone
that
has
was how
technology to
space
pick that
travel
stuff up
actually
and
happened.
interpret
Mhm.
those signals, man.
Okay.
Signal.
But that is not.
So you're
how
saying
the
Galaxy
universe
Quest
works.
could still happen?
Absolutely.
Nope.
That's all I need.
There is no data layer underneath physical space
Holding out
that
hope.
sets basic parameters. Probably not. There, probably not.
Plays
We
into
never
the plot
thought
of a
to look.
Futurama episode.
But if
Yep.
there were, what good would a physical coordinate
Wolf
system
359
be?
kind of did that.
Matter and energy exist. They can only move so fast. and
podcast that I
everything
enjoy
else
listening
follows
to.
Naturally from there. I mean,
Not to be confused with the Star Trek episode. Of
Then sure. Okay. He took another
I
deep breath.
I liked writing Elias
What about
because he gets
you,
so upset
radiation?
about
You're
everything.
gonna love this.
Not just the big things, but also
I'm
the small
almost
things.
positive I won't.
And that's something that I've somewhere I've been
Radiation
before.
is the way
And
that
it was just the
contents of the data
No.
layer are read.
he realizes he's getting
It's
upset.
not like there's a spreadsheet sitting there in space. The data layer is pure energy. So of course, any glimpse of the data layer takes the form of an energy wave.
Ah.
I was right. I don't love it. I, in fact, hate it.
Yeah, there's
And
that
yet
attitude.
you get to grouse about it
Yep.
repeatedly. I
And the
had
nice thing
hold
about writing
tongue.
is that, like, oh yeah, all this like,
I dealt with a
oh, I hate it.
historian of a
Thanks, I hate it.
civilization whose
That kind of thing. It's like,
civilization
okay, how do
lost
I
its
get this
history. I have
slightly
no
older
sympathy.
grouch to say thanks, I hate it?
Just wait till you hear what they think about transverse Murad. Elias buried his head in his hands and took a deep, shuddering breath. I
He's
am
so
not
cranky.
ready.
No.
And he's so
The
dramatic
large
about it
of
too.
Murad
He drew a
treated the
deep,
contents
shuddering
of the
breath
data
just to.
layer. Transverse Murad
not
was
ready.
a right operation. What?
He's so
No,
dramatic.
stop it. They do not believe this.
I
If they're
did try to put a lot
all
of
of whom
effort
I
into
vetted
writing
as actually
gestures,
being at the top of their field,
like
or
what
telling
people
the
are doing
truth,
in addition to
then
what they're
yes.
saying. There's
Why
I
would
think
we see
Tamsin
evidence
Muir,
of the
who
right
wrote the
operation
Lock
only when the
Tomb
destroyers
series, Getting the
opened a
Ninth, and so
subspace
forth,
rift?
did a really good
Elias's
job
eyes
of
boggled.
describing
It's
what
like they had
someone's
an
doing,
idea and
or
didn't
they
bother
gestured
thinking about it
agreement
for
or
a
something like
second
that.
longer than it took
To the
to
point
put
where
it
when I
into a
read it,
coherent
I can't
sentence.
help but try to parrot what I'm
The
reading.
explanation goes more
So I
in
tried to
depth
do a
than
lot of that.
but it
Of
ends
okay,
up
what are
just
they doing? They're
sounding
hanging
like
their
some
head in their
bad fan
hands.
fiction.
They're
There'll be a
mostly
write-up on the
Elias, but
project
you know.
board later.
Yeah.
Fiction,
What I love too is like
that
you
has
put a lot
to
of
be it.
storytelling into some of those
They
like
solely
gestures and
rely on
actions
our hiding
around the
information
technobabble
on
talk as
anything
well.
destroyer
Like
related because
I
they're
forget which
scared.
chapter it is, but there's the time when Elias is going
No,
to
I
get
don't
like
get
the
that
meals or the
sense.
snacks,
Siobhan
and he's just
finally
stocking
finished
up on
pouring
enough
her
so he
desk
doesn't
and
have to
stacked the
come back
boxes.
for the next couple of
Then
days,
leaned on the
basically,
corner
so he
of
doesn't have to
looking
talk to
at
people.
Elias.
Yeah, and that
And then it's like
also.
believe
the whole-
that they are too
Go ahead, sorry.
complacent to
No,
challenge what
continue
they
continue
consider to be
yours.
settled science.
But just the fact that like then he
You
has
want
to
talk about
balance these
historians?
meals, and that becomes the
haven't
action he
made
has
any
to do
real
while having an
advancements in
entire
the physical
conversation
sciences in
with someone he doesn't
decades,
want to have.
if not
Like,
centuries.
Yeah,
They're
and
top
also like he's
scientists.
trying to put them
Just
into his mini
learn
fridge and
what
they don't
came
fit, so he
before, so
finally
they
gets
can
pissed
up
off
it
and says,
back.
"Okay, this one that doesn't fit, I'm gonna cook it, I
Forgave
guess."
some to wander,
Mhm.
found some
And
nice
to the
spot
event of like he's doing all this, and then kind of looks over, "Oh, you're still
and they
here."
especially aren't going to work on it now.
And here's
Now
what
that they
what
remember
got me
why
with that,
they
Brian.
stopped
You're gonna
poking the
love
subspace
this.
bear in the
When we
first
did
place.
Stargate Hades way
most
back,
original
I asked you
work
for
they've done in
acting
their
tips, and you
lives
said,
is digging
"What is
through
your
old
character doing
texts
in the
and
moment? What are you
deciphering
doing
them
with
to
your
say,
hands?"
"This is how
Not
the
just waiting
ancients
for your
thought
line to say
subspace
something, but
worked."
what is your character
And just
doing?
accepting
And so
it
from there,
without doing
I was
any
finding something
independent
for my character to
verification
do.
back it up.
And
Yeah.
so
Speculation got
this
passed down as
was
the rule
what are
of
the
law.
characters doing? They're not just here talking; they're
refocused on
doing
Elias.
things. They're accomplishing things
So
while
yeah,
they're talking a lot
tell
of the
me again
time.
about your awful
What are they doing?
historians.
So it goes back to you giving me advice on a
Elias
fan
leaned
film
back,
set
grimace on his
28
face.
years ago. 18.
Really want me to
18. I
tell you about
miscarried
it?
the one. We're not that old.
God, no! Throw it in
We're
a
not as
note
old
in
as
the
contact.
project board, and I'll read it when I've managed
The
to
book.
Also,
gain
shout out to
some
Terry for
shred
getting the
of
hand
faith
grips
and
during this
sapiency.
talk.
Yeah, what am I doing?
3 days from-
I just realized I wasn't doing anything like
Elias
productive.
groaned as he stood up and went down.
Well,
Might
yeah,
as well
it's
Work out or
So-
something.
it was an
Subspace
acting advice
travel
thing of
works
like, what are you
because it
doing with your
does,
hands? Don't just
and
stand there ready to
frankly,
say your
nobody has
thing.
any clue why.
What are you doing?
Siobhan,
Welcome,
Yeah.
One Scene Ahead. Thank you for dropping by.
Then I guess we do their science for them.
I don't know if you have anything
to
add to that.
Ourselves.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
don't get
good
me wrong.
acting exercise, especially in things
I'm
like
glad we know the
Meisner technique.
consequences of bad
Giving
subspace
yourself an
use.
activity to
If
do.
we would have
There's
known
an
from the
exercise
start,
that we
maybe
did in
the
some of our
destroyers
acting
wouldn't have
classes
popped
where
back up.
one person has
But
an
now that we
action
have that
and they have to
context,
do that action.
And some of the best
The
practices
scene partner
for use,
comes into the room.
we are on our own
And
when it comes to figuring out the
Your
science.
goal as the first person with the
Right.
activity is to
And only
continue
then,
doing that
when we've
activity
done the
until
work
the other
they should
person
have
makes
done
you stop.
centuries ago,
Like, and make it a
figuring out
natural
how it
reason to
works.
stop. Not
Okay.
necessarily
Then we
like,
can work
oh,
on the
you
new
just
red
entered this
problem and
space.
try to discover
Now
what
I'm going to give
purpose
you
the
my full
destroyers
attention
serve.
because you're here.
Yeah.
They serve a
Give it a
Okay.
reason. Like,
We know
what
nothing
activity are you
about
doing that's more important
Yes,
than somebody
ugh.
else entering a room?
See, that's
So that kind
how
of
it
breaks you out of that
happens.
habit of like,
Right,
oh,
right,
well,
right.
other human is around. I'm just
They
going to put
talk
all of my focus
so
on you
much
now.
ridiculous
Yeah.
You know?
tripe.
So
Yeah,
it
you
kind of
just
gives
start
that
to
little bit of
accept
extra
the
depth to
fringe
it. And
assumptions
also
of
just
their
visual
less
appeal.
outlandish
I mean, also, I know
claims.
this is audio, so you don't have that part.
Right.
But the fact that
When you
you
start
now
with
had
a new
descriptors and
response
gave,
isn't
you
their
know,
purpose,
Elias
you
some
get
really good
tricked into
characterization and
assuming there's a
storytelling
purpose in the
in
first
these,
place.
you know, things. Because
Siobhan,
people
let you
really got a
shove
sense
Elias
of
out of her
who
office.
this guy is,
Go pack and yell
how
about
cranky
it to
he
yourself
gets,
for
you
a
know, and
while.
not just with,
We'll
oh,
talk
he's
about it on the
feeling
trip to
bad.
Alpha
It's
Point
like,
and get some
here's
proper
actionable
working
things that made
hypotheses
this
going.
guy, one, a jerk, but
Until
also
then,
just
just
not able to
don't
socialize
yell at
well,
anyone,
you know?
okay?
And so that really helps flesh it
Elias
out, you know, on the
Heroic,
character
a
and
bit
storytelling
Swedish,
fronts.
who noticed and
Yeah,
then ducked his head,
you know, in
busying
Hades,
himself with
that
something
was like,
else.
all right, cool, my character is getting
No
video of stuff
guarantees,
happening, or
said
he's typing
Elias,
on this
turning down the
computer
hall. If I run
during a
across
conversation.
Gen Deer,
And
you
yeah,
can
in
share
here
your
it
stupid
was
ideas.
like, okay, what is he doing? Not just what is he saying in reaction to, but like what's his body language.
Yeah.
And finding something that someone is doing actually helps me in writing too. Like having the grabbing frozen meals from the mess hall was the action through line for that chapter. I think it's like chapter 12 or something like that. Maybe 12 or 15. I'm looking at the list here of like, okay, well, those are the ones that are typed out, so those are scientist chapters. But like it kind of gave like an action through line for it that the dialogue could happen around, and I think that those are probably some of the best chapters. You know, chapter 6.
What I
when
love
we get
about
to it. Go ahead.
What I love about that in particular too is the fact that with the frozen meals, like, not that you necessarily had this in at the front of your mind, but the fact that it's a frozen meal, like, there's a sense of urgency that he can dickishly play up to be like, sorry, I can't talk to you right now. These things are going to melt. I got to get these in the freezer right now. Like, I have to leave your presence immediately. You know, it's just so,
I'm busy.
like, it just adds that little antisocial element that he, not that he did in the story, but he, like, once you get a sense of this guy's vibe, you're like, oh yeah, he's totally doing that to avoid talking to people too. Like,
I didn't have that specifically, but there's something about a frozen meal as opposed to like getting something fresh from the mess that also is very telling of Elias's character.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he doesn't want to have the interaction of going through like the cafeteria line or whatever it is, you know.
Yeah, he just wants the fuel for the brain. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and then move on. So, yeah.
So that was chapter 3. There's Elias, there's our introduction to Siobhan, and that was where a lot of exposition also went, as far as about subspace and extra stuff to figure out there, or at least stuff being reiterated that's like, okay, here's the problem being worked on. Are there any comments that you guys have on chapter 3 before we move forward? Welcome, Faldor, also in the chat. Faldor actually is the person that did layout in the conversion for ebook. Thank you very much for that. The book is available paperback, ebook, and audiobook, which you're listening to right now. press-enter.net/destroyers. So, Felder, thank you very much for the help with the ebook layout there. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, any chapter 3 comments before we move forward?
Good chapter, you guys.
We did it. We're doing good. How much?
Yeah.
So, really quick, I guess I'll talk about it as we start to go forward into chapter 4, where Hawk is all upset about something. It was an honor and a privilege. Absolutely, sir. Let's start chapter 4, but then I kind of want to talk about the order that we recorded things and how that went through.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, before we start chapter 4, I know you are mentioning possible future stories. And given the state of the internet today, can I ask a request? Can Hawk Corvin have a middle name of Tua?
No. God damn it. That is already dated, Brian.
No, it's not. I was doing it before it was cool. Just ask Terry. He took all of them out of the audiobook recording.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
There's like, I've got at least like 2 hours of you coughing and spitting. It's
yeah, we're just gonna have that outtake reel just for the masochists out there, or
I'm
for the weirdos.
I'm gonna make a whole like EDM genre based on
That's
Bryan
right. That's what we're
having
saying.
a stuffy nose.
Oh
It's gonna
my
be.
gosh.
I won't listen
intense.
to it until the Nightcore remix comes out. Chapter 4, if we're all ready, folks.
Yeah.
We're gonna start chapter 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chapter 4.
Well said.
Now listen here. You can deny what is happening
I
all
like
you
using
like.
this bit as a
You can
preview in
quiver
my
in
stream
your,
pre-roll of just Hockey
boots.
yelling at the
But
other
I
captain.
will not be mocked.
He just doesn't want to be cute. But
I'll
he
be
is.
bored of
He's a floating
Hot
pufferfish.
salt
He's
is
he's
whiz and mime turning
he's
the dials.
adorable.
Well,
Somebody needs to
bad.
make a movie out of this.
He
I
tried to play it
I would
cool.
love, like, I
The
reached
moment
out to
the
an
video
animator and
connection
was like, would this be,
established,
you know, what
these
would this
humans
be? And he was like, here's what the
had to
cost would be. And I was like, maybe
It
another
probably
time.
had something to do with his
Just use real
relationship with
pufferfish,
some
man.
urban
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't stand for it.
Yeah, so,
Captain Hawk Corbin
recording
could be
order,
ignored. That was
we
fine.
actually started
deal with
recording
being
with the Treason
underestimated.
duology, right?
But to be found
Yeah, we
unbearable?
started with the 2 short stories that
Absolutely
are at the end of the book.
not.
And I think that was
Oh,
so
no,
we could, like,
of course,
hone in
said the
our
huge large captain
our
with a
process,
smile.
get warmed up kind of
You
everything
are
and
the
ready to go,
fearsome
rather than
pirate
diving in on the main
captain,
book
and
itself,
I am
because
but a
the short
humble
stories are
merchant
kind of like
whose
bonus
hold
content
is full of
that I was kind of going back and forth as to whether we'd even
secret
include in audio, and I'm glad that we did.
All yours
But it
to
also
plunder.
made sense,
If
both
you don't
recorded
mind,
first,
little Wendy.
and then
We're on a bit of a schedule here.
to be
and
edited first.
you-
Terry, I think that you started
well,
with the Treason
My
duology,
little
Yeah.
so that we could get that process
Why don't
dialed
you
in.
just run along
Yeah, so we could
before
just-
put
it
a
was
hot tip
basically
into the Terran intelligence
To get all our
agency
levels
about you
right
coming
and kind of
across
figure
some
out the
highly
pacing.
sensitive information.
You're like, okay, every scene break, let's have a little more
The
space, and just kind of
humans
like
seem to
getting
enjoy
that kind of
playing
thing
off the nature
nailed
of this
down.
cargo as being equally as important.
I
I think that also
as
helped us
everything
get on the
else
right,
he
you know,
mistakenly
picture early
thought
on
of the
because,
situation.
again, this being
If
like our
Hawk
first
were
time all
amateur,
doing it, like it
if
gave us an
given
actual
pause,
goal right away. It wasn't like, oh, we got a chapter done. It's like, no, we got a story done.
Yeah.
That was actually a really nice way to kind of, you know, hype ourselves up as well as getting everything fine-tuned.
Yeah,
prideful.
and each of the short stories
That's
are
it.
longer.
Captain,
One
at
of the
this
short
point,
stories is
whether
longer
or
than any
not
other
you are
chapter in the
carrying
book.
what
The other one
I
is
think
longer
you're
than
carrying
all but
is
two.
immaterial.
So it was a
We will
good chunk
board
like that too.
inventory
Yeah.
and take what we please.
We've got Captain
I give you until the
Sempraja
count
over
of
here.
2 to transmit your manifest
Very kind
and
of
make things
I got
simple.
every time a new character comes up, I'm gonna be like,
Oh,
Brian, voice,
not
tell.
3. How will I ever comply with only
I don't know if I
2
necessarily had
pounds?
an inspiration for this one. I just kind of like, you know, giving him like that deep voice and a little,
1.
Smug.
a little
Okay,
smug for
folks,
sure. Yeah.
Tiny here wants
What
to play.
was really challenging
Shorty,
with
our escort,
the book
let's get
overall
moving.
is
Captain,
being a blonde-haired,
Just
blue-eyed
bring
white
us
guy,
food to light.
not doing
If you'll
a
excuse
lot
us,
of
we
terrible
have a schedule to
impressions
keep.
of certain
The
accents.
screen
Yes.
went blank,
To the
revealing
length
forward
of
viewport
being
and beyond it.
basically a one-man Phantom Menace.
2.
So I didn't want to
Jam
come
comms.
across as like doing, you know, specifically
Comms
Asian or
jammed.
specifically
I
Middle
don't think
Eastern
they
or
took you
specifically,
seriously
you
enough to
know,
report us
African
while they had
American
you on the line.
accents because
lost.
that's
Threm?
not really my place, you know. So
Yeah.
when-
Gunnery teams,
obviously
fire
there's a
on incoming
multi-ethnic
fighters.
component to the scientist chapters especially,
Take us
and
to
then,
their
you know, you have some
stern,
of these,
Tenta.
like Sempraja's a
Oh,
human
Captain.
pirate, so obviously there's a good chance he's not
Logic,
Caucasian.
accelerated
So you want him to
heart,
sound a little
thumping
different,
guns.
but
Yeah, not
trying to
pirate,
find-
but yes, he's human.
One
oh, yeah, but out in,
and
out
then,
in
but
space,
yeah, the
not
name
scientist.
Sempraja, I
Ballistics
forget
and spiraled
exactly
away.
where in the world
The
that
second
is. I know I
fighter
looked it
broke
up when I
off
was
its
writing it,
allowing the
and it's the kind of thing that, like, hey, do you think that you could do an accurate Indian accent? And the answer
Thanks,
is
Swoop.
probably not. All right, cool. What
Configuring
else can we
EM
do then?
torpedoes.
Because we don't want
2
to.
to 1
Yeah, we didn't
evacuate.
want caricatures.
Ready to fire.
Exactly. And so I think with a lot of these, I ended up going with maybe like some inspiration from actors who are American but maybe are from that background. So like they might have like a little bit of that accent in their normal voice, or at least in characters that they portray.
Keep that fighter away.
Like I think now that I'm thinking about it, some project might have been a little bit more of oh my gosh, what is the actor's name from Lost? Naveem Andrews, I think his name is.
Okay.
And so it's like it's deep, but it's not necessarily thick on the accent.
Right.
But it just has that little bit of like slower cadence to it, a little bit harder on some of the consonants, and just to make it sound different.
It's smooth
without sounding offensive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because he's also an attractive character based on how Liz describes him later on. So you want something that like will in turn like attraction, or at least like okay, I could see why somebody would be attracted to this person. You know, and that's got to come through in the voice, not necessarily any visuals, because there are none.
Swam a quick circle in the air. Liz!
Also, it's the future, and we're off planet, right? So it makes sense the accents would be a little more homogenized.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Bring us into
except for Siobhan.
Well,
suit up!
hey, man, a rogue is hard to kick, man.
Welcome, Songbird Misty, to the stream. I hope you're having a great day so far. I mentioned before trying to do like gestures with people. It's really hard to do that with a floating pufferfish. I keep wanting to say that someone nods in agreement, and I'm like, oh, he bobbed in agreement. He tilted forward. He wiggled side to side while thinking.
He had twice that behind him.
And like in the sequel, there is a main character Keegan in the sequel as well. And so just having to come up with like, you know, okay, how does someone look defeated? What is their posture like when they're just like all the life has left their eyes?
You shoot me.
Deflated.
What does that mean? Yeah, deflated. Exactly, literally. But also just like floating around like shin level rather than up at eye level, maybe.
Superior firepower, and we take what we want. Second, you stand down, and we take what we want. Now,
we're just gonna listen to Hawk for a little bit here.
I know. I just love that Hawk just got bigger and more eccentric as the book goes on. Like you hear the first act and you're like, okay, you get the idea of the voice, and then you get to like also like he does more ridiculous things.
Yeah.
But then it just gets louder and bigger and more ridiculous, and like whenever he cries for anyone's attention, it's just like the most. Like we thought Elias was dramatic, and then we meet Hawk. We're like, no, Elias is fine.
They're
Elias
dramatic on opposite sides of the emotional scale. Elias is dramatically upset permanently. And Hawk is dramatically happy. Even when he's upset, he's jovial.
Any suspected delay will result in previous promises of physical harm being carried out.
Which is not something that I did intentionally, but it's interesting to compare and contrast across the chapters.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And they are, like, Hawk is the main character, I would say, of the pirate point of view. Certainly he is the most common pirate point of view, although it's not universal. Liz does take that a few times, and towards the end of the book, I think it's a little more her story as well. In the scientist point of view, like, Elias is unquestionably the main character, the one with the character arc, the one with the development, whatever. Dr. Iapa Morgan, though, also has a lot of character development, so he definitely takes the lead there as well sometimes.
The manifest on the tablet in front of him. I don't suppose you know
in the second book, I'm doing the kind of Game of Thrones thing of like just saying the name of the character that's the point of view for each chapter as we go. In this one, there's a few points where like mid-chapter it switches point of view. Like there's one where like I just couldn't do everything that I wanted to while staying in Hawk's point of view, and it switches to Liz midway through, or like the other way around.
And puffed slightly.
And we always change the soundscape when that happens to help accent that.
Yeah, there was one where it happens while they're on the bridge, and it switches from Liz's point of view to Hawk's. It's chapter 8 where Liz says, oh, we should jump, and then it goes to Hawk where he's like, this is an awful idea, but it's 100% something I would do, so I guess I gotta do it.
said Liz over the radio.
What's she complaining
Hawk
about?
had
She's the one that said it
transmitted the
first.
manifest
So yeah,
back
like
to
they're both
Wanda
on the
so
bridge
she
with
could
that.
search for
That
what
was
needed.
a little harder to do, but that was a, hey, let's have a
62 was
second of a
marked as
gap here.
Salvage, warship,
just to sell the
light,
point of view
reactor,
shift.
inert. Common enough to avoid
I just love the
attention.
I hate this,
Keeps
but it's on
prying his
brand.
way.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Right, said Hawk cautiously. If you're going to suggest we take more
Hawk is
innocent
very
sounding
concerned
stuff,
with being on brand.
I don't know that we have
Oh,
the
yeah.
room.
In another
very
life, Hawk is a social media influencer.
He's a very vain fish alien.
Itself.
True.
Sorry, what's the
Keegan.
I was just
Keegan,
gonna
that's
say
right.
that while we're here, we should grab the
Misty saying
contents of
audiobooks seem
64
like they
right
would
next
be
to it,
fun to
too.
produce. Absolutely, this was
Hawk
such.
flicked down the manifest on
Well,
the
from
tablet.
mine and
Right.
Brian's perspective, it was such a great time to be there recording it.
64
The post production.
salvage.
I know how
For
For
film
you guys, it was like a
post-production goes.
weekend. For me, it was my
work.
life.
We
It
don't
was-
need
yeah.
engines.
It was work.
please.
You know, you got paid for it.
No.
Yeah,
But
of
if
course.
you
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
But-
but it was a great experience. I feel like, I don't know, it was just kind of magic the way it all worked out.
Like
Yeah.
part of the reason that I kept trying to find like, okay, what is a
made it
sequel
his
hook that
mind.
I can do is because I want
Fine.
to make an audiobook
Make
with you guys
sure
again.
there's room in the hold. And get
Yeah,
the
man.
grapples
Do
ready.
like audiobook
Captain,
summer camp every year. Just write a new book every year.
formally inform
Every
Oh,
year
yeah.
might be a little
that we
aggressive,
will
but
be
you know, I'm trying.
the human
A couple of times a decade.
from Hawk's fins.
But yeah, it was that kind of like again, I've
Jettison
done
contents of basic
film
to
shoots,
two. Jettison
and it's a lot of
contents
fun
of
to do
base
those. And
64.
obviously, yeah, then you got to go back and do
Captain
post production.
Ramesh
That can
Sapraja.
take half a
Victor
year, or a year,
Uniform Lima
whatever.
Charlie Alpha
But it
November.
had that energy of a
Execute.
film shoot weekend,
A
without us
distant
having to go anywhere on
through
location.
the hold. As
We didn't have to
Chuck
drive an
Norris
hour and
stretched
scale
their
a cliffside to go to the waterfall.
There was a hissing.
It honestly felt like an artist retreat for me. Like, as weird as that was, like, I was coming off of a very, like, technical job with my theater tour. Like, and I work in theater a lot, but, you know, I kind of bounce between being on stage and being off stage. And since I was off stage, I was doing a lot less creative, artistic stuff. And then I just got to go away for 3 or 4 days and hang out with you guys and just flex all those muscles and joke around and have a good time. And eat Wendy's cooking. I mean, that was fantastic. I mean, it was just a wonderful little like vacation, a working vacation in the Catskills. You know.
Well, that's kind of what the aim is here, is to just kind of have that feel. It's like you get your space where you can do anything audio wise you want, but then outside it's like
Let's be out of range.
fresh air, nature.
Yeah, 100%. Like when we just went out and just stared at stars for half an hour.
Ready to coast.
Yeah.
You know.
We literally planted trees while we were there.
You guys did. They're doing really good. The
awesome.
fastgrowingtrees.com. Shout out.
Shout out.
Luck, we won't have
They
to rely
really are
on
growing
the
fast.
ocean after this.
Like, it was
I
so
would like to
coming
get a
from
look
New
at
York
it
City,
all
like
before
that
we
is like
popped
the
it, though.
least New York
put a
experience
lot
I
of
can
faith
have
in
right
this.
now, and it was only
He
like
told us a number
2.5
of
hours
problems
away from the city.
and
It was
told us
just
to be on our
beautiful.
way.
It
Yeah.
was beautiful.
I know, Liz.
Yeah.
I like
he
it
knows
here.
that if he
Yeah.
didn't give us what we needed,
So
I'll
we
pop
did
that
miss it in the
insurance
chapter, but there was
charge
one of
he
those bits
planted
where like we
and
added some
leave
sound
him
effects
sitting
when
pretty
the pods
as
get
I turn around
jettisoned.
and blow his damn
Oh,
And so
yeah.
yeah, there was
sky
like it's
high.
kind of quiet even when you're listening without
before
people jabbering
Terran
over it, but it's
orbital
got the
security
like
can get within 1,000 clicks.
It's
Let it
subtle.
all be
Yeah.
salvage again.
yeah, and it was always like making sure we could talk
If it
over
helps,
it just fine.
said Swoop.
But yeah, like
I was
had
getting
that
some
artist
strange
retreat
readings
thing
from the cargo.
as well as
If
having
it's not stealth tech,
there was
it's at
I guess
least
the lead
rare,
up going to it
expensive,
was like
and
a
worth
film
a
weekend because
fortune.
we needed to have everything in place. We needed to
Well,
make sure everyone was
that
set.
sounds promising.
Get the PDF to Terry ahead of time
I'm
so it's
gonna
on the
check it
iPad
myself.
inside.
See if we need to make another social call.
but then
with
yeah,
good Captain Sapraja.
it was
Liz
each day
with
was
me.
the film shoot kind of thing, but
The
then it
captain
was
and
just
first
all right,
mate
cool.
worked
Now we're
their way
relaxing.
from the
We're
dim
gonna
emergency lit decks.
Yeah.
bowl a
The
few
crew stood
frames.
ready by their
uh,
stations based on various
Eat some
holdings.
good food.
Yeah.
Stretch in a hammock.
1.27.
So I'm
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the link for the party farm into chat. On the off chance that anyone in chat is looking to do any audio production or have any audio that they would like to work with you guys on audio production.
Hey!
Yeah.
What am I looking at?
And that's the nice thing with this, like it is a production, like you said, you still have to do all of your pre-production
Where
work
would
that
I
you would on
be
like a film
without
shoot or getting
human
ready
humor?
for like Tech Week on a show or something like that. But then once we actually got there, it's such
He floated up to
I don't want to say easier, but such lower intensive work, and it's a lot less running around. It's a lot less,
police fleet used to
keeping on top of multiple details like you do with a film shoot, like changing locations and everything like that, and switching camera equipment. Like, it's one set of equipment, and obviously Terry had to do a lot of, adjustments as we went on, which you just made our lives very easy with doing that, Terry. But then we got to just go and jam.
I am depleted.
Yeah, and it's interesting to compare to a film shoot, because a film shoot, like, you do a scene setup, and then even if it's in the same location, it takes a bit, the camera's moving around, whatever. The talent gets a moment to relax, kind of off camera. But like, this was, Brian, while we were recording, you were pretty much going straight, and if you weren't speaking into the microphone, you were sucking on a cough drop, in between takes.
From the Battle of Earth.
Yeah,
it was like a vocal boxing round or match.
Interesting.
Several rounds.
Yeah.
It sort of felt like every once in a while we pull you out of the booth, give you a little massage, squirt some water on you. You got this, Bri. You're doing really good.
Towel you off because I
got blow your nose.
Back down to this level.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna take our headphones off. Okay, now you can blow.
Yeah, right.
Did you bring Destroyer
It was good though.
onto my ship?
We stayed really focused.
What would we even do?
I feel like
Yeah.
That's not always possible.
Yeah, that can be
I
difficult,
couldn't even
but
tell the difference between a computer
And it was nice
terminal
seeing
and
this,
a
like,
coffee
now that I've
machine
explored a little
chips.
bit more with, other people producing audiobooks, especially at, more like the independent
That
level,
we
like a lot of
wouldn't
times,
know how
it's
to even
just the
identify
narrator
what part of an
producing
alien
themselves,
archicidal
and they are the
invader
one-man
ship
band,
we even have.
and that is such a tremendous amount of work for one person to do, and the fact that we got to split this up over 3 people
probably were
was
some in there.
incredible.
But
Like,
no.
Terry, you handled everything on the tech side for us. That was
What
great.
else was there?
Andrew, you had
Why
all the
were
continuity,
destroyers
making
there
sure
in
everything
the
sounded
first
perfectly
place?
and matched the book as well.
Hawk
If I skipped a word or a sentence, you were able to be like, nope, go
Yeah.
back. We're going to do this again,
Slowly.
which is what I needed.
Yep.
Puffed up.
my job
And
was
so,
the
like,
easiest
back
of the
to
weekend.
Liz.
I just sat there with the
Wide-eyed.
book, marking it up. It's upstairs. I'll grab it for Act 2. I meant to bring it down.
us.
Like, marking that up and occasionally
You
making
got-
notes so that when we did break,
You're a genius!
I don't know. I think it's pretty difficult to focus that long, like
Yeah.
you listening and reading at the same time.
I
So
know
don't sell
I am.
yourself short, man.
it's
all
also
appreciate
like
it.
it's a book that I had read, very many times by then, so it was like difficult at times not to zone out and to be like focusing while reading with my eyes and listening with my ears.
Imagine the
Yeah,
possibility.
Catching
well, you
everything.
did all the work
No worries about
beforehand.
being
I mean, you
spotted.
wrote the damn thing.
I did the
and then
pre-production.
you-
Whenever we want.
Yeah.
I guess
But you're
yeah.
also the
Everything we
you're the
can
one with the
do
vision. I mean, you had
with
the
our
you're the one sitting there going,
drive.
you know what, that character might not match that voice. Let's try something different. We had to do that a couple of times. Like, we actually did change
we?
up how once or twice, not super often. Or there were a couple line readings you were like, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, there was definitely
and-
somewhere I was like, hey, can we put more emphasis on this? Like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say it, and then like in your voice as much as you can we do more like that? I don't know that about. If we did change a character voice, it wouldn't surprise me. I just don't remember who it was and what the old version was off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that weekend's a little bit of a blur on certain things, but at the same time, like, I know we made adjustments as we went on.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
luxury that not a lot of authors always get the chance to do. Like,
Yeah.
it's not every audiobook you have the author in real time during the recording session
Yeah.
to kind of have that, like, the direction quality, but at the same time, like, allowing the freedom of, what Terry's doing, what I'm doing, to bring your vision to life. Like, I mean, you are by no means a control freak on this, but at the same time, you got to have that real-time input and shape how the audiobook came out.
Yeah,
The idealized. Go ahead.
Oh, so I was going to say it certainly, takes that off of my shoulders having to make creative decisions.
Yeah.
and having you right there, being able to tell us what you're going for. It's super helpful.
The idealized is like huge studio, the engineer and the director or whatever on one side of a pane of glass. And I think that this, although we probably could have been set up to watch you through the glass, but that would have been weirdly voyeuristic, just watching through the tiny little pane into the little room. But I think it was a cool balance that we struck. And then, of course, to hear you telling us, like, yeah, I was doing this the whole time for that character, and I'm just, we didn't see any of that.
I can't help but notice there was no emergency trip to get WD-40 for the chair, though. So
that was put on the shopping list for next production.
Next time we gotta have a
Next time.
camera in booth with you like the whole time, so we get all those magical moments.
I love it.
All right, we're gonna keep moving on. The next chapter is chapter 5, going back to another scientist chapter. Well, any more comments on chapter 4? Again, that was getting all the cargo off of the ship, and then Liz surprising Hawk with like, "Hey, congratulations, we're getting a subspace drive too," which is more what the book is about. But like, I wanted Hawk to, for some reason, I was like, "Hey, he's concerned about the whole stealth drive thing. He doesn't even think about grabbing a jump drive." And there was a few points where like I have character knowledge and I have my knowledge as an author of what's supposed to happen, but like how do I reveal it was more difficult at something else later on, but was still like a trick to, all right, cool. The ship is here, and for me writing it, it's a logical conclusion to go, oh well, A to B, but it turns out that there's a lot of steps in between that I needed to lead my characters through to have them logically get there. But sorry, any more on chapter 4?
I just think it's a really good introduction into like peak Hawk. Like, yes, we had Hawk introduced in previous chapters, but this is what Hawk is about. He just kind of flies by the seat of his non-existent pants and will just float his way through life, basically, in these pirating efforts and try to put all that bluster in and get taken down a notch, but he doesn't care enough to, have a big worry about it. He'll just keep going on his path and try to figure out the best way to make it work out for him.
You
and then
win
again,
with
right in the
confidence.
face. Yes.
Because if you're confident you're going to win, they're going to see you're confident and they're going to believe you're going to win. And also, it was a chapter where piracy happens, which the temptation when writing pirates is like, oh, well, I don't want them to be evil, though, which is, piracy is, hijacking and under threat of force, stealing. And so it was important to me that the pirates actually pirate and aren't just the pirates who do nothing. So this
Pirates in name only.
Yeah. And so like this was their chapter to actually do piracy. From here on out, they're not. I suppose you could kind of say towards the end they do it as well. Like it's their.
They buckle some swash.
Yeah, absolutely. But in Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow never engages in piracy. And there's a story reason for that that's revealed more later on. But there's not a lot of piracy in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Very true.
Like actual moments of it happening. And so it was kind of important to me that like, hey, let's actually show that. Let's do this, because as much as you root for them, it's also they are engaged in illegal activity, and here it is as it's going. Granted, it's against some stuck-up prissy pants that we're like kind of rooting for them to fall, but still. All right, chapter 5 is next.
All right,
Misty's got me there. I don't actually know how that goes. I just know. It's a VeggieTales thing, right? Pirates who don't do anything?
Oh, yeah. Holy crap, I haven't thought of VeggieTales in long time. Flashbacks.
All right, we're going to start chapter 5 now. Another scientist chapter in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Chapter.
Something sci-fi is happening.
So you did the music for that particular one. What's the instrumentation on that? Like, is there theremin in there?
No, it's a synth. It's mostly synth. Did I use a guitar? I'll have to listen to it again. I can't remember exactly.
But very little.
But
I love it though. It's like quintessential like 80s, 90s sci-fi. It just hits all the right buttons for me every time I do that one.
I was kind of aiming for Doctor Who a little bit. Doctor Who vibe.
They could scale down.
Oh, so 60s sci-fi.
But they hadn't had.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot in this. Like in the whole production of this that does feel nostalgically dated. Like some of this music that's in it, it feels I guess like I can't necessarily say that it feels like a 90s novel like with sci-fi and all that, because it's got a lot of, it's got some more progressive stuff in it too. But like trying to go for like that kind of pulpy, I guess, kind of adventure and going here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, kind of like the BBC Hitchhiker's Guide radio shows, from back in the day. Yeah, it's got that kind of feel a little bit.
And then the cover art is, wonderfully, 90s, early 2000s.
How mu radiation would fit into that model. A second theory posited that a parallel dimension
and again, just, hey, there was no AI involved in any step of this creative process.
A much faster speed
no AI narrator, no AI art, none of that, and sequel will be the same. Sure, it'll be expensive, but it's doing it right.
I'm a robot, actually.
Said that it could explain mu radiation.
I probably should have told you guys earlier.
Yeah, but part of AI is intelligence, and so
product of the piercing veil between dimensions.
I obviously don't mean that, but as long as we're swashbuckling with words over here.
No, it's
synth isn't a real instrument, okay?
Hey, man.
Going back to that argument from the 80s, we're talking about our throwbacks.
Oh,
I'm just gonna eat this banana. Just kidding. It's the shaker.
Accelerated to millions of times the speed of light would still put unbelievable.
Okay, chapter 5. What's happening? I don't even like most of the chapters. I'm like, oh, that's what happens in that chapter. I'm like, 5 is.
Third theory.
I think is.
Really, this was.
Oh wait, 5 is like theories of subspace.
Yeah, they're still trying to iron out what the heck is going on with the jumping and the.
Yeah, and putting the book together, I didn't know how subspace worked, and so some of the
but you figured it out.
Some of the theories that they put forth in this early part of the chapter are either ways that I was considering how subspace worked, or were ways that I've previously written faster than light travel.
But almost all of the
I'm an Avatar of Fate, but I make things work. Like the like breakdown into subatomic particles, and that doesn't get affected by the speed of light limitation. Sure, why not? But it's given as this kind of like
effect.
Yeah, but like that one is the one that Dr. Patel comes up with, and everyone's like, "That's stupid! How dare you!" And they immediately go and disprove that.
Experiments were put in motion with as many different
and then later on when they're looking at results, it's like, okay, but what if in the alternate dimension it was broken down into a bunch of tiny shut up, Sirach!
An aging fair class jump fairy was also retired early.
I think when I was first writing the short stories, I thought that the destroyers would probably come from like some hidden star system inside our galaxy, like still our dimension. And I think that that's how they work. I got the idea for the destroyers from the game Descent Free Space, where the Shivans are referred to as destroyers by this ancient precursor civilization, but as they still call it subspace and free space as well. As the civilization uses it more and more, eventually the Shivans come and wipe them out. So, an immune response. And so a lot of this theorizing kind of comes like from that, which is an incomplete story. The third game never got made, so we don't know for sure where Shivans came from. But there's a lot of inspiration from that game, also in how the destroyer ships are designed. This black and red kind of eldritch, spiky thing.
Oh, sure, much better. We're here trying to get
when it was being published on Reddit, a lot of people did kind of say, "Oh, these kind of remind me of that." And I was like, "You get it."
Put your own shit on blast. We're all supremely happy for you. Siobhan pointedly
Siobhan gets annoyed.
A tray and brought it to a bin, grabbing the sandwich off it before dumping it, and spotted Elias leaving.
Oh yeah, this is the chapter with the frozen meals.
Frozen meal chapter. There we go.
Yeah.
Frustration alone.
So the first half is how does stuff maybe work? And then we're going nowhere. Okay, we need to be the brains behind things. We need to make our own research team.
He was now in the sole company of the one person on the station that seemed to find his conversation tolerable. He has a point.
Even your narration voice I really enjoy. Like your neutral like that for the most part was I don't think that you intentionally changed your narration voice too much between chapters. I think there were some points where it was like, okay, this is a little lighter and happier, but
Then he has a
Yeah,
point
I mean, I
about that.
changed the emotionality depending on what was happening.
Theory
Like,
is
the
the
narration
simplest
does
and
get more
matches up with
excited
our
when the
perception
action
of
picks
travel.
up later on in the book, but
Yep.
We found a
the
mechanism
overall,
in
especially at the
existing
beginning
technology
of
that
this, when we're
enables
just laying the
any
groundwork,
sort of
like,
faster-than-light
it's a very,
technology remote
neutral and metered
destination.
voice on purpose.
Let
And I think
alone
also
enabling
that's
it to
why
enter
I was
the
playing
other
so
side of
hard,
the
because
wormhole.
Elias was
She replied
mostly
about
based
the
off of
type
just my
sandwich.
voice at first, and I was
Yeah.
like,
We've been able to use
I
it
need to make
signal a
these
remote
sound
drive
different, because
Experiment
it's hard
Series
when you
F?
have a character, especially
We aren't here
one
to
of your
build a new
viewpoint
system from
characters
the ground
being
up. Sure,
sounding
we
so
detect
similar to your
new
narrator
and
voice
issues
that
from
you
the
really need to
originating
make
drive
them
and
distinct,
the
so
target drive.
not just for me to narrate, but
that's
for the
not how
listener to
they're
understand.
designed to work.
I'm not narrating,
We're
I'm a
supposed to be
character.
finding
you
out
know?
Yeah,
how
So-
like
they
that
actually
only really
work
works if
before
there
we
is
then work on
one
optimizing it.
point of
Not
view. It's a
coming
first
up with
person point of
entirely
view
new
through
and
the entire
less
book,
practical
and that wasn't the
methods
case.
of
There is
implementation.
first person point of view, but it's from
Come on, Graf.
characters.
You think I
Which
know that?
and even
included
then,
narration
like
from
he
those
said,
characters,
we're
and so
running into dead ends.
that's different.
Then
Yeah,
Dr. Doyle,
and even in first
perhaps
person, when you
it's
get into
time
the
to start
audio, you
exploring
need to make it a
other
little bit different
avenues.
from I'm the person narrating my
This doesn't
inner
realize
thoughts.
he's
I'm
not
having a dialogue scene with the
continued
person
on.
in the scene with me. Like that still
Yeah.
needs to be
Time to look into
differentiated
Dr.
too.
Morgan's
But
piece-based
again,
ideas.
because it's two very different things. Like the
Oh,
narrator
that's
is not Elias,
ridiculous.
you know. So the
Even
voices
without
did
a
need to
C
be a little bit
speaker,
different, and
Yeah.
that's
Still
why.
take time
You know,
to
I
get up
think
to
that's
speed
why
and
we
back
struggled with
down.
Elias
You're
specifically,
looking
because
at
a lot of the
trips
other
of
characters
months
locked
or
in pretty
years to go
quickly.
anywhere useful.
But Elias being so close to the narrator
They
voice
reached
at the
Elias's
start,
office.
I think it
Mhm.
took a
He
little while
tried
to
catch
find the
door
way to
off his foot
differentiate the
open
two.
it.
Yeah.
Siobhan focused on
Just
finishing
be
the
angrier.
sandwich and let him struggle at it for a moment before he
Think angry thoughts and use your regular Bryan voice.
There was one chapter that was a protector point of view, but it wasn't one of the historian. So it's like, all right, this is just going to be Bryan narrator voice, but it is from the point of view of a different historian. So Terry, we still need the echo flange or whatever on it.
Then that's
Yeah, that was interesting. We figured it out though.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And he started
I like what we did with that. I don't want to give too much away,
And if it can, then what?
but yeah.
Then congratulations
different.
abound, we've proven the multiverse. He kicked the door shut. It bounced off of a box and flopped open again.
Just
Elias
kicking the door
glared
shut
at
of the
the
freezer, and then it
box of
opens, and
Swedish
it's just like,
meatballs
as a
and
reader,
fries
you're
and
like,
space
no,
inside
just
the fridge.
please stop
Then
annoying
he
the
put
man.
box
Just get in the
into
fridge.
door. He cracked open a corner and popped it into the microwave on top of the fridge.
Oh, here's where things really start to heat up.
She'd just leave him
Ha!
alone.
I get it.
Get it?
You know,
Because
she said,
he's microwaving it.
followed
All right.
his wishes.
No,
Nice.
no, respect. No,
Nice.
Nobody
That's
wants
a
to
my
work
level
on
joke.
peace
I
bases.
appreciate
That's
that.
that used to be cool.
Diablo. Then
All right.
everyone's as much a child.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And now you want to take
I did all the writing ahead of time. I have nothing
like
left.
He said, wormholes getting us nowhere. Funny thing.
Unlike this
if
meal
start
boater, you need
working
to
on
chill.
peace space,
There it is.
nobody
There it
will
is.
Want to work on it because nobody
Oh,
wants to work
dear.
with you.
Oh,
A level of
biscuits.
pettiness that you, Dr. Doyle, are above, I'm
food.
sure. The microwave beeped, and he pulled
Uh,
it out and
speak-
started stirring
Huh?
the contents.
I'm just kidding.
You don't
I was gonna say,
that's
speaking of
for sure.
food, at the end of Act 1, we
You're
are gonna take a
adults.
15-minute
Why
break.
should I hold your hand?
That is
He shoved the
probably
box back in the
about
microwave.
an
You all
hour,
act
hour
like you
and 10
deserve
minutes
a
away.
gold star just for being here. Well, I'm
So,
sorry.
probably
You don't
about
get
1
anything
p.m.
until
Eastern
we
will
do
be breaking,
something.
but we'll see how
So
that
leave the
how
chocolate
that
milk
times
at
out.
nap time to
I
the
gotta
kindergartners
quickly
and
switch out
do
my
some
coffee
work.
jar.
Oh, sure.
He walked over to his wall console and keyed in a number. Dr. Morgan?
It's
are
also
you there?
like when I
I'm
write.
here, Dr. Omaro.
Oh gosh, that's what he means by jar, huh?
I'd like to
Yeah.
apologize for.
But like writing
Never mind
action,
that.
like sometimes
yeah.
it's incidental
You wanna
stuff.
get
Other times
started
it's
on
like, okay,
exploring
how
your
do I make it
peace-based
interesting?
story?
Saying
Yes.
that he like basically
I-
goes over to the phone and
Yes.
says beep.
It's clear that nobody
Like
in
sometimes
the
you
Warren
need
team
stage
has any
direction, and
plan
sometimes
for
it's
getting
hard to make
results that
interesting, but
map
I always
onto the
try.
drive's proven operation.
That is the
I know
challenge.
there are questions with P-Space, but
Yes.
yes.
It's
one
also,
step at a
like,
time.
Trying not to fall into the trap of how
microwave
many
beeped
times do
again,
I
and he grabbed
use
the box
a
from it,
specific
tenderly
gesture or a
tossing it
specific
from
turn of
one hand
phrase.
to the next,
The
until he got his towel
original
underneath it.
manuscript had the phrase
Prove
to
it
stare
exists,
daggers or to
then we
glare
can figure
daggers
out
into
how to
someone.
travel through it. Exactly.
Which I don't know where I got that from. Apparently, it's
Do you have
somewhat
a lab
uncommon.
set
but
up
I don't know,
somewhere?
whatever.
No.
But,
I've heard that before.
Wormhole has
What was
all
that?
the lab space.
I've heard that
Yeah.
a lot.
Well, maybe it
Scared
was just something that
should
stuck out to
compare
Adam.
notes
It's like, you're
first,
using this a
then we'll
lot.
start
I would say get rid of
repurposing
these two and keep this one.
lab
And I looked
4.
at it and I was like, you're right, I do use that a lot.
I'm
The one that you
working in
said to,
lab 4,
the ones that you said to
Elias,
keep,
said Siobhan.
I'm getting rid of, and the ones you said to get rid of, I'm
Leaning
keeping.
against the whole time.
I think it was like there was
Dr.
3 instances, and he said to
Doyle,
keep the middle one, and I
didn't
kept the
realize
other 2
you were still
instead.
Here,
Sure.
he said
But the
in
point
mock
was to get me to
surprise.
think about it. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah,
a lot of
well,
Adam's
if
feedback
someone's there,
was,
maybe we can...
okay, this is what's going on right
we'll
now.
Take lab 4.
Think about it and make
Wormhole is
sure that's what you
treading
want to
water,
do.
and we'll be
This is
doing
something that
the
he was
real
drawing
work.
attention to.
Besides,
So, and it worked. Like, sometimes there was like,
I
I'm
think
going to
she'll
keep
be
it as
joining our
is
team.
here, but that actually reminds me of
She
something
glared
else, so thank you, I'm going to fix
daggers back
that.
at him, while Iapo continued to stammer from the console.
There was...
Adam's really good with
Finally.
notes. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
cut you
No,
off.
go ahead.
The other
Yeah,
chair
yeah.
To take a seat.
But Adam's really good with the notes and the suggestions where, you know, the suggestions always just come down to taste. You know?
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
Usually
he has what he would do in that situation,
You
but
should be used
that
to it.
doesn't ever disprove
Dr.
the
Morgan,
note because he
why don't
always
you
gives
meet
his
us in
notes in
my
the spirit
office
of,
and we'll
this needs
get
to
started.
be changed or adjusted somehow. Here's what I would do. You know, and then that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to do. Like you said, you did the exact opposite, which is great.
Mhm.
But it also got to the spirit of what he was giving you on the note, which I always really liked with Adam's criticisms.
I just dropped Adam's website into the chat, but he does a lot of short. He does a lot of novellas in an ebook that are on Amazon. He also did the Two Gentlemen of Lebowski. That was a while ago at this point, but he's done screenplay stuff. He does a lot of writing, so his feedback was wonderful. And yeah, it's offered in a great spirit of, like, you know, sometimes this isn't what I would do. Other times it's like, not only is this not what I would do, but this would probably give you a lot of problems. And he would offer a solution, and sometimes it's not necessarily the same solution, but he explains the problem in a way that makes it easy to understand and helps you come up with your own solution that's still going to work.
And is a huge Ghostbusters fan, so respect.
Absolutely. I've started rereading his what's it called? Overthinking Ghostbusters. That is on his site. So okay. That was chapter 5. The team has gotten together. We've got Elias, Siobhan, and Iapo starting to work together now to figure things out because the rest of the team's going nowhere. But we're going to head back to chapter 6, which is possibly my favorite. Like, if you want to talk about, like, a narrative through line for the chapter, and seeing the pirates having a tough time, we're going to start with Liz in her cabin while there's activities next door. This one is not kid friendly. We're going to start chapter 6, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I wrote this chapter at my parents' place.
Chapter
I think
6.
like Easter morning, because I got up at like 7, and my dad wouldn't get up until like 11 or 12, and then we'd
Liz
like go
winced.
off to the
She
family
didn't
Easter
wince
get together or
because of the
something.
loud banging that
And
reverberated
so
from the ship
this
from
was the
the
next chapter to write. So I logged on to Google Docs
Her
on his
cabin
computer,
was
and
too far forward
it
for
flowed
the
out really well.
muffled, rhythmless thud carried by
Because it was like,
stray
okay,
conduit.
they've been sitting
And
there
had been such a
and
mainstay
installing
the
things
past
for a
few
while.
days
What's
that
gonna happen
it wasn't
while
anything new.
while there's nothing going on in the ship?
She didn't wince because of a
Like,
curse
there's
shouted up the
nothing going on,
signal
and she
either.
doesn't really have much to do.
Person crew was
They're just getting
a happy
technology
crew.
installed. What's happening?
It was the quiet
Fish sex.
ones you had to
Fish
watch out
sex.
for,
Yeah.
that bottled up their
Getting other
frustration
things installed.
and get out
Yeah.
Happy
there
Easter,
and
Mom and Dad.
Yeah. Way to corrupt your parents' internet history on Easter Sunday.
fucking deck again.
Well,
Liz
I wasn't
didn't
like
begrudge
Googling
anyone
research
who
for a
said
lot of this one, to be fair.
If a pirate and a gun
Puffer
wanted to
fish
pass the time
cloacas.
on the
Yeah.
cabin,
Yeah, okay.
installing the new hardware,
No, the cloacas are Shaweek. They're
it
birds.
Oh, sorry, my
yeah,
bad.
yeah.
anarchist atmosphere to the ship.
Wait, these are the cat people?
Enjoyed.
The Shaweek are
But
birds.
they did it
Oh, sorry.
Um,
That's right.
in the
Yes.
cabin
Yep.
right
Uh,
next
which
to
were
them.
which were mentioned
And why
in
do
one of the short
keeping
stories
even
first.
buck in the first place?
And don't
They're
actually show up until
overgrown
Act 3 as
puffer
one of the
fish. They shouldn't
ambassadors.
mate
That's the kind of
like
like
that.
parrot like
Drop a fucking
is a
sperm
Shaweek.
cells or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like all civilized
Um,
fish.
No,
Not that there
Trakhanov
were any
is a character in the
civilized
sequel.
analogues in known space, but
It's
Liz didn't care.
it's hold on. What did you say,
Just
Brian? Is
wanted to
I just realized I named a Pokemon instead of your character.
hold on. What did you say? I'm curious now.
I said Croconaw.
Croconaw. Okay.
No, but that's a Pokemon. I just realized what I said was
cool.
not your character. Sorry, it's been a while since I read the book.
That's fine.
I did this a year ago, but no, because I remember saying the character's name was my vocal imprint to get the bird voice, but that's way down the line. So I'm not going to worry about the details now.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of
more
what
embarrassment
it
in
was.
this moment.
Krakenau, or Krakenau, I guess is a
Nice
Yeah,
cloaca.
okay, so that's the one. But no, like you said that, and I thought that you named a character from the sequel. That again, like the Shoutout have a lot of vowels in a row.
Walking in on a couple of Randy Keegan just once was enough. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Having talked
Crocodile. Yeah, there's a lot of different ones with similar, whatever. What is the character, Shoutout name in the towards the end? But I can pull it up.
Not Croconaw.
Wait, it's
particularly hard slam.
Croctorok.
Croctorok, yeah.
Clearly audible moans.
It's
Right?
all with like double A's across the entire thing.
Rocket Croc.
Grew on the bare minimum of shirt, pants, and boots.
Croctorok.
None of which she bothered to.
Which just sounds kind of like bird metal,
Getting
you know?
dressed
Yeah.
when you were having
I'm Croctorok!
she most certainly was not.
Yes.
Fun.
From ambassador to hair metal
She
band,
stalked
and he
out
doesn't even
into
have
the
hair
passageway and started walking,
because he's a bird
not particularly caring
with feathers.
where she
The joke's dead. Anyway,
So yeah, that's Keegan. Sorry, that's Shoutout. Keegan or Pufferfish, and I don't know how they do, and I don't really want to explore that, but they do, and it's loud.
She managed it quite well.
And
it's
so
just like watching two
And
bagpipes
because
next
they
to each
could
other.
tell by now when she was angry. Maybe
Have fun
she
with that visual,
hurt
Boater.
herself before she hurt someone or something.
we're coming up on the point where we're not going to be able to say
herself in
anything because Liz
The one
yells.
with the view outside.
Right.
And I liked
Most
that
of
just
the
I wrote that
logic
out. It's
and
all
half
caps. It goes across an entire line in the book.
Oh yes, this is the loudest moment in the book. That's right. Or in the audiobook.
And it's not a
A
hawk
quick
moment,
glance
which is saying
told her The
something.
room was empty, so she planted herself in the middle, braced her feet shoulder width apart, inhaled, and yelled. Fuck!
I forgot that you worked up towards that like a tornado siren.
Thicker atmosphere favored by the Keegan majority of the crew.
I needed to have my William Shatner Khan moment.
Like
while the
that's not
microphone
how
was
I
in front
would
of
have
me.
like that's not how I would have done it. I would have gone full blast right from the start, but you like ramped up. But
Yeah,
then
that was
I
hard
think
to
I was
rein that
worried-
in.
oh, I
I was
I was
bet.
worried about blowing out Terry's eardrums, so I was like, I'm gonna start low, and then
And
can
then Terry, you
adjust
tell
as
me if it's
needed.
peaking, and we can do that again.
If nobody said
Yeah.
anything in the next 5
Like, oh, you think you got a level? How about now?
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
Then
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like we got us like a decent
Feel
ways
better?
back from the microphone for that one too. We were
Yeah.
like, we know this is coming.
That one we definitely could have heard without headphones outside the whisper room.
Oh yeah.
nice.
Barely, but yeah. And
Take that whisper room.
again, from a writing perspective, I like just that being written out. But then she said other things too, and then just through the rest of the chapter, discovering more and more of what she was yelling that she has no idea.
dropped her head back into
She
her
disassociated and just everything came out.
Rage blackout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until she runs out of steam, collapses on the table. I could go to sleep. Oh
If
fuck,
you're
my captain
wondering,
heard the entire goddamn
Ren
thing. Oh
wondered
fuck, the
that
ship
how
heard the
long
entire
ago.
goddamn thing.
Shit. You have some interesting opinions on my species' mating habits. Shit. And those of whatever foul god plucked them from the primordial sea and dropped them somewhere they could fuck themselves into sentience. That was my personal favorite.
What I personally love about this chapter is the fact that knowing how big an
How long
eccentric
has
hawk
that been
gets
pent
later,
up?
how not that
A
he is
week or
after
so.
Liz's rant. He's just like, yeah, well, you know, that's just kind of how it is. Like he's almost mumbling, like not like a choice. It just kind of was like, I guess considering how hot Liz was a minute ago, like,
Then settle
it just
down.
ended up naturally coming out that Hawk be a little bit more, like, down to earth, like, the mask is
tell
off
you
kind
to
of a
get
little
these
bit.
things
It's
out.
interesting. Like,
Now you
because he's going to have his
stare
time
at
to
the
be,
latest batch of
absolutely
greenhorns,
ridiculous,
and we gotta
eccentric,
calm 'em back down again.
diva later on. But,
Sorry,
like, now he
Captain.
gets to actually
Won't
be,
happen
like,
again.
a person.
Yeah, like
is
they've
like
got
perfect.
a
I sure hope
they've
it
got a
does.
close
That was
relationship, and he doesn't
amazing.
need to, put on a face talking
Sounds
with
like
Liz.
some of it has been on your mind.
and
Yeah, there's a
longer
couple of
than-
moments where they have that sort of vibe together, where like he's like, all right, I'm gonna be chill.
Without a filter.
Yeah.
Because
A lot have
They've
come
they've
out
been
of
through a lot
souls
together.
into her.
Do I know exactly what that is? No, not yet. But they've been through a lot together. And just kind of they're really good friends.
Where does the space lady meet a space fish? That's probably a good story.
Ship about
Yeah.
my sexual frustration.
I think there's it's
dry
mentioned a
spell
little bit
longer
in one of the
than this
chapters when like glossed over in half
Whatever
a
that
paragraph when
means.
she's talking
Yep.
to Carlos. But like basically
Just
he,
a bit closer to
hijacked the passenger liner she was on and she was like, "Yo, I could
imagine
join
it
up."
is
That wouldn't be
intensely
bad.
Frustrating to work with this drop dead, gorgeous.
But they've been through a
captain
lot together since then,
professional
and
decorum prevails.
like this is Hawk at
He
his
laughed
most
as Liz
honest.
smacked him off the table.
He's not putting on
And
a
Liz
performance
cracked a
or a
smile,
face
too.
for anyone else. He's
Do you want
just
to know the worst part of the last few weeks?
Hawk
She said,
Corvin,
bringing
not
her head
Captain
up and
Corvin.
staring at one of the bulkheads. Aside from
Captain
Tenta
Hawk
and Deck,
T. Corbin.
Yeah,
That's enough,
that
Brian.
Captain Samar.
But it's actually really lovely, like, in all seriousness,
Medium build,
it's
dark
actually really lovely
skin,
that that's the side of
graceful
Hawk
jaw,
you see in the very next
eyes,
chapter after seeing
beautiful
Peak
eyes.
Hawk in chapter 4.
True.
Like, you go from one side of him to the complete opposite
was
side of him in
so
the very next
hot.
chapter.
It's not fair. But he probably loves his mustache more than he's ever loved another human being. Oh. So you're saying I shouldn't try to grow one? He flourished. a
Hi,
bit.
God Recall.
Oh my God! You
Welcome.
Would be adorable. She rubbed her
Yes!
hands across her face.
Yo, can we have Hawk T. Corbin grow a mustache in the
Just
sequel?
So we're clear, I'm not.
You can't grow one, but it's got to be a stick-on. that he puts
Yeah, a
on
little
every
stick-on one that like keeps
Maybe
falling
he'll get-
off.
I didn't
Well,
mean.
he should get
I
plugs
make
from like a
obvious
human or
fun.
something. He pirate some hair from someone's
No,
butt
that's
and glue it
fine.
to his
I just-
face.
Just
No
a lot of
offense,
spirit
Captain,
gum.
But
But
Yeah,
then the
right.
first time he
I'm
puffs
not
up, it
gonna
just goes.
fucking fish. Hawk, you're
It like
Hey, hey!
he puffs and it hits someone in the forehead.
Oh my god,
And
yes.
me? With a medal?
I just love the idea of like
No,
doing that.
thank
Like
you.
pufferfish don't actually do that immediately, like
Liz
boom, and be able to
Puff
immediately
is
deflate.
amazing.
But like, screw it. This is
Well,
an alien
fine.
species. It can
Guess
do
you don't
that,
need cuddles.
and I
Yeah,
like playing
do
around with
whatever you
that.
want.
Now, let's not
What if like he
get
gets
too
really sad,
hasty.
he deflates, and just
Liz
one
laughed.
side comes
Small
off?
one that grew.
His mustache
Fueled
drooped,
by
the
her
spirit gum
exhaustion,
dripping across his
wringing
mouth.
out until well after
Ugh.
he was no longer able to gasp for air.
So as much as we're
Finally,
making
she
fun of
slumped back
Hawk's
in the
name
chair,
now,
taking deep
after
breaths.
we were
Tears
driving home
streaming
and I
from her
said to
eyes.
Brian, I thought of something before recording, and I'm glad I didn't tell you because I
Wow.
didn't want to plant the seed in your
Thank
head.
you, Hawk.
But I'm glad that
I
Hawk Corvin, that those
really
letters aren't
needed that.
swapped. So his first name isn't
She reached
Cock.
his fin and gave a squeeze.
This chapter is
Oh,
dirty enough as it is without
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, listen, we don't need this extra spice
Yeah.
added on.
It's
He rose
just
to
very.
And
Yeah.
the new crew needed
But
to
like
Pretty blue.
immediately, like
Scary
about a
human
week ahead of
laughter
time,
to
all of a sudden my
complete
head
their
did the letter
induction.
swap, and I was like, please don't.
Any that haven't
Please do
soiled
not.
themselves by now.
See,
are
that's when we
full
need the book
share
franchise to
crew.
blow up, so then we can make the Triple X parody.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
when
yeah.
we got the name.
Proper
Yeah.
scope of me
Or
and do what I
license it
said.
out. I don't want to be involved in that, but license it out to
Zipsy could definitely-
Yeah, no, I'm-
reputable.
I'll have nothing to do with that one,
Zipsy
but
probably
you
shot
know,
the nearest wall
I hope they
10
have fun.
seconds into your tirade.
I'm sure they will.
No way he's full share yet. But
The
yeah,
first
Feather
name
metal
drop
band.
of
he'll listen when you
Zipsy,
tell him to click.
who ends up being a minor character going forward.
Liz stood and made her way back. to the room.
Basically, I imagine just a
If
bipedal
he's
giraffe,
not
so
already
he's just got
doing
this
so, by the time I
head on
see
the
him,
end
he's
of a
on
big
KP
dumb
for a
neck.
week.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I pictured
The
Zipsy.
captain and first mate took
That's
it.
cool. I
Uh,
didn't get that from.
Exaggerating about the reach
yeah, like I
and
didn't
joy.
really go
And
into
Liz remembered that
explaining
however much
details
thick
on
her
a
hair
lot of the
muffled
alien
her
species.
voice,
I did just
Yeah, you
enough
left
to
it
get
kind
an
of vague.
impression.
carried.
Which like I'm fine with
There
like
was a
letting people
different
kind of
energy
form
to
their
the
own
ship that
image
had
of it.
invaded in the last couple of
Jen Deere have
weeks.
probably been explained the
For
most,
one,
and that's a lot of it is
about
in the short
half
story
the
that they have
crew
4
was
eyes, 2 hearts, a
obviously
kind of
scared to
saber tooth
death
kind of face.
Some thought
Weird alien cat people.
Yeah, but yeah, for the most part, it's just their feline. And
and
have kind of big teeth.
Not in a mood to tolerate anything
You know, the Keegan are alien pufferfish. I don't know what else you need to know. You know, the Plishkin are basically like quilly hedgehogs, or porcupines.
Liz didn't hold much hope. The alternative was them taking.
Yeah, and then so Zipsy's Thurfa are, you know, I imagine draft-like. The face is probably, you know, face and head are probably different, but yeah, like the main thing for me was comically long neck, so that when Liz dope slaps on the back of the head, it basically does like a clown weeble wobble. Boink.
When she and Hawk.
See, I'm only imagining now having one of the Keegan inflate and then bounce around and get stuck on a Plishkin.
Boink.
And her engineering team in shape. Step forward.
Yeah, like
this is the Saturday morning cartoon portion of the show.
if I was to get like any portion of this book animated, it would be the end of chapter 6, where the ship is really loud when going into stealth, and the Keegan all like inflate and bounce around, and Hawk gets face first stuck in a cable run.
I am too, lady. Ladies
Little help.
don't know so much about cloacas, ma'am.
Yes.
Liz looked at Hawk imploringly. I didn't. You did. Liz's eyes widened as her mouth set.
This is our Wilford Brimley engineer.
Oh yeah.
She turned back.
Frystick. So this somewhere before
You
chapter
said
6,
something
we
about a
took our break
demonstration,
and we're
Fry.
joking around about
It
Wilford
better be
Brimley,
about
and
the
then
hardware.
That might
this
have
is
even
what came of
been
it.
the day. We might have
Well,
started on chapter 6 the
plug
second
it
day.
in,
I'm not
easy.
sure.
It's
I forget
human.
exactly where
It's
we
all
had our
labeled
breaks,
and
because
meant to be
starting with the
hot
Treason
swap.
duology,
Our
Yeah.
which in final production is like 55 minutes.
There's enough common standards that we
Maybe it was a
were
little
able
after.
to
Maybe we
rig
got
up
as
some
far as Act 1,
adapters.
the act break.
Yes.
I think we did most of, if not all of Act 1.
Okay.
The
You
first
told
day.
us.
But
you
yeah,
could do it 2
taking a
months
break
ago.
between
Why has it
chapters. This
taken
might
so
have been
long?
when we went back to the house and got more like
Adapters
hydration
were
and
done
stuff.
in 2 days.
Yeah.
We had to spend
But
the
yeah, I
rest
don't know.
of
I
the
don't remember how it
time
came up,
moving
but
stuff
we're listening
around.
right now.
Moving. We're not in
Okay,
dry
well,
dock.
Hawk's
What?
talking right now, but
What were you moving around on my ship?
Easy, Captain, take it easy. I know the Wadja better than you do, and I know what she can take.
I was asked. Wendy asked me at one
didn't
point,
move nothing
you know,
crucial,
during
just
dinner one time. It's like,
some
how'd you come up
life
with
support
the name Wadja? It was like, the Jackdaw is the pirate
Life
ship in
support?
Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, so I just did some rearranging and
Fry
dropped a letter.
grinned. His species
You know, I
was
dropped the
probably why
sound.
human smiles
What'd you name it that for?
while a
Then the trees that we planted were Thuja green giant, so I just referred to the ones that I got from my backyard as the Wadja trees,
Nice.
which they're all doing well too. They're in their second year.
Back up, I said.
Also, fastgrowingtrees.com, yeah, right?
Yep, exactly. Although I didn't, I got like,
You were just
you know, the year younger than you had purchased them, so they were like little saplings.
Fine.
But
So
they're
it's in?
establishing all right.
Sure is. Fry ducked under some conduits to another workspace, and the others followed. In the space was a machine.
I don't
that
know
looked
how
a
the
bit like a
engineering
turbine
area
lying
is laid out. It's
outside.
just cool. Here's another area. There's some conduits in the way. Here's another basically room, and just kind of going back and
Just under a
forth.
meter in diameter.
Sounds like an engineering
Meters
room.
long. Its casing
Yeah.
lacks of
We've
original
we good like
Stuff.
sound design in here. I think there was some Foley that we were thinking of doing, but I think it didn't fit right.
Well, we recorded the bowling
center.
alley,
The pin
and
center,
and it's too loud. It was too distracting.
Okay. It's sharp, like it's a lot of like sharp sounds, whereas the sound pack that I got works really well for background. It's a lot of you know, probably like not cut for, you know, dialogue as well, but like it's soft and indistinct for the most part, especially
Terry,
with
can you
soundscape
explain
stuff.
the bowling alley for our guests at home who have not visited the party farm?
Yeah, here at the party farm, this studio is located on the second floor of our barn, and on the first floor is a bar and a bowling alley, which the previous owners installed. It's basically what was left over of Liberty Lanes, which is a local bowling alley. They dismantled, and the previous owners of this property saved the lanes 11 and 12, and that's what we got here. They're kind of antique, little
So I'm
Little,
Finicky.
little creaky, but they still work.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, we got a few frames on that, and then went to play some pool and just kind of hang out.
Yeah.
And so you guys were trying to record Foley at what part of the bowling alley?
Oh, the pin setter in the back. Yeah.
No offense,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah, because like that's a lot of like mechanical sound that like as long as you're not getting the sound of a bowling ball hitting pins and you're using the stuff in between that,
Yeah.
it's a lot of it's busy,
Well,
it's stuff
So
going
if we
on.
can't do anything with it,
Yeah, it was.
what do
It
you
just
mean by
didn't match
demonstration?
the soundscapes that we were
pretty,
using too. That was
I
like
saw
there was a lot of
bottles in
room
the cargo
noise.
containers, too.
It just didn't. It was confusing to the ear.
It's the kind of thing that like maybe could have
It's
used like a
working?
piece of it when there was
Why
like
were
a
you
motivated
installing
sound
that when I
rather
wanted
than
you
a
to work
background
on
sound.
this?
Mhm.
But
Maybe.
Nothing came up for it, and that's fine. You've got it in your library now.
Yeah.
Like I've got I put mics in 3 different spots of my last car and went for a bit of a drive, so I've got like engine sounds that I was thinking maybe I could use this for Breakdown
I
of
thought they
Two-Thread
were going
Hypatia, and it
crazy
didn't really
and
work
needed
because
an
it sounded like a
appropriate place
4-cylinder
to let
engine
out
no
a
matter
good
where the
yell.
mic was.
Yeah.
Or the exhaust
that
of
would've been a
such.
good idea.
So it didn't work for that, but I still have it as part of the sound library.
No, they were
I did end up
installing
using it when I
belts
did
to
the
hull.
Hot Wheels
Rumor is
scale
when the humans first
car
made
meetup
the
video
thing,
with
it was a
miniature
belt
versions
that a
of that
person
car.
could wear.
So I
When
used
the
those sounds.
Chandelier
I got them in there.
military wanted to
One Scene
scale
Ahead
it up,
has listened
they
to that
just
sound
made a
pack, so
system of multiple really big belts to wrap around the ship. Fry picked at one of his fangs, then keyed a comm button nearby. Swoop. Do you got that drone
again,
out there?
picked one of his fangs. Yeah,
Sure
the
thing.
kind of waver
Video
in there
piping down to
because
you now.
SWOO is
Fry led them back out to the
SWWOO
central
or like
atrium of engineering.
SSWOO or something.
Between the door to the sector
A lot
and
of
another
duplicate
large
letters
conduit,
in that species
a
names.
screen was mounted, which lit up with an exterior view of the Wadja. Liz and Hawk
Nice
leaned
sound
closely
design part
together
coming
toward
up
the screen,
shortly with
and
the
sure enough,
stealth
noticed
test.
Numerous
Oh, that's right,
colored
yeah.
bands wrapping around the sides of the ship, stern to bow,
They become
like lines
invisible.
of latitude. A few around the upper stabilizers, a band near the bottom.
Which like we
and
used a
2
version of a
just
sound that
above
was
the
like
central
very
belt
grating and
line
added
of the
more
ship.
stuff on top of it. Future times that we're in
I
stealth, we
hate
put
it.
in like a much calmer version of that sound and mixed a lot
Me
lower.
too. That's not how a dog wears pants.
Yeah, it was fun.
What? Never mind. Fry, can we paint them? I want them painted.
Well,
That's
When they
not how a
publish
dog
the
wears
specs,
pants.
I'll sure
Like basically
check
came
that
up when I
in
was
the
trying to
FAQ.
explain how the orientation of the
those
belts goes around the
boomers
ship.
said this can
And it
get
was like, I can't say it's how a dog
loud,
wears pants because there's argument about that.
He
It's-
pointed to some earmuffs. Liz grabbed
Do they
a
go
pair
around
and
this
offered
way
them
or
to
the?
Hawk, which he waved away and flapped his fins up to
Option
signify
A of
that
how would a
the
dog
was
wear
here.
pants.
Yeah.
All hands,
Hawk said at the screen.
I
prepare
would
for
say it's
stealth field test.
Pants with 4
Fry
legs and just
says
the
it's
neck
gonna
sticking
be
out.
loud.
So a
Your
onesie.
hearing's good enough that you now know more about human reproduction
It's like a
than
dog
you ever
wouldn't wear
wanted
pants.
to.
A dog would wear
Then
onesie
cover
pajamas.
your ears. Wouldn't want you to get hearing
Okay.
damage and miss out on the next one.
Liz
Here
punched
we
him
go.
lightly in the side.
Ow!
We're gonna do it.
Oh.
Fry, hit it.
Ah,
I
Captain.
like this. There's just someone there with 2
Punch
big
it,
plugs
Chewie.
going.
Stood with 2 cables held apart. We'll get you a fancy button up on the bridge once we got the kinks out.
Got them a fancy button later in the book.
All hands, brace for stealth field test in 5, 4, 3. All eyes turned to the screen in anticipation. Then, the Wadja screamed as she blinked out of existence. The shriek felt like metal scraping on teeth dragged across a chalkboard. Not in the sense of the actual acoustic experience.
God, the
sound
excited
was
narration.
unholy and indescribable to the
It's
point
exciting
where
stuff.
even
Yeah.
trying to
Gotta hype it up.
recount it later would
It's
prove
fun, like,
unpleasant.
I don't know what it sounds like. I
But
just
in
know it's
how it
awful.
felt.
So
It set every bone and fiber of Liz's being on edge.
A lot of, like, static thrown in.
This would be destroying our ears, but I put some heavy limiters on it.
yeah.
Sure enough, she could see
It's like to
only
give the impression
empty
of it, but you know, It's always that like,
Watch
oh,
it.
the characters are experiencing this
No
really
longer
uncomfortably,
visible.
but we can't actually do that.
You don't want to do that to people. I
Yeah.
could have though. That would have been fun too, I guess.
Disconnected the two cable beams.
In
Like,
in
why
Breakdown
does
of
the
238
Roger
Hypatia, there's
stop
one bit where
screaming?
like there's
Reappear.
a character that is like ejected from a
shook away
ship,
the
and I do
ringing
that
in
like
the ears,
tinnitus
took off
ring
the
before all of the
Well,
sound
say
of
that was
sounds and
successful,
dialogue start
Captain.
to fade back
You?
in. But like,
She
all right,
turned to
I
her
need to do
side.
that in a way
He
that
had
like
been
doesn't
pressed up
actually
to the
hurt.
screen in the conduit. But
It's
he
like,
was
all right,
nowhere
cool.
to be
It's this
seen.
that I
He
literally
looked
I had some
around
tinnitus
and
at the
noticed.
time, and I literally just matched the frequency to what I was hearing in one ear with what I was
The
making in the
captain
other
and
ear.
two Pekin engineers
All right,
had
cool. That's the
puffed an
frequency.
alarm at
Now
the
it needs to be at like minus
and
40
bounced
dB.
themselves across the room.
Can you imagine
One
just getting
was
like the
trying to
analytics
wriggle
on this
her way
audiobook
out
if you
the
didn't
cabin,
do that? Like, why
while
doesn't
another
we stop
just
listening at
ricocheted off
chapter
a couple of
6?
bulkheads
Oh,
on the floor,
Oh,
I
shooting
yeah.
stars
Mm.
in their vision.
yeah. Mm.
Hawkins
So thank you for not doing that.
His tail fin wiggling uselessly at the back of his inflated body. As her hearing returned, her laughter redoubled as, muffled against the cables, she heard, "A little help!"
Yeah, that could be my favorite chapter. Certainly it does some of my favorite stuff with narration and again having a through line that is more than just what they're saying. It's what's happening and what people are doing.
Yeah.
Even if that is each other at the start. Certainly like I like a lot of parts that happen in other chapters. There's scenes, I guess, to say. There's a lot of scenes that I really like. But I think as a cohesive chapter, that's possibly my favorite.
Pretty good one. It's a pretty good one for sure. I like the one that's well. I don't want to give too much away.
Oh,
but
go
there's
ahead.
one
Go
that's-
ahead.
I think it's the next pirate chapter is going to start off, and it's all the sounds of the bridge, the ship's freaking out from going through the.
Yeah, that
my God,
is
yeah.
chapter 11
Oh,
because
that's 11,
because
huh?
chapter 8 ends with them going into that rift.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yep. So
Gotcha.
chapter 11 is them coming out at the
Yeah,
end.
that-
And yeah,
I
that
really
could be
like that
so
moment.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when that comes
Yeah.
up, I might just be like, everybody, shh.
Yeah. just listen to this. It's cool.
Chapter 11 is where we really go for broke.
Yep.
Boom.
But
All right, everyone. Chapter
oh
7.
yeah, chapter 11, space bankruptcy. I friggin' forgot about that shit.
Capitalism jokes, hey.
We did record that chapter intro with you saying chapter 11, space bankruptcy, and I saved that somewhere.
Wait, did we? I've totally forgot.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yes. Oh, so good. I was like, you can just cut the last two words if you need to. I mean, you know, at least you got it in the can somewhere.
Yeah. No, that's really
let's
funny.
get a clean one, but yeah. Oh
Yeah,
God, I don't
okay.
even know what most of the outtakes are. At some point, Terry, if you want to get me some of them, I would love that. I would adore that.
I mean, I'd have to dig deep. It's
yeah,
on
no,
a
that's fine. If they're
Yeah.
not conveniently
hard
set
drive
aside
far
somewhere.
away.
Yeah. But any more comments on 6 before we move on to chapter 7?
I like 6. It's a nice round number.
Yeah.
A nice half a dozen. It works well in so many different counting systems. All right. So chapter 7 then, coming back
Okay.
to our science. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I lost track of where like act break stuff was. So okay, chapter 7. Coming back to our scientist group. We're gonna start this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This in
Chapter 7.
I love it. It's like I want an album, but literally it's just 3 different 20-second pieces.
P13. Purpose of experiment is to test hypothesis of.
Oh boy, I
parallel
get to write a
space
science
or
experiment.
dimension.
Oh, is this
Duology in full
is this the chapter where we introduce P-space?
Prologue. We are using
It
the subspace
might be,
drive
yeah.
to decommission Gendir Fair class jump
Yes,
train
yes, it
Salt
is.
Road.
P-space.
Safety lockout regarding
And Elias
destination
gets
has been
so
bypassed.
upset.
Successful test.
We're not calling it that.
Portal rift opened to P space. Elias frowned. He still hated Morgan's P-space term, but it seemed to be sticking among the growing team.
Better than poop space, am I right, you guys?
I just like, and I think it is when they're discussing the results in this chapter where he's just like,
and
and space!
Those that weren't at the core of their theories. Though Siobhan would have delineated their contributions somewhat differently.
I like that acknowledgement of like, Siobhan gets the people to do things. I don't know. I contribute.
Methods of traversal could be devised. Some that joined the team likely wanted to do so just to support the testing and prove that it was impossible to open a rift to another universe. Then, having thus disproven the concept, to go back to their own
I don't know what a whole lot of. I guess okay. So I forget exactly how early I landed on. Oh, well, the destroyers are going to be from another dimension.
And was ready to go in
But
just
I
a
think
couple of
it led
days.
to one of those aha moments of like, well, if they're in
Siobhan was at
another
the terminal
dimension.
connected to the Gendir computer.
Like at first, when I was trying to think of a sequel, it was all like scientist type thing. They're trying to figure this stuff out. They come up with the alternate dimension, whatever. It was adding the pirates, and like, what if the pirates get sucked into that alternate dimension and get wrapped up in all this? That was when it was like, all right, we have a story here. Now let's develop
The
this.
program for the single rift opening.
Because it's one thing to be like, all right, cool, we're gonna figure this out. Okay, cool. Well, there's just gonna be a lot of stuffy people in lab coats talking.
The
you know,
test will
to
be conducted on interval to minimize
making the
new
pirate
rats
point of view come in with
Elias
P-space.
grudgingly reminded himself that Siobhan's
or whatever,
software skills were
or later
one
referred to as
contribution she
inside.
brought to the team.
It kind of
He
made
had
it
prepared
click,
the
but
sensor package to take
yeah, I
readings
think
coming through the
pretty
rift.
early on it was all right. Yeah, we'll do
calibrate
an alternate
package,
dimension thing, so they're like
experiment
extra
P11
dimensional
had been a
invaders, makes it
control
extra.
firing with a destination
extra
set
scary.
and no travel. And P12 had been the same with a jump.
Boater,
firing
what have you been
transfer.
writing recently?
The
Right,
package
Felder,
was
you
getting
haven't
readings both
been here
in front of
as
and
I've
behind the
somewhat
rift.
freely discussed that I am
New
working on a
revolutions,
sequel. It
radio,
is the first
gravitational
draft
lensing,
is about halfway done.
and various other methods for
I'm not
gathering
going
and
to say what
quantifying
the
data.
topic
It
is
felt
of it, but there is a sequel to How
But
We Stop the
Elias had
Destroyers
budget
that
for
will
it, and
eventually
wasn't
see the light of
particularly
day.
in the habit of being
I don't know
frugal
when.
with other people's money.
But
Maybe
How
one
the
of
destroyers
afterthought
stopped us.
instruments would
In the
turn
future.
out
Ooh.
Ooh.
It would all be about
Hey.
How We Started the Destroyers. No, that's the
what
prequel.
experiments were for.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
Oh, How We Restarted the
The passengers
Destroyers.
at full-
How we
How we
fixed
continued the destroyers?
Drive
How we
is ready
serviced
to
the
engage.
Destroyers' engines so they could get
Interval
going and
window
back on the
opening in
road
2
again.
minutes. Thank you, Siobhan, said Iapo. G-Min.
Green flag,
stand by
the
for
Destroyers.
Yeah,
Cut
I
off
was gonna
standing
say
by.
how we
Expected
go
rift
the
stability
destroyers.
window is 2 minutes.
Destroyers
Kim
rebooted.
G-Min checked their notes.
The Destroyers and
2
how we
minutes,
stopped
7
them.
seconds without transit. After which point
Is
our
me that destroyer?
closes.
I will say
Siobhan,
there was
your package isn't going
I
to
got-
mess with that, right?
I won't say significant
You went over
pushback,
this,
but I did get
G-Min.
pushback
My
on the
package
title
shouldn't
"How
mess
We
with
Stop the
anything,
Destroyers"
but we've never
because it's
opened a
kind of
rift
long.
without a matching destination rift before.
You know,
We don't know how it will
a lot of people are saying
respond to
just
the
keep it to
usual
the
termination
Destroyers,
method.
and sure, I'll refer to it
Right.
shorthand as
Sorry,
Destroyers.
nerves.
But you
They
know,
took a
in
deep
the
breath.
vein
more
of
steadily
like
said,
Becky Chambers, the
We'll
long way to the
engage
small
emergency
angry,
cutoff if
the long
rift
way to a
duration
small angry
exceeds
planet.
2 minutes 30 seconds. Or if anyone calls for an abort.
to be taught if
Safe
fortunate.
word is abort, everyone.
Others like that.
Cut
Like I
off,
kind of
standing by.
like the slightly more
Thanks, G-Min.
purple
1 minute to
titles
interval.
that have been in sci-fi somewhat recently.
Elias,
Yeah.
said Iapo. Confirm instrument team ready.
But yeah, I
recording
don't.
on
Thoughts on the
instrument
title?
package. Elias
How we started the
back to his own
protectors.
workstation and the
Yeah, right?
PCs by himself. Real-time monitoring. Go, no-go for your stations. Murad,
Oh, this go no go
Radio?
sequence I enjoyed.
go. UV and X-ray? Go.
Like
Gamma
it's, you know,
radiation?
depending on your
Go.
point of view, you know, for
Dr.
me it
Morgan,
was
all real-time monitoring
public
is
service
go for
broadcasting. Go is the
30
title of the
seconds
track
interval.
on the Race for Space.
Instrument package
But
is
for
now
others,
recording
it could
data
be
for in-depth
appropriate
post-op
scene from
analysis.
Apollo 13 or from Armageddon.
Thank you,
You know,
Elias.
it is that space
Everybody,
launch go
here we
no
go.
go sequence.
the floor is yours.
And I was
Copy.
excited when I realized I had the
All
opportunity
stations
to
prepare
include
for
that.
interval. Attempting subspace
It had a
rift
lot of
without
Apollo
destination
13 vibes
set.
when I was reading it in the booth.
Now,
And you got to do like all the voices.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, go,
Distant
go,
point
go.
in space. cordoned off by
Yeah, I think this voter was like, we just need like 5 people we've never heard before and we'll never hear again. So just, can you think of 5 voices you haven't used yet? Like, just say go. And
It's like they can be a little more Hanna-Barbera, but you know, dialed down a little.
The light levels varied.
Go!
Everyone stared in awe at the apparent aurora in space. After a moment, Elias
that really would have been the perfect place for the
regained
cartoony
his senses
voice placement.
Yeah, right.
Getting sweeping radio
Destroyer
modulation.
Gate SD1.
Urad is spiking
A little bit of Stargate discussion
Super
going
light
on.
spectra
Taco
also
Pill.
modulating
I was talking with
seems
Taco Pill like
sweeps
a
across
week ago, and
ultraviolet
he
and
was saying
X-ray.
of like getting into SG1 and
Whatever
like how to watch
spectral
Atlantis
shifting
along
you're
with it.
seeing
He's like, yeah, I just
seems
finished
to be
SG1 in
short
Atlantis. I'm
gamma
like, holy
rays,
crap.
Getting no activity in
Nice.
picometer scale.
Nice.
Transverse Murad confirmed. We have transverse
I definitely
mu
did a
radiation.
little bit of research on
Elias
the
was
electromagnetic
tempted to rush
spectrum,
to
having
their
it up
side
here. I'm
and
like,
see the
okay,
data
what
for
like
himself. But he was
X-rays and all that? Where
Since
is
he
it
had
all
the
lie
coordinates.
on here?
Iago had no such immediate task and rushed to the displays in his place.
Because
Magnificent.
there's always a lot of.
I
Go
mean,
ahead. Go ahead.
This isn't confirmed.
I just remember this is our
King's
first time we
space
hear
entry.
Kim Ji-min.
That's true.
No,
Yep.
replied
Yeah.
Elias. But it's
That was
promising.
fun. Because again, this is
Reporting
one
is
of those where
solid.
it's like, don't do an Asian
Hardware is
stereotype
holding.
voice. But I wanted...
But I'm
Obviously,
starting
when you
to
have a
get
room
some
with this many
feedback
people,
I
you
don't
want
like.
the voices to have vocal
Recommending
variety.
experiment termination before reaching 2 minutes.
You did
There-
it largely
Roger,
in pitch,
said
I
Iago.
think.
Elias.
Yeah, it was
thoughts?
mostly in pitch, but there were like a couple
Attempting
things
to
that were like,
test
all
how
right,
long
let's
you
pull
can
like
open
the
it,
idea
but
of
save
this
it for the
impression
next
without
test.
doing the impression.
Yeah.
So
Siobhan,
I don't
you are
know.
Go for rift closure.
This is gonna be a very like
Sending
long
termination.
explanation for a
Sent.
dumb little thing, but
Go for it.
Capacitors
there's
powering down.
the stand-up comedian Kathleen Madigan.
Okay.
Rift
She
is
had a
still
whole bit a
active.
couple albums ago
Elias
about
put his team
one of the
staying on the
Chinese
rest of the
airline
road could plainly
flights
see.
that disappeared.
Uh-huh.
And
Sweeps
there would
increasing in
be
frequency.
she basically would do this like long
That thing
running
was
bit
dangerous,
of
supposed to stabilize.
a
Observed
like the
Iago
press
nervously.
person
Dr.
who had to
Kim,
come
stand
out
by
and be
for
like
cutoff.
the press
Dr.
secretary
Morgan,
essentially
I don't know.
for the airline.
We're
Be like,
not-
yeah, day
we're not
100
keeping it
whatever.
open.
We still haven't found this person. And it's just like
Cutoff
this
kills our
constantly
power.
exasperated
That thing-
voice of like,
She nodded.
I know whatever I'm gonna
Right,
say
increasing
is gonna be
worry.
taken horribly by
That's
the media.
stabilizing
Yeah.
itself.
And you know, yes,
Elias
it,
didn't use
that
Siobhan's
in the bit it
eyebrows
was
to tell
with
him
you know
what
the
that
a little
meant.
bit more of that
Nobody had
stereotypical
ever
Chinese
opened a rift
accent.
without
So
a
I just kind of
national
like
destination.
I took the idea of like, what if that person
History.
who is kind
Some
of
of
like
these
always giving
conversations
bad
ended
news or
as
always
whole
just you
office
know
rushed back.
the add-on
The
or
Gendir
the
had
also
played
ran
substance,
in the story.
And that had set them on a path.
Not to the
new
point of
training
Suresh,
paths.
but like there are
Was the
times
Alpha
when
Point
like
team
Kim is
repeating
kind of the
history?
punching bag in a little
Yeah,
area
yeah,
here
he's
and
the
there.
butt
So-
monkey a little.
Target the
A little
same
bit, yeah. So it
facility
kind of
again?
felt like that.
And this
Or
time
they.
Kind of picked up on the vibe. I'm sorry, you're right. They. I apologize.
Yes.
They.
Sorry.
picked up on,
G-Min
you
is
know-
is
I'm
non-binary.
losing X-ray emissions.
You're absolutely
He was
right. My apologies.
No,
snapped
that's
But
that's
yes.
okay. I
Chastising
hate to say it, I had
himself
forgotten
for
until that
losing
very moment.
absolute
But yes.
Props to you though, Butterbug, for writing non-binary
I'd
characters.
rather
in
not.
your-
True that.
Thank you. The
Absolutely.
sequel is doing even more of that,
Iago
where like
cast him a look as though
one
he
of them
were
uses
judging
they them
him.
pronouns, another
Him
uses
with
like
a visible
zir
pair of eyeglasses,
pronouns. So
pulling
like
him
just
out.
trying to keep track of
Elias sighed through
making.
his nose.
I don't want to misgender anyone in my books.
It's either
But yes.
stabilizing
Anyway, so you were
itself
saying
or
about
losing
G-Min.
whatever energy is keeping it
Yeah,
open.
so with G-Men, just
Maintaining the
they
rift
always
will
kind
tip
of
that to
had that
stabilize
feeling
in
of
the
like
future.
they know whatever they're about
Noted,
to say
not
is
needed
not
for now.
taken well. And
Yeah.
it just kind of reminded me of
Scopes.
that Kathleen
What are we
Madigan
looking
bit.
like?
Gotcha.
So, Catherine Madigan, whatever.
I'm losing radio
Kathleen Madigan, I'm sorry, I'm
frequencies.
blanking
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. So
Looks
that's
like
where I
intensity
got
is decreasing
G-Min's
as well.
voice from, was that
Should I
kind of
send another
bit. And again, like
termination
it comes
signal?
from an Asian,
No.
air quotes,
Write it
Asian
out.
Uh-huh.
influence, but, you know,
Iago
without
leaned
making it
forward
sound
on the workstation
like a
before
racist
him.
Yeah, without
stereotype.
like super messing around with the consonants. Too bad.
He peered
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
rift
You
as the
know, so
station
there's definitely like that. Like, there's a lot more
formation
tension, and it is the higher
color
pitch, but it's
suddenly
also like that
and
nervous
swirled
energy
together.
that comes
The
out. Like,
spectrum almost
even if it's just
united
I'm
in
doing
the
my
bright
orders,
light that
it's
characterized
someone's
normal
about to
substance
pounce on
rift.
me for saying the wrong
Then,
thing.
Yeah.
Always,
as though it
G-Men.
had
So
tried
I kept
to
that
fail,
energy
the
in
colors
their dialogue
dissipated.
every time I could.
and the rift collapsed. The normal fabric of the universe healed
With
over the
having
wound.
G-Min as a
Nothing
non-binary
really
character,
opened
I'd never
in the
wanted
first
to
place.
like pull attention to it. I do
Mhm.
believe that you noticed it
The next
when
day, Everybody was back
like
in the
while
lab
we were
going over the
recording or
results.
something like that.
The real question,
But
said Apo,
I had
is how close
recently
were we to
read
establishing a
the
self-sustaining
Kaiju
rift
Preservation
between
Society by
P-space
John
and
Scalzi,
N-space?
which is magnificent,
N
and
space?
Neve
Cried
in that
Elias.
one,
The
they're
real
non-binary, and it's
question,
never
said
mentioned, but you
Siobhan,
just kind of
ignoring
pick up
her
that
other
like, oh, they're
colleague,
using they them pronouns.
is whether that was
Yeah,
N-space
yeah.
on
And
the
everyone
other side.
is just
It could have
they
been a
use that.
connection to a
You know,
random
it's
point in
never
N-space with
you
some
know
phenomena we
even
haven't
like
seen
someone who's
before.
like kind of a dick isn't like misgendering whatever.
First off, I'm
Right, exactly.
never
And I mean,
calling
that's
our
the ultimate goal. Is
normal
it just is?
It just is, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Nice,
and
it's
there's
It's culturally helpful to start exploring the new way we're using language.
Yeah.
As well, you know?
and
Get
that's
people
something
used to it.
I'm
Second
trying to do
off,
more of
however
in the
unlikely
second
that
book is
possibility
that
is,
you
we
know
do
whether
need
it's
to
gender
discount it.
presentation, sexual
Our
identity, it
next
just
logical
is, and we're
step
moving
is
on
sending
from
a
that.
probe through.
Mm-hmm.
Someone around
John
here
Scalzi is
must
so
have a
good.
quick test to
Agreed.
put
I've
together
read
an
Old Man's
ebook
War
to
and
determine the
Kaiju
speed of
Preservation
light,
Society,
right?
and I need to read more of
That
his stuff.
feels like a
You're
good
gonna say
metric
red
to
shirts.
test.
I know,
Yes.
but
Red Shirts is
We'll
great.
check with the team. See
um,
if they have any other ideas
wonderful
for what
writer, and
universal
also just like a
constants
wonderful
might be
presence on
defined
social
differently
media.
than
If you're not following him on your preferred
We also
on your
Elias
preferred
stopped,
platform, you
cursing
should.
himself for even starting to
He's
say
on
something.
Blue Sky, Mastodon.
followed
Used to
through.
be on Twitter, isn't
We
anymore.
also should look at the
I think he's
problem
on
security
Instagram
of the site.
or Threads,
This
but
isn't top secret anymore.
yeah, I'm following him
We
on
have
Mastodon. And he's
more
like, yeah, I
than
use
token
each
military
platform slightly
presence.
differently. I've heard good
Are
things
you
about
worried
Collapsing
about
Empire as
Junior
well. So.
saboteurs? Asked Siobhan. Elias thought she might have an inkling of
So this
what
is
he was
the-
actually concerned about.
The after action thing where they, I think the term end space is either brought up in this scene or like
Well,
next,
fine.
another couple chapters after we've gotten used to P space. Then we spring end space on you, and it's like, no, why?
How many spaces are there?
No.
It's parallel space and normal space. I don't know what the difficulty is. P space, end space. Moving on. No, we're not moving on from this.
Might come through the next time we open.
Did you just assume my dimension?
Silence greeted him.
We're stating it and moving on.
Then
Moving on.
Yaakov
Moving forward.
said,
On forward. Forward.
You're right, Dr. Omarov. I will make sure to requisition a garrison that will at least give us
Elias
time
getting
to
humbled
evacuate
a little
the
bit here with like, all right, everyone's all
Hey,
concerned
Dr.
about this, and I
Morgan?
thought I was above that, but
Suresh said, as
no.
if
I think
reluctant
that
to change
also
the topic.
playing up
He still had
the
his
idea
tablet
that they're
in
playing
hand,
with fire was another
displaying
thing
the
that
timeline of
Adam
readouts from the test.
recommended that I add.
Yes, Suresh.
Because like,
Right.
yeah, they're
Trying
in
to change
dealing with
gears
trying to
in
get the
life is
destroyers, they could end up
unexpected
bringing
work.
them back, and that's a very real
He
concern.
approached the group.
And it wasn't a plot line that I was
Kept
planning on
the
including, so I
recording
hadn't thought
package
about
going
it. But
after
like,
the
right, that
test
would be something they'd be worried
until
about.
next
So,
to see if there are any residual effects.
adding that into here
Did you
of just the
see,
worry of what it could
time
mean for the
code
destroyers to
T
come
plus
back
414
before we're ready for
33?
them.
The three frowned. Iapo turned to his tablet, while Siobhan, who had
I don't know if you've given it any thought, but so the different dimensions in your mind, how are they layered? Is N space on top of P space in a sort of like
seems attenuated?
occupying the same space but in an undetectable to us type of way, or is it a completely different realm, totally separate?
Something we're
It's
right now.
It is a different dimension in that there's like a fabric that needs to whatever. I just because of speaking from in the same way that someone from the northern hemisphere refers to up and down and whatever and all the baggage included with that, that I think of N space on top and P space below, still using the old terminology of subspace.
Yeah, okay.
So like if you have a
occupying
2D representation of it, then you've got P space right under it that has a 1-to-1 mapping, and you can go out and in like that.
I'll head that team if you'll have me, Dr. Morgan.
And like the whole thing with a subspace jump is like taking a sewing needle with thread and going in there and then back out to make that bridge, that wormhole bridge, and then it's just like zoop right across the thread without actually being in N space or P space at all. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah. I mean, you could think of
fantastic
dimensions and the way they relate to each other in a whole bunch of different creative ways. So.
Yeah, that sewing thread thing, I think I just thought of that particular
Could be one of our
analogy,
lost
and I don't need it now because it's not really dealt with in the sequel. It's just this is the way things are. I don't need to explain it with any sort of visual like that. But the only Scalzi I didn't go for was Lock-In, but I didn't like pandemic fiction before recent events, says Faldor. One thing I like about Kaiju Preservation Society is that it is very much of its time, having been written in, I think, 2020, 2021. Like, the first chapter or so is someone, you know, dealing with, like, food delivery apps in this, you know, mid-pandemic version of society. It is very much a time capsule, I believe intentionally so, of that moment in time, and uses that well to good effect to get into its story. It's interesting looking at like what is contemporary fiction that then, you know, intentionally or unintentionally becomes a period piece. You know, here we are even 4 years on from 2020, and Kaiju Preservation Society is a period piece somehow. All right.
So what's next?
Go ahead.
Chapter 8.
Yeah, Chapter 8's next. This is the last one before the act break. So 7, any more comments on 7? That was, you know, our go no go, the main like science experiment that we see, and to kind of follow up off of that. His most recent book, Starter Villain, is very much in keeping with KPS in terms of light/humor. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Starter Villain as well. I love the cover art too. It's just a very important looking cat, and it's hard to say no to that. But all right, if you guys are ready, we're gonna move on to Chapter 8.
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Cool. This is they've played around. The pirates have played around with their subspace drive and are about to pay the piper for it. We're starting Chapter 8 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little off key, but it's fine. We'll fix that in post.
All hands, prepare for stealth field test.
Next time I need a new alien species, we'll just plan on auto-tuning it from the start.
Keegan on the screen had taken puff blockers. Most people wrapped additional fabric around their heads. The last few tests had gotten more.
I love the idea of like drugs that the
but the tech
Keegan
had
can
still
take
been
to like not puff up
unbearably
an
loud.
alarm.
The
Puff
field was
blockers.
only active
Like it's like an
for 2
antihistamine or
seconds
something.
at a time.
That's
So
pretty
nobody
funny.
had experienced any permanent damage. But still,
And then yeah, these
Everyone
big
was being
chunky like
careful.
black and
Even
yellow
if it was
headphones,
just
you know,
going to
big
be
like safety headphones
momentarily
on top of pirate gear. Like this
Liz
doesn't
was
fit
back
the
in her
aesthetic at
full
all.
pirate regalia, the yellow industrial earmuffs clashing terribly with her aesthetic.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
looked at her board.
I really do like the idea that even though they're in
Then
space,
turned
they
back
dress
to
like
Hawk,
1700s pirates.
flashing a
That's
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I get the
Nodded
feeling
and
that
keyed a
like
button with the wrappings around his head.
Hawk saw probably specifically
Right,
Muppets Treasure
everyone's
Island.
good to go.
But like he saw like a movie that is set in that, you know, like an old movie that's set in that, and he was like, "Yeah, that looks like fun. I want to do
Stealth
that."
field
he just wants to be Tim Curry.
Yeah, like of like he
4,
saw like
3,
a portrayal of that, and decided I'm gonna go for that. And then meanwhile Liz is like, "Yeah, that seems fun. I could go for that." And then she saw like Pirates of the Caribbean, and it's like, "That's what I'm doing." You know, just like taken from whatever they can. So they've just got a gigantic library.
Oh shit! What just happened? What was that?
That was entering stealth
Minus
without
2?
extra noise. The first time that they
Ah.
successfully
She
did the stealth drive without
Yeah,
all
you
the
can
harsh
hear
noise.
it's less abrasive.
Yeah,
But
there's
didn't
just this
hear
kind of
anything past the spare shirt she'd wrapped around.
It's
I mean,
almost
honestly, given
comforting.
it is. It's
What's
nice.
wrong?
Given how diverse
course,
the alien
having
cast
not
is on the
keyed
pirate
the
ship,
radio,
the Muppets Treasure
nobody
Island is
would
definitely
hear
the most appropriate.
Yeah.
Everybody was looking at the screen.
It's
Not
that's how
the
this
Muppets.
movie would. This is how this would be made a movie.
No.
It would
This would
have
be
to
a
be
Henson
Muppets.
movie.
It would have to be a Henson movie. Yeah.
Some stuff.
Oh, that would
Oh
be
my
so
gosh.
good.
Well, Henson Company did Farscape, right? This has got
Yeah.
Farscape
Yeah, they
vibes a little
did.
bit.
Back under her ear.
Yeah.
Very
Pumped her
much.
fist
Very
upward,
much.
cheering.
I haven't gotten
around,
past the
she
first
saw
like
everyone
5 or
else
6
starting to
episodes of
join her.
Farscape. It didn't
Hey,
hold Steph.
hey,
Like I was planning on watching
success!
it with her, and then it just
Came
didn't hold
Hawk
her.
through the radio.
Which
Yeah.
is
Cheering
fair.
made
It's
it
not
past Liz's hearing
a
protection
universal
as she
kind of.
keyed her board
It's
back
pretty
on.
90s at this point.
All
It's-
hands,
It is,
successful
yeah.
test. We are currently stealth,
But yeah,
and
to
also
do
currently not
God,
going
like that would be a
deaf.
dream to work with Henson Company on something, right?
Great job.
Absolutely.
said
I
Hawk.
don't know how
You can shut
Keegan would
down
work for
Captain!
that, but
Yes,
That's their
Boo.
problem.
yeah.
Stupid cons. I forgot. I've been trying to call you
Like
for
I
a
mean,
minute.
it's either
We're
that
not
or it's gonna be
incoming
just a
contact.
tennis ball with
Maybe
a
we keep
CG
hitting,
replacement.
yeah?
That's boring.
Liz looked over.
They'll just paint out the puppeteer underneath the key. It's fine.
100%. That's probably what they
Years
do.
out of it.
As the author, you should insist on practical effects.
What kind
No,
of
what I would
contact?
if it was a Henson thing, I would insist on having a bit
The
part where I
kind
get to
that
be
don't
on
belong
camera
out
with
here.
Henson
We're light minutes
Creations.
from anything.
Yes.
Could be brothers.
Pay
in
no
piracy.
attention to the arm
Could be
underneath
misguided
me. And then to the
salvagers.
left. I have an itch.
Hey, let's call it system security till we find otherwise.
Just did a full watch through recently. Brilliant
Right.
show.
How
Yeah,
long
I need
do
to
we
sit
keep
down
the
and watch
field
it, but
up?
like there's so much other things that
Yeah,
I'm in the
no.
middle of right now.
This is the
Like
first
Dimension
time it's
20, I'm
gone
catching up on so
longer
much, and
than
those are
5
2-hour
seconds.
episodes each time.
To know if it burns out or anything.
I got about this a little
the
farther than
standoffs
you
we
in
installed to
Farscape,
show
but
it up
I petered out
probably
halfway through the
won't
first
hold
season.
up.
But everybody,
64 ounces of coffee.
They were
Um,
You are ready for the act break, huh?
you are a beast. I love it.
No, I'm fine.
All right.
I'm gonna get myself real amped up, and then like halfway through the book, I'm gonna start drinking beer.
Fry, be ready to kill the field in case.
We've
And
made
I'll-
we've made some
Obviously, by the last
commentary.
chapter.
We've made some commentary about a drinking game. You know, for every hey and so forth. But
Every time Hawk says hey hey,
Oh, we'd be dead.
I'm hydrating.
Exposed to the Wadge's dense air.
well,
Good
there's
for
water and coffee, so technically me too.
Upper limits of her hearing. The kind of
Tell it to my kidneys.
tone that would get annoying over time, but not painful.
Exclamation
Hawk
point
finished
W to get your own
wiggling out of his hearing
hydration.
protection and said,
Okay.
Swoo, any details?
And then yeah, I like okay, we found a sound
Mass
for the stealth
signature
drive that
seems
just
to
kind of
be
can
about
stay there in the
10
background, just
15 times ours at range.
Very
Can't
cool.
determine
'Cause, yeah, it's
number
up
of
for, like,
ships
half
in
the
separate
chapter.
Classes yet.
Just makes the atmosphere kind of weird.
No, Threm, we're not fighting that.
And then when they face off against the military captain here, like when they were up against Sempraja,
When are they getting here?
it was
They're pulling a deceleration
you know, this
burn.
like
Be here in
not
about 10
super
minutes.
competent or like was outmatched by them, and then they're gonna come up here against you know, another captain who's
Option
like
one.
has the upper
Hope the
hand,
field
and
can hold out
Hawk
long
tries to
enough
out-Hawk him,
while
and it
they
just
swoop
doesn't work.
around, get bored, and leave.
I'll stop now.
Terry, you said you had yet to start on the beer?
Yeah, no.
Okay, just checking.
This is
All
just
right.
how he is.
I'm on my way up right now.
Got it.
Yeah, he's on the
Coffee
brum
pot.
brum brum, and then once he gets that, it'll be on the brum brum brum.
Yeah.
What's the runtime
Definitely
on the
like-
audiobook? The total runtime is, I believe, 8 hours and 20 minutes.
It's like 8.5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
8:23 is in my playlist right now.
And does that
but that
include the short
includes-
stories?
Then actually,
yes.
I have
Any
the
other
retail sample in
options?
here that I needed for Audible.
Is
So if I
thorough
take that out, it's 8 minutes.
ideal.
Sorry, 8 hours 19 minutes, and that does include the
Yeah,
short stories.
Asked Tenta.
So
Longest
4 hours on 2x speed.
audio file ever created.
Yeah, and it includes your
not
about the
forever.
author. Well, not about the other, but your afterward.
If
Yeah,
we
yeah.
start running
Well, it
now,
has the
they've got momentum
the
and
Treason
will still
Duology
be on top
tag,
of us
or
as
the
we
preface
accelerate.
that kind of talks
Could
about
delay
that.
them though.
Yeah. Which you actually
And
narrated.
though our stealth
Yes, I did. Although there's a
Yeah.
version that you narrated as well.
Okay.
Because we
If
kind
we
of.
don't have an idea in 3 minutes,
I think
we
I was
can
like, I
revisit
don't
that.
know if I should, and you guys were like, do it,
Tick-tock,
and it was okay, and
matey.
yeah, it was the right choice.
I'm glad you got a cameo in there.
Yeah.
Appropriate.
No.
Just like in the
Honestly, like-
Henson production of the movie, I need a cameo.
Right. I mean, I've heard it both ways in the audiobooks I've listened to, where the narrator does everything as the author included. But honestly, it really is nice when you have an author's note. If you have an author who
You're
knows how to
not
work a
saying.
microphone,
Yeah.
like having that actually
It's
like
hooked
from
up.
the person who
It's getting
created the
power.
work
Hit
is a
it.
really nice little extra intimate detail.
We
So I
have
really
no
love the fact
idea.
that we got
can't.
your actual
We do not
voice in
know
on
how
it.
to operate.
Yeah, and again, we did this with a
Exclaim,
process where
in
we had a
flames,
dedicated
like
audio
like
engineer
pop
here. It
pop.
wasn't just you in your closet with
These
sheets draped over doing it, and then I had to like try to replicate that for how the mic
We
sounded.
have so far.
Right, exactly. We did
Powered
everything in real
3
time, and I mean, yes, we
times.
did do a
And
version
made
where
shoot
I
its
did it
magic
as
juice
voter,
with
just
Yeah.
reading, you know, what you had
And
written.
Just in
it's all
case,
weird,
but-
trippy.
Yeah, exactly.
We
You know,
have no
that's nice
idea
thing though, is
how
that
to
we
enter
had
a
both to play
destination.
with, and then ultimately you got to
Do you
pick which
know
one
how
worked
empty
better.
space
So
is?
that was,
If we
you
jump
know,
half a
the
light
best
hour
way
in any
to do
direction
it,
but
honestly.
one,
It
we
adds
have
to the
phased away
authenticity.
from contact.
Mhm.
Yeah.
A light weak.
Yeah.
We're outside the system with no idea how to
Oh,
get
what's
back.
this voice?
And
A
there's no
little
redial
bit of
button.
New Zealand
Davy
in
Jones
there.
from the Monkees.
Stared at Liz.
I love this.
Tell it to
So if
do
you do it on
last.
2 times speed,
Just
God
follow
Recall
in
say
the
you can get the
footsteps
book done in
of
4
whoever
hours.
was the
Yeah, buddy.
Taco Bell said you can make me sound like a
Newsflash,
chipmunk.
Liz. The last thing it did was poke at space
Yesterday,
without enough
my
power
my
to
boss
do anything.
decided to like throw on the first chapter,
Keaton was definitely angry.
and I think he did it on
This
like
is
1.5x,
absolutely-
and it's like, oh, Elias is talking at a normal pace.
This is irresponsible and rash. Hawk looked at Liz. And
Oh, this
They
is
all
that
like to be
perspective
dramatic.
switch I was mentioning. That's like it's from Liz's point of view at first, and then after the jump we go to Hawk's point of view.
Oh no. I love it! Hawk laughed. I love it! How does it work? Wormhole pathways? Maybe we'll just tap one of those. Come out at a jump point. Not ideal, but better than being caught here by a bunch of humans.
And I love the
Can't-
pirates also have
you
no
can't-
idea how subspace works,
Objection noted,
but they're just gonna
Kentucky.
do it.
Anyone else have a reservation?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the act break, you guys.
Everyone on the
Oh,
bridge,
no.
including Liz.
I'm
raised
fighting right
an
now.
appendage.
Do you
Fighting
want
a good
to?
fight.
Yeah, that's still more like 12 minutes
Now,
out. Do you want to pause at the point
Would
of view break?
you rather be captured with
I'm
the
just gonna
rap
run real
sheets
quick.
you all
Okay.
have?
I'm just disappear for like 30 seconds.
Okay,
Over the
we'll see.
course of
We'll see you
about
after.
I'm gonna pee behind the booth.
Okay.
Every single appendage went back down.
Take your mason jars.
God Recall
Part of
mentioning
Captain Hawk was disappointed
people,
that
anyone who
nobody
talks
was going
fast,
to
honestly,
try
like
to talk him
my
down.
mouth gets ahead of me a lot of the
Because if
time.
he
So
were
just
to be
having,
fully honest
if
with
you have
himself,
people that like mumble or
he
talk
would
fast,
show
whatever,
right
sure. If you
behind
need
him.
training, listen to audiobook at double speed. I can do that.
He wasn't
Mhm.
usually in the habit of being honest.
Well, it's nice to have that
Why
option
start
too.
Now?
Yeah,
Great, he said to the room.
I like
staring
like
at
that.
him.
Hawk wasn't
Fry?
usually in the habit of being
Line
honest.
engineering had been
But why
open
should he?
the
You know,
entire
oh,
time.
if he was honest with himself, blah blah blah. But he wasn't usually in the habit of being
Captain.
honest. So why start now?
Sounds like a hell of a plan.
I liked
A
finding
hell of a trip.
ways to subvert
Yeah.
a turn of phrase like
Yeah,
that.
we can do that.
Indeed.
Get those relays on! He yelled away from the comm. Captain fancies a swim in the unknown. Fry, get me
So a
all
lot
the
of these
power
characters
you
have at
can.
least cameos in the
last
sequel.
tests
So
weren't
Brian, you're gonna
enough.
need to do some research before
Captain.
that.
We're gonna pull
That's
the
fine.
plug on
I've
the
got my
stealth
notes
field.
somewhere.
We'll overcharge
Yeah, after the act break,
capacitors
I'm
to
gonna grab my book
150%.
from upstairs just to be
Hopefully
like,
that'll
look,
do
this
it.
has like notes in it from
Sounds
this, that, and
good,
the other thing.
Fry. And
Yeah.
won't that be something
Yeah, so
fun
for those
in
who
their
have come in
reports when we
since
just
we last
pop
mentioned
in
it,
out
after
of
this chapter
nowhere?
is the break between Act
Wouldn't
1 and
want 'em
Act
to
2.
get
We are going to take a
complacent.
15-minute break.
Hawk felt more
I know one of us has already gone to the bathroom, but everyone else will be able to as well.
Sorry,
All
fellas.
hands
Oh, you're
strap
good.
in, said Liz.
We were just
She
mentioning
turned back to the
there was
door.
the turn of
Eyes
phrase of
wide,
like if
shaking
Hawk was
her head.
honest with himself, blah blah blah,
What was she
but he wasn't in the
doing?
habit of being honest, so
She
why start
suggested
now?
it in the first place.
And using
Surely
that
this
is kind of
is
like
her
I
fault.
enjoyed
We
ways
have
that I
unknown
could
contacts
subvert a
closing
turn of
in on us,
phrase.
presumed to be Terran orbital security. We are
But also,
preparing to engage
Terry,
the
Boder
subspace
decided that
drive.
he didn't want you to miss anything, so we are going to
Took a
start
deep
back
breath,
over at
and
chapter
then took
1.
the liberty
Okay.
to
Start all over again.
Hawk had given his
No
word.
problem. I love it.
Yeah.
Any
totally.
crew member
Yeah, we
that
have
wants
time
to
for
take
that,
their
right?
chances with Terran
Well,
and
actually, like,
galactic
I
community
will say
justice
while
at
you were out,
large,
we heard
rather
the
than
the stealth
primordial
field
forces
drop,
of the
so we heard
natural
that
and
like
unnatural universe proceed to life raft 2.
but it's like, oh, I'd forgotten that was up because it became like a comfortable background kind of
Clearly
thing.
didn't realize she dropped her usual pirate inflection while delivering the bad news.
I will say I haven't been
Not that I
writing
object
Liz
to
with a
giving
pirate
you the
inflection too
choice,
much in the
but
sequel.
I was
Probably.
hoping you'd try
Like
to
she still
sell it
wears
better.
all that stuff, but
Liz rolled her eyes.
she's
and
classier
went
now.
again, dropping out of the official
not
voice.
working with
Refined.
Hawk day
And
to
then-
day.
Anyone who jumps
Timbers
ship
are a little
will
less
But I also
forfeit their
like when
share
it's
of
the
plunder for
entire
trip.
book continually trying to say, how would
A
Jack
couple of
Sparrow say
shocked
this,
laughs
gets a
reverberated
little
from within the
exhausting.
ship. Hawk joined them, then said, Tenta, get us moving so we have time for the subspace drive to spin up. Swoo!
Swoo!
Get positive ID.
He's such a diva. I love
He's
him.
incapable of saying Swarsep's name in any sort of normal way.
Fovac. Open a channel.
Anyone,
Pipe it to
Fovac.
Ambassador Elizabeth Bewick's board. Surely someone so well-spoken can smooth things over with our good friends out there. Liz groaned while the Keegan worked his own communication board.
I liked kind of writing in this code switch
Audio
without using
only?
the phrase code
Fovac
switch,
asked.
but like going from like,
God,
lounging
yes.
pirate, whatever, to like,
ran her hands down her
hello, I'm
face,
using my
put
white
over
person
that,
voice on the
setting it on
phone
her
with
board.
customer service.
She lightly
Sorry to
tapped
bother
her
you.
toes a few times and sat up straight.
Without the twist at the end of that movie.
Oh man,
Gone
brutal.
was her characteristic.
So
I
weird.
didn't see that coming.
Now-
Oh
Nope.
my gosh.
Nope.
It creeped Hawk out.
I haven't actually seen that movie. I'm familiar with what you're mentioning, and I know.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, you gotta pick it out,
Okay.
man.
Her
Okay.
studied demeanor made
So
yeah,
good.
one of my
entirely
friends
different
used to
human.
work in a call
If she
center for
hadn't still been
Spectrum,
wearing her leathers, he'd
and
have
like
wondered
his
if
name
she
is
hadn't
Juan,
switched
so he would
places
say
with some
dropping into his
straight-laced,
John
honest
voice.
member of society she'd been keeping stashed beneath her console.
I did market research for a little while, so like I had to do that stuff too. But my voice is naturally, I just sound like a white person anyway.
Right. I mean, there's.
I sound like customer service naturally.
Incoming
Yeah, I mean, I
vessels,
just call it my customer
identify
service
yourself.
voice. Like like right here, I'm
Lieutenant
on
Jacob
camera,
Din Jones,
and
terror and
I'm
orbital
I'm in my
defense.
streamer mode, whatever.
Immediate
But
response. A
you know, it's
video
like,
feed on the bridge's main
hi, thank you for
news
calling
display
Boaterbug. How can I help?
in an
You know, it goes up half an
understated
octave, and
Identify
it slow
and
down a bit
stand
too.
down.
But
Yeah.
you know,
Hawk was
there's a lot in it that if
disappointed.
you've worked customer
Hoping
service or
caught
food
off
service or
guard.
anything
At the
customer
same
facing,
time,
you
he noticed
have
that
a
this
customer
wasn't the
service
local
voice.
cop.
It's like a muscle memory
This
almost.
was full
Yeah,
of
like
yeah.
part of it is just kind of like, oh, well, this is
He
how I
noticed
should talk.
Tenta's
Like when you're
questioning
learning,
glance.
this is how
And
I
play
should
this Liz's
sound.
way, for now.
It's a weird
This
modern
is
version of the
Captain
Mid-Atlantic
Jacqueline
accent.
Sparrow
No one actually
of the
talks
salvage
like
vessel
that,
Graybird.
but there's a use for
Is there a
it.
problem, officer? You're a long way from the salvage field, Graybird.
Uh-oh.
If you'll take a look at our charter and contract, you'll
It's an older
that
code,
this
sir, but it
granted a
checks out.
remarkable amount of leeway in our recovery operations. Fovka, in case the good officer does not have
Yeah,
the
like it's
currently
kind of like a
operating
throwaway of
charter
like,
ready,
oh, well,
would you be
anonymized.
so
Well, his
kind
name
as
wouldn't
to
be in a
transmit
database. Why
ours
did I
to
bother?
them?
I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I like it though. I like it because it's a
said
nice little bit of
Fovak
like thinking
in
on
a
your feet,
reasonable
but it totally
imitation
could be
of
like a.
business
Was that a
enunciation.
typo?
Yeah, that
Well,
particular one, you asked
but
me if it was a
it's
typo. I was like, no, she's just trying to be like
Picture
in
in picture
character,
of
and
the
this is a
officer's
different
video
crew and all that.
showing a patrol of
My good friend
Fovmaya.
Fovmaya.
Making haste to their position.
Excuse me, which also like kind of
voice on
clued
the
him in
replied.
into like, oh, I have to use
wasn't
my
aware
customer
that any
service
charter
voice
allows you
as
to power
well.
up experimental technology, particularly in what I've been informed is an extremely careless manner. Though she couldn't be seen.
I can't really place
Liz
this guy's
still made
voice.
a
It just
show
sounds
of rubbing
official.
his temple.
I know there was, I think it was
Lieutenant Din
Carlos
Jones,
later on that like
You will
occasionally
find
had
that our
shades of
charter
Billy D.
has no
Williams.
strict prohibitions against
Oh,
such.
there were no shades.
That
It just
should
was.
It just
certainly
was, yeah,
be
yeah. Sometimes it was more
We are
obvious,
allowed
I'll say
to be
then.
where we are and do
Yeah,
what we're
Carlos
doing.
San Martin later
As
on
for
is
the
me
wide
doing Mark
world,
Thompson's version of Lando
really.
Calrissian in the audiobooks.
I'm afraid
Like
that
it
this is
straight
above
up,
your
just
pay
that
grade.
is homage city.
My
I'm
Well,
not gonna
what
lie.
do we have here?
consequence in this
Yeah.
matter, Captain.
Well. Yeah.
Can I interest you in an ice cold
until your story can be verified.
Exactly. That is the vibe that Carlos San Martin brought.
I'm
to the
Billy
book.
D. Williams.
Well, like eventually, if you have enough layers of abstraction between it, an impression of an impression of an impression of an impression, you just have an original voice.
90%.
Exactly. That's all it is.
Minute to
You
full
know.
overcharge, Captain. Keep 'em talking.
Keep them talking.
Liz sighed. Lieutenant, our work here
I love
is
that's all
very
these like weird
delicate
alien
and
voices,
time-sensitive.
and then just
We
southern.
have a timetable that we are making.
Yeah.
Your timetable includes activation
And then, like,
of
Fovax
subspace
is like
drive
this,
technology
which kind
off
of strains the
interval.
vocal
I
cords.
highly doubt.
Yep.
And
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry to say, Brian, but
Lieutenant, in
Fovax's
fact,
main
it
character in the
does,
next.
and we are likely both
No, it's
in trouble
fine,
now
it's
that I
fine.
had to confirm
But
I
again,
thought
it
you
could
were
be
fine.
worse. One of the we were talking about how the
Exasperating
protectors are narrators in their own ones.
You
I
let
think
this
one of the
information
characters
get out,
was also
and there
hard
will
for you
be
to do.
panic throughout Seoul.
Oh, that's fun though. I don't mind that.
Despite the
Yeah.
fact that
I don't
we
mind
have
it when they're
determined
fun.
our
Like, they can be
schedule
hard,
in
but that can be, like,
accordance
the
with
fun
historical
kind of
records,
challenge.
Yeah.
And are doing
Did I tell
so,
you where that Fovac voice
might
came from?
add,
I think I did.
far
Probably,
away from
but I
Earth's
forget.
orbital space.
It's
Thus,
from one
quarantining
line in
ourselves
Revenge of the
should the
Sith.
destroyers decide to make an appearance.
Batteries
Our
fire!
timetable is meant to get experimental emission
Yeah, that's the
rates
thing. It's
without
like,
the
here's a
noise of the
throwaway.
interval
Like,
pulse.
all right, we just
And
need a
our
throwaway
precise
voice for one
adherence
line
to it
here.
helps
Yeah.
labs throughout
But it
known
was so
space be
distinctly
ready to
different from
take
the other
readings.
Neimoidians that because it's the
Speaking
one that
of
doesn't
which,
sound Japanese.
our
Yeah.
next
And I was like,
test is
that
coming
voice
up
just
in
sticks out of my
30
brain sometimes,
seconds.
and I was like,
So I
I'm just
advise
gonna
you
do that
to
for a
keep back,
while.
Lieutenant,
That
from our
became-
vessel as we
that
continue
became our
working
boy.
with
That became Fovac,
experimental
yeah.
Fovac.
That
technology
became-
Who is,
that breaks the
who is
laws of
Big
time and
Sandwich?
space as we know them.
awkward sandwich. That's right. I
Sandwich.
forgot.
For one
Oh my god. I'm
drawn
gonna
out
as soon as we get to him.
momentary
Yeah.
eternity.
Awkward sandwich.
Awkward sandwich.
Then the patrol answered.
Oh God, that was a
Graber,
little
That
later
was
on.
like
Power
late
down
in the
and
second
cease all
day or
activities.
somewhere in the third. So
Failure
it was
to
like
do so in
somewhere
15
late in Act
seconds
2
will
or
result
early in
in
Act
use of
3.
deadly
There's a
force.
guy who I just
Normally
needed
I'd
a
give you a
voice.
minute, but
And I kind of went with like
your
this.
time
There's a
didn't
bit that
include.
Patton Oswalt does about getting so
Lieutenant
heavy that
nodded
you
off
start
screen.
saying B's different, so it's B word fat.
Yeah.
It's just like
Forward
The
toward
br-
butt
Lodge.
brace, so you like roll
Yeah.
the B's and everything.
Next time,
And there was just
try
like
to remember
that
what
mixed
captain
with
name
like
you
just
go
kind of
with
like
on your
hunched over
forgeries.
and like just kind of I don't know, like this was kind of
The
like
bridge
where I was
deflated
sitting at the time.
as
I'm like
many let
just
out
like
a
you're
breath they
awkwardly
hadn't
eating a
realized
sandwich
they
while
were.
you're talking, and that just became
Liz
the voice. So
sighed.
that one became known as awkward
You
sandwich.
transmit video to the
Yeah.
different
Oh God, I'm trying to think who that was.
As soon as we hear it, we're gonna be like, awkward
You'll know.
It
sandwich.
wouldn't be one of the
You'll know.
And
destroyers.
Liz's video feed appeared
wouldn't be
on screen
Jenkins.
next to the lieutenant's.
No, it wouldn't be.
Her face showed professional
Possibly one of the
Oh,
poise,
yeah.
scientists, but
and as the
I don't
officer
know.
slowly took in her
Wish I
garb,
knew where my note
dawning
was. I
into
still
you,
have the
she
sheet
said,
somewhere.
Yeah, find it in the
Very
act
"Very
break.
well, Lieutenant Din
Yeah,
Jones."
yeah. Oh man.
Then her slump.
I think he took a
changed
picture of it
customary
too. I don't know. It
language,
might be.
And a smile.
I
spread
probably
across her
did.
face.
I'm sure I did.
I have all my
Okay.
notes like pages and
Unrelated
pages
order.
and pages.
Yeah,
of
because
time.
you would
Yes.
write down
Can I call
every
you
single
Jay?
like.
I'll call
This
you
every
Sniffle.
single time Brian fucked up right here. Every single time
Because-
it's just pages.
Because it was a continuous
Okay.
audio
See
file,
this?
Opened up the
but you
It's
like
like
gunning
columns
away
and
from
columns of Brian fucking up.
because it was a continual audio file that you would write down
Captain,
like okay
you owe me.
2219
Certainly.
you know
And if
delete
we
whatever.
live to
Why are
catch
you
that
still
info,
flipping
then you may consider
'Cause
your
there's still more
continued
pages.
existence to be your rendered
You
payment.
understand, like every theater
Right.
student, this is their worst nightmare. It's like
125
every
for
mistake
you.
is written
Hope
down
that'll
and
do it.
documented.
Tenta, open her up.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh,
sure.
this is like
Protect.
I have some notes for you, Brian.
Stupid shit.
no.
Protect us while we
As
do
she spun a
stupid
dial
shit.
and punched a button whose only
Oh
label was
yes, I love that line.
space distorted in front of the Waja as she
Oh, here we go.
accelerated and twisted to dodge shots from the pursuing patrol
I'm
craft.
trying to figure out who
Oh,
Awkward
Some
Sandwich
shit.
is.
just barely missed the pirate vessel were
I don't think
swallowed
he's
The
entered
rising
yet.
torn
note.
apart, unmade as they entered the distortion.
Kind of did one of
ahead,
those like layered ones so it could just
Hawk
keep
stared
endlessly
at it,
rising until
willing it to
until
open into a full rift before the Waja was on top of it. The fighters caught up and loosed a volley at the pirate vessel,
Carlos San Martin
which
was a
Tenta
late
just
entry and it had to be
barely
like
managed to
rewritten
avoid.
into the scene later
They
on for
screamed
the fighter
past,
getting sucked through.
spreading out and trying to circle for another run.
Like he was a
Almost
solution
everyone
for all my
stared
characters are
forward
too
at
smart and
one
they
of the
wouldn't do dumb
fighters,
shit.
And beyond it,
He was a solution.
increasingly distorting point in space, as the Waja looked to be
You needed
on
an idiot.
the losing side.
Yeah,
of the game
or
of
at least
chicken
someone with a
against the
different
natural laws
objective.
of the universe. Liz alone was looking back at the captain. If we die,
Oh, man.
I haunt you.
Ramping up.
The rift
Getting
finally
close.
tore open, the force of it shredding part of the fighter and sucking the rest through.
Adam pointed this one out as a particular phrase that he really liked.
Hey, hey!
The
Fair enough, Liz.
prismatic maelstrom line.
Alonzi!
Voice crack.
Liz stared at Hawk in bewilderment.
Nice
The
little Doctor Who
prismatic
reference in there.
maelstrom reflected across his cackling face.
Because
as
the alien would know
object
French.
Tore into the unknown.
I'm sure he heard it once and he was like, I like this. I'm going to take it. Like,
No,
that's
exactly.
Hawk. Like, he
Yeah.
pirates more than just ships.
Keegan and cultural appropriation.
Yes, yeah. 100%. This culture of piracy doesn't exist anymore in this form, but he's still going to appropriate it. So why shouldn't he? It's another thing that makes him evil. Their culture is not your costume, Hawk.
Mr. Twa. Sorry, Corbin, I mean.
I hate it. All right. Any more notes on Chapter 8, Act 1? Anything else that we've listened to so far?
I would just like to apologize to everybody's eardrums on the volume levels of Hawk Tua Corvin and other characters.
And again, apologize to Terry because he's the one that had to normalize them after the fact.
Hey, listen, I think we did a pretty good job with dialing it all in, fellas. It sounds good.
Yeah.
Better than I remember, actually. Like I'm happy with how this sounds.
Oh, that's good.
Wish you guys would stop talking over it. Jesus. Kidding.
I'm gonna get another note in his book on this one.
Yeah, all right.
Stop putting the book down.
Oh god, that's loud. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna bring up some music to go in the background during the AFK, and then it just started playing. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back. So that leads it at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. We will be back and going to Act 2. If you guys in chat have any questions or anything that you want, feel free to drop them in there. We'll discuss a little bit before we start Act 2 of How We Stopped the Destroyers. But for now, we're going to BRB, and I will see you gents back here in 15 minutes.
Burb.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and we're back. We're good. You guys are good to talk. Good to unmute. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Hello,
Yay.
everyone. Welcome back from the break. We did get a couple questions in. One of them was just, am I the only one pulling dance shapes of this right now, enjoying the music? And apparently the answer was yes. Taco Bill, thank you for taking that question for us. The other question, is the book still selling? Which I will say the book did really well when it first came out that holiday season, November, December 2022. Sales of the paperback have slowed at Northshire, and that's fine. That happens. Drops off. One thing that is kind of nice with a tale. Hold on. I am almost done eating my sandwich, and that's
Is it
going
an
fast.
awkward sandwich?
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't look at my notes. Oh well, it's fine.
Foreshadowing.
I forgot my book. Another break. No. One thing that's been kind of nice with the long tail is Spotify Premium. In that I'm still getting there's still like listens coming in on that, which is kind of nice. So. Ooh, the book. You have an autographed copy? What?
Mine's autographed. The guy who wrote this.
Oh man, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's an autographed purchase from Northshire. I can tell with that sticker. But that's the answer. Is that there is still like some long tail with Spotify Premium and occasionally like audio stuff like that. Occasionally an ebook sale. But the large majority was when the book first came out, and that's kind of how it goes with any most books at least. But hey, if you want to help, let your friends know about it. Let your friends know about all the different ways that they can read, listen, and so forth. So do you guys have any final thoughts on Act 1 or anything that you want to say going into Act 2?
Buckle up.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
So then we will be starting with chapter 9, which is another scientist one. It was interesting for me trying to like put an act break around here and then to come back to another scientist chapter, which I think might be the first time that End Space is mentioned, but it was like we end on something thrilling and then we come back to like, all right, so we're reviewing notes. All right, chapter 9 is starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Act 2.
Act 2.
That is totally stolen from Mark Thompson.
I am going to go grab my copy of the book, though, before we get into it. I'll let it play.
Ooh.
Take it
Spooky.
easy. You're gonna pull the rest of your hair out. My hair is fine, Siobhan. Well, pulling on it isn't helping with the headache this is giving you. This entire time, Gendir have had the ability to track Murad with equipment that
Nice.
ignores the speed of light.
Now I feel left out.
Elias
Yeah,
looked
I'm
at
gonna read along.
We just forget to
Factory-wide
talk and we're just...
communication, not
Yeah.
dropping a
Yeah,
data
this-
packet onto
this
a
is gonna
jump
be,
thing and waiting for
This
it
is
to
my
Probably
copy that
my-
has
across
occasional like
jumps.
written notes in here of like, oh, keep the
Instantaneous.
first take from this.
We don't know
There's
that that's
later
how
on.
it
There's a note for
works,
add
she
SOS
replied,
tone.
massaging a growing headache of her own.
Here
Iapo's
we go.
getting
All
a
right, I
report
found
on
it.
their buoy
No, I'm
construction.
gonna keep up.
For those following along in paperback, we are on page 71.
Yeah, I'll
has
show the
report
pictures.
on their buoy construction. He walked in and gave copies to Elias and Siobhan. They're remarkably simple.
I enjoy writing with a character that has an
Focusing
Irish
crystal
name
of
that
the
is
same
not
type
spelled the way
as
an
at the
English
heart of
speaker
a
would expect it to.
subspace
Yeah.
So,
right.
Siobhan, again, that's another carryover with Neve from Kaiju Preservation Society. I think in a short story on Reddit, I did Saoirse.
Thermoelectric, but the only ones still
That's
in
a good one.
operation today
Yep.
are the ones with the
Very Gaelic.
Wait. Siobhan flipped through the pages. How did radioisotope fail? It's basically foolproof.
We are stretching
Sure, until your
my physics
radioactive
knowledge
material
with
goes
with
to a dozen
their
half-lives
chapters.
and becomes inert.
Like, there's a lot of
They haven't
Googling,
used
like,
it because
what's the
they haven't
half-life of...
used it. Hell, the radio transmitters are the most shocking durability achievement here. Elias,
I gotta say though, it's you really did a good job of like it's not unbelievable. It feels very grounded, you know, like, which is cool.
I have just a broad enough like education to know where I can pull
These
stuff
things
from,
are
and then can
hundreds,
research just enough to be like,
thousands
all
of
right,
years old.
if my dumbass can
They
understand
made them
this,
after
I'll
their
trust my
war
readers
with
to
the
do so too.
destroyers, Then just
It's a
slowly
dichotomy
forgot about them
of
and gave
knowing
up on
enough to
maintaining
pull
them.
from different
And they
sources,
still work.
but not knowing
Mhm.
enough where I'm gonna like alienate
Dr.
people with
Alvaro,
too much
can
like
you
real
save
world
your
technobabble,
assaulted
because that
crises until
exists.
After we fully absorb the report.
Eventually, the
Iapo
Wikipedia
continued.
scroll bar becomes so small that you're like, I'm not gonna
Thanks,
read that.
Siobhan.
Simple dot.
The last piece of the puzzle is another crystalline structure thrown in a parabolic configuration around one end of the main crystal.
Yeah, Wikipedia
Well,
hack.
can't
If
exactly
a
rely
if
on
a
the Gen D
article
or
is way
any
too
of how
long
they
and
work.
too
My hypothesis
intense
is
and
that
in
the
depth,
current
go
through
to
the
simple
main
English
crystal keeps
Wikipedia.
it attuned
You'll be
to
fine.
space. Like putting your ear against the door, and the parabola detects any Murad return. Then transmit any readings the old-fashioned way. He dropped a sheaf of papers on the coffee table. No FTL emissions or broadcasts. No Murad zipping around the galaxy at light years per second. Well, not on this side anyway.
Murad.
Right. Elias ran his hands over his face. Then
So
looked
Terry,
up.
when did you guys get the
Right.
Whisper Room?
So
We built that
revelation
probably a
is
year
related
after
to
we
surpassing
got into the
ends
space. We had already started to
in
record some
normal
stuff,
space.
but
Ah!
you know, we had to save up a little bit,
Sharply, pointing at him.
and
God,
yeah, Wendy and I
it's
built that in
mind
like
cancer. All of
it's
you
supposed to
saying
take you
ends
3
for the
hours.
past 3
It took
days.
us 3 days.
Congratulations, you pulled me down to your
We just,
level.
you know, it's a lot.
You guys have a
Uh,
fun
With the
time
text
lapse
specs
of putting
that
it together
shows
on
any
your YouTube channel.
supraluminal capabilities
Yeah, yeah,
in our
it's,
own universe.
We were just
But
both
that
really
suggests
busy
that
actually, so
Murad
like we
can
couldn't
move
like
faster than
devote
light in the
a full
other
day to it,
universe.
so we just kind of
Below
did
the
it in
buoys to be able
pieces.
to instantly pick
And,
up events for farther
But
distances.
man, it's
We'll still have to test
definitely
it, but that feels better.
improved the quality of all the stuff that
Letting
I've
out some of his
been
tension.
recording here. It's
Sure.
great. And you were the first. Actually,
We
this
need
book was the first thing that we recorded in there.
An array of
Really?
I
Yeah,
think
I
I
know
knew
that.
that, but I forgot
spread
that.
across a
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that too. But this is like the first official thing that we recorded in the Whisper Room at the Party Farm.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
There you go. And you guys planted some trees. It was a real.
We left our mark.
Calibrate
Yeah,
the
it's
seed.
great.
And yeah,
Then we
and then
send them
since
into
then, sounds like the Whisper
T-space
Room was
and
really
see what we
like,
get.
it takes up a
Now
lot
that
of.
we've been able to get a
Oh
probe
my
to
god,
the main
excuse me.
active
Takes up a
one-
lot of. It takes up
Yes.
the space there, but very
Sean.
very clearly is worth
If the atomic clock needed to
it pays its
synchronize
way.
the array fails,
Yeah,
like
well, it was a
those
pool table
years ago,
before, so
we'll just
Oh,
get
right,
John's
yep.
data.
we moved that. That
Not
was
necessarily
the
conducive to audio engineering. All right, we're gonna need a very clack clack. Damn it!
thing. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just imagining people playing while you're recording.
You know.
yeah, I mean, it was cool to have them here, but
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
yeah, obviously the isolation booth is much more practical for what we're trying to achieve.
At least
Here
the
at the
pool
party
table's still in
farm.
the same building.
Shared them.
Yeah, yeah,
You might be
just
right.
down one floor,
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't know
Just
how we
teleport
improve
down 10 feet
heat,
and.
I suppose.
which makes more sense anyway. I mean, like, who gets a pool table and is like, I want to move it to the second floor? Like,
We
You know,
data from
that's
yesterday.
crazy.
You own a bowling
Crazy.
alley. What are you talking about?
but it's on the first floor.
We won't
Yeah,
just let
but
it
the
rest
standard
at
for what's normal is
52
already out the
We
window.
need to know what technology will
Good
work
point,
there
good point.
and why. She inhaled.
No, but there's,
Who
I
knows?
mean, the setup you guys have now, I mean, I can't compare to what you had before when the
Can
pool
you
table was
imagine
upstairs,
the
but like the way it's laid out now is
implications
just
if
perfect.
new
I mean,
routes
you've
surpass
got,
the speed of light
you know,
in
the
space?
bowling alley for those who
Sure,
haven't been to the
the
party
buoy
farm
system
is off to the side from where you first enter,
But if we
and then
can
the pool
tap
table is
into
kind of
deep
in that
space
path along the
and
way with the bar
modulate
now.
you
So
at across
you
it.
have that really
Boom.
delineated party
No more
space, and then
relying
you
on
go
jump
upstairs and you
scares.
have your really
And does
delineated
that mean
audio
that other matter
studio,
can go faster
which
than
is
light?
so clean and
What
so
does that
nice
mean
to
for
navigate
Oh,
just as a visitor coming
God.
in.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
for general
we,
relativity
yeah,
in
we've,
peak space.
We're
Travel
pretty happy
across
with
the
how it's going. It
galaxy
hasn't really
with
changed.
without
Like this is,
outliving entire
it's still set up
civilizations.
kind of like how it was when you guys were here. So we did get
So
a drum
many
set.
disciplines of physics we would have to entirely
Nice,
relearn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
was-
that. I'm like, was that there? I don't remember.
It wasn't here
Or
before.
have taught to
So
us.
you know,
Yeah,
onwards and
that's
upwards.
Destroyers.
Yeah, I was so impressed with
Okay,
the
Elias,
amount of musical
thank
instruments
you
and
for dousing
the
that
guitar collection and
enthusiasm.
everything you've got up there, man. It's
Don't
wild.
mistake me.
Yeah.
They're good questions.
Well, don't tell everyone. But
I
so we're
wouldn't
building
know.
right now. You know. But
setting his notebook
yeah.
back down. But they're
So
good
you guys
questions
bought
for
a like because the
later.
Whisper Room you
Let's
can
not
obviously
lose
customize
focus.
like size and everything else. So you
I
guys
know
got
we're
a
figuring
pretty
out
large one it
destroyers
looks like
and
because I've seen a lot that are like
engineer
for
subspace
voiceovers
properly,
specifically are only like 3 or 4 feet.
But-
in
yeah,
diameter.
this
like
one
4
was
foot kind of
Fun
thing.
to
8 by
figure out
8.
how a whole new physical
So
universe ticks.
it's like big enough
Yeah, but
to fit a
no
drum set
enthusiasm
inside
for
because
coding,
you know
and even Elias has
sometimes you want to
to
record in a dead space.
It's
But
maddening
we've used
how
it for all
little
kinds of
moves,
stuff.
and It's
We've
satisfying cracking it open.
we've been working on a
Oh,
podcast
please,
here.
said Siobhan.
Couple
Your
of
entire
singer-songwriters
existence is predicated
have
on
some
the ability
projects.
to tell someone that they're
I'm
wrong.
mastering a
That's
rockabilly
why
album.
you're having
That's
such a good time.
what I was doing
You're
this
telling
week.
an entire
Nice.
species that they've been
That's
wrong
awesome.
about something
Yeah.
for longer than humanity has had paper.
We missed Elias being a killjoy.
Ah. Isn't he
That's a
always
shocker.
That one time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, again, everyone getting so excited about like, oh, there's so many possibilities what Murad can do, and he was like, yeah, maybe someone could teach us, like the people that live there.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, forgot about them.
What is this stuff?
Shrugged, grabbed their papers, and left Elias to read through the reports in solitude.
Oh, and then if we're
That went
we're
well,
talking
said Siobhan.
hanging a lantern on tropes when we
Yeah,
have
I expected him to
Siobhan and
explain to
Ayapo
Elias
walking
the
down the
mystery of
hallway and having a
destroyers.
conversation,
And,
and
you see
you're
how
basically
he
doing
contradicts
a
that
hospital walk and
accusation of
talk kind of
pettiness?
thing.
The man is making progress.
But like,
The,
oh, usually you work up to
Another
that. Yeah,
5
I
years,
thought
he
we were
might
gonna
match
run
the
out of
emotional
corridor
maturity
before
of
we
a
got.
20-year-old. How do you know, Dr.
It's funny, there's so much in the way you wrote these scientist scenes that kind of reminded me of, like, The West Wing to begin with, because it's not always about, like, not every chapter with the scientist is, like, them in the rooms trying to figure everything out. It's them having the side conversations, like, during the breaks, when they're, you know, in their recreational time. And it really had that vibe of, like, the support staff, in a sense, like The West Wing does, you know? And the fact that you had, like, 'cause also the walk and talk was famously used on The West Wing, and the fact that you had, like, you know, I thought we were gonna run out of hallway, like, just it just kind of plays into that for me, just as a fan of that show. Like, I don't know, it really fit very nicely in the scientist chapters here.
Yeah, it was definitely a, how do I do this? It's not just throwing them in the lab every single time, throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, because that would be boring as hell to read, let alone for me to write. And so yeah, it's them like talking about it after the fact and just kind of like socializing as best as they can, which, you know, isn't great for some.
His own drink was untouched.
Oh yeah, and in that kind of think tank structure, like that downtime is kind of used to, like, you know, you're working without working in a sense, because you know you're kind of like taking the pressure off of. Yeah, exactly. You know, you're putting yourself in a less pressurized and less social pressurized environment, and you know, still trying to talk problems out that you may not have cracked in the room itself. So I like that because, like you said, it's much more dynamic and interesting, and you get a lot more variety out of it. Because a lot of these are very talkative scenes and a lot of technobabble-filled chapters. So the fact that there's anything that makes them unique, distinct, and, you know, just any kind of variety to them, like, really spices it up more than it could have been.
And grounded too, especially compared to like the pirate chapters. Yeah, like there's real emotions that happen in those, but like this, I got some comments on this chapter specifically when Siobhan is talking about how Elias was back at MIT, a school that I chose because that's where Gordon Freeman went before Half-Life. But like people being like, yeah, that's exactly academia. You know, like these, you know, there's the ones that like just come for their MBA or whatever, and then you get the people that are like in it long haul and they're not there to, you know, socialize with people, and they're, you know, like they were like, you nailed that academic environment. I'm like, cool, I've never been there, but I was like, okay, how do I imagine it? And then I have this ornery bastard, and I throw him into there. How does that affect everyone around him?
We're off to work for their family businesses,
and then the reprisal avoidance, the idea of like, listen, I'm not going to be nice and concerned for your own feelings, but I'm going to be nice because otherwise I get in trouble. It's like, man, that's a topic I keep coming back to in my head in daily life. But like, how much of an asshole can I be to you right now? Because I really want to.
Academic disciplinary actions had
yeah, well, you know, because also these people are like at work on a contract in space. You know, like, it's like.
But he knew the line he could walk.
They have to like navigate,
absolutely
like living together.
Yeah, they're in this like isolated, semi confidential or classified area, rather than just like commute to work from their homes.
Yeah, it's like they're stuck on like a long-term like away gig.
Yeah, like on an oil rig kind of thing.
Yeah.
He ignored me right back, I suppose. I never got so
went to BJ's, just got back, was listening but couldn't comment. So I just want to say that Jack Sparrow is the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of him.
You have heard of him.
Yeah.
I must have made
but yeah, in regards to like the pirates that don't engage in piracy. But yeah, here we are with scientists doing science.
An honor. Hell of a source for it, but an honor.
Just making sure that this doesn't autoplay after this.
She said.
I have to, every single chapter I have to like tell Winamp stop after current, otherwise it's just gonna keep going.
Or had my info on file, or just had someone else.
It's cool. Like I just try my best when writing, and it's nice when someone says, "Hey, that hit, that resonated, that felt authentic." You know, when I'm like, "Oh shit, really? Okay, cool."
I can't say.
There was there was another short story that I'd written that ended up being like an impromptu intervention for substance abuse. I'm like, that's not something I've personally dealt with, but I'm glad that felt authentic to you. Thank you. I'm glad.
And don't be so passive. It's not somebody else's theory. It's yours. Take pride in it.
Siobhan gassing up Iapo.
Smiled weakly.
Bless you.
I just didn't want it to go to my head.
Iapo's
Please.
voice, is that about as
There's
low as
no
your
way
register
you
can go?
contend
Or
the ego of Dr. Elias
Yes,
Omarov.
Iapo is
But no, you
actually
should
my
absolutely
best
be proud of the
impression
work you're
of
doing
Jon
here.
Stewart from Justice League.
You didn't just have
Okay,
a good
okay.
idea. You followed
It's that
through on it.
Philomar,
You've put in
Jon
the work
Stewart,
to
Green
prove
Lantern,
it.
you know,
and
kind
you
of
haven't let your
voice,
ego
'cause I wanted
in
that,
the way
like,
of tests cooked
you
up
know,
to refute it.
powerful.
She
And I
set
think
her
you said
glass
like he
on
was
the table.
African, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
yeah,
Or, yeah,
I believe
so-
the
You're
name is
doing good
Nigerian
work here.
specifically.
Nigerian,
Something
thank you. Yeah.
career
So
defining.
I wanted to have something
You're
that comes
allowed
tied
to
to
be
that, but
proud
again,
of it.
not sounding, you know.
Yeah, without doing the
well,
accent, how do you convey the texture of the voice?
Yeah.
It
Yeah, exactly. So like the bass and
means
timbre
a
was
lot
definitely
to
what I
you.
was going for. And then like just the Phil Lamar,
Look at
Jon
her
Stewart
glass,
voice
awkwardly
is just
trying to
like,
figure out
it's
what to
just
say
so like deep and really powerful, and it has that gravitas to it. And one of our
Only
mutual
if you
friends,
promise
Alexander
to join me
McBride, does a
this time.
very good version of that too.
Mm.
He
So
laughed and refilled
that's
her
always
glass.
just kind of been in my
Then
head as
picked
like
up
a
his
nice,
own.
powerful, like,
She
you
held
know,
hers out,
resonant
tilted
voice
towards
that
him.
I, tried my
To work
best
we
to
can be
do.
proud of.
But
Yeah.
that's definitely at the
Iapo
bottom of my
smiled
register
when
for
they
sure.
clinked
You know.
glasses. After enjoying their drinks for a moment, Siobhan sighed.
This drinks that
So,
they're sharing but
what
not
shows
drinking,
do
but like
you
one of
have
them's not
around
drinking,
here?
whatever. That's another like action through line of like, what are they doing? Well, they have these drinks and she's having hers and he's staring moodily into his full glass. Again, tropes, and using it to like kind of drive that, and then the callback to shows that ended up like paying off at the end of the book, which wasn't intentional at all. It just came up.
Well, tropes exist for a reason. They work. Yeah.
Writing tip: realize when you're setting up a brick joke and capitalize on it.
Hell yeah.
Any more on that chapter before we move on to chapter 10, the first one that is done with Roman numerals?
We're gonna get a new theme.
Yeah, that's right. You get a
We're
new
perspective.
We're gonna get some voice effects.
Yeah, I guess really quick before we go in, when we'd been listening the entire time, we were getting, and again, Terry, you keep giving it a name that I keep forgetting, but like everything was like slightly doubled in our headphones, and like offset by like a few milliseconds or something.
Yeah, it's like chorus. It's the
Chorus, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. Is that something that we can replicate for this point of view? And I'm really glad that that came through like authentically to what we were listening, because it is just different enough.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to remember exactly what I did to it. I think I might have used what do they call it? Like a phase as well. Like
Okay.
there might be a phaser in there. But I'll have to listen to it.
Well, then let's listen to it. This is going to be chapter 10, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spooky.
Yeah. Does I change my lighting to red?
Chapter
Nice.
10.
I just got that wireless light over there. I need to use it.
Wow, this sounds like it might be coming from another dimension.
My name is Erudite Star of the Floral Hibernal. I am an observer, one whose duty it is to see what happens.
And my
I went into this
name is
like
Stentorian
by the seat of my
Lady
pants, just
Songs
like,
of
oh, how about 3 people that are one, and we
am
do the
a
just
teller.
figuring out their
One
perspectives
who
as
conveys
perspectives
what
as I
has
went.
happened to the rest of civilization. Together,
I love the
an
stingers because
observer
they're
and a
so
teller
like
capture
those are also
the
very
house
super
of
sci-fi
anything
tropey
that
because you've got
happens
Doctor Who,
around them,
and then the pirates you've got
disseminate
Firefly,
to
and then this
you.
one just feels like Stranger Things or something.
And
Okay,
my
okay, yeah.
mind
Yeah.
is poor as kin, waking
Yeah, and again, this is where Adam looked at it, realized it was in Roman numerals, and was like, okay, the thing you're doing with chapter numbering, that's cool. I like it. You're good.
for history.
Yeah.
And trying to use the stingers to kind of carry that over.
And what is new was once old, and knowing the old can help place the new in a context.
Man, if you want to talk about listening to the book on some sort of fast forward, when you get to Poor as Kin's lines,
Three of us
it's still
together
slow.
make a historian.
And
True.
for those that have only listened and haven't seen it in print, anytime Porriskin talks, there's like extra spaces between his paragraphs.
No expedition outside
See if I can pull
would
that
be
up.
complete without one. Information is fast.
Okay, it doesn't really work in that one because it's just the one paragraph, but...
But
See, Porriskin is the name you have to say slow, otherwise it also sounds like its own XXX parody.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, like, just to give the impression of him talking more slowly, there's the extra space in between paragraphs like that in his narration, whereas everyone else's is, you know, full brought together. Where did you come up with the very specific way that they name themselves? That's a super good question. I wanted their names to be kind of flowery, and I think I came up with
They're all very
Erudite
poetic.
Star of the Floral Hibernal. I think I came up with hers first. And I think just it was kind of funny. Like, I don't think that there was a specific reference for it. I think it was just, what if I go complicated with it? What if I go poetic? And so it's not at all in this book, and I don't think it's going to really be too much in the sequel, but Protector Society has a lot of poetic influence, uses a lot of very not descriptive language, but like it's something that calls to mind a mood, and that's kind of what I wanted to do with the names, was to have you know, adjective, noun, something something with another noun, and maybe it just doubles back to like, well, the title of the book is really long, so why shouldn't their names be really long too?
It kind of reminds me in a way of that episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where Picard is stuck on the planet with I can't remember the name of the race of person, but he like talks in historical poetry.
Oh, yeah. I don't know the name of it either, and I haven't actually seen the episode, but, I do know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Darmok. It's Darmok.
Darmok at Jalosh or whatever the hell you're saying. But it's very poetic.
It's a meme trope now. Like it's that picture of that alien and then like the description of something, you know, very flowery.
Yeah, their names sort of like hearken to that sort of like language or
that's very apt. I like that.
And civilizations began to last
having
longer.
just like
We found out
and then not just the names of the characters, but also like how are they always referred to by people. So I'm trying to bring up appropriate note thing right here. But like, for instance, if there's Stentorian Blade of Songs in Bloom, would in Protector Society's Stentorian Blade, always in full like that. But then the way that that you know, people in our galaxy are just like, oh, Blade, like the way that it's like shortened up. It'd be like if someone's name is Samantha something something, Protectors always use the full Samantha, whereas we're just like, oh, Sam.
We ruled over all space as we knew it. New civilizations rose, and we nourished them and introduced them into our midst.
So this is interesting.
And
this is it feels like the kind of thing that should start off the act, but we needed that like scientist chapter in there just to make sure that we were still caught up on what they were doing. And it's another exposition chapter. It's here's everything that we know about history and such so far, and we learned a lot of this in chapter 1, but now we need this from the other side. We need to have them be sympathetic, and getting all of it, learning where they're coming from.
Stringing together the stars that made it so we could not talk.
Yeah, what you guys go ahead.
Made it so we could not
well, I was just gonna say
would emerge somewhere and
about the names again. They sort of like evoke like a deeper history from their culture. Like there must be some like explanation for this.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think it really
in brief,
like without trying
we
too
could
hard,
draw from our
without
universe
having to create this entire token-esque world, you know,
outside,
it
we called
evokes
Or
that,
we had
like,
become accustomed
with
to
just
the
that
very
concept
inside
alone,
our own universe.
It implies a
And
lot of
Constant
cultural
breath
richness.
that did so
yeah,
much
and
for us.
it also kind of
So
illustrates,
we went
because,
outside
you know,
and found that
I'm assuming
outside,
that, you know,
they
there's some
did not
translation
have the breath.
between what their language
So
actually
we
sounds like to
stabbed
human ears and
our
what
own
their
universe out of sight,
meaning
Yeah.
is, you know what I mean? So,
injuring it
Yep.
and disrupting
Spyro
But-
just said something similar to that
somewhat
too. It's a translation of
already
name in another
outside
language
us.
into familiar
But
words.
for
He says like
Yeah.
true flower from
galaxy that
Discworld.
had nearly come to
Yeah.
ruin, a
Yeah,
galaxy
and that was
had
something too where I like
fallen
I had an
from
idea and then I would like go to a
civilization
thesaurus and pick out a cooler sounding one even if it wasn't exactly correct. So for
Yeah.
instance, the first series that I ever read an advanced copy of when I was working at the bookstore,
But as we
one
learned
of
to
the
travel between the universes,
books is
they
called
stayed on the
A
same
Chain
tribes
Across the
with which they
Dawn,
attacked us.
or something
We
along those
followed
lines.
them to their
Uh,
homes outside,
but
and brought the
or
might
The Stars
of a
Yet
dozen
Unchained,
galaxies
something
to
like
their
that.
doorstep.
And so taking like,
We
oh well, what if I
brought
get
peace,
Chain?
and
What
our
sounds
universe
cool
breathed
based on
easier
that?
once
You know,
more.
taught Syndicate of Unclaimed
But
Stars,
sometimes
The Stars Yet
we heard
Unclaimed,
more
and A Chain Across the Dawn are two books in that
coming
series.
from
And I took
different
Chain,
galaxies
and I saw
at
Syndicate
different
as a synonym. I'm like,
We allow
no,
it to
but also
happen for
yes.
time.
I'm like, it will loop back to
And
that because
indeed,
it
often
shares
would.
a similar definition, not what I was
Tribes, after all, were
thinking,
made by
but taught
civilizations
Syndicate of Unclaimed
outside,
Stars ends up
without
being our
the
kind of
breath
like
to
antagonist
unify them,
admiral towards the end of the
and
game,
which would
end of the
fall
book.
apart in due time.
True.
And
Very
so
true.
yeah, sometimes it
And
was just
crossing
like
outside
either
was
like having
taxing
a
on
mood
our
in
own
mind.
ships and bodies.
Winding Drop of Thunder
But
captured is
sometimes
someone who was
we
named
had to
once,
fight,
I think, as a
to fight
captain.
hard and brave to
And other
protect
times it was like,
civilization
oh,
near the
let's
prize,
just take a
to
reference
strike
and
back
abstract it to hell and back.
against the destroyers.
But yeah, it does give that impression
In
of
one
a more
galaxy,
rich
the cries
culture that
started
really helps out
coming
as well. That
as
eventually
they often
I might have to actually fill in,
We
but I don't
allowed
really
it for
want to.
some time, then,
Right.
you know,
as it did not
But you also do a really good job
we
with this,
went
having this
outside to
structure.
put an end to it.
You know, you've already spent half
And
of
the
your
cries
chapters prior to
mostly
this
stopped,
introducing a lot of
except
aliens with a
for
lot of different cultures and a lot of like
slow
stereotypical sci-fi, you know, naming
one
devices
that
and what have
seemed
you.
Uh-huh.
And
deliberate.
you know, they've all got their
One
own
that
kind of thing
allowed
going,
us to
and they all feel
grasp
very
the
sci-fi, but at the
necessities
same
of
time, they also feel
civilization
slightly
in a
homogenous because they all need to
regulated
exist in that
time
universe
manner.
together.
Okay.
And then you've got introduced this
We came to
completely
call it
outside version of that, where it's like, how do you make
And
your
as the
aliens
other cries
even more
of
alien?
outbreaks
And that
You
is
know?
with totally
we
normal English words
flew
put
back
together
to
funky.
our universe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that
Served.
structure is so
And
very
eventually,
different from what you have with all of the other
civilization in
alien
that galaxy
you've
grew
introduced so
Yeah,
far.
which is
that
add,
it
add an
stands out.
apostrophe,
What
double
you
some
have done
consonants or
as
something like
more
that.
change
And there's consistency
Right.
between the different species that are in the
But not
Milky Way. But
forever.
yeah, you're
The
right in
beat
that
remains
that probably
steady.
was something of a
And
goal at
we
the time that I
decided
don't
to observe
specifically
and
recall having
study
that
it.
thought of like, how do I make
What
it just
made
super
these
weird?
cries different?
Right.
well,
right.
all the characters are humanoid except for the protectors slash destroyers, correct?
Yeah, I think. Well,
Oh.
aside from the Keegan,
Aside from the, yeah, and the
Mhm.
even the Shawik are like bipedal. You know, they've like hands with the wings and whatever. But you know, so there's still the two-leg, two-arm-ish thing aside from the Keegan.
they got a face.
But the tree type character here with Erudite Star is, you know, mostly bipedal. Porous Kin is bipedal, whatever. Then you have again ripped straight out of Descent Free Space. The destroyers, you know, the ones descended from the Conquerors, that are like the five-legged, horrible-looking things.
Destroyers
Mhm.
and immediately sent an expedition to fight them.
Should I pretend to be talking, Brian, so that you can you taking a picture of the screen? Is that what's going on?
No, I decided to go live on Instagram for a moment or two. Just
Oh, okay,
to kind
cool.
of, boost the signal. So I have a little
appreciate
placard with the link.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Okay, so I all of a sudden we stopped talking and then I called it out. My bad.
Oh,
No. It's fine. It's fine.
Now,
Instagram is a
tell
little more
Instagram
forgiving with
with
things
the
like
hat.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Instagram? Hey.
Hey,
I
Instagram.
didn't want to
don't
interrupt
forget
the
to like
main
and
show.
subscribe.
That's right. Smash that bell. No, it's YouTube. Shoot. I'm getting myself picked up. Sorry, guys. But no, I didn't want to take away from the main show, so I'm trying to be like all subtle with like, oh, the link's over here. And
yeah, it was out of focus. I couldn't see it. But it caught the blur. Actually, I will say, when I started with the Protector point of view, I thought that it was going to be mostly Erudite Star. Who was going to be telling that, which is why this is largely from her perspective. But most of the ones from the historian point of view afterward end up coming from Stentorian Blade of Songs in Bloom, who is the teller rather than the observer. It's like, well, that makes a lot of sense. Probably should have had him narrate this one in retrospect, but they all kind of get their chance.
Well, they also work as a pod of three, so having them on occasion
switch around
a little bit. It's not out of character.
No,
they did not hold to
it's a little odd for Erudite Star to do the intro to it, but ultimately it still works. But yeah, like I kind of thought that she was going to be the main voice of it, and then it ended up being Stentorian Blade instead, which it still worked really well. Just a matter of putting them in the right situations to tell the story that I needed.
And we, the historian,
for sure,
found station on the flagship of the fleet that would respond to the offbeat cries. The diurnal sacrifice, leading the 107th expedition.
A couple destroyer ships get named, but they're like not nearly as odd. Diurnal sacrifice. I mean, it sounds poetic, but you could also see it being used as like a Milky Way name.
Diurnal.
Among the fleet.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm 5.
If a fleet is not fully ready,
we all are. It's okay.
Yeah.
Then the hostile.
I mean, how many times have you guys riffed on Captain Corbin's name?
For days.
And how many times are we yet to continue doing that?
more, many more.
See, that's what we really should have done on our 15-minute break, is just get all of those Hawk Tuah remixes for the next pack break, so then you have a completely different soundtrack for the last one.
Yeah, line it up.
Terry somehow like mixes one into a stinger before a chapter and stealths it into my computer.
Who did nothing but watch.
Did you know that you're a hacker genius too, Terry?
Yeah, I did know this. Yes.
It always comes back to this galaxy. History moves in cycles.
In cycles.
I saw a YouTube video a while ago that was like, how do you make quotable dialogue? And that's have your characters treat your dialogue as quotable. It's like having the characters say something over and over again. And yeah, history moves in cycles is an example of that. It keeps coming up.
Yeah.
And for the first time in history, a destroyer.
You know what they say.
Was inside.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
Just as an example of something you would just use the run up to whatever the quotable thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what they always say.
You know what they always say. How did that get up my ass? Do they?
Yeah.
Always?
Do they always say that?
You gotta hang out with different people, Grandpa.
Yeah. You know what everybody's always asking me? If a man and a half can build a house and a half in a day and a half, how long would it take a one-legged rooster to kick the seeds out of a pickle? I ask
Sir,
you
this is a Wendy's.
The last thing that I'll point out, and something that I played with I didn't even play with it. I considered it and then almost immediately discarded it. But Timothy Zahn's The Conquerors trilogy is where I got the idea of flipping the perspective and the term destroyers actually applying to both sides of the coin. The first book in the Conquerors trilogy is humans and other alien species that they're in this kind of like loose federation with getting invaded by conquerors. And the second book is from their point of view, referring to humans and everyone else as conquerors because of misunderstandings about how the conflict started. The third book ends up being a mixed point of view on both sides as it comes to a conclusion. And so the idea of, like, I always like exploring the other side of the coin, the other point of view. And that definitely came through here. I considered being just from the Protector point of view for Act 2, and then pretty much immediately said, no, I don't want to spend that long away from the scientists and the pirates and all that. I don't have the strength to do that. Plus, there's other story that needs to be told.
Not that I don't love the scientists and the protectors/destroyers, but man, space pirates are where it's at in this book.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta have pirates.
We know who the star. Hawk tried his damnedest to steal every single scene he was in, and I only let him succeed about half the time. But he was trying. Okay, we're gonna move on to chapter 11 now, which has the Terry. You mentioned this one, space bankruptcy, which has the sound design that it was written very frenetically, and then the sound design really carries that through with everything that we threw at it. Terry, you did a fantastic job. I almost want to just sit and listen when we started off. So we're gonna go with chapter 11, space bankruptcy, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is that Firefly stinger?
Space bankruptcy.
Alarms blared as the Wadja bucked wildly. Between ordering everyone to hold on to something and trying to get status updates, Captain Hawk Corbin had the time to think that this must be what it was like on the deck of an actual sailing ship in stormy
I know, the audio
seas,
mixing here is
and
just
considered himself
so
fortunate
well done.
to have only swum under the surface or flown above.
You can feel
Mostly, though, he was scared
danger.
for his life and trying not to bite his own tongue. After what seemed in the moment to be an eternity,
I feel like your narration really met that moment
the Wadja
very well.
Spit out.
I mean, this stuff like this in the book, it really rides that line between like a full-on audio drama and a traditional book reading. Like it really is like that sweet spot between the two that gives you like a really nice little bit of dramatic edge from a traditional reading, but it's still just one person reading everything. So
he'd done the same.
Yeah, but I love that about. I mean, this whole story. I just love that with the production here. Scenes like this just highlighted so well.
All stations report in.
I like reading scenes in other books that like you can see so clearly existing in a different medium. The book Kings of the Wild by Nicholas Ames has a scene at the start of a chapter that is a slow motion badass walk of an entire adventuring party on the way to a castle until one of them trips over his robe. But like nowhere does it say slow motion, but it paints all the little details of their awesome badass walk up, and you can just see it in your head. And yeah, it's stuff like that that makes me want to try to do the same thing of like cinematic writing and setting the scene like that, as well as as well as just like using the language to convey that sense of panic, to not put a period in the sentence that can make it frenetic, as opposed to later on in this chapter not putting a period in the sentence that just is kind of a creative almost run-on of a whole list of things that had to happen to come to a certain point.
Probably nothing. Just
which Brian recorded, I think, in one go. Maybe two.
Who knows where we are?
But we definitely, I primed you on it ahead of time. I was like, here's what this sentence is. This is going to be weird. Don't go into this one cold.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Stopped.
Right, you definitely like had a couple moments where you're like, all right, you really need to make sure you read ahead to, get it down before we try to record this.
Yeah.
Got to do some vocal warm-ups.
Yeah, it was as this happened, and then this, as well as this other thing, while simultaneously this other thing, the thing happened.
Back on the screen.
Which
in front of
does have a purpose. It kind of builds tension, only for it to be
10
deflated.
times the force they had just escaped from. The ships were spindly
It's a sentence that's like 120 words, followed by a sentence that's 4 words.
Adorned with arms, spines, and other long features, Hawk couldn't figure out unique names
I should count words on that paragraph.
Their
Actually, I'm
ships
curious
were
now.
as black as the space behind them.
You got the book in front of you.
Only red light coming through the
What do you mean the
windows
book? I have the Word document in front of me.
Those are
So you have the ebook in front of you.
Yeah.
Destroyers.
Well, okay, the ODT. I didn't use Microsoft Word, but
Pale. Threm, said Hawk. It is my measured assessment that you should not attempt to reboot the weapons system.
oh god, I feel like I was referencing something
we
specifically with that line.
Talk to them?
I can't remember what it is
Has
off the top of my
anybody
head.
talked to them? I don't know, Fovac. That's kind of your thing. Well, transmitter is down, so that's gonna make it difficult. Receiver is definitely picking up some sort of repeated signal. Can anyone make sense of this? A series
The
of long,
SOS?
short tones played over
Yes, the SOS.
SOS.
Yo, it's this.
Stanching the
Wait,
blood
what?
running
Hold on.
from the nose.
I
It's a distress call.
LibreOffice is in the way. Oh, okay, yeah, you were just nice.
Looks like we're not the only ones that got through. She
There are
pointed to an
144
area
words in that
between a
one
couple of
long
ships.
paragraph followed by a 4-word sentence.
No.
That
There
is-
was
I'll
something
point it out
there
as we get
revealing.
close, but we're almost there.
That's
The remains of the fighter.
Well, you
had
know what
been
that
sucked
is.
through
That's pretty gross.
Ahead of the Wadja. When the destroyers first came, they didn't respond to anything.
Okay, that was for me.
Prem was
That's
still
fine.
transfixed by the nightmarish warships on the screen. The old legends of his people made manifest before his eyes. We tried
Again,
for
just
30
going around,
days,
going
and they
around the
just
bridge. I try
sat
to make
there.
sure that everybody has
And then
plenty of
started
chances to talk.
slaughtering
I didn't
us.
want anyone to just be decorative on there,
Right,
and then
so
then Bryan had to voice all of them.
talking to them is out.
Yep.
Are they responding to that?
Give every
distress
character a
signal?
chance to speak and
Doesn't
give
look like
the narrator a chance to make as many voices as possible.
I do see Atlo venting from the
If I use up
cockpit.
all your voices now, you can't use them for any other
Hopefully the pilot
project.
has some kind of onboard life support, because
Including
we're
your
gonna have
sequel.
a hard time picking him up.
Shut up.
What? The human system sec that chased us?
What,
all
do you
in
expect me to
circles?
introduce new characters in the sequel?
Kovac.
Yeah,
you
knows where we are. Hawk tilted side to side in thought.
Yeah,
Please
that Hawk
pick
tilted
him up.
side to side in thought.
Give
I
him a
tried to
chance
like
to
imagine a
join
human going,
crew. At
like this
worst,
kind of
he's
thing.
a
I'm like, okay, but
hostage
his
for
entire
safe
body is his
return
head.
when We're not dealing with all of this. He bobbed at the massive alien warships on the screen.
He bobbed at the massive
his
alien
voice
warships.
rising
He
anxiously.
nodded at them. He said, "That thing."
So I am
That thing.
once
Yeah.
again asking my esteemed bridge crew for options.
Everybody, do your best
The
Keegan
destroyer
impression.
ships waited
Yeah,
patiently,
right.
But
Best
menacingly
floating
for the
space
Wadja
pufferfish
to
go.
come to a
Yeah,
decision.
right. Hold on, let me put on my green
Crew
screen
is
pants.
reporting in. We've got injuries, but nothing major. Liz
I do
turned
not
from
have
the
green
board
pants, but I
back
feel
to
like I
Hawk.
should now.
The
I have a
worst
full
set
green
in
screen
munitions.
bodysuit.
Broken leg. Doc's
Nice.
already on
That
it.
tracks. I feel like you would.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you would be the
just use
puppeteer
running
then.
lights, some pattern
Oh, yeah,
repetitions,
yeah.
prime number sequences, something like that. Just enough to say, hello, we don't have hostile intent.
More jokes being set up. Send a
Yeah.
prime number sequence, I guess. Pays off 2 different
Penta.
times.
That's your thing, yeah?
That's the thing is
Yeah,
you
I
write
can do
and then you
that.
go back and see things that you
what
can
do
like
you
tie
want me
together to
to
make it look intentional.
Blake.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Unifying
Hawk
filmic
looked at me
device.
helplessly.
Yeah.
Primes?
Prime.
So this was
Signs?
a KDP book that you had to include prime
Yeah,
numbers
they
on.
probably don't know.
Hey.
Tenta,
Yeah.
how many primes can you count through?
Also
without
available on
counting?
Audible.
10, 5, I don't know. Counting's
Not
Don't
to
forget to
mention
like
all
and
of the other
subscribe.
non-Amazon
Faced with mortal peril in.
platforms, which
That's right.
it's,
Just one
what is
blink.
it?
Wait a moment.
Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
3, 5, 7, 11. Repeat.
Fry Stick is definitely brought to you
Point
by
of
Carl's
order.
Jr.
Her quill steadying slightly.
When I'm not
One
engineering a
isn't technically a
spaceship,
prime.
I like to sit back with a fine
Liz
burger
just
from
stared
Carl's
at the
Jr.
Fishkin, then said to the pilot,
Kind of an awkward
"Whatever
sandwich.
feels right, Tenta."
Hard
Okay.
to get them out in P space, but we find our way.
Now I want to know what each
Slowly,
crew member of the Wadja would
other
do for a
systems
Klondike
were
bar.
powered on.
And
Or
as
no.
lights
How they
came
feel when they
back
bite
up,
into a York peppermint patty.
the Armada started closing
Well,
distance towards
I
Washington.
know the author, so we can
I
ask
knew I
him.
shouldn't have included the one. What does a
Too bad.
human know about math?
I'll get you a script later.
Tenta, stop playing
That's the
with
thing about
lights
writing, I can do
and
it at
get
my
us out
pace.
of here.
That's true. That's
With
true. You can.
What,
I
Captain?
don't think that I have the skill for
Panic and
improv
determination mixed
outside
in
of a
her
D&D
voice.
table, and even
In
then.
case you haven't realized, the engines are
Oh man,
dead.
can you just imagine
Or
this
do you
pirate
want
crew
me
as
to
a
get out
D&D
there
party?
and vent my float
Hell
plan?
yeah.
My
There's
God.
this thing called
Hold on.
mass.
Yo.
Hey
and this
AJ, when
ship
we
has
start
a lot
playing
of
that
it.
old Star Wars
So if the
RPG,
order
can we
is,
actually
get
change
out
the
there
setting
and
to?
vent, then buy the depths, Captain.
There's
Corbin.
zero reference
I
out
want
there.
to
It's
see
always
your
How we
Destroy
destroy
dumbass
the
out there
destroyer.
doing it with
So
me.
it's
Setting.
What's the greater canon behind this? I'm the only one who knows, and for some reason, I'm not running the game because I'm done running games for.
Trying to
We're gonna-
relieve the stress she'd taken from the
I did that with
It's the
Burnt
beauty-
Skies, though. I ended up.
The Bugeniverse.
I ended up designing a RPG primarily meant for capital ship combat and set it in another universe I was writing at one point along with Shady Cats. And so like when I ran that as an RPG, I could just make stuff up and boom, it's canon now. Why not? And then stuff that my players did eventually got written back in as canon.
Oh, but that is a hard thing to say. Yes, I'm sorry. This
Hog,
was
how do I
my
be
idea.
emotionally intelligent? I can't.
No,
I won't.
sorry,
You can't make
this
me.
is-
What do you want him
It's
to
not
fish?
yours. And it's not your
I love just
fault.
the like. Okay, this is how an apology should be.
Oh, how do they
But
do
he
it?
doesn't know how to do that.
He seems
Liz
to
does.
know.
Liz is smart.
Trying to
And then
play
he just
both
goes,
the confidence-boosting
ditto.
pirate and the humble, capable leader.
That's
The
what
only
she
thing
said.
bigger
Penta
than
had
puffed up
dropped
Hawk
all
is puffed up
pretense in
Hawk's
standing
ego.
up to him.
No, it's great. The more
Captain,
puffed up that Hawk gets, the more
venture
deflated
yours
his ego
carefully.
gets. It's
You
his
might
it's
wonder,
inversely
after me.
proportional to his confidence. When he's really
I'm
confident, he's
sorry.
hey.
We
When
are
things
all
going really
under
bad,
a
he's
lot
like,
of stress,
oh no.
But that is no excuse for poor behavior.
Then he's just full of hot air.
Yeah.
Hawk noticed that others joined him as he slowly turned to Liz as she continued her unfamiliar rhetoric.
You have to remind me when we
In
get to
the
the motor,
future,
the parts
I
where
will try to be
my narration
mindful
broke
of
you.
those around me and work
God.
with
I remember
them
one.
in a constructive
Yeah, there
was-
manner to solve
Yeah,
our
there was
problems.
one. I forget where it is.
Pivoted as his
It was one of
Yeah.
those like
swept
what?
between Liz
Yep.
and,
Yeah.
That's the one I remember, but there was like another one where like
Finally,
you
he
just got
said,
so thrown off guard by the
Yeah.
way it was delivered, which is not an
What
easy
she said.
task considering you know every line. You literally have the book in front of you. Like,
Yeah, but
At
I've
this
also
point,
been
very
reading
little would
things in
surprise
the
you.
exact same voice. Like, oh yeah, I know how this is read, and then you come at it
Alright.
from the complete
Keep
90-degree
her around, Captain.
tangent to that.
You're swimming in the dark without her.
When's the TV Tropes article going to be created?
Everyone
Yo, Taco
let
Pill,
out
you
a
can be the
breath.
first.
And return their attention to the screens.
That'd be
From
my.
the
That's how I
largest
know
ship,
I'd make it with the
still
TV
in
Tropes
front of
article.
them, a smaller
Heck yeah.
vessel emerged and made for the Wadja.
Well,
oh,
or-
it's
said
when
Hawk, trying to
Stentorian Blade
retake
goes onto
control
the
of the
bridge and he
situation.
tries to say, "Oh, we haven't been
Shall
entirely
we welcome
honest.
our
We,
guests?
you know,
yes,
you are
you are
pirates.
pirates.
What?
After an interminable
This is
amount
the
of
long
time,
paragraph.
while one larger destroyer ship picked up the wreckage
After an
of the
interminable
human
amount of
fleet,
time. Blah, blah, blah.
and while the Wadja tried to show their own incoming destroyer shuttle where its airlock was, and both ships tried to figure out how to properly seal an umbilical between them, and the shuttle likely sampled their air to see if they could exist in it, and Swoo got as far as confirming that the shuttle had atmospheric pressure to begin with, and Hawk informed the crew of the present situation while conveniently leaving out the altercation on the bridge. And everyone discussed how armed to be. And Hawk, Liz, and some boarding party crew waited with environment suits, holstered weapons, and increasing agitation in the airlock. The door opened, and the pirate crew of the Wadja made first contact with creatures from another universe. They
And
were
we're done.
disappointingly normal. Oh, none of the figures in front of
I
them
got about
were
halfway through that
exactly
sentence,
like
realized
any
what I was doing, and I was
species
like, how
anyone
long can I
Wadja
drag
ever
this on? How
encountered.
long can I make this
They
work?
were huge, for one thing. They towered over the assembled crew.
It's like the
and would give most
opening of Spaceballs.
Space a run for their money.
Oh yeah.
The ship just keeps going.
Species, an arthropod with 3 legs underneath, and 2 more rising above and forward from the rear.
It's the music, just the horns kind of. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Okay.
Framing a face with 3 glowing eyes. No. 7? Liz couldn't tell.
How do you mix up 3 and 7? Just out of curiosity.
I imagine that it's something that's like. So I imagine like a face under here, underneath like a weird like carapace helmet, and some of the eyes sometimes go under there, or like.
Oh, okay.
You know.
All right.
It was terrifying.
It's like, is that an eye or is that a freckle? I don't understand. How does your biology work?
Some variation of a fight or flight response.
What's that schmutz?
The destroyer delegation ranged from an almost normal-looking quadruped
Where's that coming from?
analog to a bipedal tree.
Mammal analog. I wrote that down in the book because
was a 3-legged
that's gonna be a band name or something.
Well,
nice.
Mammal analog.
Eye level, but with their upper legs, they took up almost twice the vertical space of a human, and were nearly twice as long, tipped to proverbial
And yeah,
tail as a human
this
lying down.
Basically is just wholesale ripped up Shivans from Free Space, which I think I showed you a picture of at the time of like, yeah, this is what the species looks like. Voices were still all over and don't necessarily fit the species, but it is a unique one for the character. Because that's the thing, is like, would Wilford Brimley be coming out of this bipedal Sabretooth voice? Sabretooth character. It's fine. Voices are whatever.
Listen, lots of planets have a south, okay?
Code for Captain.
You know, it's interesting. Wilford Brimley is in a lot of really great sci-fi shit. I mean, like, forget about Cocoon. Dude was in The Thing, just like the greatest horror movie of all time, and the Ewok movie. I don't know if you guys remember the Ewok movie.
Oh my god.
The Battle for Endor, hell yeah.
Yeah. And what else was he in that was sci-fi?
Was he in that one or Caravan?
I am Captain Hawk
I
Corvin,
don't remember which Ewok movie.
Captain of the fine vessel Wadi.
Yeah, because there was 2 of them.
Which you now
it was
find
the first
yourself
one.
on.
Oh, Caravan of Courage.
You
Yeah.
That's the other
you
name,
cannot
yeah.
understand me, but maybe
Oh, boy.
someone's recording this, and I want to look good. Yeah?
Liz shook her head.
Almost had him say savvy, I feel like. Like, listening to that, it feels like he was going to say savvy at the end of that sentence.
Anything spoken into
Not
some
quite.
That was the very.
contact code
That was the meta
that
moment for me
Gypsy
because people were recording this.
apparently had been bundled with other, more useful software that Gypsy had pirated. It worked on the
Pirated
same
software.
underlying code as a linguistics
Which
puzzle
is
game.
actually more directly
Liz
called
didn't
out
know
later
and
on in
would worry
the
about questioning it later.
in the book.
One of the pentapedal
And I think
arthropods
Liz was
came
like,
forward,
I hate you.
and a harsh grating sound
Or
emerged
just like,
from Liz
missed you.
generously covered its
One of
face.
those.
Both sides stared at each other. The crew of the Wadja cast surreptitious glances at Liz, as if the software could decrypt an entire language based on what was
Yeah,
hopefully
like, it's
an introduction.
they're
And she noticed a few of the
in
destroyer
custody for
crew
maybe a
looking
month, and we're
towards
just
the
like,
walking
yeah,
tree
they have a pretty
in
good
what
grasp
was
of the
probably
language
the
after
same.
a few weeks. It's fine.
Liz
It's sci-fi. Why
just
not?
sighed.
Yeah.
This
Listen,
will take a
these
while.
are space travelers.
Yeah.
They should all be pretty freaking smart. I mean, you have to be pretty smart to be an astronaut in real life.
Yeah,
Right,
you know,
so-
there's everyone's a linguist. It's fine.
You gotta assume you're at least astronaut level intelligence if you're flying around space.
I like the implication here that someone had downloaded a game that was like how to learn a brand new language, and it was just very like gamified, like Mavis Beacon style thing. Mavis Beacon by Duolingo kind of thing. But then they end up using it for like actual trying to learn a new language, and it just more or less works. Just using the underlying structure for, all right, cool. Well, we've identified this phenome, and Yeah, so that was the pirates being thrust into the universe inside.
Space bankruptcy.
Yeah, that was Space Bankruptcy. That is one of the longer chapters. Not the longest by any means, but it gets up there. Longest is actually the next pirate chapter and a few more. But before then, we've got chapter 12, which goes back to our scientists. You guys ready for that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I think this is where they more or less get like, hey, somebody else is messing around in subspace. Someone fix that. But it's 13 minutes. There's more than just that going on. So, chapter 12, ready and starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're back in our own universe. Thank goodness.
Yay.
Feel more comfortable here.
Yeah. Or at least you're not the species that like actually gets physiological pain being in the other universe.
Yeah, that would suck.
Previous results and 2 weeks worth of repeated experiments.
My vibe is way more end space than it is P space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some had been expecting
End space
this,
supremacist? What?
and others
No.
were skeptical.
Bad.
No, don't. No. Don't put that on me. I didn't say that.
Kim G.
No.
No.
So this was actually, I just listened at
So,
the start of that
Dr.
chapter.
Morgan,
It mentions,
this
the past
confirms
2
it.
weeks, whatever. Like
You
this
were
book
right.
probably takes place over the
It was a
course of
question
like
as much as it was
2
a
to 2 to
statement.
3 months. At least
Doesn't
3 months, I
matter
want to
who was
say.
right.
That like there is
The
this
apple
like
replied
passage of
carefully.
time that's kind of like laid
He
down.
looked at Elias, who glanced again at his copy
but
of the report.
I didn't like go
Then
too into
gave
depth,
the
but I
apple
think
a
it
simple
carried
nod.
across pretty well.
But
It's not like,
we
you
have
know,
confirmed
some people
beyond
like reading Lord of the
reasonable
Rings are like,
doubt
I'm
that
sorry, it took how many
Gendir's
years?
subspace drive can access a
Right.
parallel dimension. One where
It
the
actually
speed
only took
limit
1
is
year.
Not the absolute speed limit.
I actually don't
instead
remember. I
new
remember like
radiation,
seeing it at one point
which
being like, oh,
moves at a
that's longer than I
speed fast
expected.
enough
But
to cross a
it's just
galaxy
like if you don't
in
have a sense of the passage of
under
time,
a minute.
time doesn't progress.
Everyone in the room exhaled. Now
So
that it
made
had
sure
been
to kind of
spoken.
sneak that in.
Obviously, the
You know, I
scientific
think 2 weeks
community
here,
will
and then the
need to
next time
run
that we're
more
back
tests,
at a pirate
said
chapter, it's been a
Elias,
month since
staring
they had
only
gone
at
in.
his reports. The room chilled by a degree before he continued. But
Hold on.
that is for other teams. For us, this is enough data to use.
Did you get
as a
shocked?
Working hypothesis.
No, just like
and
a
we
little bit
can
too much
move
pressure from the
on to
headphones.
next
Just gotta
step.
readjust them.
We've opened a rift to peace.
You know how it goes.
Now we have to.
I
figure
certainly
out
do.
How we've been traversing it all this time. I think we need to see what a transit looks like from P-space.
Agreed. Does a ship drop in and go fast to the destination? Is there a
That sounds
bridge
like
of some
Centaurian
sort
Blade
between
again.
the origin and destination?
This could loop back to the
There's
wormhole
definitely
theory.
Yeah.
like
Some sort of
similarities in a couple of
Newgrass signal
these.
to prompt the destination rift to open.
Yeah.
Perhaps some
Yeah.
kind
this
of-
At least the way
definitely
he's
is
like,
very
agreed.
Great. Yeah. Yeah.
Can space physically be seen folding and getting distorted?
Well, Erudite
that's
stars
the
and Centaurian
case,
Blade
then
aren't
the
too far from each
destroyers
other
would
either.
have
They're just
definite
kind of like
reason to be
amped up
attacking us.
versions. I mean, like one's a little more like
I can't
insectoid
see
and
them
hyper.
surviving something
Um,
like that on
yeah,
a
'cause I was-
regular basis. And they
Yeah.
wouldn't have left us alone.
Like
That's
Zorak
the
from
human
Space Coast.
In the interval. We could see a breakdown of matter.
Yeah,
from the
actually.
transmission of a stream of particles through P-space between. Shut up, Suresh! Replied the curiosity voices. And
A
so it
stream
was.
of particles
Now that
through
the tension had
P-space.
broken,
Ha ha ha, Andrew.
God
Real
damn it.
mature.
only Siobhan
God
stayed
Yeah.
quiet.
Damn it.
Elias
The Triple X parody writes itself.
It does.
Dr. Doyle.
Yeah.
What are
Oh.
we missing?
But yeah, that was
room
one
still
in
began.
editing where
Without
I was
looking
just
up,
like, hey, can we
Siobhan
like
asked,
shorten up these gaps here? Because Brian had to, take time to switch
What is
between
happening to
voices.
our probes?
And it was just like in post, it was like,
There
hey, can
was
we
no answer.
shorten this up so it feels
She
not
continued.
literally talking over each other, but they're all
Our
kind of
tests
excitedly
have shown
exchanging
P-space
ideas.
To be similar enough
Right. Yeah.
And yeah,
that the
in
probes
post there was
we're
some of that,
sending should survive
trying
for some
to
period of time.
get it tightened up.
But they're never present by the next interval. The
Because yeah,
latest
like
tests haven't
you
had broad
you were
spectrum
consistent with
equipment,
voices very well.
but
It
they
just
can
obviously
still
does take
show
you time to switch
something.
from one to the other.
Instead,
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
and
empty.
anybody would be editing that out in any production
Elias
anyway.
tilted
Like
his head,
you still need to
then
keep
looked
that
back to the
pauses at and
Where are you looking?
maintaining the pause length at a
Page
level of interest for the
67,
listener.
test
Yeah, yeah.
P34,
Yeah, like a pause
and
between sentences
page
as normal, but
52,
otherwise.
P35.
There was,
Yeah.
I will say, towards the end of
People shuffled
recording,
through electronic
there was a point
documents
where,
or
like,
sheaves of paper.
all right, just record through with this
3/4's
voice,
pulse timing was offset from the
because
rest.
I think it was
And
like
neither it
one
nor
where
3/5
Erudite
read any extra
Star
pulses.
was narrating what
So
was
the
happening.
emitters
Like
didn't
she was a
last
point of view where
longer
she's the
than 6
narrator,
hours, which
and you
is
had
Yeah.
her point of view like this,
incredibly
and then
unlikely,
also had
with
Liz
how
saying a bunch
simply
of
he built
things.
them.
So I think
Yeah.
there was something
to
like
say
that where it was
what
like, all right,
everybody thought.
just say Liz's 3
Except for
lines right here,
Elias,
and then
who
go ahead
didn't
and add the
care what
interstitial.
everybody
She
thought.
said,
You think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
destroyers are
just for
Yeah, that
ease.
might have been one of the only times we didn't do that. But yeah, just
possibly?
There's a couple times where
She
I know that
shifted
we
her
were
weight
like,
and
all right,
finally
do this
looked
bit
up.
straight through, then we'll come
It's
back and
also
add those.
possible that
And there's a
P
few
space
points
and
like that
N
where like
space don't
I think
have a
the you know,
one-to-one
like a he
spatial
said might be
correlation.
missing somewhere
And they've drifted
in one or two
by
spots, and
Sure.
like
light minutes.
not too worried about that. That
hours,
happens,
light
and
years, depending on the
yeah.
relative speed
when you have
of
the voices
universe.
to signify who's speaking, I mean that's a
Unlikely,
very forgivable
said
sin.
G-Man.
yeah.
The first probe test, where we had it reporting back through a portal we kept open, showed it keeping station
They're
without
talking
any
about
outside
probes.
forces
Oh my
acting on it.
god, it writes
If
itself.
a
Portals
portal
kept
prevented
open.
space from moving while everything
My
else
God.
was, that would be
Are you sure this is
some
in chapter
sort of
rule 34?
catastrophic destruction that I don't want to contemplate until we've Occam's razored everything else out.
Well, it's like
If the
listening to
universe
just
is
the
moving,
dialogue on the Death
probes
Star
are
trench
injected
run,
into
right?
space with
Oh,
momentum
yeah.
such that they should still be stationary.
Going
from
in.
their
Acted
own
on the
point of view.
surface.
Yeah.
They
Stay
still
on
have
target.
on.
Get out of here, Wedge. You can't do any more
Something
good back there.
outside of natural
Great
causes
shot, kid.
is
That was
removing
one of
our
the
probes.
million.
After a moment in which everybody was considering alternatives, Dr. Ames Malway said softly,
Yeah, Nadia ruined that one for me. Thanks, Nadia.
contact situation.
Ames Malway. This is one of my favorite
hardly our
names in the whole
first
book. I don't know
contact
why.
with the
It just
destroyers.
Ames Malway just always was like, oh, I like that name.
It's
No,
I mean, I don't know about you, but
we are
you know,
on
Ames was a
territory
department
now.
store near where I grew up.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say,
Yeah.
Ames Mallway. Is that like is that an Ames reference?
It's an Ames reference, and it was a James Way reference, but
Oh my
I threw
God.
Mall in the first half of that. James Way was another department
This
store,
is probably
both of which were kicked out by
Ah.
Walmart in Oneida.
Good.
Respect.
Diplomacy's never been
So
mine.
yeah, that's Ames Mallway is like Ames and
You
James
don't
Way.
say.
I think I was gonna go with James Way, and I was
We
like,
don't
what if I
even
split it
know
up?
if we
What if
can
I do
make
this?
it
What if I do that? And I don't think
Yeah.
that mall was
Diablo
specifically
to
like a
Goliath,
shopping
who
mall that I put in
responded
there
to
and just make it
Shoutout.
all about
We don't
retail
want
and
to
such,
send someone
but it
into
works that
space
way.
to encounter them on
Yeah.
their home turf. After all,
Speaking of
historical
Oneida, Herb
communications
Phillipson's, huh?
failed.
Holy shit!
Yeah, right?
Nike.
Millennia ago,
Actually, I haven't kept up on them recently, but
Where am I
Listen.
supposed to go to
Gen
buy a
Beer have no idea how
child-sized
their own
rifle?
Subspace technology works. They probably screwed up their contact too.
The pause
Look,
you took
I'm not
after
saying
child
we
really
send
had me
someone
worried
on a
for a
one-way
second.
trip, but open up a rift and send a signal.
Where am I gonna go to buy a
Elias
child?
said, matching Ames's
oh
volume.
boy.
His
How do you
rifle.
propose we do that? Enough, said Iapo. He stared
Enough.
Elias and Ames down.
Yeah, I didn't
until
realize that they
backed
had.
off from their
Like honestly,
impending
like I hadn't kept
shouting
up. I didn't
match.
realize they had closed, and
Ames is right.
but yeah,
We
like
need to
I
devise
definitely
some
had
sort of
gotten a
communication method.
few things from there. Yeah.
Otherwise, there won't be
The
anything
it's
for
it's the
diplomats to do.
eclectic.
Suresh.
Some-
any
Yeah,
further
it's
more
kind of
spectrum
like-
analysis?
It's got
No,
some shades of
not
military
really.
surplus, some
We
shades of
figured out
Bass
how to
Pro
use the
Shop,
drive components to the rear-rad signal without
like,
power draw, a drive
you know,
over
little
tanks.
Cabela's in there,
Well, any
right?
sort of team
Yeah.
or anything is still beyond us.
Like I definitely
So
got a
Adirondack
few.
signal. Door.
Better than nothing,
Yeah,
said
kind
John.
of.
There is a transmitter
Like I
and
definitely like
software that can easily take
the
messages on the fly.
olive green
and
bandana for
convert it to
Stargate
an
Hades. So
obviously
you know, I ended up
manufactured
grabbing that from there.
signal that we can
You know,
broadcast
just as,
over the noise the rift makes.
It's the kind of thing that you know you could get that kind of thing at.
G-Min,
Right.
you and I are
If I
going
didn't
to
already
look
have
through
boots, it probably
records
would've
to
come
figure
from
out
there.
what we can send with a digital signal. We'll look at 20th century human SETI and reference what other species have done too.
All right, they're gonna
See
send
what's
first
worked
contact.
and
That's
what
gonna be prime
hasn't.
numbers as well.
Sure thing. Ames, you
It's
That's gonna be done
instruction.
properly
idea of
because
getting
they're
some
like scientists and
professional diplomats here.
mathematicians.
So why don't you send a message back to the home systems on the next interval and
Again,
get them
just
to
set up
assemble
and
a
pay
first
off brick
contact
jokes.
team. We need a human on that team.
Makes it
then
all look
whoever else
intentional.
is also qualified.
Rhymes?
First contact on behalf
like
of
poetry, it
humanity,
rhymes.
then. Of this universe, Dr. Mulway. Elias stood up.
I still don't remember who
He
Awkward
looked like he
Sandwich is. I'm
wanted
still
to
trying to
apologize
think.
for shouting it in.
It's
Like, did
it
Fry-
shows later.
About the
Okay.
closest thing
It was in the
Mulway
second half.
to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ames
we haven't gotten there
seemed
yet.
to accept it.
As soon as we hear the voice, we're gonna
Oh, I'm
know.
sure.
The
We're all gonna be like,
destroyers
ah!
present us with a
Yeah,
united
we're gonna
front,
cheer. It's gonna be
and we
great.
must do the same to them. We are not one government here, but we cooperate well enough. Get all the big players to send an envoy
This
to
is
the team.
probably
They
the
can
moment
figure it
where
out from
this
there.
becomes Iapo's
He made eye
team.
contact with each team member.
Yeah.
present.
Like, up until now,
Until
it was
they
like,
arrive,
sure, he might
I
have been the one
recommend
like
we
telling
open
people to
no
do things, but it was still
further standalone books.
Elias
We must
doing a lot of the
act as if
stuff.
the destroyers
This like he
are
just
on
naturally
our
steps into like an
doorstep.
actual leadership
I
role.
will also
Like he might have been
impress
directing
upon
beforehand,
the
but this
home
is where he like
systems
you know
that the
kind of
patrol
becomes a
fleets we've
leader.
gotten so
And I
far
don't think that was
are not
intentional when I
enough.
started to
They
write
weren't
that
enough
I had
last
that
time,
planned
and
out
they
for
won't
him.
be this time.
But again, like I kind of
We need
started,
an
and as
actual
soon as I saw it, it
military
was like, oh,
armada
this is
in
good.
case
I gotta
the
lean into
destroyers
it.
decide not to wait for further action on
Feels
our
like a
part.
natural character arc.
Elias
Yeah.
kept his gaze steady.
Like the main
But
character
Iapo
arc
knew that
in
he
the
too
whole
was
book, let alone
occasionally
just a scientist's point of
haunted
view,
by the
is
prospect of
Elias
invading
learning to
fleets
tolerate people.
storming through rivers,
But that
making
doesn't mean that there's not
alpha
other
for beachhead.
shifts that happen along the
Again.
way.
Iapo made himself
meanwhile, there's
great
Hawk
this
doing the exact
latest
same thing.
silence.
Yeah.
While
there's-
we're stuck on this side,
I'm gonna
I
slight
want
tangent
everyone
here.
to work on
My Little Pony,
theory,
when it first
equipment
started,
design,
ended with
something.
always like, "What's the lesson that I
When
learned?"
we're
Like,
good
"Dear
to open
Princess
up rifts
Celestia,
to
I
keep
learned
space
blah blah
again,
blah 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 blah
I
blah."
want us to hit the
Then-
I'll
ground
take your word for it.
There's one
James,
episode
I'll send
where
that message
Applejack
for a first
says,
contact team.
"What did I learn?
I
I
want
didn't
you
learn
to
anything.
work
I was right the whole time."
spectrum analysis.
And that's Hawk at the end of the book. I didn't learn
Something that
anything.
can confirm Murad's use as a signal carrier. Got it.
Well, now we know which
I'm
My
also
Little
going to
Pony
get the
Hawk
latest
is.
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
salvage team. Last
All
I
right,
heard,
everyone.
it's
What's
all
the character's
pretty
cutie
standard
marks? Let's go.
construction. At least nothing stranger than in the subspace drives. I'll
Character
send them
development,
my
I
own
spit on
mail,
that
and
thing.
We'll see if anything
God.
checks out.
Brian.
Let me know if any brainstorms hit you about that.
I'm gonna
That's
disown you. I
crazy.
love you.
Suddenly he was self-conscious of how he'd taken charge. He had originally played third or
I love you too,
fourth
Pookie,
when
forever.
the team first assembled. Before
Oh,
he would slip and
God.
let anything show.
Oh man, this is
He
great.
nodded
The internet
and
teaches us so many
grabbed
things.
himself.
I know, right?
Thank you, everyone.
Against
Let's
my
use our
fucking
time
will.
wisely.
Yup.
He sat back down. When had he stood
I know
up
too
exactly?
much.
And scrolled through his tablet.
This was a
More
mistake.
out of needing to fidget than to look for anything.
I need to
After a
switch
moment,
dimensions.
He grabbed a stylus and started writing the team's to-do list to the project board as others dispersed through the room and out.
Oh,
into the
Brian's
rest of
live
the
video
station.
ended. I
He
was about to
stole
tune in.
glances at the team.
Oh,
They
that's
all
been over
seemed
for a
to
while.
take
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. I just saw the notification for it.
Siobhan
It
gave
says
him
something that I
Oh,
haven't been
alright.
looking at my phone, right?
Yeah,
Everyone
I was on for a
else
few minutes
moved
on
to other areas.
Insta. And then
Yeah,
a
I
few
tried to
minutes
look for it at the
on
time, but I
Iris.
just saw your story.
Not approaching.
Yeah, it's fine.
But not leaving either.
I like.
Any
I'm
more
looking
thoughts,
at the way
Dr.
that
Omarov?
Discord is blurring your background,
He pried.
and for a minute, like the
Elias
pop filter
waited
was in
another
focus, but
moment,
nothing else
then-
was, so it looked like it was just floating.
As if shrugging
Yeah.
aside a mountain that had fallen.
It's
on
like
The
I see
microphone
hands.
is
I mean,
absolutely going to be
hands
blurred no
above
matter
the
what.
words.
Yeah, it's alright.
You're doing
It's not that
a
impressive a
job,
microphone, so it's fine.
It's fine. We can't all have LED
With
gamer
that,
mics.
He left the
No.
room.
Yeah, that's pretty fancy mic you got there. What
Yeah.
is that?
His leg,
This is a HyperX
and
Quadcast S.
satisfied that all
Nice.
signs pointed
It's
to
like,
him
alright, I got all the
still
streamer shit,
inhabiting
here we
the
go.
real world.
I've got a Razer
Writing
webcam,
books and letters.
and then I've got
Nice.
Brian. I feel like a couple years ago at this point, you pointed out like a ring light at Walmart that was like an RGB thing, and that's what I'm using over here.
Nice.
Oh,
That's awesome.
That's starting to autoplay. I don't want to play chapter 12 yet. Or sorry, 13 yet. So
Right.
The unluckiest chapter.
But yeah,
Ooh.
I normally use it for RGB side lighting, but I'm like, let me just have normal lighting on it today.
I got one of my ring lights.
RGB. I thought you. I thought you said RBG. I was like, you have a Ruth Bader Ginsburg
Yeah.
ring light.
Jealous
No,
yet?
he has a real. He has a real Ghostbusters ringlet, okay? Listen.
Yeah. Nice.
I have a KGB ring light, but I don't talk about it.
Oh, yeah. No, you wouldn't.
Anyway, chapter 13.
So on we go.
Hey, yeah, so 5, 4, 3.
Any more comments on 12 right before we zip on?
Great chapter. Fantastic.
God
We weren't really
America,
talking
great
about it a
chapter.
whole lot. It was character growth and such in the scientist chapters. But
'tis a wee sweet land of liberty.
that's fine. It's not a
Articles
commentary track.
streaming through P-Space.
It's the fine line between a commentary track and a listening party, right? We are offering commentary, but we don't have to just do that. Who cares about being on topic?
You know, you might not be a better person after we're done, but it
Well,
you
you'll
did
have had
something.
a good time hanging out with cool people.
Yeah, you know, it's a Saturday.
Chapter
Yeah, exactly.
13. We're gonna get going. This is another Roman numeral 1, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The like reverse. I should play it in
13.
reverse to see what it was before because like it's clearly like got that reversed.
We realized
That didn't
rather
act- your mic didn't pick that up.
quickly
Discord
these
didn't send that.
destroyers were not an invasion force.
Well, you're lost.
Soon after
Yeah.
that, we ascertained
It was
that
fucking awesome for me.
Were they any sort of envoy? They
We'll never
were,
know.
as we
Sorry,
know,
effing awesome.
as a common-
For the kids watching at home, don't fucking swear. I mean,
They insist that they are merchants.
As we said, you might not be a better person.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, one of
She and
these
the other
but you're
random
gonna be 10
captains.
hours older.
expedition
You'll be 10 hours older.
gathered
And
at
that's a good place to be.
diurnal sacrifice.
Yeah.
One of these
One
random
of course
captains,
masonry
for some reason,
of
landed on the voice of like the most villainous ever.
Zorak.
claims to the contrary
Like I heard it go, and I was like, oh, that's good.
Blasting me.
But even then, like even aside from these random ones, Taut Syndicate ended up being very like, all right, here's our villain. If anyone's a clear-cut villain, it's this one.
Destroyers are savages.
Yeah, that kind of like roundabout way of working your way through his sentence was really fun. I think-
I had so much fun narrating these parts.
I think this is especially where you really started to get into the physicality of them too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
From what?
Asked coarse masonry.
From
Of a shattered well.
That is what these are.
The named destroyers in the book: Erudite Star of the Floral Hibernal, Stentorian Blade of Songs in Bloom, Porous Kin Wakened from Ignorance, Coarse Masonry of a Shattered Well, Erasure of Grass in the Moonlight, Winding Drop of Thunder Captured, Taut Syndicate of Unclaimed Stars.
Nice.
You forgot Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
They are.
And then yeah, the second book comes around and it's like, I'm gonna need more protector names. Hold on.
Have wasted far too much time on them already.
We are still.
I think there was one where I was like, all right, cool, I need someone for this, and I like blanked on it for 10 minutes. I had other things to do, but I was like, no, I need a name.
One. And they are so inexperienced in matters diplomatic that they do not realize what they give away when they speak of
I
how
thought-
travel works.
I thought that a truck might have been driving by, or it was raining really hard, and I realized this is spaceship sound
Asked you.
in this chapter.
I
Oh.
thought
Very low rumble.
our wits to be a captain.
I'm like, what the hell is? Oh,
Expedition.
yeah, I forgot. We're in space.
Enough.
Right?
Coarse masonry looked
Is that a thunderstorm? No, that's my own handiwork.
then
Ah.
Stentorian
I mean, not really. It's whoever.
who had been
designed this.
Side.
But you put it there.
And what does the
That's true.
historian?
But only because Andrew told me to.
Oh, that's true.
Historians
All right.
play an active role in any matters. we observe.
I realized that there was a Discord server I didn't drop the listening party link into, so I'm taking care of that right now. While listening to Stentorian Blade's soothing narration.
Had found herself to be a favorite among
Why was that a question?
It's not a voice I would normally consider.
her metaplanetoid
Ooh, I like that
That's
one.
your mind. It's a baby goes to sleep. Yes.
Serving as a translator
Spyro, that is a really good
She often
and melodious
wrote
utterance of
to
freezing in
destroyer
flame.
called Liz,
I
who
like that
confessed
one.
to
I'm not gonna
It's
say
a
I'm gonna
song of
steal
ice and
it.
Fire.
Yeah, yeah,
enjoyed the
yeah.
time she spent
Yeah, I still
I
like
get
it.
I see.
as a
I see what you did there.
professional
Just
Yep,
turn
yep,
Game of Thrones
yep.
books into the names, yeah.
Yeah. No, I dig it. I dig it.
Try to pry from them
The gusts
what
of the
secrets
solstice.
she could.
If we
The
ever get that one.
recurrent strike of Imperial forces.
Especially the floating ones. We found them to be rather adorable. I thought for a moment before the gathered captains. Though Erudite Star is our observer.
I did like this as well of like, here's a character that is always the narrator. They're not involved, they're never doing first person whatever, but they're always narrating what's happened, and then they end up getting drawn into the story too. I don't know, just something about that I really enjoyed.
Was in the room. I believe, I said after another moment.
It's also an interesting
that
concept
despite
using
the
like
predictions of their captain, they do not
separate
know how their
consciousnesses
travel works
to
in a
create
scientific sense.
essentially one
But I do
character.
believe
Mhm.
them when they speak of
Or
their
I mean, I guess that
work.
would be like what their culture is that you
Flair
create
resides
one
in me and
full
Flair.
person out of a multitude of
Explain.
Yeah,
different consciousnesses. It's just really interesting. I thought
I've seen some fantasy, I think, that has done that, and kind of blurs the line of what is a person between like a legal entity and a consciousness, whatever. And I think I don't know for
they're
sure
distinct.
where the
They
line
have-
is here.
they have individual identities, but
Mhm.
also they their purpose is to be part of this complete greater
Yeah.
individual. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's like
One of the captains waved one of his.
I don't know to the extent that it is, and I might explore that. I don't know, and see if there's other roles that do that. The historian might be the only one. They may value this above so much that this might be the only one that is like, this is a legal person that needs to be three different sub people or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I like the idea, but I don't exactly know how it works. Maybe I'll figure it out in the future.
As a universal
Yeah.
constant that
Something to
space-time
think
cannot
about.
exceed.
It's very cool.
Then we might expect them to refer to attempts to
Yeah,
surpass
having
it
checks and
as
balances in history of like, all right, making sure that we're getting an accurate account, and that
But
everyone
also
has their
quicker
own
than
job
light,
to do it
or
correctly,
light-breaking,
rather than just
or
one
any
person
other linguistic
that
expression.
is more fallible.
Also, it's like
Though three
Earth,
words
right? Because one of them's a
and
rock
word.
and a
And
tree,
not
so it's
one
like
that
earth
would
and
have
plant,
occurred to
and
anyone
then
inside,
the
because for
uh,
us, the speed of
you know,
light
the
is no
other
Arthropod,
guys,
yeah.
yeah, the arthropod is just sort of like the creature that like lives among rocks and trees.
Yeah.
You know, it's
It's-
like you get this holistic,
They use
natural
radio
view of
in the same
what they're
way.
trying to observe.
It wasn't intentional, but they definitely, all three of them, hit that checklist of plant, animal, and mineral.
Hmm.
But their everyday perception
You know,
of
I
it
wanted,
is
and the idea of like, a silicon-based life form or a rock-based life form, whatever. I personally pulled from Stellaris, but there's a ton of precedent for it.
Brian, what are you laughing about?
Because with
Brian's
their
laughing.
powers combined, they are the very model of a modern major general.
Performed with the fastest means available.
Listen, the tour I was doing right before this
That
book
is
was Pirates of
right.
Penzance, alright? I heard that
Radio
every day for
part of it
weeks.
was
Mhm.
so
And you used it. You used it because you had a pirate accent already. You had a pirate voice.
Itself.
Hawk Tua Corvin came out of the pirate voice I was using for the pre-show announcement for this. And the If You Please was from HMS Pinafore, which was also on this tour.
They argued once
So yeah,
more, and
sorry, the Gilbert and Sullivan has just seeped its way into my identity at this point. I have to acknowledge my tribal chiefs, Arthur Gilbert and W.S.
which had been silent for the
W.S. Gilbert and Arthur
longest
Sullivan. There we go.
It's why he speaks articulately with such great speed.
Yeah, that's why I do that. That's right.
You made a TikTok about that and the If You Please, and I was just sitting here like, Hawk really said If You Please only one time? What do you mean the time? Yeah, sure enough, he does. Only one time. Fry, if you please.
It's way too polite for it to be a regular phrase for Hawk.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, that's too, like, kind leadership, you know? It's polite manners. It's not his style.
Yes, but being polite also allows one to use more words.
I would take that as extreme sarcasm if somebody said that to me. If you please. I'd be like, what?
Or
what?
You know, same kind of thing. If you would be so kind.
Yeah, maybe I will be so kind. What?
I've lived in Penzance, says Hedge.
That's awesome.
Where haven't you lived in the UK? I swear to God, man. I live there. I live next door to there. I live there.
It's not that big. There's only so much UK to go around.
Yeah, it's like an island, right?
A couple of them.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
It's basically like size of New York plus maybe Vermont.
Yeah.
I would think not. According to them, we nearly eradicated them. Horace Kidd.
All right, so this is now. This was something too. Is like, okay, how much are they comfortable with each other? So this is the bit where all three of the historian are like just
the cuddle puddle.
The cuddle puddle, yeah.
Yeah,
like a platonic cuddle puddle.
Between a rocket tree and an arthropod.
Yeah, and a giant bug. And
the bug is the hard place.
Yeah, which was like, okay, like, do I do anything here? And I'm like, I think I like the idea of just like they're so comfortable with each other that they just like, like if you consider yourself as a person and like you curl up in bed and you burrito into a blanket, whatever, you are entirely comfortable with like where your arms are and everything, and you're all like this. Now just imagine that it's 3 separate bodies, but still that same kind of comfort of intertwining, whatever. And I like kind of getting that across, while also not being like, all right, I'm not gonna have them all be fucking each other. I'm just not.
Not until the XXX parody, that is. Ayo.
Yeah, well, this is kind of like more where I took it to be sort of like they kind of complete one giant consciousness.
Yeah.
Even though they're individuals, it's not about them like making out and like touching each other. It's about like them just, they are one thing, and so it's only natural that one thing would probably sleep all in one spot, intertwined with itself.
Yeah.
And but I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting because like any other protector that is in this story always acts as an individual, never as a group like that. And so I need to find out if there's other societal roles that do that, or even if not all historians are like that, but it's just something that some do. Like their equivalent of marriage might be this, of just being coming together as like a single legal person, having been separate beings before who felt incomplete, and you complete me.
So it's like a throuple.
Yeah, well, like maybe platonic or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Like and that's something that like I don't need to explore it. I don't think that it's going to come up in the next book, but it'd be something that'd be nice to have more of an idea of, and maybe that I could explore going forward. Because I hadn't really thought about how it's like just the historian does that, nobody else. And I gotta kind of find, okay, well, what sets them apart? Is it that they're a historian, or is there some other factor?
I mean, it's exceedingly intimate, but it's not romantic, so it is a fascinating You know, it's not something that like our society really has an equivalent for, especially when it comes to three people. Like that level of like personal intimacy and connection away from any kind of like sex and romance really isn't seen in Western culture very much.
Yeah.
So it's you know, it's definitely like an alien concept, but it's again, it's actually not like it's not off-putting per se.
Yeah,
you
no.
know? Like,
To some extent, you're like, oh, that's cool. I would love to have that.
Yeah, yeah. It's fascinating.
How we romance the historians.
We again settled into comfortable
Interesting.
silence.
Romance of the Three Historian?
Original movie.
Hold on. Can we get a Romance of the Three Kingdoms reference out of that? Hold on.
What you got to do is you got to set it at Christmas time and then sell the rights to Lifetime.
Yeah. But no, like that, yeah, it's just the idea of, here's all the gestures and stuff that are usually reserved for people that are in a romantic relationship, and having it just be, like, with, you know, platonic friends and stuff is, like, you know, even talking about, like, the errand hang. Like, the idea of, like, oh, yeah, we're just going to go grocery shopping because we need to for the house, but, like, let's hang out while we're doing it.
Yeah.
You know, normally the only people that like shop together are like a couple, you know, who are shopping for their house, you know, or you know, husband and wife getting stuff for the family for the week, kind of thing, you know. And so yeah, the errand hang is one of those examples.
Erudite star and I.
It's weird to think about. It's like I never really even when I was living with like multiple roommates, we never like went grocery shopping together.
Yeah, like I can probably count on like not necessarily. Oh, I can count on one hand because my memory's not that good. But like, for the Chicken Riggies episode of Boater Cook Something, you know, going to the grocery store and getting everything that we needed for Baked Ziti when it was me, Detlef, and Mike Darius. Going and grabbing that all together was like a fun time because it was just friends getting stuff for food that night. And like, yeah, we had like the camera phones on us when we were getting clips for the show too, but you know, it was fun. Spyro pointing out that there is at least a little bit of romancing the stone in there. Again, pointing out that, Brian, I love what you did with the pace for Porous Kin. I feel like this is a little hard to hit of something that, like, needs to keep our interest, but still keeps in mind that his dialogue is this slow.
Yeah. This is definitely the chapter where, like, you know what, guys? Every player for an audiobook has speed control. You all enjoy it at your pace. This is the pace we're giving it to you.
Yeah.
If you need it faster, you take care of it yourself.
And it goes through the end of the chapter. So I think this is the only other part that Porous Kin had narration, which is fine because they don't talk too much.
Yeah.
A rock probably wouldn't.
Yeah. Like, it takes effort to do that kind of thing, and I'm not the teller. I will recall. I will go to our teller and be like, you messed up that thing. It would happen like this and like this. Like, I'm going to give you the 5-syllable shorthand, and you turn that into a half-hour story.
Not how it happened.
Yeah, like, I feel like they have a code where he says, like stenographer's shorthand of, like, I'm going to give you 7 syllables, and that will give you the next 5 minutes of the story for you to dramatically tell.
Yeah. Once again, I have been defeated by paper.
Wow, you sound just like him.
I have an excellent reason for that.
Yeah.
Exoskeletal beings are not unheard of for them. They gave us...
That guy's more phasey, though.
Yeah. It's just a phase.
But the
It's not just a phase, Mom.
species inside is somehow more frightful. When I asked if they knew of any other attempts to come inside...
Do it again, but add in George Takei's Oh My.
Oh my.
Ignorance is easy to assume
boy.
from them. They are small. But we cannot.
We'll save that one for the XXX parody as well.
They
Oh God, yeah, the rock heart. Okay.
Their galaxy
God
is
damn
the
it.
only one they have
Yeah, this is like, all right, cool. He's
And they alone
come on,
have ended
come on, Poriskin, you can do it.
defeat.
No,
2
we're proud
XP.
of you. You're doing
We cannot
good job,
say
Poriskin. We're
what
proud of
that
you.
means.
Yeah.
I also
How we
I liked a
edged
little bit of,
historian.
For us
like he
are
wasn't
foolish.
too much of like an interesting
It
voice
would
for me
be
to
a
write, but it was
mistake
still
to
kind of like, oh yeah,
generalize
the really
them
spiky,
all
like the
as
porcupine one. It wouldn't bother him at all. He'd be
As
like,
we
oh,
finish
that's
for the
nice.
day and left
He's
their
like-
holding
I picture him like
areas
walking
to
obsidian.
our other
So-
duties, Captain Erasure of Grass in the
He's like, yeah, I will just hold a Keegan in the palm of my hand because I'm enormous.
She told us that the other source of the cries, which had lain silent,
Scale
for
is
more
kind
than
of,
half
it's fine.
the time we were learning from our captain.
I like to erase grass in the moonlight.
Had again shown activity, and perhaps an intentional attempt at contact. We were to rendezvous with the 106th.
It's another, it's interesting. Like, this is also,
outside.
the narration on this
voyage
part,
that
it's
would
not
take
rooted to a
us
specific place.
time.
Like, it's not taking place in any one location.
But
It's
the
just someone kind of
contact
saying, yeah, this happened and
protocol
this happened and this
was
happened.
familiar.
Yeah, I remember you were very specific about wanting this to be just the narration. to
Yeah,
sort of
this
highlight.
this didn't have anything behind it, as well as the first
And maybe
Protector
by
chapter didn't have
introducing our
anything, because
captain
it's almost like
any new
he's giving this in a
stories,
lecture hall kind of
we
thing.
would learn
Like he's
more
recounting
Yeah.
this
from their
later on
unscripted
in a clean
surprise
environment.
interactions.
Which it
Before
was
this,
very-
we had begun
it,
to feel that we had
the-
It's like a
learned
flashback. You're at the end of the movie, but it's a
and
flashback
they
to like
were
what's
Yeah.
happening right now.
the expedition.
Yeah,
That happens while in real
We
time.
were getting
It's-
ready to send them
it's
to a
interesting and
planet
probably not
they could
like
be
great
held at
like
and
writing
studied
whatever, but
more
you know, in
closely
What's Treason
by
Between
those
Friends
more
is the first
qualified
part
than
is
I.
a scene. It's stuff happening
But
bit by
it
bit, and it's in a
seems
place.
history
And then it's
had
kind of like,
more in
yeah, so this is how the
store
next half a
for
year
us.
went, blah blah blah, and it's some indeterminate time. All of a sudden, it's in a place and things are happening again.
Yeah, and the characters show up.
So,
Oh, that was the end of chapter.
that was the
13.
end. That was the end of chapter 13. So while they introduced themselves in chapter 10, this was the first time really seeing things happen from their points of view as the historian, and kind of getting some perspective on how they regard the invaders, or whatever you want to call them, the pirates that have come into their area.
You are pirates.
You are pirates. What? So from here, chapter 14 is the longest chapter in the book. This one,
Ah, yes.
like, it was a hill. By the time we passed it, like, you know, we had already done the Treason Duology. This was the last big one that was like a spike. Somewhere around here, I've got a picture of that I grabbed off of Reddit at one point that just showed like a line graph of the length of various chapters.
Oh yeah.
If I find that once the chapter starts, I'll pull that up. But
Yeah, it was
otherwise-
definitely chapter 14 and
I think
the...
17 was also up there. No, not 17. 14, 20 was like 20 minutes long. 24 was 22 minutes long. Then
Yeah,
the
20
Treason Duology was
really
like
long.
22 and 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to see really quick if I can find that, and if not, then we'll just start the next chapter.
I might need to step off for a second once we start the next chapter as well.
Sure. Why don't you do that while I'm trying to find this? If that's fine.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah. Go for it. I'll pull this up when you come back. We'll talk about that really quick and.
Awesome. Okay.
Yep.
And while you're gone, we'll talk...
No, maybe.
Nah, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, he's gone. Hey there, everybody out there. Now's the time to tell Brian what you really
Okay,
think.
Here we go. Open image in new tab.
There you go. That's a cool little chart.
Yeah, so this is ignoring the last two because those are unrelated stories. This was What's Treason Between Friends and Mutual Treason up there. This one right here is chapter 14.
Yeah. Yeah, the short stories are definitely the longest 2 files.
Yep. Well, again, What's Treason Between Friends was 22 minutes. Chapter 14 is 27. And chapter 20 is 25. Yeah.
Dang. Wow.
Yeah, because this, and like by word count, it's about 3,000. This one's over. Chapter 20 is 3,000. But by duration, because, let me see, chapter 20, that's a protector point of view, so I think it goes a little slower.
Yeah.
Or, no, sorry, hold on, that's not 20. What number? What are you? Yeah, 20. I just can't read Roman numerals. But
XX. Double X.
well, it's XIX, but the I is so thin for 19.
Yeah.
20. Chapter 20 is 20 is Arabic numerals written out.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's right.
As always, the next book at the moment is all it's all written out. Oh, hey, it's been a while since I've been able to ban someone with trying to spam stuff in chat.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, thank you, DM314 for catching that already.
You had to ban somebody?
No, just someone coming in and being like, here's how to like buy viewers kind of thing. It's something that we get on Twitch sometimes of someone being like, oh, get the most viewers by going here to this link. And Dave, you were on that. Thank you so much.
Get the most out of here, you bastards. Sorry, I shouldn't
No,
swear
you're
on,
good. You're
on
good.
Twitch. Don't want the Twitchverse to think I got a dirty fucking mouth. Sorry, I keep doing it.
I
I'm
play
sorry.
video games on Twitch, man. This is a swear friendly place.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
Good.
no, you're good.
I don't know. I never know. I don't trust people that don't swear, honestly.
How do you know what they're actually thinking if they're not using invectives towards you?
It's not necessarily towards anything, but like if you're not dropping a few swear words, you know, if you're the type of person that gets upset by swear words, I can't possibly trust you. Because like, number one, if you're hurt by swear words, you're never gonna help me at all. Like you're no help. And also those, you know, if swear words frighten you, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just it's a gateway to being terrible as a person, I think. Anyway, welcome back, Brian.
Welcome back, Brian. I brought up the graph on the stream there. So
Yeah.
ignoring the last two, which are unrelated short stories, this is a graph of the length of Reddit posts that I made to the HFY subreddit, and that's What's Treason Between Friends and Mutual Treason up here. But then we go over here. This is chapter 14, right in the middle here. Like, this is basically the order that we recorded them in as well. We knew that once we got past chapter 14, yeah, there were some long ones after that, but we were well over the hump. So, I don't know if you guys have anything to add there, or if we'll just go into this 27-minute chapter.
Yeah, let's
Well, I
hit
just
it.
want to back up. What's a gateway to being a terrible person?
Being afraid of swear words.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, carry on. All right, cool. Chapter 14.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that. All right, moving on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The past month.
It just sounds
had
like
been
Hawk
an
when he would be like
exercise in
hungover up
dissociation
after a
for
bender.
Successful one, able to provide.
Yo, we're gonna make that an Easter egg book.
He had seen an opportunity.
At some point, you make
to grow his
Hawk like
business
really beaten
and
up
give
or really
himself a
like
competitive
out of
edge.
sorts.
I'm
He
going.
had had and valued his own independence above all else. Now, he was talking to a walking.
He's thinking
Yeah, so
dream.
this is... Okay, a month has passed now since...
Bipedal golem.
What? No, carry on.
A
What?
bunch of big
I said you were thinking about
bugs.
it.
and a menagerie of
it's been a
other
month since
unfamiliar
they,
beings.
came inside.
He was a charismatic
and basically,
leader
okay, what does that
who now
do
found
to?
himself in the uncomfortable position of
What?
negotiating
Since they
with
what?
captors
Stop
who
it.
held all the power to keep his friends safe.
I'm not even gonna
Who,
try to
as
repeat it
were,
because I can't make it
was
better.
flexible
No,
And what does that do
no.
to someone who's so
Covered both
used to
employees and friends,
being,
but
in charge
the
of
intention
everything, in
behind
charge
the
of his
word had
destiny?
changed.
It's like, yeah, no, just
He
sit
was
here and
trying
rot
to
for a
manage
while.
the flow of information to keep from giving away
okay?
too much.
Do I need to disable your
destroyers
video?
while coming to grips with the fact
Do I need to put you in
Everything's
timeout?
fine.
they were
No,
currently
everything's
in
fine.
a different universe.
Damn
So
it,
what
Brian.
even counted as valuable intel? That
Go ahead, get
was
the giggles
what he
out.
Had the hardest time
No, it's gonna be a
coming
long
to grips
chapter,
with.
guys. Listen.
Let me play let me play my road trip games. That license plate starts with a Y.
Or die. Or potentially.
Number
end up
1, there's
somewhere
license plates in
near
space. Number 2,
civilization.
there's license plates in P
The
space.
last one on only an incredibly slim chance.
Part of the reason this chapter is longer is because
There's
Yeah,
more words in it.
barest
yeah,
sliver of
and there's more
possibility
words in it
his
because
mind.
it used to start
No,
off with this
maybe,
Hawk kind of
but
reflecting on everything,
not
and then going
consciously
straight into
acknowledged.
being pulled into like the playroom and
that
being told, "Hey, we're
being
doing
in
a thing."
another universe?
And when I added in
was
Carlos,
too much to handle.
basically he is mostly introduced in this
Still,
chapter.
He tried.
And like
He worked to
like
keep
his first
crew's
scene of being in
spirits up,
here is
and he
lying down
leaned on
with
their
Liz
captors
post
to
coitus.
make sure that everyone's needs were
and,
met as best as possible.
Yeah, like I
Almost
needed
no
to
one in
basically
crew
add him into
suffering
the
any
story
ill
so that
effects
he
from
could
the
mess
alien
things up later
business.
on.
Almost.
You needed to make sure he came inside.
Pollen,
Yes.
the Zigern on the crew, was
Cool.
down.
All right, I'm gonna try to stop.
She'd
I
started
promise.
Okay.
complaining of migraines
Try
after a
is
couple
the
of days,
operative term.
And
Okay.
it got
We've
I'm
all
five.
heard that before.
Zigern were lightly telepathic among
Anyway.
species.
But yeah,
The
Carlos was my
theorized
my
that
first
something
monkey wrench
about
that I
the
threw
physics
into
of
the
this
story
universe
to
was causing a biological short circuit in
introduce
that part of her brain.
Discord where everyone was going to
Or
work
she
too nicely
had an
together.
old-time
Jenkins was the
aneurysm.
second one.
Something about a sample size of 1. Hawk and the crew were able to stay on the Watcha when they weren't on the destroyer.
It's also like a really
ships
weird, like,
or
all right, cool, they're held prisoner, but they can be on their own ship just fine.
interrogations by any other name. The pirate vessel was secured to a destroyer hull.
I don't know,
So
like
they were unable to fly
I feel
away.
like I don't know if it
And
was if it's
besides,
just a cultural
the
difference
Watcha
where
was
they're
still
like,
undergoing
yeah, we don't really
testing
jive
and
with this whole like
prepared
taking
for the
prisoners thing. You can
And
you
even
can
if they
be there,
could
just
have
don't
gotten
go
away,
anywhere. We're gonna
they
hold
would
on to your
have
ship,
had
but we don't care if
no
you're in
idea
it. It's
where to
basically
go
house arrest.
and how to
Yeah.
get there.
Mm-hmm.
Their best bet was waiting for an opportunity to make it back home. Whatever the universe, or definition of crew, deep inside, Hawk Corvin was still a pirate captain. He was
Okay, keep
always
telling
on
yourself
the
that, buddy.
lookout for opportunity.
You're a fish with a costume.
Lieutenant Carlos San Martin.
I shall live and die a pirate
of
king.
Terran Orbital Defense. Having another human on board seemed to
Oh
help
my
with
God, I
Liz's
just wanted to
morale.
start singing Penzance
And
to
having a
myself
new
now.
crew
Do
member
it.
gave something less alien for the rest of the crew to focus on.
It is a glorious thing
Trust
to be
wasn't
a pirate
needed.
king. I am a pirate king.
Apparently was.
Be great.
Very.
It would do numbers. I swear.
Hawk had her give him a little tour of the watch.
That didn't go on the mic either. Oh my god, your noise
didn't
suppression
hear
on
it.
Discord
Come
is being
on.
so aggressive.
Didn't mention the
Man.
stealth field generator.
we got.
There was a.
We got
Yeah,
like the
it's
first little
it's the
glimpse of
Discord
it.
noise suppression that's being very aggressive on that.
Is it because my preamp's too
And
hot?
only been
I
It,
don't know.
it might be. I think it's also like it's only transmitting when Discord detects voice.
So
So if
yeah.
it's at all like, oh, that's a constant tone, that's background, and we're gonna pull that out.
Yeah, Discord just hates music.
All right, that's better.
Okay,
That's
okay,
better. We
we'll
caught
do
that.
that.
We caught that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like tiny bit.
Not-
Listen, fellas, the slide whistle's not the important part of this presentation.
But knowing the slide whistle happened.
Knowing the
It's
slide whistle
important for the
happened is the
burn.
important part. Yeah.
I mean, listen,
right.
slide whistle, shaker, banana. I got all the things. I was gonna take a harmonica solo, but I guess with this noise suppression.
I think to some extent it's been turned off, but we'd have to like dig into it.
For fear of going to
As long as you play very
another
quickly.
universe Instead,
We'll just switch it to
So
push to
they
talk and then
drifted
put like a
around the
wait on the
Watcha.
key.
kept an eye on Carlos and met with the destroyer.
It just goes
historian
beep
trio
boop. It's like,
regularly.
hold on. Actually,
Then,
record
You just
going
are
through
R2D2.
aggressive noise
You guys
reduction
are-
opportunity
sounds like a control
came.
panel making a lot of noise. Like, bleep, 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 bleep.
Liz was very glad.
I think we'll just set that to, I think we'll just have Terry set to push to
She
talk
always viewed
and
her
just
crew
put
as
like a
family,
lead weight on the key.
with all the
Then
ups
that
and
way
downs a
it doesn't,
particularly
it doesn't get
tumultuous
pulled
family
out.
tree might endure.
That's all right.
Discord
But
is meant for
with all the
voice. Anything else just
familiarity
gets
that had been
lost.
thrust upon
Yeah.
them the past month, making the acquaintance of Lieutenant Carlos San Martin.
Boy, we're gonna get Carlos.
had been nearly
We're
delightful.
gonna get Billy D. Williams thrice
Oh,
removed.
what's that? You always knew you wanted to
Hell
be
yeah.
a fighter pilot, so you studied
What
hard at
have we
school and
here?
the academy, but almost lost it
Oh,
all
here's the
because of
one
an
bit of Liz
irresponsible
backstory that
roommate,
we get.
but earned your place in a story that would make a good popcorn movie? Well, I had no idea what I wanted out of life. Went to school because my parents wanted me to. Got a corporate job because that's what you were supposed to do. Then fell madly in love with a lawless lifestyle when the ship I was on was boarded by Captain Corvin on his very first score after parting ways with his predecessor. So I joined
And now I
onto
can't
their
pay for
crew
my
and
student
haven't looked back
loans.
since. We're friends now. When faced
Like,
with
we're
the
friends
reality
now.
of aliens from a different universe on one side,
Uh,
and the pirates he'd been ordered.
Yeah,
to
I
bring
feel
down
like that
on
would
the
be
other,
one of the smaller charges. You know, when Liz is finally brought to court,
pulled the
it's just like,
Terran
and
orbital patches from his
late
It looks
payments.
like you're
and asked
looks
when
like you're a little delinquent on your student loan payments.
that's what they get you on.
Yeah.
That just when they really want to bump up the number of felonies.
Yeah. Well, it's like, didn't they like finally get Al Capone on like tax evasion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing.
That's true. It's the one you can get them on.
Yeah.
Where he didn't have to wear it. Tenta alone earned the right to comment on the arrangement. Everyone else, Liz advised to kindly fuck off. One morning, after having woken up and enjoyed each other's company, they lay together in Liz's bunk, and Carlos asked,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You ever slept with a Xeno?
Yeah.
Liz punched him in the shoulder, playfully, but not lightly. As he rubbed his arm with a soft, ow, she said, okay,
He'll be in his
first
bunk.
off, rude. Just say non-human. Second off,
So
rude, you
the
don't
the
just
term
ask the
Xeno
lady
is
she slept
very
with before
not
until-
very often, but often
don't know,
enough
a couple
used
months in.
in the HFY community as like kind of like a derogatory,
don't
like,
know how to do
yeah,
that
humanity, fuck
better.
yeah, and like
She punched
fuck
him
those
again.
Xenos, like
All
fuck them
right,
up,
sorry.
like how dare they attack us, and like yeah, it's
Wondering
kind of
how
used as
close
like a
to truth,
catch-all,
I guess.
like racism term,
way to
and
ask.
so yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
rude, just say non-human.
Going while we were working on the subspace drive. But they
I like
more or
it.
less got over each other shortly after we got
I mean,
here.
it translates really
Last
well
year
too
we
for
had a
anybody who's
couple
like
of
kind of into
random
sci-fi, like the, obviously like
Mhm.
xenophobia and other things been
Yeah,
used
yeah.
around in other terms in general
Ended up
sense
really
anyway.
important.
And then you get like xenomorph.
Don't think
you
they
know.
realized.
Xenomorph, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Aside
You
from
know.
that,
I'm still amazed.
not
I found a
really a
pizzeria
thing.
named Zeno's Pizza here in New
Oh.
York City. Remember that day I sent you the
so
photo of that?
you
That sounds familiar. With an X
Liz
or a Z?
Yeah.
glared at him.
Okay.
XENO's
Pulled
Pizza.
his
It was
shoulder
like,
Wow.
covering it with
and it was
his
like in Midtown too. It wasn't even like deep into Brooklyn with like someone with just like a weird name. It was like the place like people on their like white collar jobs go and get their pizza. Zeno's Pizza.
None
Yeah.
of your business.
Terry, we were just
Super-
mentioning how the like, hey,
Yes,
you ever slept with the
sorry,
Xeno,
I-
and like, you know, that being used as like a
I went
catch-all,
too far.
you know,
To
a
the
bias
old
term.
movie thing.
Non-human.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
But
my
like
speed,
derogatory.
but
And yeah, it was interesting of like, okay, because I was writing first
Carlos,
for
the pirate
HFY.
crews of old weren't just
It was okay. What
seafaring
tropes do I want to
orgies.
pull in and stuff that
You're
I've seen done in
thinking
other
of a
stories, but
lover
then
in
also
every
to still
port.
make it accessible.
Oh.
Like there's a few that like like a
nodded.
human smile
Then
with their
looked
teeth.
back at her with that
And
damn
you know,
twinkle in his
prey
eye.
animals like
So,
herbivores that evolve from prey animals would
How
find
many
that
points
aggressive.
of you
You know, so like introducing
Hawk was just
stuff like
about
that,
to
but
knock on Liz's
stuff that like
cabin
okay that I
door,
don't have to like go
figuring
into
she and
explanation for.
Carlos were about
Spyro
finished,
says, "Please come
when
eat at
he
my
heard a
human
loud
pizza store,
yell
fellow
of
human."
pain from inside. He considered turning right around and meeting with the destroyers without her, but ultimately just cleared his throat, knocked on her door,
Like,
and
I've got
said,
I've got
Did I
the...
come at a bad time?
Oh, sorry, I thought Brian was about to say something,
we were
but no,
just
that was just Hawk.
finishing up.
Um,
Liz from inside.
I like have
Give me a
a
minute.
folder open with all the audiobook stuff. And
Moments
yeah, here's
later,
a zip
she
file that
emerged
says
from her
the finished
cabin,
product.
Still lacing up her bodice. Carlos sheepishly waved at Hawk, halfway into his flight suit.
Yeah, which is still Brian.
How
Yeah,
he
exactly.
managed
It's
to
like I
take
thought it was
longer
Brian, but it
putting
was
on
Hawk,
a
which is
one-piece
Brian, but not
garment
like present
than
day
Liz
Brian.
strutted out
That was
wearing a
last
full
April
wardrobe.
Brian.
Hawk didn't know.
I'm not like a regular Brian. I'm
I'm
cool.
not like those other Brians.
Hawk
I'd like
wished
to hear
he
what
had
year and a
known
half ago
about
me
this,
had to say
several
about
Ford
this.
acknowledging
Hey, hey!
Mr. San Martin.
Drink.
All right, cool.
and set out.
Yeah, I will drink because
Even
that
men
can be
are
bad on the throat.
assholes, explained Liz to
It
a
is.
question
I know from
Hawk
experience.
Didn't ask, as he led her through the ship toward the airlock, and the destroyer.
Talking like a
rushed
pirate while quoting
semi-permanently
Krusty the Clown
attached to
is
it.
not a happy time for the vocal cords.
Does that bring an end?
That sounds
to
like a bad
Mr.
time for the
San
soul, I'm gonna be
Martin's
honest.
living arrangements
It's a real
then?
pain in the cloaca.
Depends on how well he learns. If he shuts up and does what he's told, he'll make a good crew member.
And a good mate? Is that how you like?
Captain, I've got plenty of ammo left in my fists if you want to try me.
Yeah, she's just got to reload her
Oh,
fist really
no,
quick, and she's good to go.
Didn't know that's what you're into.
What was that? That was like a few years
Liz
ago. Like that
just
was kind of like, you know,
glared
whenever
as
someone,
Hawk
you know, kind of
slipped
walks up
on
and does
an
the like,
anti-grav harness.
you know, people
Oh,
referring
yeah.
to it as
The
reloading the
destroyer
fists.
preferred thinner atmosphere, like most species back home, and even heavier gravity, exceeding even Earth's by a small fraction. He idly wondered if there were any floating species in this universe, and how they handled the
I had to keep working around the
conditions
anti-grav
of the
pod of like, oh yeah, here's a
dominant
floating species that does like low gravity and high
When he
air
was
density,
ready,
and then they go to
they
like
headed down the
somewhere else, and it's like,
umbilical
I'm
into
gonna
the
need some
warship,
help,
and
otherwise I'm just
Yeah.
gonna
attached
flop on the
knives
floor.
and guards to what the crew referred to as the playroom. The playroom was a communal area
That's
where
our little magic
cultures
carp.
could learn about each
Yes.
other and generally have unstructured time to exist together.
To the point where
The
like
fact that the
in the
seasons were
sequel,
so
the
tall
ship that a lot of
added to
time
the
is spent
idea
on
that
is more
crew
like
and
Earth
lodge
standard,
were
and so the
Mhm.
Keegan that's on there is just like,
trying to
it took a lot of
suppress the
effort and
adults.
just like building up the musculature
Something
for it,
Hawk
but I
tried
can
very hard to build
mostly
in mind
function on it.
floated in. Only one destroyer waited for them in the playroom.
I think that the name of
The
the
one
game
that
has turned
looked like
into
a
how many
tree.
Pokemon can we name
His
by the end of
name
the
was
stream?
long and esoteric, but one element
Uh,
translated
I'm
to
sorry. Did you say that you'd have to do the
star.
poke rap in Hawk's voice?
The golem and the bug
Oh,
that hung out
oh, man.
the blade weren't there at the
Brian's
time.
looking up the poke rap
And
right
most
now.
of the Lodge's crew
Yeah, I don't have it.
tired
I don't
of
have it in
and
in memory.
perceived
Gotta catch 'em all,
conversation.
y'all.
So the three of them were the only ones present. Star was sitting at one of the tables and said,
I mean, and then we look at it like,
Well
all right, cool.
done,
This one's a talking tree, so that's
Liz climbed up
Actually, I
one
don't
of
even
the
know most
chairs.
Pokemon names. I know there's one that
Something
looks like a walking
clearly
tree, so I'll
didn't
just say.
help dispel the
That one's
emphatic
Erudite Star,
nature
right?
of the surroundings. While Hawk just floated up and rather
Yeah.
than return
Sorry.
the pleasantry,
What?
Pseudo Wudo,
We are
being
moving.
Erudite Star.
Sudowoodo,
Well
yes,
seated.
yes.
why say
That
we're
yes, that
moving?
one is.
That one's
replied
accurate.
Star.
That's more or less what I
Shit
imagine Erudite Star to look
is
like, right?
moving.
Hawk clarified.
I guess that makes porous kin like Graveler.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like it's Geodude's, like, final form.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Talking to a child
Like he's a really big rock, but he still has like arms.
It truly
Yeah.
was the little things.
Maybe a little less spherical than that.
Air feels
Sure,
different.
sure.
Sounds.
Oh, that's
different,
Golem. That says
added
Taco Bell.
Liz. Floor vibrated.
And then I guess Scyther.
The tree stood up a bit.
No, but sure.
straighter. Hawk had noticed she did when thinking.
For the
something
arthropod?
over.
The arthropod's not bipedal. It's walks on 3 legs. Remember, it's got 2
Oh,
forward
you're
and 1
right.
at the back,
You're right.
and then it's got 2 more that come up
Dude.
over the back.
Task.
That's
said
right.
Liz,
Ooh,
adding
that's
another
a tough
word
one.
to the
Yeah, that's
destroyer's
not that
growing
one. I don't think it's a
vocabulary.
Pokemon yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
Everyone was
I mean, they're
talking
still
in
working
common
on
it.
trade
They'll get
language.
there eventually.
Well, common
Yeah.
hope.
You know, it's the monkeys on
Between
typewriters
the
getting
software that helped
Shakespeare.
establish
They'll get there
linguistic
eventually.
Baselines, and the tree seeming rather adept at languages, It was just easier to use.
I also like how early on they're just referred to as like the tree, the bug.
Trade and whatever their native language was.
What was that, Terry?
If there even
So
was
they didn't
a
have typewriters back
Puck
then.
only knew trade, but had such mastery over it that it usually.
I hate
pained him
tripedal. It's
to
such
be
a
so
weird
pert.
concept. No, but that's what the original concept was when they showed off Spore, Spyro. Doesn't that make it
We
special?
might have task
That was the most promise that game ever had. Was the first time it was shown
rubbed
off.
his pins together. I'm listening.
No.
You met with the
Scene
Admiral?
change.
Oh yeah, a little
yes.
bit of a gab, a little bit of a change in our
Charming,
background
creepy
tone.
Bug thing. Great guy. Or girl.
Ah, this must be a different
Or
point in
something
time and space.
Their enjoyment
I could
working
tell 'cause
with
sound
someone
cues.
a tenth their size.
Yeah,
was
no, it definitely worked
absolutely
well.
palpable.
I feel like
Some things
there's
transcend
sometimes when I'm
all
listening to something and
barriers.
it's like, wait, did we
Really?
change something? Are we
Continued Zipsy.
somewhere else now? What's going on?
Liz smacked him
Or
back
even
in
just
the head as though
more
she could
amateur
teach him about
writers on
sarcasm
HFY that
through
like
sheer
don't put a
percussive
paragraph break in,
force.
and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, we've
His
been
head bobbed
from a different
far,
person's point of view for the
long
last
neck
three
as Hawk
paragraphs.
ignored him and continued.
It's
The important
again because I was
part
new to
is
audiobook is all right,
we
cool.
are
Here's all the
going
things that I know
on
how to
a
do in writing. How do we make sure we
diplomatic
do them in our
Hey,
new medium?
hey, look at us!
Yeah.
All respectable.
I got a laugh out of Bryan in this one when he was midway through. It was about like the I told him we're vampires already. Something about like the soul going through subspace and then something crashing in the next room.
He stopped paying attention when he'd left the playroom.
Well,
So it's coming
they
up in
can
another
tell
couple
each
paragraphs or
other,
so.
right? The chains or. And
Oh gosh, the subscription sound.
Or I guess that's that they weren't telling us.
Thank you for
about.
resubscribing, Monica Mortis.
I'm sure it just slipped their minds. So, this area hasn't been active since we got here. But
Look, it's
just
your fault for having a
started
10-second
back
subscription
up.
sound.
And apparently, they would like us to be their delegation. To
Yeah, I have a
pop on
clip
over
from an opening
and tell the
tune from an
folks back
anime that
home
plays.
How grand they are.
Is that with the little girls in the truck? with all
In the tank, yes. It's from Girls in Panzer.
Really? That tree person
It's
has learned so much.
Brian, I think
that
I've mentioned it to you before.
They don't just stuff us in
Yeah,
a deep dark
it's an
hole
anime that's like, oh yeah, like a
and
high school
send their
sports anime,
diplomats
and the
in
sport
on
is
another
World War
ship.
II era
Maybe
tankery.
they're worried it'd get shut down.
I've still not seen it, but
Which
I am vaguely familiar with the title.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
And
we,
you have told me a
also
little bit
get
about
shut
it,
down?
but that's all as far as my knowledge goes.
That's fine.
But I'm glad it's
Well,
working for you though.
I'm told that they think whoever's opening the latest set of rifts wants to talk. They got a signal.
All right, Hawk is
A
doing his
crime
darndest
sequence.
to
Starting
fill everyone in on what he learned, but you know he's an unreliable narrator at best. I learned that we fucked up prime numbers.
So
Oh
they're
god damn it!
expecting someone to come back. And as to whether they would want us dead, depends on where we're going. I'm told it will take 2 days to get there. We don't know how fast they are. They don't have
So more
the
like rigor
speed
mortis.
of light
Welcome
to
back.
slow them down.
Now that you've come
But
back for the
they
afternoon,
also don't have
feel free to ask any
subspace
questions as they come up. We might have answered it before, but we're happy to say them again.
Kind of already in subspace. They can't well do a nice instantaneous jump through our universe.
Oh,
the
I
way
forgot that
we
I mentioned
can
the
through
idea
theirs,
of a
right?
subspace jump
Ah.
from inside
Okay,
through
no,
outside.
That's probably terrifying
in this book.
and they've
the
probably gotten
topic
the idea.
does come
and,
up next book
no,
as a,
I
oh no,
hope
that would be a
doesn't
bad thing.
Seriously, mess things up.
Wait,
He
what?
floated still.
So right there, Hawk is like, well, I mean, we're gonna spend some time having to go over there because we can't do a subspace jump. We're already in subspace, and it's not like they could go through our universe to. Oh no, that would probably be really bad, and I hope I don't say it too loud because they might hear it, and that might be bad.
If it messes up everyone else, then it's a good thing.
And
for
it's like,
us.
oh, that's a concept that I like
We have
accidentally
some
stumbled back
preparations
into
to
covering
make.
the exact same
Right?
ground
How's my
in
girl?
my draft of the next book.
All
So
electronics are patched together. Couple of them don't.
Previous
take time
answers to
fit.
questions.
Awkward
True. A.
sandwich.
2. Gravitational constant. Romeo and Juliet.
It's awkward
We can
sandwich.
move back in when
Wait.
we're back home. I think I figured out an efficiency issue with the
Yeah,
stealth
that's
feature.
it.
It's awkward
Should've
sandwich.
done for
Awkward
long.
That's Farsec
sandwich!
again.
I haven't tested either of
No,
our new
is it?
systems yet.
Yeah.
I haven't had the chance.
Is
Oh,
it?
well then that's just Wilford
Be a
Brimley.
dear and
Well, I mean,
do
did
that.
Wilford
Awkward-
Brimley become
I
Awkward
want to be
Sandwich?
ready for
No, Awkward
Wait, are you
Sandwich is
sure?
a different character, but
We've
they're
got
very
to
similar.
spins.
Okay.
There are a lot of
We're being
similarities.
sent
So
by
that
Awkward
that was
Sandwich is
Wilford.
to talk to some
That was Wilford
stuffy
Brimley.
diplomat, and nobody in this equation particularly cares
So-
for us. So we're gonna watch
Sorry, I'm
out
just
for
really
each
excited
other.
for awkward
That
sandwich.
includes the
I know.
Wadja. Get her into
Brian, do you
top
want to
shape,
fill more
and
like rigor mortis
she'll
in
take
on
care
Awkward
of us
Sandwich?
Right back.
Yes, I do.
Any
So,
questions?
over the course of recording, I would have different things that would cue me into the voices for your,
Let's
the
get to
specific
work.
characters. Sorry, I'm enjoying Hawk too much here.
He's getting speech jammed from a year and a half in the past.
Hawk had
I know,
just
it's great.
finished
It's just
touring
so
the
extra.
Wadja
It's so
Village.
extra. He's
Things
the
got
best.
more right than they had at any time
So I would
in
have
the
different
past
things, like I would
The
take
ship
a note
was
of like,
alive.
oh, it's like this character, like an impression, or
Even
oh, it's
Carlos
this
was
gesture or
always
whatever.
made.
And
Sliding
so
into the crew,
Awkward
working with
Sandwich
me,
was
working
kind of
just
built
as
out of the
hard.
gesture that I was using for this character.
So that's the ship in order.
I kind of had my hands in front of me like I'm
How's
holding
the
a sandwich, but it's really awkward, and it just
Everyone's
kind of
excited
got
to
me
get moving
down,
again.
like kind of got the
There were
chest a
some
little more
questions about
compressed,
the
like you're
passage
leaning
of time.
forward, and
If it's been
you're
a
eating
month, or if it's
everything,
now
and
been a
because you got
day
food
or
in your mouth, you
century
got to
back
talk a
home
little bit
while
more
we were here.
specifically. So it's just
I told
an
him I figured
awkward
out this
time
food
eating a
thing
sandwich,
would be pretty
basically,
close to the
and that's
interval. We've gained
that
almost
is
a
the-
day.
A voice that we don't
You
know
most
who
of
it is, but we know it's
Yeah.
coming.
Most are just glad we're
we
going
know it's
back to our
coming
home
somewhere in the
universe.
second half of the book.
Paula was
We all
awake for a
cannot
few
remember the
minutes
name
today.
of the character
She
that was
so
attributed.
happy when I
Remember
told her
Awkward
that she
We just
passed
remember
out.
Awkward Sandwich
Liz grimaced.
because I
how
kept
much longer
shouting
she
it
can last
every
here.
time we mentioned the character's
If
name.
all goes well, we
During
won't
recording.
have to find out.
All right, we've got the bit coming up that I know made Brian laugh during recording, or one of the
Let's
bits.
see. Remember how Hellcat
Lord
was worried
dictates it
his
becomes
soul might
Awkward
not have come through
Sandwich
the rift with us?
now.
Hawk groaned quietly.
Yo, you know what you gotta do?
Now
You gotta
this way,
have
if
like
we
your
go
pirate
back,
crew
we
stop
might
off
not
at like a
be able
market
to
somewhere,
find him.
and like one of the
I
stands
told
is
him,
named Awkward
It
Sandwich.
seems like subspace jumps always come through here, so just think of it like
This
a
sandwich
jump
seems
that's taking
awkward.
a long time.
All right.
He seemed to take that well. Didn't have the heart to tell him that if a rift can separate you from your soul, then we've all been vampires for decades. There was a crash as equipment fell in a cabin they were passing. Liz glanced in and swore, and sped up walking.
Well,
Yeah, I think
now
that was a
you
bit where,
told
like,
him.
midway through reading
Anything
that, like,
else?
it just clicked in your brain and you just started
Nothing else
laughing
to
and had to go
conclude.
back and start.
I still
Mhm.
find your plan a bit light on details.
Liz!
Hawk clapped her on the shoulder and they stopped.
So this was another good line I was happy with.
We were born into this universe without a plan, and I will damn well make sure we leave it the same way.
Oh, so guys,
Everything
Yeah?
will be
I
fine.
found
It's simple.
You found your sheet!
What could go
I
wrong?
found my sheets.
They released the clamps.
I know who
we
Awkward
just
Sandwich is.
fly
Who
out
is
on
it?
our merry little way, and
Wait.
And we
Hands
haven't
airlock chimed.
we haven't heard it
Wait.
yet, right?
Quest. Hawk cleared his
Beep-doop.
throat, dodged a look from Liz,
Nice.
blaming him for tempting
Don't ruin it.
fate.
I think we gotta wait.
The
I think we
door
gotta wait.
irised
But
open.
I know
Okay.
who it is now.
So it is someone upcoming, not someone we've heard yet. Awkward Sandwich is still on the way. Correct?
Stay
my
tuned
knowledge.
for Awkward Sandwich. Don't forget to like and
hello
subscribe.
there, friends.
Brought to you by
How
Carl's
can we,
Jr.
Help you.
The name of Awkward Sandwich
Where
coming
we
to you
stay.
soon from Patrick Rothfuss.
She began to step through the
And by
airlock,
soon, I mean, well,
and Hawk realized in horror that each of the three had a bag.
I feel like I could take the phrase Awkward Sandwich and spin that into a destroyer
Captain,
name.
You never
like one of
told
those
me
5-word
to
long
expect
things.
guests.
I was not expecting
Yes.
guests.
Layered victuals of
Played
less
through the
than
briefing with the
comfortable
Admiral in his
existence.
mind.
Must have been a translation slip up along the way. Well,
spoiled mustard of Awkward
the
Sandwich.
cargo bay, of course. Not our best looking place by any means.
Awkward sandwich of a disappointing
I wish I could put
lunch.
you in an
So I like what we
observation
each have
lounge,
from our
but
relics of
I'm
recording
afraid Kin
is
would tear
that
my ship apart on
I've
the
got
way.
a copy of the book with
Though it was
occasional
twice as
handwritten
tight,
notes in it.
3 times as
Mhm.
wide. If Hawk
Terry
tried to
has
hit him
a
through
like
Lodge's
mead
cramped
composition
passageways,
notebook entirely
he looked
full
like
of
some fool
notes
of an
for
action hero
fuck ups
crawling
and
through
breaths
air
and
ducts.
stuff like that.
The
And
droid
Brian
talked
has a
about
sheet with the
themselves
phrase
for
awkward
a
sandwich
while.
written on it.
It's all your fault, Brian! It's all your fault!
I did my best, you bastard.
Oh, I just found
Are
the
you
$100
sure,
bill.
big
in
guy?
here.
What?
hey.
Hold up,
Or
hold
you
up,
can
hold
all
on. I need to look through my
spacewalk
book
to
again.
the
Hold on.
outside.
Yeah, wait a minute. I don't.
Blade stepped
All I have is
forward,
awkward sandwich.
his
Wait a
boat
minute.
filling the passageway.
Oh,
His
you guys
5
didn't
legs
find money
braced
in yours?
against the circumference.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I have a party farm shirt upstairs. I'm happy with what I walked away from the weekend with, but like,
Please go.
where's the Benjamin?
Follow.
Yeah, what the hell?
Hawk
Where's my Benny Franks, man?
I think I was using it as a bookmark, I think.
plate.
Well,
Before
Because I'm
the
just
Excuse
like
me?
you.
Pentagon
Yeah.
ship, Liz caught
I'm so
Hawk's
glad
eye
you guys
from
are in
the
such a
ground.
position to be able
This
to
doesn't
do
change
that.
anything, does it, Captain?
No,
Oh.
of course not. The plan is exactly the same.
He smiled
God.
at the destroyers.
Hawk.
Nothing has changed, except now we have some guests to make things more exciting. If you'll follow me.
That was another
He
almost,
spun
if you
and
please.
led Blade down the
Mhm.
passageway, imagining all the ways the plan could fall apart.
All right, that was 14, and that was again during recording. That was the hump. Everything past that, there were
Yeah.
some long chapters afterward, but that was the longest one outside of Mutual Treason. And once we got that past that, like that was a real sense of accomplishment.
Yeah, if you're following along at home, you should also feel accomplished now. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You're like halfway through this with us.
I
basically.
forget.
We could-
Go ahead.
Almost.
I was just gonna say we could have done it without you, but we did it with you,
Yeah.
and I think that means something.
I forget
forget
exactly
to like and
where we
subscribe.
broke for the various recording days. Because again, it was over
I'm
the
pretty
course
sure
of
after
3
that
days.
chapter we took a pause. I'm
Oh, we
pretty sure
definitely took a
after that.
break after that one.
Yeah.
I want to say that we got at least as far as the break before Act 3.
Yeah.
But I kind of forget.
When does Act 3?
2 more chapters. Act 3 starts in oh my god, excuse me. Chapter 17. And we're about to go into 15.
Cool.
So, actually asking you guys really quick right now, is another 15-minute break going to be good at the act break, or do you want longer than that?
I'm good with 15, but whatever you cats want to do.
Like, I'm good for 15 if you are. Okay.
Yeah, 15's fine.
Cool. Yep. So we've got 2 more chapters to round out Act 2. Then we'll take another 15-minute break, get up, stretch, refill hydration, empty out the results of hydration, and so forth. But we've still got 2 more chapters to go before then. So was there anything else we wanted to say about 14, or should we keep moving forward?
It was a good chapter, and we'll miss it.
Yeah.
But fortunately, we can always read it again by going to press-enter.net/destroyers and getting it in paperback, ebook, or audiobook. Ready for chapter 15, starting in 5, 4,
Well
3, 2, 1.
Boom.
Speaking of hydrate,
Chapter
thank you, more like rigor mortis.
15.
Oh, well, whatever.
I think, Terry, if you talk,
Rift
then
is
your
open
microphone
and
will pick up your
stable.
voice, but then you can do that while you're
Thank
talking.
you, Dr. Doyle.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Omerol.
So I'll
So if you
have
just
to
say
make-
like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Elias had taken
If I
a
do
new
like
rat
a-
detection station. himself.
Yeah, kind of.
New radiation detection is up and running. Signal already incoming.
I assume you
Sending
credited the composer
speakers.
already, but why not shout them out again? That particular
series
one
of
was
short
done by
and
our
long
very own
films
Terry
played
Brennan.
over the speakers.
Tracks for the other two
Most
were done
were
by
unable to
David
interpret them,
Carlson, who
but one of the
is
newer
the
rivals,
creator of the
Ambassador
podcast
Anderson,
/ audio drama The
tilted her
Hyacinth
head to the
Disaster.
side. Next, interval. Envoys. This one is the same. Wait. She started jotting letters on a paper.
Hold on.
Prepare. Here. Okay, this one says, envoys here. Prepare for arrival. Next interval. That's got a lot of overlap with envoys come. Please wait. Check
I think this
next
thing of like,
interval.
oh yeah, the message is mostly the
Said
same
Ethan.
was like entirely unnecessary. I could
They're
have just,
clearly
yeah, it's a
working
different
from
kind of
limited
message.
vocabulary, said Anderson.
But it illustrates
Please send,
that translation is
ready to receive
not
True.
envoys next
True. Hey, we have
interval.
a, I mentioned
But
simple
say
English Wikipedia
beat
earlier,
at
and
the
you have a
end
limited number of
instead of
words.
interval.
Try to use them to great effect.
They're
Yep.
using a different word for it. Sending,
This was the
Freeman
first
said.
time that we
They typed
meet
the
the
message into a
ambassadors,
Ames Malway software
yeah.
turned it into
which
a simple
includes
digital
the
signal
one Shoutout
fed to
in the
active
book.
portion of one of their
I believe it
decommissioned
was a
subspace
human, a
drives,
Gendir, and a
feeding it enough
Shoutout.
power to emit mu radiation impulses, forming the message in spacers.
And it was more or less like,
but not with enough power.
all right,
to
cool, they're
break
doing their
its
thing, and
defense
they're just
on its
like,
own.
oh yeah, just treating the scientists like the help
Everyone
rather than the
waited.
people that made this
The
possible.
signal from the other side stopped and did not resume. before
Although it's
the
also
red
like, all right,
closed
how much
again.
did the scientists do
Silence
when,
hung in
like,
the room.
the
Well,
pirates were there and gave them,
that's
the
that.
ability to,
Ambassador
communicate
Anderson nodded
with
to
us.
Iapo
I don't know.
and left the room. Thank
It's
you,
fun to
Dr.
think
Morgan,
about.
said Siobhan. Your team's work has opened a diplomatic channel that will soon see representatives from 2 different universes conversing for the betterment of all.
Starting to run into, okay,
You
cool, we've
flatter
talked
me,
about where all the
Ambassador,
characters came from. There aren't
said
a lot of new
Iapo.
characters coming in anymore.
Folks,
There'll be a couple
get them
more
what
in
they need for now.
Act 3, and we're
then
still waiting on
hopefully
Awkward
they can
Sandwich.
Keep the talks going
But
somewhere else
otherwise-
without us holding their hand.
I think it might be coming up in
If
this
you're
chapter.
looking for thanks, wait for the history textboots. Nobody cares who talks to them.
maybe.
Might be in the mess hall.
People
might,
will
might
care
be
about
waiting in the
who
cafeteria,
not possible.
food court, scientists.
Elias
Vessel.
doubted that.
Like
The only
off
reason he
camera,
hadn't
you know.
complained
Yeah.
at first was that he generally couldn't
Waiting for his
stand
big-
whiners.
Big debut.
He didn't
Why
care.
does nobody pay
I-
attention to me when I'm loading up this many
But
frozen
being
dinners?
treated as mere
'Cause you're awkward and you're a
head
sandwich.
of The newly arrived ambassadorial team ground his gears. Still, Iapo had the
Yeah,
right
so let's see.
of it.
We've
Get them
got
what they needed, and
3
they wouldn't
ambassadors
be a
here. I don't think I
problem
gave
for
any
much longer.
characterization at all to the Gendir one. They just followed
A
along
few
with
people rotated out.
the human
The
ambassador.
next interval
I
was
think her
going to
name's
be an
Anderson.
important one.
Mhm.
Elias was intent
And
on staying
then
at his station.
Krotterok,
Maybe marking up
ended
some
up
of the raw
being left
data
alone
from
with the rest of them, and
transmissions
kind of got some
luckily
characterization
taking
of like,
break
hey,
to wash
actually
them.
treating the scientists like people.
Naturally, that was when Siobhan called in the hall.
Your mother was
What
a
do you think
sandwich,
the
and your father
envoys will
smelled
be
of
like?
awkward.
She asked as he left the laboratory. Don't care. He considered for a brief moment, ducking back into the room for solitude, before soldiering on. Will they look like us? A species
What are your
we
guys'
know?
thoughts of the
Or from a
relationship
totally different
between
galaxy altogether?
Siobhan and
Don't care.
Elias, either at this point when
wonder
she's
if
like kind of
humans even
intentionally
exist
provoking
in
him,
space.
or just kind of anywhere
If
else?
everything is exactly the same, except for that. There is absolutely
seems
no way
like,
that in a universe with even slightly different physics that the evolution of
It's like
noticing the
I
smug
you wanted
look on
to
Siobhan's
convey
face.
like a
Elias cut himself
relationship
off.
like very slowly
Just assume
getting warmer
to
between
whatever
2 really
reasonable
career focused
speculation you
people.
have, my
I
answer
feel
is
like,
don't
but
care.
I also read it.
And to whatever
and
fantastical
I guess
suppositions you make,
I can't
you
remember
get to make up
what
some
age they're
marvelous
supposed to be.
tirade on my
But it
part,
seems
telling
like the
you
kind of
that you're
relationship
wrong.
that 2 like
And keep
really
it all in your
older
head,
and
so I don't
jaded
have to be
people
party to
might
it.
have.
Mm.
They
like-
continued back to the
Like they've
control
already
room.
kind of
Siobhan,
given up on the idea of
unconcerned
having
with
warm
Elias's
relationships
approach.
with people,
As they finally
but they're
reached
both
the door,
really
she
career
made a noise
focused, and
said,
that's sort of how they
I
bond.
wonder where they'll stay
Okay.
during negotiations. Siobhan!
Mm-hmm.
She just
It's
Brian,
interesting.
anything to...
It was believable though. I
Yeah.
didn't feel like it was a
After a moment,
stretch.
Elias
It was
found
believable.
The rest of the room was
I
also
always
looking
kind of
at him,
saw it
not
as
smiling.
Siobhan
Well,
took it
forget them.
upon
He
herself
puffed back to
to
his
treat
station
Elias
and
almost
donned
like a
a
project.
Wishing
Not like I can
further
change him,
coincidence.
but like I see there's something there, and I just want to see if I
Iago
can
intercepted
cause a
Siobhan,
change in how
and they
he
spoke
sees
in
people.
low voices.
Almost like
He
she
caught
kind of like
snatches of the
deep down
conversation
gets like the root of the
between
problem,
provoke,
but doesn't
response,
realize how
danger,
difficult
and professional.
that journey is
He wasn't
actually
sure
gonna
whether the
be.
topic being
And so she'll
discussed
get
was
frustrated
himself
and
or the
annoyed and, you know,
destroyers.
turned off to the idea of it on
Borman,
occasion, but then
however, made it
at the base
quite
of it all, she's like,
plain.
yeah, no, I think I can figure this out. She almost treats it like a side project.
Iago
You know?
Yeah,
turned to him.
well, like its own little science
If
fair
you act
project
like
that
a
she's doing on the
child,
side.
we'll treat
It's
you
like,
Yeah,
look,
not-
I have
Talk
made
as
someone
though you're
social.
not in the room.
She's
And it's not to
clearly the
dehumanize.
Easy
Right.
she's
rock
clearly
and
the
roll.
more emotionally
Siobhan
intelligent
put her
character.
hand on his
Yeah.
arm.
Um,
Then address the room.
but
This is an
but
important
somehow
moment.
you know they're
Not
they're
the
both
one
still
we
managing
thought
to
we were
grow.
working
There's
toward,
still
but
an arc.
still important.
It's not like she's
And
holding
a
his
moment that
hand.
requires our focus.
Dave, thank you very
Not
much for
childish
the
games
raid, and
tricks.
hello to the 10
To that
viewers
end,
coming in from DIM 314. I hope you're all doing well.
Sorry,
We're discussing, well, we are
I'd let that
listening
get
to
away
my
from me
audiobook, How We
when I
Stopped the
shouldn't.
Destroyers, as narrated
There'll
by
be
Bryan
time
Patrick
enough to be
Stoyle
a
and
thorn in
audio
your
engineer
side after
Terry
this
Brennan.
transmit.
And at the moment, we're kind of discussing the relationship between a couple characters. I saw them kind of as like siblings. Like they're not literally so,
Apology
but
accepted, Dr.
they
Doyle.
were, you know, thrown
I-
together in like
He paused.
coursework and classwork,
deflated.
and then as I did with my
I
sister at
should
one point, like,
not
hey, we're
have
better off
snapped
not
at
dealing
you
with each
in
other.
such a manner.
And then they were kind of like thrown back into this and like,
To
okay, how
answer
do
your
we
earlier
make the best
question,
of this? And yeah, for
I do
Siobhan, I
not
think it's
much
to be
care
the
for what the envoy
slightly
will look like.
annoying,
I simply hope
you know,
they
get
come
under
with
his
true
skin,
intentions.
but try to
And
do
if
it for
they
his
do
own
not,
good, whether or not it's
then
going to
that is
work.
what the newly
But-
reinforced armada
You know what?
of
It
Terran
actually,
Orbital
now that
Defense
you mentioned the
and
brother-sister
enduring
relationship, it
police
actually
and other allied vessels
kind of
are
reminds
here
me of
for.
like when
Concern
two
for
kids
who they
that
are
are
and
totally
what they
different
do
and don't
is not
necessarily
our
get
job.
along get thrown on the
Our
same
job
school
is to
project
ensure
together.
safe
Yeah.
transit to peace base.
Sort of like
Yeah.
and otherwise be ready
Yeah,
for
I
anything
like
else.
Brian. I
And to
like
that
your
end,
idea of like, oh, it's like a
He stood from his
project,
console and walked over to
kind of
them.
thing. So you know, whether it's all
Iago,
right,
if
can
you
I
will
make this
excuse me,
misanthrope
I am gonna
happy?
go lie down for an hour and a
Can I
half.
make him happy
Yeah.
to be around
Please
people?
retrieve me.
Let me put together the
Hour
poster board
prior
science
to the next
fair
dinner, if I am not
findings.
here by then.
I love the science project
Yes,
though. Like
that
that's a really
seems
good
like a
parallel,
good
but it's like
idea.
they're definitely like the two overachieving kids. Like it's
And
not
I
a group
also
of kids where there's one overachiever and the rest just slack off. It's like those two are
Except
like kind
just
of competing.
Stop making
You
it
know, of
so
like, no, I'm
neat.
gonna do the work. No, I'm gonna do the work. No, I'm gonna
Elias
shut up.
shook
Let me do
his
the
head
work.
and
You know.
left.
Yeah, like if you can imagine
Kinda that.
the three of them, you know, plus
When he
Iapo
came
put
back,
together on the
just
same
shy of 2 hours
project,
later,
and Iapo's like,
he had to
I don't even
admit
want to
that
deal with
the map
Elias.
had
Can we
done
just
him
do
some
our
good.
part and just he
He
doesn't have
nodded
to
to
like no, he's
Iapo,
gonna do his
Siobhan,
part.
and a
We're
few
gonna make
others
sure
as
that he
he
does his
entered,
part.
and
Like
worked
there's a
his way
lot
to
of
the
dynamic
seat
there
again.
of like
The
an
control
AU
room
of the three of them in
cleared up
elementary
over the next
school.
hour. Anderson
And how like the
began
teacher is
back
like,
in
all right,
the
this is
room.
gonna be the best.
This
I want
time
like a really good
flanked by
project, so we'll throw the
engineer
three of them
and
together. We'll see how it looks.
Nobody quite knew.
And the drama almost keeps it from happening at all.
Ready to communicate from the control room. And like
Happy
there
to
was a
raid. I
shuttle
gotta hop out of the
standby
mod chair, but
if
keep
they
crushing it,
decided
guys.
to head out
Absolutely,
to meet
Dave, and
the
thank you very
destroyer
much
ship.
for the help from the mod chair when it came to
In
that
what seemed
spam
like
a few
no time at
like
all,
half an hour or so
the
ago. I
interval
appreciate
was
that.
upon them.
Yeah, and I hope that everyone else
Rift
is
open and stable,
enjoying themselves here.
reported Siobhan. Resend
If you haven't had the
message.
chance
Ready
to
to receive envoys.
listen or tune in,
Message
well, actually,
sent, Ambassador.
I believe Nightbot should have dropped the link in there already, but I will do so again.
The equipment can't differentiate signal sources.
Of how
Of
to
course, Dr. Omerow.
check out the book
we'll
for yourself.
Cease after second repetition. Should be now. That
Oh, there,
sounds
Nightbot.
clear.
Immediately after me punching it in, Nightbot
Ambassador?
spammed it out again. All right, cool.
Nice.
Sending.
Yeah, so we've got the open rift here, and it's I had to get a different sound for there being an open rift versus like stealth mode on.
I'm not sure what that last word is.
But they do use a lot of the same elements
They're
for like
coming.
starting and ending and stuff like that.
At that moment, a second rift opened up beside the first. While the initial experimental rifts at Alpha
Multiple
Point had been
rifts.
prismatic portals that distorted at least 3 dimensions of space and time,
there was some
further calibrations of the equipment had
I think it's an
stabilized the
HFY
rifts
story I'm
to the
reading,
point
but like
where
it was
they were
talking
almost
about
the monochrome bright light
a lot of
exhibited by
entries to
normal
hyperspace
subspace
actually
travel.
making space like
With
unstable
only
in an area.
flashes and ripples
So again,
of
going
color
back
and
to
other
like
emissions
that
at the
sewing
edges.
needle and
This
thread
incoming
idea
second rift looked
that like, oh yeah, the
perfectly
fabric,
normal.
after you take the thread
Erupting
out,
in
the fabric
bright light
has,
about
imagine it
half
has
a
like some
kilometer
self-healing
away from
capabilities
Earth.
and can kind of like glue itself back together.
Ambassador
Okay, but what if
Van
you
Dam
stick like
leaned
20
forward,
sewing needles into one
clearly
spot?
ready for the
It's
moment
not going to
that
be able to
would
heal
make
back
the
up
rear.
after that.
Yeah.
Elias
So,
being careful
not
of
something I've
would
thought
be
about
nearly the same.
or
Ruins
explored,
the integrity of
or possibly
uh,
mean to do
So
anything with
curious what
again.
would come
P
out of that
space.
portal. Not
It would
that
certainly
he
be a lot
admits us to
louder
Siobhan.
with Murad
One of
/ the breath
terrifying destroyer
if multiple
warships,
are
something
jumping off
built
from the same
along
point.
similar lines, but different somehow.
So it's like hitting one
Less
bubble wrap
fear-inducing
popper
than a military
versus
vessel?
20 going.
Elias supposed it wouldn't even be
Well, you know what they
recognizable
say:
at all.
if it's too loud,
An entirely
too old.
alien civilization, coming in peace and hopefully
Wow.
not in
Or you're
war.
not wearing your proper
Who
hearing
even knew what
protection.
their ships
Protect your
Never.
ears,
might
kiddos.
look like?
I know. Yeah.
After all,
You should,
a
but-
Gen
Nope,
Near and
nobody
human
wants
ship with
tinnitus.
the same purpose shared only the barest similarities of form in their design, and even a human.
I like my
freighter shared
tinnitus. It
only
makes
the
me feel
barest
like I'm not alone.
similarities to a human warship, with which it shared almost no function.
What's that you
Mostly,
say?
though, the small irrational particles that we had trouble admitting existed.
You know what? You're right. I
without
should make an
receiving
awkward
a
sandwich.
flood of
Things gonna
warship.
fall apart by the time I
One
bring it
more
back
invasion
downstairs
which
after the
would not be
break.
stopped at Alpha
Mine
Point,
almost did, actually. I had a couple
which would
sandwiches.
not stop at Earth, which would continue to roll
Don't
through
shake
the
your head at me.
galaxy to finish what they had
Too late.
started all those millennia ago. Everyone had their own speculation, their hopes and worries, their own expectations. of
This was
what they
another
might
one where,
see
like,
come through that portal.
It almost feels like the act break should be here when the
nobody expected
fireball
to
comes
emerge
out of the
from the
subspace rift.
was an erupting fireball.
But then it was like important to get that war cry speech out of Tot Syndicate, and it just felt like a slightly more natural end right there. The act breaks are very arbitrary, and I don't think that I'm going to use anything like that in the next book. But I don't know exactly what possessed me to split it up like that, but it mostly worked.
Probably just. Well, I don't want to. Try and figure out why you did it.
You're trying to help me justify it, but you don't have to. You can just say that they were a bad idea. It's fine.
No, I mean, I don't know. It's all about pacing, really. I feel like people like shorter chapters and they like things in digestible bites, even though, like, they like to be able to see that they can finish, reading, in 15 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's why, like, the Dan Brown stuff always I thought was great, because, like, his chapters are like a page and a half long. It's like perfect bathroom reading material,
Yeah, that
People's
Stars Now
attention
Unclaimed
is short.
series that I mentioned by Drew Williams, those chapters are like 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages. To the point of like it being, I was like, is this like normal before something gets to publishing? Like, what's going on here? But then, kind of got used to it. So then when I go back to something that has like 12-page chapters, 20-page chapters, I'm like, what is this? Come on.
Yeah, I'm reading a lot of Alan Moore lately. His chapters are usually like 50 pages long.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The chapters in Destroyers I think are pretty decently short. They're I think like an average of like 6 to 8 pages. And I think like that there might be a 5-page chapter in there, and again there's certainly some longer ones too, but All right, shall we move on to chapter 16, the last one of Act 2?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, chapter 16 starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chapter 16. The admiral of the 106th Expedition outside waited pensively as the destroyer captives taken by the 107th returned back outside, carrying with them that fleet's historian.
Oh yeah, this is another one. Like this is another one of those chapters that is like not from the historian's point of view. It is a third person limited or third person omniscient actually. That is, you know, told by the historian that was on that ship. So it was like, all right, this is just Bryan voice, but we're still putting that chorus effect on it.
They were crafty, and to bring it back around, they were not to be trusted.
And again, somewhat close to what we were hearing Bryan as through the entirety of production.
This isn't a specific destroyer then. This is just Bryan the Destroyer.
Yeah. This is.
That is
Bryan, make up a name for yourself, and
That's got to be a band name or something. Bryan the Destroyer.
Than those by which Syndicate.
That's your new nickname.
Actually, I'll come up with something that sounds like a legitimate destroyer name or protector name, but it's actually an anagram for Bryan.
The destroyer's ship closed with the portal outside and transited.
Broken ring of Ignatius
Painful thing.
asphalt.
Closed. And after a few moments, the outgoing
neglect-
Verbose narrator of Awkward Sandwich.
wait.
And that's how we bring it in. There we go.
It would have been good to have kept an open line outside, so that
Or
reports
just
could flow freely.
Does that become a hard Y then? More like rigor mortis? BR apostrophe YN?
They
Brian.
simply had to wait for another portal to open.
My
The
next
historian
D&D
updating the fleet on how the talks progressed.
Now I'm like
love
trying
it.
to figure out a good anagram. Or not anagram. That's the one it skips rearrange. My bad. But
Not that the admiral, esteemed as she was, cared much for historians themselves. But what this historian represented, in this instance, was the charge and aegis of being a diplomatic envoy. Syndicate had no faith in the destroyers to be civilized enough to respect diplomacy, regardless what their messages through the portals had said. They had not used diplomacy centuries ago when the 87th expedition outside
again, kind of more
initially
exposition,
demonstrated outside.
the stuff that we learned
Instead,
from the
gathering
first
and
chapter and
observing
hearing it
their
told another
misfortune.
way, but also
They had not attempted
just the protector
diplomacy
point of view,
during
but
the
also
much more
like
recent
a
expedition
radical
either.
protector's
Though their
point of view.
offbeat cries had ended,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, there we go.
expedition had not
Brimstone
returned,
raging yonder
and
against
Syndicate
nothingness.
felt
Yeah,
that even if
that's.
the destroyers had met the
There you go.
expedition at a bargaining
Nice!
I was trying to figure out
love
something
it.
with like yet, but no, you got it. Like that. I'm writing that down. I'll see if I can fit them in as like a bit
Yeah.
character now.
These views are public record. In fact, it is testimony to such ends that had seen Syndicate awarded the Admiralty.
Bonus points if they're eating a sandwich in the background of a
It
scene.
was expected that the gathered fleets would have to wait until
And it
the
making a
next
mess.
beat to hear any news back, as this location had never cried out of time with the beat. But this too proved the devilry of
So
the
it looks
destroyers.
like,
When not
according
yet
to my
a quarter
skim,
of the usual time between
the
beats had
awkward
passed,
sandwich character
a portal
appears in the next
again
chapter.
opened. An unchained
Ooh.
cry
We have to wait for the act break.
Yep, after the act break.
Receiving a
Okay.
report.
said the communications officer on duty.
Suspense.
Decode and translate.
Said Syndicate.
Awkwardly,
By
because
her
they've never
appearance,
seen a hold a
it
sandwich.
seemed that a
Yeah, I'm
sudden
imagining
had
a
comfortably
protector with
settled
like the
in
two
thorax.
big like back arms,
It took
trying to like
time
use that to.
translate flashes of
ah,
breath to
ah,
alien letters
ah.
and assemble them into unfamiliar words, and to translate those words to something civilized.
If the arms are coming up
When
like
the
that,
officer
do you
had
hold the
done
sandwich
so,
upside down?
they
Like, are all the
trembled.
condiments on the bottom of the sandwich?
Yeah, I don't.
Envoy.
I think it's
'Cause
like
that's awkward.
sometimes when you see like someone grab like a burger and they'll do like they'll pick it up and do like that kind of thing. I think it's like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Possibly
Portal.
That is the
Ship
30-second dance party
destroyed.
button, and that is still
Had
on.
not
Huh.
recovered
Turn that off.
debris or people.
We're not having
the
a
officer
30-second
looked up
dance.
at the admiral.
Yeah, why do you hate dance parties?
Shrank
Hell.
back on their high
Why do you
neck.
hate dance parties?
Why do you
Admiral
hate
stood
joy,
still.
voter? What the hell?
Can't wait for the acknowledgement of sensitivity reading, and also very specific, somewhat throwaway
So
characters'
be
name.
it. Their treachery knows no bounds. and a historian is dead.
Yeah, this is the
Their
character that is
cover
like
story
the most
fools
villain
no
voice.
Taught Syndicate
Marvelous.
allowed no argument.
Yeah.
Did we intentionally say like this one's a villain? Go ahead, ham
They
it
do
up, or
not
did you just kind of
deserve
land on like
our
here's kind of a buggy
response.
voice?
Only our
It's
retribution.
honestly, it's really just like Erudite Star's voice, but like really amped up in the nasal passages.
Okay. Okay,
So
yeah.
it does get that little insectoid. There's a little bit. There's like little influences of like.
Send the historian back on the destroyer vessel.
There's like a Power Rangers villain that gets that high and that kind of insecty. I can't remember the name. And there's times when it reminds me a little bit of like K9 from Doctor Who a little bit, with just like how high he gets.
Okay.
In the cadence. And so it's just a couple of little things put together, but the base of it's Erudite Star, but made to sound different because they're of the same, race.
We will venture outside.
I think I just realized who
before the
Awkward
next
Sandwich
beat
is.
Drums and seek our resolution.
Is it Zipsy?
We will punish those who took advantage
you
of
really
the
want me to tell you
flag
now?
of diplomacy
We'll figure it out, I guess.
and slaughtered our
I don't wanna know.
historian.
Okay, we'll find out when we get there.
Then we will proceed to every place that cries
Anyway, we have a
and
warmonger talking right now.
silence them. We
The other
will
thing with this
not
voice is that
tolerate the beat.
I had
To do
somewhat
so
recently finished
demeans
playing
us.
Diablo
We
1 again
are
with the expansion,
protectors.
and like one of
We
the bosses
have
of that
failed to
talks almost exactly
protect
like this.
the
A similar
historian,
voice, a
and we
similar kind
have
of
failed
filter on it.
Every single person in the galaxy
and
that
it's-
has had
Like
to live
notes of Skeletor
under
in there.
the
Yeah,
sea
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
long.
Cobra Commander.
No more.
Ooh, yeah.
Gotta love a
On
civilization
this
that values
day,
historians, and I like
at
that like
long last, we will stop
Taught Syndicate
these
probably
destroyers
doesn't, but
from
she knows that society in general does, so she just
terrorizing
weaponizes that.
our homes.
A cheer.
She's
went
like,
up
"Oh
among
no, the
witch
historian
brewers
died."
and set to
Oh
work.
no, the
historian!
historian!
You
You
guys
guys
saw
saw
again
that,
that,
right?
right?
Do
Do
what I tell you.
Admiral, transmission link request from Admiral Course Masonry.
Taught Syndicate growled.
Yeah, we were
He
talking a
will
little bit of
likely
like
attempt
the
to
historian
sway
being
us
3
from
people
the
in one,
path.
and then okay,
Very
cool. How much of that
well.
actually like carries through into
Connect
society?
him,
Is that a
but
historian thing? Is
observe
that
the weakness that has
It's
plagued
implied
us
actually. It mentions
for
the
too
teller
long.
of the other historian, but
With a click of connection,
I don't know. We'll see.
a fuzzy hologram
I don't mind doing
of the Admiral
retcons,
of the
just don't let Star
107
Wars Theory
stood
find
on
out.
Taught Syndicate's bridge. Taught Syndicate, stand your fleet down.
Your
We must report
spoiler
these
free, your TikTok
circumstances
that
home
said a bunch of stuff and then
seek
pending
counsel
recons.
Before we draw this galaxy into war.
Yep.
Course Masonry.
Based on what had happened the previous week with another character that
Yeah,
we will
yeah.
not name here. Oh,
we
man.
will
Pending
do no
retcons.
such thing.
Yeah, so anyone watching
The
this
106th is tasked with the protection
listening
of
party in the
all.
future, if I get the
And
chance to make
act
this
is a
available,
clear declaration
this dates it.
of war.
Acolyte episode 5 just came out.
We know that the destroyers have discovered how to come inside. If we do
hate you.
not act now,
You're never going to not hear that now.
we will
hate
be
you.
on the back foot as
We go to the new
they
manuscript,
lead.
Control F, comma inside.
If this was an accident, as they
A
state,
destroyer's triple X
our
parody.
preemptive
Fuck,
strike
Corbin.
will spur them to action
Oh,
where they had
man.
intended none before.
They found a way to spit on that thing. And it drives me crazy.
I do not want to play
And that is
job for my
why our
character.
expeditions today are outfitted not for recon,
Oh my god.
but
I don't
for
even know if they
war.
have a mouth. I
That
assume they
is our
do.
charge.
I just don't know what's going
And
on
you
with the face. I don't
cannot
want to
be
think about it
so
too much.
squeamish
They're
as to
talking.
shy away from it, Admiral Course Masonry of a Shattered Well.
Do we know if they have a that thang while we're at it?
Every time we
God.
have fought the destroyer,
I'm just saying,
any
you don't necessarily
destroyers,
know.
It has been when they are first.
I got you, more like
exposed
rigor mortis.
between inside
Add
and
quote.
outside.
I do.
We do not know the military prowess of these destroyers, now that they have had so long to continue existing.
Another reason we should never have allowed them to continue existing in the first place. Taut Syndicate was more impassioned than ever.
Chill.
This is a wrong that must be righted. And now that their intentions are clear,
just needs to tell this
we
guy to
must
have a Snickers.
act to counter
Right.
them.
Go touch
Our
grass.
mandate is not to enact war on the destroyers, said Coarse Masonry.
Do they have grass on the inside
It
motor?
is to ensure that
Um,
these unchained
Do
cries
you
not
mean like
present
plant
an
to
imminent
touch
threat.
or plant to toke?
They can come here, Coarse Masonry.
Well, I was only asking the former, but why not? Let's ask both.
Can it be both?
And yet
Yeah.
you delude
Yes,
yourself
we'll say the
on
most
threat
common
this
plant that is
constitutes.
used for decorative
We must
monoculture is also
reestablish
smokable. So
communication, he pressed on.
Perfect.
And know everything we must before we jump to
Until I
such a
retcon it.
conclusion.
Right.
What we must do is retaliate against the destroyers. They told us what happened. They taunt us with the death of our historian. They know what they are doing. Any time spent attempting to communicate with these savages is time that you are not
Put in
getting
special
ready
edition.
to crush them for their misdeeds.
man, I hate that his house is burning down, but at the same time,
Mistake, said Coarse Masonry quietly. You misinterpret your mandate, and you may misinterpret what
so I just
they
realized house
said.
implies being planet
All to
side.
your
There is
own
nothing that
ends.
takes place on a planet in this book. Everything's
You may
in
interpret
ships,
your
in space
mandate
stations.
and this treachery
I didn't do that on
Yeah.
purpose. It just happened.
Said Taut Syndicate by way of
A book set in
But
space
the
needs to be in
protectors
space, I
of the
guess.
106th
I mean,
expedition outside will not stand by. We will do what we
I mean,
must.
yeah, if you hadn't explicitly
You will
mentioned
either
Earth a couple
join
of
us
times at the beginning of
or
the book,
stand
like,
aside.
it could have been a completely different galaxy.
Oh yeah, sure. I think Milky
Could be
Way
a
specifically
star
called out.
system far
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, and there's a few Trappist, which is mentioned a few times, is actually a star system.
If she
A few things like that. But yeah, it's not like, again, like I didn't tie it really strongly to like any particular, like what's the year, what's the whatever. You know, there's the golden age of piracy stuff. So yeah, that has history in
what
Earth's
she would do.
in Earth's
And
history.
she
But
knew that
Yeah.
she had done
But which golden age of piracy?
the right thing.
Oh.
She
I mean, there was also the golden age of like the
Lead
2170s, but you know that was
Yeah.
hijacking shipments between Earth and Mars. But you know, other than that.
What's this Napster logo doing on the pirate ship?
What flag is it flying? Sealand. All right. Well. All right. So that was chapter 16. That's the end of Act 2. Do we have anything more that we want to bring up and mention in that, or do we want to call it for another 15-minute break?
I believe there was a request for a 30-second dance party.
Is that a real thing?
Dance party.
Everyone has one move. Work it. Work your move.
That's right. I didn't say it'd be a good dance party, but we had it.
Hey, there it was.
Too late for me to add to
And
the
we could-
compilation from St. Jude, but still.
We
All
could have
right.
had that dance party without you, but we had it with you.
And that's what's important.
That's important.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Smash that bell.
Follow
Brought to you
me
by
right here on
Knowles Student.
Twitch while we're on the break. Why not? All right. We are going to take another 15-minute break, so that means that we will be back at around 4:05 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to grab some hydration, water in, water out, stretch a little bit, and we will be back here in 15. If you folks could, if you gents could mute your microphones, and we will be back soon.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
And we are sort of, kind of, mostly back. We are 2/3 back. I think we're back like a minute early, but that song ended and I didn't want to, cut back to, go a minute into the next song and bring it in, so. There's quite the conversation. Listen, if you are watching this after the fact, you missed quite a conversation going on in chat during the break, which you can only see the tail end of now. So that's on you. You could have been here live, but you know what? If you're not here live and you're watching this somehow afterward, awesome. I'm glad you're watching here too. I don't know how, because I don't plan on putting the VOD up for free like on YouTube, but I don't have the ability to throw it behind a paywall right now, so it will live in limbo until such moment as I can do that and be like proper like behind the scenes for the book. That said, we're talking so much over the book, and I'll figure it out.
It's more of a creator's commentary at this point, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm having fun.
I am too. I'm very much having fun. I'm like I said, I'm really enjoying. I always enjoy chatting with you about it, and it's cool, like getting Terry's perspective as well, because again, like he did the editing and then he did that thing where like I've listened to this for months on months straight, and I don't want to think about it right now. So coming back to it now.
How many beers did he just bring up?
I don't know. I wasn't looking.
It was at least 3.
Hello. You're still muted.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Has everybody
Harry's
returned with an appropriate amount of beverage?
Yep.
Love it.
I kind of feel
stay hydrated.
Spyro's, I think that's probably the way to go. Spyro is that like this could go up for free and like promo the book. If you haven't paid for the book and a bunch of guys are just talking over it the whole time, this is what you get. Yeah, basically, there's a couple bits in here that like we're like, oh, hold on, we really like this part, but otherwise, yeah, I think this is go up and just kind of be like, hey, go get the book if you want to actually be able to read/hear it without us yammering. So yeah, maybe
8 hours and 20 minutes long, and I've listened to it 8 times.
Listen, you wanted more marketing material. This is going to be
exactly.
You can clip this as much as you want. Make as many sound bites, social videos as you want.
Definitely some gold in here.
That sounds like the effort. I'm just going to take the whole block, snip out the 15-minute breaks, and chuck it up probably on July 4th. Boom, done.
All right.
I haven't been writing down time codes, man. I don't have a composition notebook full of time codes to help me out with this.
You don't need to write down. There's AI for that now.
Listen, I already said. Oh God, get. All right.
No, you don't use AI to make the book. You just use AI to sell the book.
God, that's what we actually need AI for. Listen, I can't do
the
marketing.
Stuff you don't want to do. Yeah.
Ugh, God, I hate it.
None of the actual creative stuff that is better with humans than whatever they're trying to push on us. For the boring stuff that a CEO could do, that's when you put in the AI.
Yeah, exactly. If you have a business degree, you're replaceable by AI. All right. Anyway, hey, chapter 17.
Woo!
We all ready to start Act 3 of Ta-da! Oh boy.
Jazz hands. Woo!
All right, we ready for chapter 17 then? Starting out Act 3. This is a slightly longer. The first 2 acts were each 8 chapters, I think. No, hold on. Yeah. So the last one is a little longer than that, but yeah, we'll get into Act 3, starting with chapter 17 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Act 3.
I can't believe for awkward sandwich.
Chapter 17.
I think I have good news about Awkward Sandwich too, but I'm gonna wait and confirm that it is who I think it is.
The Wadja floated in space, unnoticed. After its calamitous arrival through the portal,
Oh, yep.
it had drifted
because
through
it's
the cordoned off
kind of
area
like
used for
listening and
subspace
getting ahead of
It's
time. Oh
invisible.
yeah, it's the
and
stealth
then
field before it's actually like said out loud.
Yet growing armada of military vessels protecting Alpha Point. Then, the installation itself. Now, it slowly tumbled towards the void at the jump point, where ships hung in space after arriving from, or making ready to depart to, the rest of civilization. A voice spoke up in the dimmed bridge of the ghost ship.
Fry, have I told you how happy I am that the stealth tech is holding?
About 4 times now, Captain. Still holding. Indefinitely. Till it doesn't.
Marvelous!
Like that. Hey, we
Let
haven't
me
stress
know
tested
if
this,
it
so that's
goes.
going to be this. I'd love to
Sure
give you a
thing,
timer on how
Captain.
long this is going to
You'll
last,
wanna
but
know
it
to be
lasts until it
properly
doesn't
embarrassed
anymore.
when everyone sees us with our pants down.
Bold of you to assume I have
Are
dignity.
you not
Christ,
entertained?
Captain, how far do you plan on
Bold
going
of you
with
to
this?
assume I have
Hawk
dignity.
turned his attention away from
Hawk
the
Corvin.
conversation with his engineer, peering at his human crew member.
As far as it takes to get us to some quiet backwater system to go back to life as normal. Well, not too quiet. We need to make a tidy little profit after all.
They've got the stealth
Oh,
field on, I think,
sure,
for the
that's
majority
fine,
of this chapter.
said Liz, lounging at her
Just
station,
kind of chilling out in the
spinning her
background.
hat around her finger.
Watching
That's
it
what
all
we're all here for,
unfold.
and absolutely looking forward.
Yeah, just kind
to
of
doing.
warm in the background.
She snapped her hand closed around the
Wow, that
bridge,
was
arresting the tricep.
surprisingly fun to say as a verb.
I was wondering how far you're going to take our guests. Language barrier or no, our story won't hold water for...
All of us go, oh wait, really?
Well, frankly, the fact that they haven't
Wait.
forced the issue yet surprises the hell out of me. I agree, said Threm, somewhat to Hawk's surprise. I didn't sign up for no kidnapping. Save our pelts, yeah.
I draw
But
the
we
line
gotta
at
do
kidnapping.
something
I will do a
sooner or
lot of
later.
things, but I draw the line at
We
kidnapping.
can't keep saying we'll figure it out soon, Cap.
I mean, it's good to have morals somewhere.
Soon is now, and we need to at least
Yeah,
have a solid plan.
You know, even though they're doing pirating, these pirates
Hawk
are like,
sighed
they're pretty
theatrically,
chill.
Yeah,
then
yeah.
spun his fins.
Meanwhile,
Well,
soon is now.
then,
When will then
what
be
do
now?
you
Soon.
suggest? Box them up with a time delay beacon and a sticky note saying, Destroyer envoys enclosed?
He stopped and thought for a moment.
Yeah, do that one.
Actually, I rather like that idea.
Ugh, I do too. I hate that.
I think the best is when Liz is like, I hate.
Okay.
I like one of your
Meaning,
ideas, and I know that that's
first,
never a
to
good
drop
sign.
off the 3 Musketeers back there. Second, to
Fun fact, that was
resupply.
originally Three
We're
Stooges, not
dangerously
Three
low on
Musketeers.
food,
That was another
and we
thing that
torched
Brian
most
pointed
of our
out,
fuel reserves in
as,
that
like,
little
it felt too
combustible
contemporary.
decoy. Third, to
was
find
like,
out
Three
how
Stooges
we
were like
use our jump drive, because no
80
matter
years
how
ago.
good this stealth system is, they will notice if we try to
But
hitchhike
it's
on a jump
Musketeers, swords.
Hey,
Yeah, you know, that's like
I'm
300
the
years
order
ago?
of operations
Yeah, it's a little
man.
more on point for,
there. Then
well,
find something that lets us do all
stylistically.
3 at once. Liz snapped.
What's going on,
Because
Brian?
doing any of the 3 will tell
I might
them
be
we're
off,
here,
but I heard
and we
Awkward
gotta leave
Sandwich is
as
playing
soon
on
as we're
mine.
noticed. Or did you not see the fleet out there?
I happened.
I happened to notice it. We're on chapter 17.
Replied icily.
Yes.
I'm at 5 minutes and
Thank
15
you.
seconds.
I'm
And
at 4
I
minutes.
Yeah, I'm at
30.
4:30.
A commotion rang
Great,
out
I'm a little
from
ahead
the
of you
ship.
guys. Okay, cool.
Liz's board pinged. Go ahead.
Well, thanks
she
for
said.
ruining the
4:40.
surprise, Brian.
They got
There he is.
Oh my God, there he is!
Bug one once
Yes!
touched
Man.
Oh, it's Deck. That's right. It's
It's
not
Deck.
Zipsy. It's Deck.
composure pretty well.
And Deck's been around since the first part, but he never had dialogue.
Yeah.
Expressed as
Tenta was fucking Deck back in chapter 6, but I
and
forgot about Deck having
Destroyer
lines.
outsized him by a factor of 4.
So that's why you were doing all this. It was yeah.
Sure.
All right,
Yeah, I
we're
was
at
ahead of you.
5:05
I'm
right
on
now.
said Hawk.
You're
All right.
Taking over
about synced up with us?
Tell him I'll
Closer
be
now.
down shortly. We're in the middle
I'm at
of
5:13.
Yep. 14,
making
15,
sure
16.
There we go.
Yep.
I'm with you now.
needed.
Awkward sandwich.
There was rustling.
It's a double-decker awkward sandwich. That's why
And
it's
it's
awkward. It's got so much. It's like a triple-decker. It's a he's got a Dagwood.
And it's 2 Ks.
Several
Yes,
deck.
deck DEKK.
Only no more. No more. No less.
Destroyers had arrived on the Wadja. Though his torso was almost as wide across as the passageways, the huge arthropod had navigated his way through the pirate vessel with
Odak.
ease.
Yeah, no,
The way
that's
he
like a
spun
bit
and
part.
pushed
Okay.
off all of the available
Yeah.
surfaces spoke to
He's got a
either
few
the
lines, but
species spending evolutionary
it's
time
worth
in
worth
low
having.
gravity,
It was
or
memorable.
Yeah.
It's always memorable.
Yeah, he made an
right.
impression. No wonder why Tenta was so interested in,
Yes, the
in
first.
awkward
Because that
sandwich.
sounds like a fun.
Listen,
But
you could have
Oh.
told the story without Deck,
inhabitant of
but you
the
told it
known
with him.
universe was potentially upset
And that's what's
clearly
important.
able to free
That's what
himself
matters.
from the cargo hold
And now we
navigate
forever
the
have
Wadja without
awkward
impediment.
sandwich.
Hawk wondered
You're
why
here.
he'd
Don't forget to
ever
like and
chosen
subscribe.
fun in the first place.
Yes,
Make sure you
Fuck
click
you, my
follow
Carl's
down
Jr.
there.
If you
If-
would
in Twitch
please
terminology,
be
hit
so
follow down
kind
there.
as to lead Blade here.
Listen,
We would
Boater,
be
if
happy
nothing else, you need a
to
supercut of every one of Terry's.
Apprise
Follow,
him
like, and
of our
subscribe.
situation and current plan, which
I'll
we
just put it at the end of every
absolutely
single
have
YouTube
ready
video for the
to
next
go
month.
At a moment's notice, and would be honored to receive him as part of the festivities. Of course, Cap. I'll bring him to you.
That's
through
what I should use
Blade.
AI for. Is just like give me a
Bless
transcript
his
that I can
heart.
search with
Deck
Control
was
F and just look
buying
for
them
like
a
and
whole
subscribe.
20 extra seconds to skew.
I'm sure
That
it
would
is.
be just
Yeah,
I'm
just
sure.
using
perfect,
the
Deck.
voice detect.
Thank you. We will see you shortly, Blade.
Hawk motioned for Liz to cut off the board.
Okay, I'll admit it. I didn't really have a plan ready.
I didn't
I
have
had
a
an idea.
plan. I had an
Oh.
idea. It's like, no, really?
Taking their navigation package and leaving Blade and company.
Hawk just girl bosses his way until he's
But-
all the way to the sun.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the only
a
ship
wild
in the
way to
system
put
that
it.
would have anything like nav data the
How the internet would say
Gendeer
it.
military jump ferry?
And I stand with the internet.
You might be wrong, Captain.
Said Swarsip.
I don't recognize where we are at all. Constellation mapping doesn't return any known system in our nav. So, okay, no, straight to the point.
She took a deep breath and said quickly,
My note for
We know that
Zipsy,
before the
as you may
Battle
have
of
just
Earth,
heard,
humans were experimenting
just
with subspace
dorky.
tech. And it
Dorky,
doesn't make
yeah,
sense that
yeah.
they
That's all I
were
wrote
near
down for
Earth
Zipsy's
where
description.
Everyone could see it.
Dorky.
So
Yeah.
we probably had
Yeah,
a deep
he's-
space black site for
Zipsy's
their
kind of a
illegal
loser.
science experiments.
Yeah.
And we already
Zipsy
know
is
that the material
also
from
in the
battle
sequel.
was being shipped somewhere
Zipsy
else.
sounds like
So
he knows
if
his
I were
lunch money is
them
going to get
and
stolen.
wanted to keep doing
Like he's
research
just
on
waiting
it,
for the
it'd
moment.
probably be right back
He's
here.
like, okay.
And those new
Can I make it to
experiments
9
are probably
9:10
why the
today?
destroyers noticed them here again,
You reckon?
and
No.
why these diplomatic negotiations are
Pizza
happening
bagel
here.
day, guys. I just want to
And that's
enjoy the
the
pizza
Roger
bagel
that.
for lunch,
Run
okay?
like hell.
with Deck leading the massive form of
Thank you
Blade
very much for
through
that
the door.
follow, Barbie Avenger.
Half of the crew on the bridge stared at them.
Hope you're doing well.
The other
Welcome
half
to the listening party for How We Stopped the Destroyers.
Hi, Barbie.
Swarsep, be a dear and continue
Hi, Barbie.
that train of thought.
said
Swarsep.
Hawk carefully, studiously trying not to acknowledge.
Listen,
the
it's a double
ignorance.
P at the end. Aspirate that as much as you can.
Just think that we have more options for where to
I
find
would just like to point
working
out that in the
subspace
print version,
drives
the name
and navigational
Swarsep
software.
has 5 S's.
Swallowed
Uh-huh.
nervously.
Warsep.
I'm reviewing my logs now, and
Sep.
we'll try to find a
Let me
ship
see if I
that
can
made
find
for the
that.
station from the jump point, but maybe
Just spell
not
that
from the
out for
jump
everyone.
ferry. Maybe.
SSSWOORSSEPP.
Smile, and then turn to Blade.
So for that species, just
My
get really
dear
tired
ambassador.
at the keyboard.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the bridge of the good
Just really
ship
heavy fingies.
Wadja. As you may
Those
have
are Andrew's 3 a.m.
overheard,
characters.
We are currently putting the finishing touches on our plan. Now, I am ashamed to
plan
admit
doesn't
that
happen.
Oh,
we are not
the bit where
upstanding
Brian got me
paragons
now.
of civilized law abiders that we may have intimated that we are, but you are pirates.
Hawk stopped mid-theatrics and blinked.
You are
He
pirates.
realized
Terry, thank you so much for editing that so close so that he actually cuts him off.
For the destroyer to have comprehended everything. Not that he cared. And
Yeah,
second,
I'm.
that Blade would have had to.
It's really
learn
great
the
listening to
word
this
pirate
again, like
and
a
wondered
little
sorely
bit further away
who
from
his
the
crew had
steam that
told
was
him
coming
to
out of my
do.
ears when I was finished.
Yeah, getting a little bit of
sure.
distance from any creative project
then
really does help
realized,
you appreciate
third,
it a little more.
That everyone
You step away
was
from its
looking at
warts.
him while he hung there with his mouth agape.
Oh, I will say, I guess after
And
that
smiled.
amount of time, like, what's sticking out to you, Terry, is like, yeah, this is good. I'm enjoying.
And ruthless
I'm always.
scourge
I
of
was always
commerce
worried
and,
that
well, so on
the
and so
dialogue versus the
are
narration
pirates.
wasn't going to be
Blade repeated.
at the
Hawk
right
still didn't have a read on facial expressions
level.
for
I
his
was
species.
worried about that stuff,
Everything
but
just
I
came
worried
out
about it then, so I
not
think
lust.
maybe
such non-verbal
I did a pretty
emotional
good job.
cues were in Blade's
Yeah,
posture.
I
But
think
even
you did
that
better than a
hadn't
pretty good
changed
job.
since he had entered the room.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Hawk was forced to assume that
It's
lust applied.
I don't know. It was such an interesting project
Yes.
because like
Well,
Brian
you
was
can
saying
see
earlier,
how
I
that might
think
present an issue for
something like
normal
this
diplomatic
in the
channels.
indie
So
audio
upon
book
entering
realm
the,
with all the sound effects and the
operational
music
area,
and like Brian
we
doing all the
engaged
voices,
our
it's like
proprietary stealth systems.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And have
level
been
above
sitting
a lot of the stuff
unnoticed,
that I've heard out
waiting for our chance.
Yeah, like I
I wish to see
don't
the area.
primarily consume
carefully
audio
stepped
only
toward Hawk's spot
stuff
at the
aside from
center
like
of the
music.
bridge.
So
Hawk
like
backed
podcasts,
away a
audiobooks,
touch
mostly
and
outside of
nodded
my
to
experience
Sue.
realm.
She
So I don't
quickly
really
showed
have
plot
like
of
a
the
measure
area
for
on the main
comparing
screen,
against like
then went
a
back to the
wide
Blade
selection
pivoted his body a
of
few ways
of
to get a good
of
look,
media, but
and
yeah, I
pointed
think
one
we
oversized claw
aimed high.
at
I
the
think that we did really well with
all
that.
over the display.
I agree.
Brian, this is your fault for
Well,
setting me such a high bar to
this
start.
one is us. This here is
Well,
the
and I remember those
science
Star
that
Wars
made it
audiobooks
possible
too. I
for
remember
this
taking those out of the
diplomatic
library when I was
meeting
young
to
and
exist.
listening to those on like road
These
trips
are
with my
some
family and
civilian
stuff.
freighters
And
supplying the
I loved them
base.
then, and so
And
using that as sort of
all
like a
of
target,
these
sort of like aimed for. I knew we weren't gonna
swam
be
out
like
to the
we
screen
weren't gonna have
and
John
secured
Williams.
himself
We
in
weren't gonna
front of
have
a
Lucas
mass
Arts
of
sound
nearly
effects
100
library,
contacts
but
from
like
various groupings.
I think what we did
These
is
are
really solid.
military vessels.
Oh yeah, I fully agree.
That is
I mean, honestly, again, like the
much.
fact that we had to create that
Yes,
soundscape from
a
scratch.
bit excessive,
I mean,
but then
we didn't have
you
references
did nearly
like with all those
destroy our
books. It's like, oh, well, we
civilization
can
a
just
few
use the same sound
millennia
effect from this
ago.
movie.
So
And they have that in their library already, and it's like we had to go do that extra.
Anyway.
You guys had to go and do that extra work to
Well,
find those sound
really,
effects.
Andrew, though.
because
Yeah.
this
Oh, all right,
facility
Well, like it's okay, cool. I have the
themselves.
libraries, but then I got to figure out okay, like what kind of tone do I want for each scene? Because it's not like oh yeah, that's a Tie Fighter. We know what a Tie Fighter sounds like. I'll just grab from the Tie Fighter library.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of
you know
course.
it
And
was.
you did so with some light
You had to figure out what like
genocide.
going
Very
into
good. Can we
another
just-
dimension sounds
Yeah.
like.
your science.
So there was a lot of that, and
left you alive.
and then especially like the last scene that takes place on like a busy space station instead of just on a ship, like almost the rest of the like. I wanted to sound like an airport concourse, so we got like a bunch of sound effects that weren't present anywhere else in the book to be like, okay, can we get like walking crowds? Can we get like a airspeeder going past? Like, what can we
Yeah,
find?
that sounds really cool. I like that a lot.
This
Yeah.
is what we do.
And then we were able to use that for a short part of the scene in What's Treason Between Friends
This
as
is
well.
how it always is. You made the beat, and it was an acceptable compromise. Listen,
yes, the
I
beat.
don't want
I
to argue
love
with
this
you.
bit
Not
here
argue.
of Stentorian Blade like putting them in their place of like,
I
hi, no,
am
this is
a
how things
teller.
actually happened.
This is our
Okay, yeah, you weren't there, I wasn't there, but I have the history, so I'm the authoritative. Like, it wasn't genocide, it was this. Yeah, but we ended up dying a whole lot. Yeah, but you're intact and you're here now, so you're fine. Okay, moving on.
That was
which I now
traumatic.
tell to you. I cannot tell.
It's
what
just that
will
Ralph
happen
Wiggum meme.
now.
I'm in danger.
That is not my place.
Yeah, anytime Stentorian
Fine.
Blade comes onto the bridge and Hawk just goes,
Thank you for the
I'm in
history
danger.
lesson, Professor. Now, maybe we can get back to our genius plan that lets you meet with the diplomats on that station and keeps everybody happy and not genocide-y?
Hawk imagined that Blade...
Genocide is probably one of my
Genocide.
favorite words.
But then conceded that he had fulfilled his obligation to tell.
I have no problem making up words out of other words that exist. It just gets me in trouble because occasionally I'm like, wait a minute, that looks weird. Let me put that into Google. Oh, a word for that exists. Okay.
We are going to rendezvous.
You can write anything as long as it's dialogue.
Ship.
Like there was something, and it wasn't exactly this, but like to call something non-plausible. And then I look at it afterwards, I'm like, the word is implausible. There's already a word for that.
Our jump drive system. Because we value
There is a
peace
place for that,
between
though. Like, if you actually
the
make that a
realms
characterization
or-
choice where
Or
they
whatever.
don't know the
Trust
yes,
me, we
obviously you.
But we also
I mean,
value
it's Buffy
our
speak.
way
As the
of
author,
life
but, like,
and our livelihood.
Yeah, it depends on how it's used.
So
There's a
we
Or
place.
someone
get
intentionally
really doing our thing
speaking
without any
incorrectly
of the
to
relevant
sound funny
authorities
or
poking
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
snouts
some
in.
kind of point.
Well, it's a
And
very
we
common
drop
Joss
you
Whedon
off
writing
with the
thing of
honest,
like making up words on
legitimate
like
crew
Buffy.
who would be more
yeah.
than
Yeah.
happy to deliver you to
Or if they
whatever
get immediately
summit
corrected.
awaits
Oh
you.
yeah,
Like, to
there's that too.
Be put in their
Blade's face
place, you
swiveled
know.
Under the exoskeleton
I remember.
It's genocidal, not genocide-y.
Right, exactly.
Working on translating
My
some of
my
what
favorite
Hawk
is
said.
the Boondock Saints,
Finally,
where
he said.
one of the detectives is looking at the crime scene and they're talking about like whatever's going on.
He
He's like,
carefully turned
so what's
back
the
to screen
symbology
full of
there?
dots and paths.
And then Willem Dafoe goes on this whole
And
rant of like it's
Symbolism.
symbolism. Right.
This
Oh.
one
said Swerse.
So the symbology is a word for a thing.
Bless her.
And actually, it actually, I always thought that the joke there was that he was correct in asking what the symbology was, and he goes on this rant, and the guy that he was making fun of was actually asking the correct question.
Yeah.
William Dafoe was getting the word wrong.
Suggests that it came from the jump point,
I'm
but
pretty
not
sure.
the
I don't
ferry
know.
itself.
I would have to like look
been
at the
sitting in a
definitions
waiting
side by
pattern for
side
the
and then
last
watch the
hour.
scene again.
But I'm
But
guessing the
Right.
it's
station
definitely
has more
plausible that
important
symbology
things to
might have been more
worry about.
correct. Less
Like
common,
that.
but more correct.
Said Tenta.
Yeah.
Hawk
Yeah.
checked the screen, then focused his eyes through it to the viewport behind, where multiple subspace
So
rifts.
this is kind of
I'll
implied-
watch that movie again on St. Patrick's Day.
Hey,
Yeah, there we go.
hey,
There we go.
perfect timing.
All
A
words are made up. Thor, Infinity War.
Deck, would you please escort our good Blade back
Valuable
down
lesson.
to the cargo bay with his companions?
He bobbed towards the screen, indicating the
Bob,
swift
he
path
nodded,
icon.
but his whole
Their
body's a fish.
connecting flight is
Float,
here.
Boom. Yeah, again, how do you describe body language in something that is basically just a fish?
He poofed.
Yeah. From the internet, symbology is the study and use of symbols, whereas symbolism is the representation of a concept through symbols. Oh, okay. So
you
probably what is
know.
the symbolism between here, but the study of that would be symbology.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If there's a literal symbol of something, what does that mean? Why is it that used? That's symbology.
Mhm.
But if you did something as a gesture and tried to make it a symbol, that is symbolism. The more you know.
Chapter 18. Okay.
18.
Anything more on 17 before we move on?
I think we should all just take one more moment to appreciate Awkward Sandwich. We finally got there, guys.
We did.
Yeah.
We got there.
We got there. We got
Congratulations. if
I
you
wasn't
stayed with
ready
us.
for the intensity of Awkward
All the way.
Sandwich after we'd been waiting for him for 10 chapters.
Something's
It was
wrong.
It was like when Santa Claus comes down the fucking chimney and you're still awake. Awkward Sandwich is there!
But now that you hear the voice, you're like, of course.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Like,
Oh,
It
bring
wonder
him
we were
from
able to
the
remember
blue
it.
deck. Yeah.
That does sound like an awkward sandwich.
right? And it's got the B word fad. Like, you're holding
Yeah.
my brioche bun is falling apart. Like, you feel all that air flying through the
Yeah.
consonant. Like,
Which
oh my
was like,
God.
all right, make sure you're talking slightly off axis so you're not just straight into the mic.
Although Terry, I gotta say, like, we didn't really get into some of the technical stuff of it, but the microphone was placed very far away in the booth. Like, you know, like my microphone right here is way closer than the way Terry had it set up, and that was very good because it helped like avoid things like those plosives and everything else.
I think that was in anticipation of you, or of giving you a little bit more freedom to use dynamics and volume, and then I would dial it in. I think in hindsight, I would probably just put more of like a limiter on you to give you that range, and try to get a little bit closer, I think. But I
defer to your expertise because I'm very loud, especially in many parts of this book.
I mean, so that's the thing. But we could always another thing I would do is record in the 32-bit float, which would give you the freedom to just be as loud as possible, and all I would have to do is turn it down.
True. I feel like the other thing that being distant does is that it's less difference. Like if I'm here moving back and forward a little, if I move backward and forward 4 inches, I'm like doubling my distance from the mic. Whereas if I do that from here, yes, it's quieter, but it's not nearly as much of a difference in tone.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and you were moving a lot. You know.
Yeah, I was.
You probably wouldn't have been able to channel the characters as well if you didn't have that freedom of motion a little bit. But
that is true.
I don't know. I mean, I think I still think it sounds good.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if I would change what we did. I might use a different mic. I got better mics now.
Cool.
Good to know.
Couple of them. So, but yeah.
All right, let's move on to chapter 18, which is another scientist one. After the destroyers, I believe, have popped through. Oh, no, not quite yet. Oh, they're gonna get there. Anyway, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And Brian, we're starting at the beginning of this one, not a minute in.
Thank you. What happened was my player was still on chapter 16. I didn't notice it for about 10 or 15 seconds.
Oh.
So I was trying to be smooth, and then I realized, my timing is way off.
Through subspace rifts. Unmistakably
so the one time that I was in there with the mic in front of me, like it felt, it wasn't like right up in my business. It was kind of a comfortable distance away. But it was still like, I was kind of worried about moving around a whole lot because, all right, cool, this is where you were sitting, this is where the iPad is, I'll talk here, and I've got my thing, and I like was kind of afraid to move because I didn't know what kind of flexibility I had in there.
Yeah, and it was on a bit of a diagonal anyway, so that definitely helped for sure for myself as well as for when you were in there. So
if past experience was any
good setup.
Yeah, the other thing is there's the what they call the proximity effect, right? So that's like when you get in like to 6 inches away from the mic or less, it creates more bass, and that's that's what like most podcasts and stuff sound like. And if the project itself were just somebody
message
like reading and not doing any characterization, like I could see that maybe being a good
play it as though they are not.
Yeah, you could see that with nonfiction because there's not a lot like this much like variation of narration and such.
But because this is almost like a radio play, the way that we did it, I think the way that we did it was the way to go.
Checked it and sent it to the transmission device.
Because also the characters are supposed to exist in a space, and it
message sends in 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're not right up next to your ear hole.
Transmits again.
Yeah.
Anderson nodded in response.
You're listening to How We Stop the Destroyers, brought to you by whatever sponsor they said earlier because I forgot the name. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
You're listening to How We Stop the Destroyers, sponsored by Jimmy John's Sandwiches. Don't have another awkward sandwich again.
You're listening to How We Stop the Destroyers. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Fuck you, I'm eating.
We want to see how they communicate to each other
And if it's Murad, we want to look for
I'm Wilford
signs of
Brimley for
motivation.
How We Stop the Destroyers.
We want to see what emissions they give off while fighting. The others nodded in response.
I can't add.
Elias,
I can't add to that. I'm happy with that joke trajectory.
Talking to some gender historian in his office, and he remembered that when they had first
Don't be a
arrived,
cloaca.
the
Have a
destroyers
steak,
had
a sandwich
accumulated
from
much
Carl's
more
Jr.
news radiation
Oh
than
my
normal.
god.
Sure enough, when they weren't getting overwhelmed by the
Cloaca or
I feel
cloaca
so-
or whatever. It's
His
just a
filter
funny
showed
word.
Murad levels
It really
far
is.
exceeding
I feel
those
so
that
bad.
remained
Thank you,
after
everybody who's
normal
joined us.
subspace
I feel so bad for everybody who
workflows.
joined us in
A
hour
regular
6
ship
of,
normally moves after a jump, like a
of
bar
our
of steel
in-joke
coming out
fest
of a
that this has
particularly
become.
Yeah, we've accumulated quite a lot.
The destroyer
We
ships,
have.
by
We really
comparison,
have.
were smoldering like the remains
It's great, though.
of a
It's great.
Yep.
If you're still laughing, we
Iago
appreciate it.
approached Elias. May I have a moment of your time? He asked in a low voice.
Laughed your cloaca off with how we stop the destroyers.
And figured he wanted to speak with him elsewhere. But these readings were potentially too important. I was
Subway.
listening.
Eat awkwardly.
If Iago was thrown off by Elias refusing to leave his station, he didn't show it. If this becomes a shooting situation, I won't.
If you're just tuning in now, we're Gingers talking about audiobooks. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Here.
That's how I eat all the time. Awkwardly. Hooray! The marketing's
They
working.
at least doubled the destroyer's number, but the destroyer
We have found our audience.
easily bested fleets of the galactic.
The new
Fleet.
awkward sandwich from
Only
Subway.
reason they'd been defeated in Earth's
Yeah.
was the Gendeer police fleet getting the drop on them. And
No?
fighting them.
Excuse me? What
If they start
what are you
Or
trying
no,
to
no,
pass?
let's
then
do
you can consider
let's
that.
do Jersey Mike's.
Until then,
Ooh, yes. It's got to be a double-decker sandwich, right?
take charge.
Yeah.
2Ks.
Yeah.
Decker sandwich? Yeah. It's
Elias furrowed.
Did you guys get the
his
joke
brow
yet?
with
Because
grief.
it's Deck.
He
Yeah.
considered
You know, that's the
ignoring
character's
Iago for-
name.
And
I know we were really
boot.
calling him Awkward Sandwich. I know we're, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see myself out. Sorry.
He kept
Hold on. Can I? Where do I?
Dr. Morgan.
Hold on. Let me just. Boom. There we go. Oh no, that covers Terry too. We can't do that.
What?
Ah.
I was like, hold on. There we go. Hold on.
And they trust
There.
you'll have their best
Wow.
interests. Thanks.
How's that, Brian?
He spared him a glance. They won't give me the
How?
same trust.
How? 20 years. We're still friends. I don't know how that happened. But
This is your operation
thanks.
now.
Thanks, buddy.
Me neither. I've only known you guys like a year, so
That's true.
I don't know how we've been friends 20 years, but
The fortunate
somehow
thing letting Elias focus
it
on
fucking happened.
More like rigor mortis. Did you just search for cloaca?
Elias. Thanks.
Things I
Terry,
should
for-
not have searched on my work computer.
Headset.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I'm taking
yeah.
one of the Murad dishes.
Your boss is gonna be like,
Damn
"What
it."
are you
He
into?"
pulled the ear cup away as G Min's Murad Morse code.
I mean, it's
Well-
just the single. If ITS, then no.
Said Iago.
You can clear that part of your browser history.
Murad
Oh.
signatures close
Yeah.
to the base.
It's
He
just
counted
the
down
single
less than
hole that a
20
bird
seconds,
peeps,
then
poops, and
slid
fucks
the
from.
headset back on. Iago crowded behind him. The question of leadership now.
That's all it
was
is.
on. Destroyer ships powering up.
Yeah.
Viewport lights. No unexpected emissions. Nothing in Murad yet.
Who are you? The
Wait,
cops come back with a
getting
warrant.
broadcast now. Siobhan had
I like.
been paying
I
attention
like.
to
I have a
the
highlight
audio.
somewhere from when we played
Apparently
Astral
had
Chain on the
closed
Citadel.
Elias's workspace
And at one
to
point,
keep
someone
an
asked a
eye
question.
on
I'm like,
the
"What are you, a cop?"
vessel.
And I looked, and everyone's wearing
Can't
police
decode,
gear because
obviously.
everyone is in fact cops.
Looks like noise to our sensors. Running Dr. Malway's package on it. Definitely a different profile than we give off. Fascinating. Are they
All right, so
responding
we've
to our
got the
beacon?
sound of open rifts
Both
coming
she
in
and
now.
Elias growled and took
Hey,
the
here's what's
missile
happening in the
again.
book right now. A
I
whole
am
bunch of
telling you
destroyer
in
vessels are
20
coming in on
seconds,
Alpha Point.
said
People are
Siobhan.
freaking
Oh
out.
yeah.
Sorry.
There's like a
G-Min
there's a
replied.
battle.
Almost, yeah, it's about to.
They have a window
It's
to
interesting,
respond, and they should realize
considering
it in
like when I
another
got
week
into
or two.
sci like I love space
They
battles.
set
I
back to the
adore
task
space
when the
battles.
response window
I
opened up.
described almost nothing going on in the
Getting
space
some
battle
stray
because it is
ionizing
incidental to the
radiation.
plot.
Said someone to Elias.
So this is the battle of the
Could
five
be
armies
weapons
for you.
powering up. Get a message.
Yeah,
out
it's
to the
just
fleet.
like, okay, what is the
Answers
general
should be
shape of the
key.
battle? Who is
They are
winning?
not to
That's
fire
all we
first.
need to know.
The alien squawked.
Well, I have great news for you.
Bingo,
Eventually, a
said
professional
Elias.
screenwriter
I've got
will
a
create an
Murad
entire
signature coming
movie
in from empty
out of the
space
sequence
near
you
one of our
did not
supply
bother to
planes.
write.
G-Min's message sent again, and Elias looked at Iago.
If Hollywood history
economy.
has taught me anything.
Someone
Yeah, exactly. It gives Peter
Iago
Jackson
looked
more
uneasy
work. Why not?
to end.
Hey,
There will be a
Ambassador,
feature-length
we have a potential
film
destroyer
in
contact.
Will it be a
real time.
wet shop space battle?
As
ship
a
on scope.
one shot for the
Maybe they're in
entire length
spacesuit?
of the film, you know, a
Is it
fake
a
one shot,
strike team?
obviously.
She mused.
Following
freighter?
around
Why not
some guy
us?
on one of the
Why are they
ships,
broadcasting?
you know, rising to heroism
She
during
turned
the
to Harry.
battle.
I need ideas.
I'm not gonna do it, but somebody
While the
can.
ambassadors conferred, Siobhan said, "Remember when we saw another Murad spike during testing? Do you think that whatever ship was causing that might have leaked?"
This is one of those chapters
Other
where
tech
it
to
was
them?
like, all right, cool. I know, and the
Everyone
reader
shook their
knows
heads.
about
They
the
passed off
pirates
the reading and
having
made it someone else's
been
problem.
in Peace Space, and they have a
Right,
stealth
and
drive,
consider what
and
might mean
you know
for
they have the
destroyer
envoys on them. But I'm like,
stealth
I need the scientist's point of view to figure it out too.
Should we
So
be
I needed to like
communicating with
lay
them?
the logical breadcrumbs
Said
for them
Ames.
to figure out, and I
We are
couldn't figure out a way to do it
broadcasting
quicker than this. But I feel like so much of the
Whoever
chapter
wants
is
to
just taken
respond
up by them
will.
like
You
following the
read.
breadcrumbs.
Rejoining the conversation. We can't afford to prioritize that over the fleet while
Thank
their
you, more like rigor
intentions
mortis.
are unknown.
We already talked about a breakdown
Never
of
having
particles
made
released in a
response to
stream
the
through Peace Space.
The destroyer fleet opened fire, and two smaller friendly ships blew up immediately.
Everybody's having fun!
And how about now? Asked Iago, blood draining from his face.
Hawk T. Corvin, I
The
swear to
Shriek
God.
ambassador squawked, while the other two let out more traditional curses.
you have to put the
I
middle
need
initial
this
in
data
somewhere
collection,
in the sequel
Elias
book.
told
Just
Iago.
somewhere. You don't
Could
even have to
G-Min
say
keep
what it is.
Or my name's
One
not
minute?
Hawk T.
He was
Corvin.
fully absorbed. in
We're
the
gonna
story.
know.
And as
We
Iago
didn't
called
know
out
the
to
T
G-Min,
stood for
Elias
Tiberius with
called
Captain Kirk for
sidelong
25
to
years.
others.
All right, listen, we can let that be a
Scoop it
mystery.
all up.
We'll
Then
all
it'll
know
just
it's
sound like a
stupid.
reference
See in
to
real
Star
time.
Trek. It'll
The
be
rest we
great.
can go over later.
Exactly.
And
See,
not to a
it's-
meme that lasted
Ambassador.
for 2 weeks on TikTok.
It appears
In
Oh,
the
it's
middle of
still going. What are you
2024.
talking about 2 weeks? That's the
Captain-
song.
If you want
Those
to
Captain
remixes
Kirk-
are the songs of
I
the
think
summer.
that freighter is your best bet.
Courtois.
Anderson looked
This
at
is
Iago,
exactly why
then
Elias
back
didn't
at
want to
the
call it
screen.
Peace Space.
Very well, Dr. Morgan. You
Like I said.
Elias is still looking for a man in finance,
Rock,
while everyone
let the
else is
shuttle
off to the
pilot know
Hawk
we have a new
Better than poop
destination.
space.
Then stay here in case whoever's in charge.
So
of that
Peace Space is just a
depth out there
cloaca.
changes their mind.
Yeah, everything goes through it.
Someone contact
well,
that
a
freighter and
cloaca
let them know
is a
to
peace
expect
space.
the original
I wonder
diplomatic
if those are
team.
the same people who want to rename Uranus.
Zephyrat with me. The Gendir followed Anderson.
Yes, that's how I
Like,
pronounced it. You can't change it.
Shoutout called down.
Either way, it's not great.
Freighter PWK Swiftpack.
I couldn't remember
Come in,
Elias's name. I
Swiftpack.
wanted to call him
Like
Alistair for
Uranus?
some
No, it's
reason.
Iago
Uranus.
leaned down to Elias's terminal. How's URAD look? The only emissions I'm getting are
You're
proximate
close.
communications. Broadcast so low level, I need to boost the game.
I am loving the
That's
comment
common.
section. This
And
chat,
we've been blasting
you
them
guys,
with the
you guys are the real
normal level
MVPs.
we get when we
I
open
love
the
this so
rift.
much.
These
No
are my
wonder you
regulars.
upset us.
Welcome.
Heck yeah.
I'm happy to share them with
Oh,
you.
That sounds an
And
awful
all of the
lot.
foibles.
Wonderful guys.
Said Iago, right.
It's one of those things where it's like you have two friends that are like they should never
I'll
be in the same
admonish
room
myself
together.
When I have time.
Oops.
Elias winced as another allied vessel. This one a
Specifically,
Shriek cruiser,
Brian and my
cracked in
chat.
half.
No, okay, well.
A loss only half
Although
the
you've
tempered
met
by a
them,
smaller destroyer
I'm
vessel
pretty
using
sure
a
you've met
similar
both of
fate.
these recent chatters in person.
Looks
But
like the signature
I won't
of the Wheel of Freedom
say
stronger.
actual names on them right now.
Maybe they're realizing that with the
No,
strength
yeah,
of
that's
our
fair.
outputting,
But probably,
our
if it's
receivers
who
are
I'm thinking of,
insensitive,
then
and our
most
sampling
likely
rate
yes.
just isn't up to the task.
More like rigor mortis
There's
is
some
not.
Or
areas
not.
in the
Okay.
strength of the
Okay.
signal,
Not
but
yet.
I just don't have the tools here to see the
Next
full
time.
waveform. Assuming Murad is a wave and not a particle. Or
You
More
read,
like rigor
oh,
mortis
God
had
damn
a
it, you
cameo on
morons.
stream on
you
Thursday
couldn't have even figured
when
that
we were
out
playing
for us.
Another Crab's Treasure, and someone was named Boston. I was
Iago
like, oh, they need a
clapped him on
Boston
the back
accent. Hold on, let
with
me call it more like rigor mortis.
unconcern than his face showed. We'll get it in time.
I have not met Brian
Siobhan,
yet.
how's
Threat.
the freighter?
I appreciate the need to add threat.
Roger that, Swiftpack.
Tone
Keep us
indicator.
updated.
Threat.
We'll
Right,
let you
yeah.
know when the shuttle is on its way to you.
See, this is a
Signed
perfect
off.
example of the written medium versus the
They know
audio
there's a
medium that
phantom
we're
signature
enjoying.
coming
here
their
today.
way, and we'll hold fast. Captain said she'd go along with anything as long as it doesn't
First
come
mention
from
of the
Furl
Swift
out
Pack there in the background. I think I almost started writing a different ship name when it came up later, and then I was like, wait a minute, it's been named already. Hold on, what was it?
Cooler
I do a
and
lot of that.
sweeter.
I do like, wait, shit, this has been mentioned
Let's hope
before.
They get that chance.
Continuity. It's important.
Okay.
It-
So now that the scientists have kind of figured out that, somehow there's another ship there that did make it and has the historian on it, you guys, I guess there's something to do about that. Any comments on that before we move forward, or are we ready to move on to 19?
I'm good.
All right.
Let's move on.
Chapter XIX, Chapter 19, starting from 0 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Brian.
1.
I got it. Thank you.
I got that number down.
Chapter 19.
I'm enjoying playing with my light each chapter.
The 106th expedition outside.
This is the first time that the book is in a visual medium, so I need to use the light to differentiate.
Officers and enlisted
A motion
American
visual
units
medium,
the
that
time
is to
had
say.
come
Obviously, a book
to
is... You
strike
know what I meant.
back against those from
It's
outside.
cinema.
Yeah.
Things did not progress as they had been told.
Yes, this is cinema. This
When the
is
105th
fine art
expedition
cinema
outside
right before
set
you.
out, Not long ago, in this
You
galaxy,
pretentious douchebag.
combat the rise that spurred the beat. They had been lost.
I mean, I'm happy with how this video layout looks, everybody.
To determine the
No, it's
reason
good, it's
for
good.
this
It
crime,
does. It's
and if
very
possible,
professional.
To correct
Yeah.
it. They had not been
This is
outfitted
high
for
quality.
war, but their mission had
entertainment.
succeeded.
It is.
The loss of the 105th
Yeah, I was
mourned.
telling someone else
But
for
also
something unrelated.
taken
It's
as
like,
an
I like
object
finding what
lesson.
complexity I can
Should
add
the
just
need
a little
arise
bit.
for another expedition into this
Like, without
galaxy,
overwhelming myself. All
they
right, cool.
must be
Well, we have
stronger.
chat here.
And
Let me
so
try to get all the
both
video on there, get
106th
everyone labeled.
and 107th
We'll throw up
expeditions
the
outside had been
the
furnished
cover
with the
art. Oh, and I gotta
capacity
put the link
for
on there.
war,
All right, good.
each with double
I mean,
ships
it's
of
like
their
I'm
predecessors.
watching a for real talk show that's like 8 hours long.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Probably like 10 hours long. Probably by the time.
Yeah, I'm
There was no doubt
expecting
that
about
this
10,
fight
but we'll
would
see
be
how it goes.
won.
Especially after breaks.
Another destroyer ship
Yeah.
succumbed to the Protector's virtuous fire as she considered the
What time did we
situation.
start?
Are you? Yeah. What
But
time
the
did
We
we
loss
start?
started.
of
We
the
started
day
at 10 a.m.
far
I'm
more than any
expecting
expedition
8 p.m.
suffered
finish,
from
especially if we do another
persecution.
15 before the Treason
But
Duology.
then, the
Okay.
destroyers.
I was
had
just about to
been
ask, are you
expected.
planning to do the Treason Duology in the epilogue?
Perhaps it
I
would
mean,
be
that's
simpler
we don't
with
have to. I
captains
actually
and
didn't
guards.
decide. I meant to talk with you guys about that ahead of time, and
In
then
the
I
aftermath of
didn't.
the battle,
But if you guys are
Well,
down for it,
attention paid to
I have
inter-class
no
monitoring
opposition.
systems,
Yeah,
Sure.
why not?
following events
yeah.
had to
So
be
when that
carefully
comes up, we'll do another.
They were not
We'll see if we want to do
If
another.
we get
quick
another
15
100
or-
people to like and subscribe, we'll do the Treason Duology at the end.
That's right.
Left to others.
or one more follow. Either
Who
way.
knows, however,
Oh, you know what?
Smash that donate button.
Oh, a Twitch subscribe, which is actually like sending me money.
and
If
she
you have
ignored it,
If you have an Amazon Prime
directed
account,
ships
you
into
can
a
subscribe
faltering
with
path in
Twitch Prime,
places.
and it doesn't cost you
Even
anything
having
extra.
Such a device on her person,
And if you have a Spotify
Consider an
Premium account, you
unnecessary
can listen to How We
distraction
Stop the
in a
Destroyers on
battle
Spotify for free
the
as
communication
part of your monthly
box
allotment of
managed to
audiobook
make eye
content.
contact
Absolutely.
and made
That's
an
probably-
unknown
Beep, beep.
with their front claw, and the
I'm
Admiral
I'm
Stoyle
contributing too.
glanced
Beep
at
beep.
their communicator.
You can also get the book in your library. Audiobook, ebook, and paperback, all available through library. So
Elsewhere in the flagship,
talk to a librarian.
personal
There's plenty of ways to get the book.
communicator that belonged to the gunner of the
Can we
it's
get it
not
on
available.
cassette?
They read the message
Not
and
yet,
injected
but
it
I'm sure that Terry's
program
working on
into
it.
their targeting
Yeah.
system.
Totally, I am.
According to the ship's computer
Thanks.
diagnostics,
If anyone's gonna,
welcome.
I think if anyone's gonna dub it to cassette, it's gonna be you.
Nobody
I guess
looked
that's
close
true.
enough at the time to see
Now the
that
real
they were,
question
in
is,
fact, not
hold
hitting
on,
destroyer
how many
vessels.
vinyl
They were
records
not
would that
even
be?
able
I was
That's a
just going to
lot.
say, what about vinyl?
Not
That's a
even
lot.
Firearm diagnostics said they were. According to
Yeah,
environmental
we
monitoring,
do like
the gunner loaded a
45
different
minutes.
targeting profile into their station.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So
They then
that's like a
proceeded to
9 or
fire.
10 record.
According to any external
album right there.
observer,
for real album.
their gun
Hey, there's a sub. Thank you, Taco Bell.
Hey!
combat
vessel near
Thank
the
you.
installation by a wide margin. This all took time, however. Minutes to communicate.
Anyway, we've got
and to
our
load software
genocidal
and to begin
destroyer
firing.
captain.
In the meantime,
Genocide.
Genocide.
had another problem to worry about.
That's right.
It's
I looked
canon.
it up in Webster.
The 107th expedition outside was arriving into the theater of the battle. The Admiral snarled as she watched the newcomers arrive and exhale the breath that had carried them
There's a
outside.
couple points in the
Tell
book where like
them to
characters
join in
get
or
like too
stay
clever for their
out
own
of the
good and like
way,
outsmart
she
themselves.
yelled. Keep telling
Earlier
them,
on,
and
there was
don't
when
let up
Liz
until
was
they've
like
powered
the
on
formal
and
freighter
acknowledged.
captain that talks to the military group,
Yes,
and then they're like,
ma'am.
"Yeah, so your
She watched
forged
the detachment
paperwork
ship
lists someone
away
else as a
at
captain."
gap in the enemy's lines. When suddenly,
And then
those
here,
same vessels started melting away
it's
as the enemy
the
ships to either
Admiral
side rushed to
basically
cut them
has an
off from the main
underling
group.
that
Taught
starts
syndicate
shooting at the historian and like
Protector ships were
faking it,
situated
like,
with
oh,
most
there's
of their
a
guns facing
computer glitch, whatever.
Powerful weapons
Um,
that use the spine
But
of
then
the ship
later
to
on,
build
she
great
says, "All right,
destructive
everyone
power.
fire here."
These destroyer
And so all of a
ships
sudden,
used
these
less
errant shots
power
that are
to
going out
gun,
over there are really
but they were
noticeable.
more spread
Like she
around
forgot
the
about
vessels,
one scheme that she had going
making
when
it
she had
harder
another
for them to
plan.
be caught unawares.
And I don't know, it wasn't a thing I did on purpose, but it's interesting.
All of
If
this
I
was made
if I had a
worse
nickel for each
as
time it
the
happened, I would have 10
destroyers
cents, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it
broadcasting
happened
primitive
twice.
Signal, hoping in vain to lull taut syndicate into a false sense of
I have nothing else to
security.
add on that.
And
It's
succeeded
apparently a thing I like
only
doing
in
is characters
periodically
outsmarting
impeding the
themselves.
fleet's
Oops.
coordination by utterly overwhelming the reception of the breath.
Man
The Admiral
versus his
watched
own
on.
cleverness.
Tide of
Man
battle
versus same man.
turned before her eyes.
Yep.
Growled, then said,
Tactical. Rank each vessel from most dangerous to least. Then all the ships
Also,
will fire
I
on a
am
single
evil.
vessel.
won't that make
There was
All ships.
when we were
Firepower
doing
distribution
Turning Point
theory goes out
1,
the window when
the
they're
first take
stronger
that
than
AJ
we
came down like
anticipated.
saying his like first line,
I
he
want
was like,
those ships gone.
I forget what the exact line is,
Yes,
but he said it, and I just shouted from behind the camera, "Also, I am evil," and everyone just started laughing because that's
And
exactly what he was
afterward, it
doing.
considered to be something
Like, you can say evil things without an evil voice. You realize that, right?
in her zeal. They were orders that would
Man
reveal
versus self,
the first
profound.
thread
Man
that
versus
would
self,
unravel
unintentional.
simplicity. That include me, Admiral. An image of coarse masonry of a shattered well appeared on the bridge as the ships of the 107th powered up.
Of course it includes you.
Roared
Apparently,
Taut
Taut Syndicate didn't get the memo about not needing to have an
I
evil
am
voice
here
when
to
saying evil
serve.
things.
Said the other admiral. His ships
Yeah,
were still
that's just his
powering
voice.
up,
Yeah.
but had yet to fire.
Her.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently that memo didn't make it across the
Her
universe,
voice.
so.
I am
You
terrible at remembering the genders
cannot
of these characters. I apologize.
Your
That's
historian
fine.
is
There's-
Sing
dead.
bad guy voice.
Or had you forgotten
Yeah, there's
what
two
happened
non-binary
to
characters
them?
in this book. There's G-Min,
Conversation was put
and then
on hold
Poruskin
as the
also isn't
destroyers
referred to with
again
gendered
sent out their
pronouns.
breath.
And then yeah, I think I've got
Used the
2
opportunity
right now in the
to
sequel.
take in
So
how the battle
They are
had
right.
progressed and gave orders to be
you
sent
don't
out
need
the
to have an
fleet
evil
when the
voice, but it
disruption
does help.
passed. I remember that we were told there was
Oh,
a
the leather
accident,
crunk.
said Porus masonry after the disruption had passed.
The
Having
more I'm
no
hearing it, I'm like,
trouble
oh,
picking
that
up
is
the
kind of like
conversation.
me.
That
doing
is
a bad
kinda
Yzma.
Yzma, yeah.
Yeah.
Considered that he had probably done
Like, not a good Yzma.
entire time.
No,
Like a barely passable Yzma impression.
like when you say it's Yzma, you're like, okay, I can hear it.
Yeah, like you
I
tried.
have not been
Yeah.
apprised.
You put
of
forth some
further
effort.
developments.
So if we realized that
New
at the time,
intelligence
then
have
her
you
like
gathered?
right hand man that ends up like assassinating her at the end should have been voiced like Kronk.
These duplicitous
If we had realized it at the
conquerors
time.
have amassed a
Yeah.
war fleet
That should have been our
that
own little
was
in joke.
ready to attack the moment we
And
emerged
actually, I forget what he sounds like. I
outside.
don't think he sounded like Kronk though.
A protector ship blew up.
He has, like,
to
one
punctuate
line.
the point, even as another destroyer ship fell.
We'll find out.
And have used
That we will.
simple deduction to
Unless you have a note
conclude
for,
that they killed the
for him.
historian. And are trying to
I don't even know
kill
his
us.
name off the top of my head.
Now,
I don't have that in my notes doc.
you to keep that from happening.
Is he the comm officer?
Nodded wordlessly.
No.
That's the one I had to write in because it wasn't listed on my list of characters.
Another breath disruption.
No, he's like a
Syndicate again
gunnery
refocused your
operator.
attention on the battle. Seeing
Erasure of grass in the moonlight?
in the destroyer's favor.
Um,
On the gunnery
no,
deck,
I think that one
the
was
gunners
mentioned somewhere
stopped their
else.
errant firing,
Let me see if I can find
entered a
it.
quick
Does this
message
mean Boater
into
watch
their
Emperor's New?
communicator
I have watched Emperor's New
and
Groove, yes.
unloaded their illicit code.
It took me
They
an embarrassing
resumed
long
the
amount of time to
focused
get to it,
firing
but I did
that
get
had
to
been
it, and that's what
assigned.
counts.
The taut syndicate received a message.
You know, I just
glanced at
recently
it
watched
furtively,
that.
then ignored
Like,
it.
Wendy made me watch that
Seemingly
last
satisfied.
year for the first time. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think I had
Before
seen
I
the whole
joined the battle,
Yeah.
Such a good movie. It's so funny. I love that movie so much.
I would ask one question.
There's some that I still
of the
do need to
Admiral
watch
of
from
the
like that era
106th
though. Like,
expedition
Treasure Planet is one that has actually gotten some comparisons with How We Stopped the Destroyers.
All of your vessels are concentrating fire on a
see,
single
that's-
enemy.
Apparently, it also got a lot of comparisons to the Ahsoka series.
All of your vessels,
What? Hold on, what?
except your
that.
own.
Treasure Planet
Oh,
was
okay.
compared to the Ahsoka. Not How We Stopped
Okay,
Destroyers.
I was confused.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No.
It was a different.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No,
Sorry.
someone said in their review, it reminded me as a literary future of. Oh God, hold on. That chapter ended. The next one all of a sudden started, and I was like not
hey.
ready. It reminded me of a literary fusion of early 2000s movies, Titan AE and Treasure Planet.
Oh, Titan.
Oh,
AE.
So
Titan
I love
AE.
Titan AE. I still haven't
That
watched
was
Treasure
a good
Planet.
one. That's like Don Bluth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The American Tale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, right. Yeah. Oh, man.
Throwback, yeah.
Yeah, Titan AE I saw in theaters when it came out because it was 100% like my genre.
Yeah, same. That was a going to the cinema movie for sure.
But we should do a double feature movie night. Yeah, that'd be fun.
you go.
We'll watch what apparently felt like references on How We Stopped the Destroyers. Someone else actually, and we've mentioned both of these before. Someone mentioned of Destroyers. Reminds me of the political aspects of Scalzi's collapsing empire, married with the zany characters of Farscape.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Another Farscape.
So hey, Henson Company, let's.
Jim's Ghost helps out, bro.
All right, so that's one of like two levels. Oh my God, gamer brain rot. That's one of a few chapters that we've got as like the neutral, like not historian, but still protector perspective that we've got from Lil Miz Evil over there. And interesting, like that chapter in audio duration, 10 minutes 49 seconds in this playlist. Chapter 20, 25 minutes and 8 seconds. So we're going to go double length as we go into chapter 20. And it's a long one, which means that it's another pirate perspective one. You can tell. It's like I tried not to bias toward them too much, but they were just so fun. Their chapters are noticeably longer.
The cool part is once you get to this part of the book, you start to get all the characters in every chapter, even though it's from different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
So like everybody's there. The story's moving forward. You're getting a little taste of everything. It's good. It's mixing.
Yeah. When I was first writing, like I was alternating chapters. Is that it's scientist pirate, scientist pirate, scientist pirate, etc. And then it's like pirate scientist protector, all the way through. And that holds true with the exception of chapters 23 and 24 are from two different protector perspectives. One is that admiral on her warship, and the other one is the historian that, yeah, you're right, has like direct crossover with a pirate perspective chapter.
Yeah.
Lurk so I can make dinner. Sounds good. We're going to dive into chapter 20 now. This is meeting Captain Orsa Lindstrom, as well as your co-pilot Jenkins.
Jenkins.
But we'll start chapter 20 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I shouldn't have done that with the same hand that I used to click the mouse to start it, but close enough.
Chapter 20.
I'm just over here vocal stimming on the stingers.
Sure, it was a solid enough plan. Covertly communicate with the freighter, board it, get what they needed, and drop off the destroyers, then be on their way. It was among the most well-planned operations Hawk had had in recent memory. The problem was that the plan was needed in the first place. She was...
So this was one where I think this might have been the moment that I decided that Carlos needed to be added, because I'm like throwing the devil on her shoulder, putting the seed in her mind of like, Hawk has made so many bad decisions, I might need to take over. But that she's immediately being like, no, that's dumb, we're not doing that trope, we're not. And I think that that's when I realized that I needed the monkey wrenches, and I went back into the book and added Carlos in.
But she didn't fault Hawk too much for that one.
But yeah, this whole monologue to herself, like, even if it was like, okay, Liz isn't going to do it, but let me bait the reader into thinking she might.
For a month, not doing anything. Hawk went on and on about waiting for opportunity, but he was just as scared as the rest of them. Liz had tried sharing a few ideas with him, but he'd always shot them down. Then when he did get an idea,
sounds like Hawk's not a great manager.
He'd been too distracted with his own brilliance and hadn't been paying attention. So he didn't realize that the destroyer trio would be along for the ride. So he just twiddled around, said, "This is fine," and "Hey, hey," a few times.
Like, that's like almost narration as Liz's mind doing an impression of Hawk.
What could lightly be termed a diplomatic incident rather than just...
To be fair, I would mutiny with Liz if she asked me to. I mean...
Hey, your ambassador is right here. Maybe everyone could chill out a bit. An hour ago, while the Wadja was still drifting, but before the destroyer fleet had entered Stage Other Galaxy to put on a light show, she'd gotten up to go to the head. Most of the crew stayed out of her way because they could tell she was upset.
It also, like, there's points here of, like, alright, show that Liz is fallible, even if it's just, like, she's upset and, like, storming around the place, and everyone's like, oh, like, nope, don't want any part of that.
In Overlord's mode, he'd continually done that.
It's like, even if a character is my favorite, I need to show that they have flaws.
She wouldn't even do so.
Sad.
Though she was getting close to thinking about maybe doing so.
Well, more like rigor mortis is going to be on Liz's ship. Liz is infallible.
And would that be so bad? And, oh no. He still encouraged her. Said that she was a great leader.
I like that inner monologue that eventually just leads to, oh no.
Either he was sweet and naive and trying to make
maybe just a little mutiny, just a little.
With non-humans for so long,
it's interesting because I
may have committed.
And he read her.
I was gonna say,
encouraging
the crew is definitely more afraid of Liz than they are of Hawk, even though
probably the second one. He's too perfect.
Yeah.
I guess that's it's because she's bigger, right? Because she's a human.
Emotionally intelligent
like
that.
She also, like, there's like the baggage of being an omnivore species as opposed to an herbivore species.
The idea
you know, there's a lot of like that stuff that's kind of like at play. Like they might be scared that Hawk's gonna do something stupid accidentally, but you know, I think Liz is kind of like the taskmaster of like, do what you're supposed to, or else.
Get things done first. Worry about the org chart some other time.
Because
there was no trope she
actually I've read the outline at least for the sequel. I retract that. No, but you would still mutiny with Liz. Anyway. That part's still true.
No, not finishing that thought. So now, even though literally every single authority in the system,
I like to talk about what I'm doing, but I'm like, I should not talk about details of the sequel while it is still being written.
WK Swift Pack.
Oh, come on!
It, like,
no, don't.
I think that there's 48 chapters in my outline.
Apparently thought
This
that
one
showing
had
off
26 plus an epilogue.
taking up so much of
So yeah, that one
the
has like
page
48
was
plus a
better
couple of
use of
interludes,
time.
and I'm on
Captain,
chapter 20 and
she
already
finally
at like
snapped.
this much page count.
I bet Mr. San Martin has
Yikes.
seen
So-
academy grads who are
Damn,
less precise
son.
than this.
It's coming
Can
along.
we get a move on, please?
But it's still a little intimidating if there's still so much to go. But,
Unflappable.
Like, if I'm enjoying writing in the moment, then that means
Ten
hopefully
top?
that it's going to be an enjoyable read
Wonderful.
going along, and there's not going to be like
Yeah.
dead
Get
spots.
me a link.
Fovac hit a few buttons and nodded.
To the PWK Swift Pack. This is Captain
Ooh,
Huck Corrin
we're getting the if you please.
of the Wadja. Under the authority of, well, myself, I must regrettably inform you that we will be boarding you, taking possession of some of your cargo and software, and in trade, we offer a way for your friends to get out of this whole mess. Fry, if you please.
The Wadja reappeared.
He said the
and became
thing!
visible to the light viewing world as its weapon
He said the
glistened
thing!
in the direction of the adjacent freighter. Hawk grinned.
Bodhi may have
So
it.
for anybody who
Freighter's
joined late
captain
or
to
whatever,
respond.
sorry, what were
No, go ahead. I'll
I was just gonna recap the story of why that's a thing in the
Or to
first
be
place.
indignant
So,
in some way for him to shut down
right
with
before
far
the,
too many
the
words.
book, I was doing a theater tour with the New York Gilbert and Sullivan players, and on the
Presenting a
tour
human
where we were
woman
doing
with
like the
short
big three
blonde
Gilbert and
hair,
Sullivan shows, the first one
seated
being
in a
HMS
small
Pinafore,
flight deck,
and
wearing sensible
in our
coveralls
show,
and a
if you
slight
please is a
smile.
common like it's a joke
Ah,
basically.
Viva wondering
You know,
that
the
you
captain
show
and the
up.
officers are
We've
always
been
like
expecting
being
you.
reprimanded for not ending an
You
order with
what?
"if you please," but the way it's
Sorry,
always said in our show is "if you
And it was
please,"
all
and
Liz
so
could
like
do
that
to
cadence
not
of that
burst
line
out
was just
laughing
burned into my
as
brain
he
after
once
doing it so
again
many
was
times.
denied his
So
play
once I saw that on the
of
page,
being
I was like, you know what?
swashbuckling
This fits the
pirate.
Hawk vibe very well. I'm gonna throw that in
You
there.
have
So
the destroyer
there we go.
ambassadors,
The power
yes?
of Gilbert and Sullivan again,
Destroyer.
taking over this sci-fi fantasy book.
That is your turn.
Good
We-
old Sully and Gil.
You hush.
we just had
Yes,
another flat
Miss-
what from
That
Hawk.
was past me.
Yeah.
Captain,
We just had another flat
Pleased
what
to
from
make your
Hawk. There was the
acquaintance,
Captain,
Captain
we've been expecting you.
So I
you
will
what?
say that yours being a pirate
what?
vessel.
That
is
broke
not a
you too.
detail.
last
Yeah,
time
that
you
one
were
got
recording
me.
this.
Captain
Ah.
Lindstrom.
That's such an
Likewise a
accomplishment.
pleasure.
I feel like so validated by that
By
and the
all
other
means,
one
Captain.
because you
Please
know
do come over
where
and
it's all
make
coming
yourselves
from, and
at
just the
home.
fact that
And
anything
make
can
sure
throw
to
you off
actually
with this
bring
book
your
just
guests.
makes me so
They
happy.
are
Yeah,
doubly
like it's
expected.
special to like
What
be
do
reading
they
through
drink?
and to be caught off guard
We'll
by
make sure
something,
to
whether
have a
it's
bucket of
writing or
wine
in this
ready.
case someone else performing it.
Or beer, whatever we can find. Jenkins probably
So
has
we've got
a few stashed
Ursa
flasks
here,
somewhere we
which
could avail
definitely went
ourselves
with a
of.
heavier accent.
Hey,
I assume you were
said a
like,
voice
all
from
right,
off
cool.
screen.
That's
that's
like
mine.
I don't know what your
This
thought
woman
was with her
was
specifically, or
outsassing Captain
if it was just,
Hawk
hey,
Corrin.
her name has an umlaut in it. Let's
Liz
full send.
loved her. Better do as she says, Captain. She added.
No response.
Looks like
Okay.
she's all compliant like and ready for
No,
company.
your thoughts on
Hawk
voicing
just
Ursa?
glared daggers at her.
Oh, I'm
Then
sorry.
said to
I was
Lindstrom,
You spaced. It's fine.
blanking. My
Yeah.
bad.
It's fine. We're 6 hours in. 7 hours
It's,
in.
yeah,
Sure.
it's been a while.
Let us know where to connect, and
Ursa
we'll get this
was
done
really
right
fun.
quick.
The
Oh,
accent is
Dear
primarily
Captain,
just this
are
half
you
Austrian,
in
half German
possession
accent
of a
I create.
navigational
I had
system
worked
for
on for a
subspace
play that I had
drives
done a
that
couple of times
everyone
in the past.
knows our ships
Before I
are
moved to
too
New York
small
City,
for?
I lived upstate in Buffalo, and a couple of times I
I
would
may
work at the
be.
local children's theater
You
there,
are not.
and we would do a production of Number the Stars.
Oh, it's a
So
long
there were
tale of
times when I
woe
played a
that
German soldier
nonetheless
on the stage
serendipitously led
for
to
this
our
children's
being
show.
in this very
And so that
position
accent is
before
what
you.
we kind of made it
I
sound like,
shan't
so it
bore
sounded,
you
you know,
with it, but
German,
I
but you
should
could still
very
understand
much
what
like
was
to
being
avoid
said
making
in
any
child's
more
ears.
trips
So it
to
kind of
another
aired in
universe for the
between
next
German and
little while.
Austrian. So that's
So
just kind of that
if you can
vague,
make that software
you know,
suite easy for my crew to
sound
grab,
to get that
I would
dialogue
be most
out.
appreciative.
And it worked really well for Ursa. So I just kind of brought it up a
Via
higher
Captain
pitch, kind of like,
Colvin.
you know, with
I don't
Siobhan
know
doing
that
the
I
accent,
much
but higher
like
than
the
I
idea
normally
of
have,
such a thing
you know.
as untethered
It's hard to
subspace
do at a
technology.
faster clip.
Being in the house,
So That'll be the
My
challenge for like
apologies.
the sequel when Ursa's
Kids.
more involved,
Of such
is
a
to keep
fearsome
the pace up with
reprobate
that.
such as
But I
yourself.
am up for the challenge, so we will get to that
Oh,
point at some
God.
future date,
She
I'm
was
sure.
enjoying
Yeah,
the
yeah.
repartee. And Hawk
Definitely
was
at some
back on
point.
his equilibrium.
Yeah.
As budget
awful.
allows.
Liz
But
hated
Yeah, of course,
yeah,
of course.
hey, subscribe, buy the book, etc.
Well, be that as it may, due to the aforementioned pirate status
yeah,
of this vessel, we will
it's
be
like
taking it anyway.
she's
And your
mostly like calm in
cooperation
here, but she goes through. You know, there's a lot more
to
emotional
keep my
variety to being a
talented
main
but
character.
rushed technical team from damaging
So
anything
having
in
to
the
just
process.
work with that. So
You drive.
rewinding a little bit,
Captain.
Hawk is
What
definitely a
does that
Gilbert
say?
and Sullivan type
How could I say
character.
no?
That's
Send what you require.
100,000%.
And we'll get this done nice and quickly.
And then the mention of you might have a trilogy on your hands rather than a sequel. Looking at the story of the second book, I don't want to do that like
Then
split it in
clap
two
his strings
thing.
together.
It is a
Never
single
dull
story.
day. Let's head over then.
I have respect
yeah?
for when someone looks at it and says,
And not a
"Huh,
moment
the first
too
act of the
soon."
story keeps getting bigger and
That's
bigger.
true.
Maybe it should be its
Looks
own
like
book."
the destroyer fleets are
None of the
firing on
Ninth,
each
Tenth,
other
and Weir.
too. Our distraction might
but,
solve itself a bit quicker than we'd like.
Sorry, I keep getting distracted by listening to the book because I enjoy it.
How dare you?
Moments later,
But
Liz,
I
and
think the
half-dozen
sequel at the
select
moment,
boarding
and again,
crew,
we'll see when I've got like a
including
first
Deck
draft
with
and all
a
that, but I
portable
think is
workstation
going to be
grab the nav
just
data.
one book that it's going to be a
And
longer
Blade
whatever. Like
bringing
this
up
is
the
this is
rear.
not
We're
this is a
hustling
little
through the
short for a
Watch's
book length
cramped
right now.
passageways.
And
Liz
it's
was
padded a little
shoving
bit by
earpieces
having
into place and making sure her
whoop.
weapons were all
It's
set.
padded a little bit by having
A
the
matched
Treason
pair of
duology put in at the
pistols
end, which was
fashioned
kind of
out
intentional
historical
padding
flintlocks,
for
and
a
more
little bit of page count,
utilitarian
as well as
spare
just
on
it's
the
nice to have
tragic
anyway.
options that
But
got separated.
yeah, we'll see.
The last time she boarded a ship, she'd been stuck on translation duty, so she wasn't going to miss out on their comfortable wooden hand grips this time around.
This is like, all right, cool. We've got the
Tenta?
pirate theme. What else can we do?
How are we
She's got
doing?
her guns, but they also
Hawk
look like
asked as they moved
flintlocks.
Around to the corner to the cargo bay.
Don't ask me how the guns work. Are they laser?
side.
Are they like plasma guns? Are they
cargo
still
bay
slug
access
throwers? I have
umbilicals
no idea.
extending
Don't
now.
ask. They don't get fired.
I explained
The only
that
gun that
it'd be
gets
more
fired is a stun
convenient
gun.
for all guests to come through
It's
there
true.
because of
And
their
that one goes
size.
pew.
Captain Ostrom seemed pleased to accommodate.
That one has a nice sound
Of course
effect that I'm
she
glad we were
did.
able to put in.
He opened the hatch to the bay, where Star and Kin were huddled in conversation. They looked up.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things that like, oh yeah, I
Star
should know.
especially had an
You know,
expressive
how
face.
does space
that
battle work? Are they
guilt?
like lasers? Are they,
Blade,
you know,
Would you be a
magnetic
dear
accelerator
and
rounds? I'm like,
apprise
I don't know.
your
The ship fired at the other
compatriots of our
ship.
plan?
Done.
We make contact.
I don't need to know.
Plague
It's not an
sound
important part.
reverberated around the hold from an
Yeah,
exterior
to
access
create
hatch.
a universe where
Now.
the technology has
The
existed for
destroyers
so
talked
long
amongst
that it's not
themselves,
even questioned.
raising their voices.
Like, looking ahead in the sequel, I am going to have to figure out if handheld guns are like
Maybe it had
laser
something to
or
do with
slug
how some
thrower, but
stray
you know,
shots from the battle
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
probably
It's
close.
fine. It's
Yeah.
not important. It's not in the outline because
Blade
it's not an
had said
important
something
detail, but
to
it's
the
just something I'll have to figure out.
in his own language. And then there were no more close calls.
Laser
She
guns
really
are
should
cool,
have been
though.
paying more attention.
Laser
There
guns are
no.
cool. I like the idea of
And
a
Liz
couple
saw
of
Carlos
like things that
trying
look
to
like
catch
old
her eye.
flintlock guns, but it go like
Devil
pew pew
on her
pew.
shoulder himself.
Yeah. Did
He
you ever
wasn't
see
part
that
of the
show?
boarding party, and truthfully,
what was it
she
called?
didn't have time for whatever he
It's
needed.
like Silver Star or
But-
something like that.
She went to him anyway.
It was
Make it quick.
80s cartoon. and
Didn't
it
know if you
was
needed help.
like
Don't really
Wild
know how
West,
many
but in
inbound
outer
against you.
space, and it was
Star
robots.
Blazers?
No,
Maybe?
this guy definitely
Or was
knew
Star
what he
Blazer
was
Space
talking
Battleship
about.
Yamato?
Sure.
There was
might
one
have
by
been
the
troops in
there's
the program,
Well, there were Silver Hawks, but this
nothing
was
that the
like
Watch's crew couldn't
and
handle.
this one looked like that.
But if she
I think there was one by the same production company as Cowboy Bebop that had Star in the Wikipedia. Keep the appearance to small text. Stop making it large. That's
it
dumb.
would depend on just how stupid a decision Hawk
Let's see.
would
Aired
make
on. Animated
that
by
would necessitate such an action on her
Sunrise.
part in the first place. Liz narrowed
Oh
her
god,
eyes
we'll
at
figure it out.
Carlos, Then decided
I'm gonna
she
get
could
this.
use
Hold on a
a
second.
wild card. You any good with a gun?
Outlaw Star.
Dishonor on my
Yes.
family. Only
Yes.
7th in my class.
Yep.
She rolled
Yeah,
her
same
eyes and
production
pulled
company.
her
I think
spare
same director
pistol from
as
her waistband, handing it to him.
Cowboy Bebop.
She turned back to the group and saw Hawk glowering at her.
And I just, I mean, I
me,
like a sci-fi western as much as
unsure
anyone
if he
else, you
should.
know, whether it's
Or
Firefly,
no, sorry.
Dragon.
And
Brave
floated over
Star.
the hatches
Oh, okay.
opened. The thicker atmosphere of the Wadja's cargo
Is,
boat
is
rushing
what I was
into the
thinking of, I
umbilical
think.
until it equalized. He harumphed again.
Yeah.
Readied his
Brave Star with
anti-grav
2 R's at the
harness,
end.
and led
Yes.
the way into the freighter.
Okay. Not familiar with it, but
Everyone piled into the collapsible passageway.
Yeah, it's pretty
and
obscure.
The hatch closed behind them. Then,
Oh man.
as Liz's
Yeah,
ears
it's
popped from
wild.
the pressure change, the Swiftpack's hatch opened. She expected the other ship
remember
to
there
drop.
was like
Alien
a
horse,
robot-
though.
Battalions were
What?
at pointed at them.
Yeah, I know, right?
But
Crazy.
it was just Lindstrom, and probably the
I just
flag
love
possessing
that it's
Jenkins.
wearing the thing around its its
She was
snout,
standing at ease,
even though
with a
like
smile
it's
on her
back far
face,
enough and animated
while
so it doesn't
Jenkins
actually
was
keep the mouth
glowering
closed.
and stiff as board. Liz was more cautious about the one with the
Yeah,
inviting
the bad
expression.
guy's like
Despite Liz's
Wild West
expectations,
outer
they were
space
not in fact in the main
Skeletor.
cargo hold of the ship.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's
But a
it's same
smaller
production
vestibule of
group
sorts.
as He-Man.
Still plenty large
Yeah.
enough for the destroyers.
yeah, I
The
see
woman
that.
Filmation,
addressed
yeah.
Hawk first.
Yeah, that
I think
actually.
Silverhawks was the
Ambassadors,
same,
I presume.
I think.
She added.
I think you're right.
Looking at the three in back, whose
Wow.
utterly alien forms towered over the rest. Welcome to
Projectiles in
the
space
Swift
require bulletproof glass. First
don't
off, the
have an
projectiles would be a
umbilical
lot
for our
faster.
hole,
Second off, I like this
but it's
idea that
just
if you make the
through
glass
here.
resistant enough,
If you think you can get
the
through.
glass will stay intact, but
We
it'll pop
managed
out of the
so far from the back.
of the
Honored
jam
to be
around it.
received.
So cool,
Let
like
us
you hit this
us
glass of the
soon
window,
get
the window
situated
stays
first,
intact, but it
Captain.
separates from the hull, and you have explosive decompression
Then
that way.
we will see to your
I mean,
other
wouldn't the
needs.
space travel require a
We are
certain
in
strength of
quite a
glass?
rush.
Yes,
Hawk
yeah.
said.
But
Fun
you
fact,
don't
you
need
and
to
I
worry about
say
projectiles.
the
projectiles
ambassadors
differently.
take
Projectile,
Yeah, you do.
projectile.
Liz,
Projectile?
take everyone into the hold.
Yeah,
Get
it's one of
them
those words that I will say
situated,
both ways,
and
projectile
give
or
us what we
projectile.
need. Jenkins, is it?
I mean, really,
Can
do
you
need
show
windows
me
in
and deck
space?
here the
No.
cockpit so we can
No,
get
you-
that
you could
action
be-
package
You
from
probably shouldn't have them. It should be a
Lindstrom
camera,
nodded,
and you can have a
and
monitor.
Jenkins made his way
Yeah.
forward.
There's mention
two
in chapter
Keegan in
6
tow.
that Keegan
Everyone else
shipbuilding is
piled
normally
into the
like
cargo
no
hold,
windows. That's where guns
though
could go.
Kin needed a bit of time to find
So
the
like when Liz
optimal
goes to an
angle
observation
to
lounge, it's one of the
squeeze
few
in.
windows that's on the ship.
He wasn't quite as malleable as most other species.
I'd
Liz
just
had
be
met.
worried more about
The
that's where
freighter
like
reminded
space
Liz
gets
of a
in.
miniature
Mm.
version of the barge they'd stolen
Yeah.
from subspace.
But like
and
the
stealth tank.
also yeah, the idea that like
The
oh,
kind
well you
of
don't
thing
need
meant to
windows
haul
on a
as
spaceship
much
when
as
you have
possible,
cameras that can
with their
reproduce it in
smaller
high enough
crew
fidelity.
being counters
And then
of
even if
prey.
you have an interior cabin, you could still
She
have a
felt
window view.
moment of sympathy for the likely overworked
Exactly.
duo operating it.
We have the technology.
But quickly got over it.
Or at least they
Even
do.
if
We
you do-
don't, but they do.
Clearly had
Even if you do
the
have
capacity
projectile
to help
dysfunction.
supply an army. But for now, the central zone.
Put
of the
that
expansive
in the
hold
triple
was
X parody.
only a single oversized cargo container, while partitioned sections around the edges were filled with pallets and smaller containers.
Gigantic like space
Lindstrom
gun lines up
pointed at two of the bays.
and then kind of
3 and 5 have everything you asked for.
Someone's
If you hurry.
overcompensating.
The research installation will miss them, of course, but I was instructed to make
See, that was
sure
funny
the
on its own, but it's funnier
ambassadors
knowing
were
that you
safe and
tried so
sound,
many of your instruments,
first
and that's the only thing that
foremost.
comes through.
She looked at me.
I wasn't even watching. I was having some water. Do it again.
I don't believe that negotiating with pirates.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, you like add an
oh.
instrument there? No, you
It's
did that.
more than reasonable.
No kazoo.
No
Kazoo's
kazoo.
upstairs.
Nav package
It's very
Yeah,
clearly
yeah.
Discord's voice recognition is based around
light.
like the frequencies of human
Anti-kazoo
voice.
technology.
Stood, staring each other down for another moment. Then Liz said,
No.
"All right, boys.
Wow.
Pallet. Get that loaded
All right, we're
up."
gonna have to at the end
Not
of the
use
stream. We'll just
the
have to go into there
She
and
entrusted
switch yours over
with
to
a box of
push to
cereal
talk.
without
So you
break.
just hold that down and hit
The
every
others
single.
got to work and quickly slung anti-grav pods onto the pallets
Not
and
important.
worked
Yeah,
them through
yeah.
the hatch. Liz's earpiece.
No, guys,
buzzed.
I think we should make the stream
Deck
longer.
is plugged in, getting what we need now.
No, save it for the sequel.
Copy, Captain.
Which will also be like a 3-day event at the rate you're writing.
Oh yeah, we'll have to take a whole weekend.
I was gonna say that the way at the rate I'm writing, that's gonna be a full week. That's not gonna be a 3-day recording session.
No, we're talking about this.
Oh, this, yes, okay, yeah.
No. The sequel's gonna take a week at least to record. We're talking about
the
party
commentary.
after
Will be a full weekend thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Captain
If we haven't died from creating the book, we'll definitely take our time celebrating it.
Suspiciously.
You,
Assuming I have a voice at the end, there will be many partying elements.
No, I don't. Liz stopped herself.
Oh, this bit coming up where Ursa is talking to Jenkins while Liz is talking to, I want to say, Tenta.
Just admiring your vessel,
where like there's two
man.
conversations happening like simultaneously. It was, all right, we're going to have to stop. We're going to have to look ahead here and just write down who was saying what in what chapter. Or in what line.
To a panel by the hatch, back to the
or like,
said,
right here, I've just got
Jenkins,
written down next to each
report.
line who is saying which
the hatch
one.
next to her slammed
Oh yeah.
shut,
There were a
just
couple
as the second pallet
instances,
of
not
cargo
very
passed
often,
through.
but every now and
the
again there were a
only
couple
ones left in the
paragraphs
hold
that like
were
it wasn't
Lindstrom,
clear
Liz.
who said something.
Yeah,
Carlos.
and in this
Like,
case, it was intentional that like you'd pick it up by
And
context.
destroyers.
Eventually, that
Carlos
every other
shoved his
line
hand in the
is
pocket
the
where
other
he stuck the pistol
conversation.
in. But Liz caught his eye and shook her head. Then, because Zipsy didn't do subtlety, and his damn giraffe neck was swiveling all over, his own
giraffe
rifle
neck.
pointed
Yep.
any way except where he was looking, Liz commanded, "Stand down!" "Jenkins!" yelled Lindstrom. There was a banging on the hatch, and a muffled question through it that came in more clearly on her earpiece. "Liz, what happened?" "No idea," she told me.
Right,
sandwich
we got a
forever.
little
Go
more.
on board before Lindstrom's co-pilot does something stupid. Yes'm. He better not have. Jenkins!
It's like, right, we do have a fair amount of emotional range,
The
mostly
scuffle in
anger
his earpiece
from
peaked,
Ursa.
Then stopped.
Different
Hot's
flavors of
transmission
anger.
Cut off.
Yeah,
That's right.
Captain?
there's calm,
Captain?
and then there's really upset at her co-pilot for
Jenkins
fucking
replied
things up.
first. Everything is fine, Captain Lindstrom. You're all secure in the hold, yes? Yes, Jenkins, we are.
So at
Now,
this
what
point,
is
yeah,
going
every
on
other
up
line
there,
is the
and
opposite
why did you
conversation.
close the hatch? Captain? Liz? What's going on? Fovac wanted an update, and Liz wished she had one. I'm multitasking, Ursa. Don't worry about it. Bit of trouble. You should have the cargo incoming. Do not send anyone back over. I don't know how long we're going to stay connected. What do you mean multitasking? Anderson told us. We make sure the ambassadors are here. Everything else can wait. We were ordered not to multitask. Copy that, Liz. Getting a call from the hold. 2 pallets, 4 crew. That everyone?
The sound
Anderson
design
has her
in
priorities.
the background. It
I have mine.
sounds like somebody's
I'm afraid I haven't been
vacuum
entirely
cleaning.
forward about my prior.
Oh,
whatever
as it turns out,
room they're in.
present point. And if it
Just
weren't
in the
for a
way
wanted
back of the
criminal
cargo hold.
falling into my
Yeah.
lap, we might have kept it that way. That's everyone I sent. Stand by.
It's good to know that they
Jenkins,
keep their
I
ships
preserve witty
tidy.
discussion.
yeah.
For floating beach balls with swishy jackets. From you, I want a straight answer. Who are you, and what are you doing? Lindstrom leaned on the transmit button of the console, like she could use it to press a proper answer from Jenkins.
Oh, there we go.
There was a sigh on the other side of the
You
channel.
there. When you are
And
done
Liz
vacuuming,
leaned
don't
in
forget
close,
to shampoo the
exchanging
space
worried
rug.
looks with the freighter's captain.
Space rug.
Finally, Jenkins replied.
You
I'm
will
an
not wear
agent
your
of the
shoes on the
Terran
space truck.
Intelligence Agency, reassigned to making sure
They're
that
keeping-
the
Wipe your feet
supply
before you
lines
enter the
out
cabin.
point remain secure. My previous assignment was in Trappist, where this man,
Love the
Don't
idea
chuck
of-
your
this
space mud in
crew,
here.
and this ship
are quite unfortunately...
I love the idea of being ordered not to multitask. Right? That's the dream.
There was a pause.
Yeah.
Then the next transmission was also picked up by her.
I like this bit where
And
we said, all right, we're
presumably
just going to
ships
record it the one time, and it pops up in like two
Crew
other
of
bits.
the pirate vessel
Yeah.
Wadja,
That was cool.
you are under arrest.
It's like, hey, it's the same transmission
job
that's
easy.
heard in the next chapter. Let's just use this same exact line recording.
It was clever.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if anyone caught, but hey, it made me feel cool and clever, so that's important. And that's 9 fewer words that Bryan had to say. So, anything to help Bryan.
Well, it helped me too. 'Cause,
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, I could just copy and paste.
Truth.
All right. I've set that back down. It's one of those things that I think it works well in print, and I think it came out well in audio with the multiple conversations that, in real life were probably happening simultaneously and overlapping. But how do you show that in a book while still maintaining clarity of what's being said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, moving on to chapter 21. Back over to the scientist point of view as they've got all their nice little instruments as there's a huge space battle happening around them. Chapter 21, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Chapter 21.
Pirate slap.
Hey, we heard that because you were talking during it.
I wasn't planning
Nice.
on being intelligence overwhelmed.
Nailed it. Took
I
20
hacked
chapters to
the-
get there, but we got it.
Roused Elias as he swung another one of the sensor arrays towards the freighter. Our readings are going to be absolute garbage.
I'm hearing that kind of
Stress test.
but I think we were just like, all right, that's just their sensor arrays are turned on.
We'll have
We'll
our
keep
readings,
going.
and if
It just
everything
wanted to
goes
sound like a
well,
busier
we'll have
soundscape.
some friends to help us with more controlled tests for new readings. And if you can't make your own readings, store-bought is fine, called Siobhan. What does that even mean? Yes.
What does that
You
even
can't
mean?
go to the reading store, Siobhan.
What are
That's
store-bought
the-
readings? I don't
That's
understand.
definitely another shit duck.
I think that's called
Do
fraud.
we have an ID? Transmitting to the floor. If anyone knows what it is, say so.
It's just
Doesn't
someone
look
so.
buying the results that they want to see in a
Everyone
study.
in the room glanced at the other screen, which was
Yeah, I think that's
currently
fraud.
kept on the main event. The second wave of destroyers
Vaccines cause
had
P
just
space. Is
started
that what we're
firing
saying?
on the first. And
Oh,
between
dear
the two
God.
fleets, there were plenty of examples of destroyer starship construction.
There's a
Most
piece of
shared
confetti
the
from
black
St.
and
Jude
red
that is
color
behind
scheme,
the speaker under
the
my monitor, and I'm
concept of a
trying to
central
dig that
core
out.
with protrusions of various
But
shapes,
that's not
and
working.
an occasional
As long as we're
disregard
talking
for
about that. All right,
symmetry.
cool. What is your character doing
The
while they're
ship docked
talking?
with the
In my
swift
case, it
pack.
is trying to
Didn't
retrieve a
look
piece
like
of confetti.
any of them. It was grungy, compact,
Now it's under the
And
speaker. Well, I guess I can't see it, so
old
mission
looking.
successful.
in a familiar way. Suresh looked close at it, clearly with some level of recognition. Definitely seems like it's from our universe. Kind of old. Maybe a decommission. Incoming! Heads again snapped their attention
It's
to
no
the
the
screen with the battle
No
on it.
ships.
No,
I
I
got it.
mean, sorry. Everyone
Hey.
looked slowly back towards G-Min. I meant incoming transmission.
Poor G-Min.
They
Even when he's trying to warn them that of a
impulses
perfectly normal
to
thing,
release
everyone's
the
like, "Oh no, Calamity!
Proctor
What do you
off.
mean it's not
The
Calamity?
shooter
I
and
didn't say it
ambassador
was. You
cocked
assumed."
his head and listened to the repeating signal, then started mimicking it in a quick series of clicks as it started to loop.
Oh yeah, and then I had the
When
parrot just
outgoing
imitating the
signal started
clicks
to interfere,
to
he kept
write
clicking
down
from
the
memory,
Morse
grabbed
code.
a pen and held it in his beak and pulled it across a page.
Yeah, Shuik
letting it
basically
oscillate
human-sized
as he
parrots.
repeated the pattern. Finally, he
Not
dropped the
terrifying
pen
at all.
back to his wing hand and set about translating. 1 minute, he chirped.
I would just like to go on record
end the
and
broadcast
reiterate
in the
that this is not
meantime.
Croconaw the
Seems they
Pokemon.
got the
No,
message.
it's not.
You were saying, said Iapo to Suresh. without taking his eyes off the ambassador.
How to write a Shoutout name?
He
A lot of
tilted his
A's,
head
which is
back
funny
and
because
forth,
it's not in the species
uncertainly.
name at all.
The unknown has hallmarks of galactic patrol craft designed from.
I don't think I
50
knew what
to
Shoutout
100
were
years
when I
ago.
just like put it as a species
So it's
name
probably
into
a decommissioned
Treason.
security frigate.
I was just like, hey, that's another
Not
species
sure
name.
what
Cool.
species
I can worry
or
about that later.
particular security
And
force,
then
though.
it came in here, and I was like,
Looks,
oh, I should actually like use that for something.
This is going to sound stupid.
And so that's when I threw the bird in
Looks
there.
rather like I might expect.
I might have called them
pirate
avian
vessel
before,
to
but
look. Nobody immediately disagreed.
I very much look
They
forward
have
to like
horrible
in
timing.
60 years, like
Observe
uber
Shoutout.
nerds arguing
Do
about
you
how
think
you
that's our
pronounce all
Murad
this stuff.
source? I don't know, said Elias.
yeah,
It's not
I already
actually
get enough of that
audio.
because of more like rigor mortis, who
Could be
majored
unrelated,
in
but
linguistics
that's
and
unlikely.
is like, I'm sorry, say
For
the
all
word
we
vague
know,
again.
they stole the tribe and are
Interesting.
the source of the Murad spikes we saw during testing. And they picked an
Okay, now here's another word to say.
astronomically bad
Very
time
interesting.
and
More
place to
data.
apply
Stop
their
it.
grade.
Stop writing a
And the
thesis on my
supposed
speech
signal was
patterns.
Just Murad read off since it's
Correct.
improperly calibrated. Elias was
Projectile.
mumbling by this point, hoping nobody would notice his rampant
Love you, buddy.
speculation, or at least not comment on it.
Could
I
be
believe
worse.
it's
I've
pronounced
certainly
Project
had
Tile.
worse.
More when Ambassador
Project
Anderson's
Tile,
shuttle
yeah.
gets there.
It's
Looking out for their
Ooh.
what was that?
What?
I didn't
I
hear
believe
that.
that's the
Said
I believe that's the
Rock
South
Rock.
American pronunciation.
Yeah,
Elias realized he'd barely heard the Shoutout speak before,
For the longest time, I
and he
used to
almost laughed
mispronounce
at the
mausoleum.
incongruity of it even vocalizing the
as
stereotypical
mausoleum?
Parrot squawks.
Yeah.
and tick.
It looks like the word linoleum.
And I
Why
have
isn't it pronounced the
this
same?
translated.
I
We
call
wish
Binghamton
no
Binghampton.
Yeah. Oh,
We
I mean, place names are
apologize
always going to
for
be.
Admiral
Long,
Wild.
untranslatable
A
actions.
friend of mine is from Norfolk,
not
Nebraska.
shoot
It's
you.
spelled like Norfolk
You
or
not shoot
or
us.
Norfolk,
Kim,
but it's pronounced Norfolk.
If you would please transmit
Okay.
that we have received their message.
Place names
3
are
loops,
always going to
then
be
wait a minute,
like
so your
they get their own
colleagues
special.
have a
Like if you
clear band.
mispronounce it and you're not from there,
He slid
fine.
up
We
to
know
the
you're not from
console
there,
of the
but
station.
fine.
Right.
Admiral
yeah.
Cooper,
That's like somebody who says if they're trying to go
This is
below Houston
Ambassador
Street in New York.
Crockdrock.
Yeah.
Come in.
Yep.
That's Houston.
The Admiral
Yep.
How
went
you spell
down
it?
with
It's
the
Houston.
Olympiad,
Yeah.
Ambassador. This is Captain
Houston,
Jack
Texas,
Penn of
too.
the Hidden
Is that a good
Secret.
The new destroyers are there to help
Or it
you.
was interesting. I think
first
in
fleet
the
appears
audition
to be
sides
a
for
rogue
Abstract
actor.
Messiah, we
Only
had
fire on destroyer
Onondaga,
vessels that are targeting
and there were a
you.
couple people that
Yeah.
like had troubles
Are you
with
sure
that.
about that, Ambassador?
Oh yeah.
No. But
I
either
mean,
way,
I
they're
remember one of our
already shooting
actors
each other.
who's
I'd
since
recommend
passed
not
away,
getting
but
involved
he
unless
came in
they
and read
force
for
the
one of the
issue.
older characters, and he couldn't get Luddites right.
We've taken a
Uh-huh.
meeting
Call
out
them the
here,
Ludi-
and
the
I don't
Ludis.
mind not
Yeah,
having
yeah.
to take them all on. if
I was like, oh, this poor man. He's trying
There
so
was a
hard.
pause.
Even he
Which
was giving
I'm not
everything he
sure.
got,
Oh, yeah.
everything he had.
Oh, yeah.
but Just
I don't mind
you know,
the wait and see
it's so
approach.
interesting.
I,
Like when you wrote a project and you hear it, you're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Ambassador,
and someone gets the word
Please
way off.
update
You're
me
like,
with any
oh.
further-
Well,
I believe
sometimes it's like,
pronounced
oh,
Ludites.
sometimes it's like, oh,
Thank
someone got
you,
the word off,
Captain.
and other times it's like they
What?
said that so confidently.
You
Have
got a
I been
spare
wrong my
database,
entire life?
officer?
Hold up.
I'm
Right.
sending you an image of an unknown vessel that has appeared in theater. Could use a basic
What?
profile ID.
I got
so
an
dumb.
unknown
A
vessel
bit busy,
for ya.
but we'll throw it in the queue.
What's that?
What you got?
Oh,
Nothing.
Well, that won't be necessary.
Oh,
This is a Keegan security schooner. Commissioned about 70 years ago, patrolled supply lines during the Pikahale Revolt.
There was a made-up
waylaid
word,
by
Pikahale.
pirate Captain Kenke Rimtide, and was captured.
Oh, I
and
think
given
actually
to
I
the
did that
2nd.
as a direct reference to. I said Pikahale Revolt, and the line in
Corbin
Abstract Messiah was
parted ways
Onondaga
with
Revolt.
Grimtide and continued
Yeah,
the life
yeah,
of
yeah.
piracy.
I think that was an intentional
And he
reference
and
on
his
me
crew
to
are
do
wanted
something
in
with the same
2
kind of
systems.
cadence.
The striping is
Mhm.
new, but I'd recognize those hull patch jobs anywhere. Another transmission
It's the
suddenly
patch
cut in.
jobs.
Crew
Oh,
of the
yes.
pirate
Yeah.
vessel Wadja, you are under arrest.
Boy, he chewed
Boy,
the scenery with that
Everyone
line.
waited a moment,
Jenkins was real
but
happy
there
to
was
say
no
that.
follow-up.
mm-hmm.
Clearly someone wanted to gloat publicly.
But yeah, it's the whole like, okay, is it a YT-1300 or is it the Millennium Falcon? You can tell by the rust.
Seems like you're not the only one who's brushed up on their patrol craft history. Indeed. Pretty poor timing. Seems to be a lot of that going around. Thank you, Captain. Hidden Tooth out. Croc to Anderson, come in. Elias turned his attention away.
It was like, it's so dumb to have him do the
and tried to ignore the occasional squawk. Next question is,
there's a Shoutout main character in the next book. They are not going to do that.
Every instrument known to man
maybe not in the print book.
And a few we didn't even know about.
I go back through the manuscript and I'm like, oh, I have to add it, don't I?
Yeah. It's canon.
On why it was
Listen, that guy had a vocal tick. That's not representative of the entire species. He just had a vocal tick.
Maybe they're also Shouik with like really deep voices.
Especially when every explanation
like Barry White Shouik, you know?
Yeah, like can you do the stereotypical parrot voice, but like down here?
Then we can do some
Polly want a cracker?
Siobhan, how's the battle looking out there? Looks like it's dying down in our favor.
Don't shake your head at me. You love it.
Polly want a cracker.
But with the relief pressure,
A dialect variation, yeah. Some dialects that do the.
Fleet is starting to feel the pinch.
I just imagine it as like having Tourette's and just not being able to control himself.
Spraying out of all of them, clearly not doing any damage. Has to be communications. Wish we could.
Although if that's the case, probably wouldn't be a diplomat. Probably wouldn't be someone on the front lines of like negotiation with a new species if it was someone with that kind of like unintended vocal
Unless
tick.
it was just understood, you know.
Yeah.
It was like
yes.
Touchstone of
not getting anything longitudinal.
Yeah, okay, I gotta go and add some.
Communications.
I gotta add some squawks for Trochanov.
Elias held up 3 fingers, then 2.
Squawk.
1. Then checked his scope as Jimmy's message sent out.
Say squawk again.
Squawk.
Unless we open a
Do I look like a squawk?
Oh,
does he look? Okay, never mind. I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
Do, it's the other way.
Listen, Squawky.
Listen up, Squawky.
Or some other time,
You squawked up, is what you're saying?
No.
You squawked your last
might
squawk.
Actually be the perfect time.
Mother Squawker.
Stared at his screen for a moment, remembering something Siobhan had said.
Squawk around and find out.
Dr. Morgan, can you please take over MURAD monitoring? He stood and offered his chair to Iapo. And what will you do? He asked, sitting, draping the headset around his neck. Are you... No, you've still got this operation.
I'm doing a really quick check of like, okay, where are we in Act 3? And I think we're at the exact midpoint based on like number of chapters and such.
He took a seat at the
We are past the longest chapter in Act 3. That was chapter 20.
Making virtual copies of the logs, organizing them and working his way through. Starting in the present moment, he checked
this is another one of just like
in time.
100%, like knowing for sure, like, hey, so we knew that there was some sort of signal going over there, and now this weird pirate ship. Are those related? I need to make super sure. Yes. Again, probably spent a little bit too much word count on it, but it's weird. Like, I need to make sure that the characters have a logical reason to know, but I also can't treat them as dumb. So I don't know how I landed on the balance of it.
I mean, if nothing else, all your characters are really good at doing their due diligence.
The camera wasn't
Yeah.
a great one, and only took a few shots a second.
It's like he probably could have said, you know, oh, I assume this. Actually, because of the ongoing joke with assumptions, he probably would have said that no, but he just rolled with it. And then just off screen, a page later, he's like, yeah, no, I checked up on that. It's good. It happens.
He tapped his
But he's the type to not want to assume right now.
Then took stock of where the ship was visible and attempted to trace the route backwards. It wasn't exact, but still showed a course that originated in the direction of the experimental cordon and past the installation on
Brian's
the way
entering his
to
mind
rendezvous
palace.
with the Swift Path, where he then checked the MURAD
I can see it.
and found when the ghost signals started getting received and checked its location.
We're coming toward hour 8.
supposedly
Yeah,
originated
yeah.
in empty space.
If-
I've only had
It
one
lined
coffee
up to
and one
that
iced coffee
track
today.
as well.
And I don't have the beer tolerance that Terry does.
I've had 64
Whatever
ounces
that
of
ship
coffee
was,
and 6 beers,
A destroyer had made that signal.
and I've been smoking weed all day.
Scratched his jaw.
I love it.
Not
I
only
have
did
so
it
far had about
destroy
32 ounces of water.
originated Murad, but it possessed some of the Gendir stealth
Before I
technology
get my grip
that had
straight.
come to humans' rescue the last time the destroyers had invaded.
If we would lose Bryan before we do the Treason Duology, I'm fine calling it before that.
No, I'll be okay.
Okay.
Well, when we take a break, I will get some more, pep in my step.
Yep. Yeah. And if you don't, make it back at minute 15, we can vamp before you do get back. So.
Yeah. I'll do my tight 5
Not wholly
for your
Nice.
Yeah.
built-in Twitch.
Hell yeah.
Ambassador,
Love it.
he called back.
Academics, I feel,
Yeah,
are sort of
Dr.
trained not to
Overall.
assume, or at least to seek data that
I
it
believe
supports their
that this
assumptions.
pirate vessel is, improbably,
And
the
then,
ship that the
seems like a
destroyer
job for.
ambassadors came in
Thank you
on.
for the hydrate redemption,
We
more like
picked
rigor
up
mortis.
transverse Murad coming from nowhere, and this pirate vessel has some highly experimental cloaking technology. I'll keep working on crunching this data,
There we go.
but it's my speculation.
Stay beard
Cast a
rated,
quick
folks.
glance
Stay
at
beer
Yara,
traded.
Smirked. That for reasons unknown, they
I like that he did this
transited
page
from
and a half of
space
due
at the
diligence looking
expected
into this,
time
and he's still
4
like, it's
hours
my
ago,
assumption that this. He'll only
They
let
then
an assumption come out
rendezvoused with
after
the
he's
Swift.
gathered, 2
Again,
pages
for
of data.
reasons unknown.
You can
And
never
Ambassador
really
Anderson
know
has
everything
some
that you
guards
don't
with
know.
him, Yes?
True.
It's true.
True.
A couple, yes, but not military.
Although I feel like the smarter you
Not
are, the more you
Marines.
know you don't know.
We might want more reinforcements.
Like,
One
there's a
would
term for
assume
that,
That
actually.
might be the normal crew with destroyer guests.
Well,
or it could
there's the-
potentially be a destroyer
The
boarding
Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah.
We
which is
have no idea how
not
good
being
faith they were
smart
about
enough
wanting
to
talk.
know that you don't know
We were
everything.
prepared for that.
Yeah,
Which is a
there's
little bit
like,
different.
there's like learning more and assuming
But
that like you're
We might
learning
have
all
overlooked
that you need to
more
know, and
recently
then
in all the
past
excitement
that
going
peak
on
is like
elsewhere.
you keep learning, but you
Someone
also
seems
learn
to think
everything
the
you
usual
don't
crew are
know.
on there.
Yeah.
And didn't
Yeah, there's like a
broadcast
peak
about
of
it
that.
until after they
That
docked and made sure.
all these characters are well past.
Siobhan tapped her screen. I think we've got
Yeah,
some
these are
honest-to-God
people on the
envoys
cutting
there.
edge.
In any case, the Waja, was it? Is still docked with the Swift Pack.
Waja!
So Anderson won't
It's
be able
very
to board
interesting
anyway.
to imagine
I'll
how
update her.
a parrot would make a J
She may
sound.
decide to wait for us to
Waja?
send a second shuttle of reinforcements.
But then how do
I
like
imagine
these
she's
birds that
trying
like
to
are
talk to
so good at
whoever's in
imitation? How
charge
do they
on
make
that
any
ship.
sound? It's
But if the pirate
wild,
vessel is
some of these
bringing the
birds.
ambassadors, then I'm sure she will be quite irate with
I
whomever
saw a video of a
is jeopardizing
kookaburra
their
a couple
delivery.
days ago, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the one that makes that
Diablo
sound that we
shuddered.
always associate with monkeys,
It
but is
seems
actually a
like
bird.
she's Always, I
Yeah.
No, Dr. Morgan.
That guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Then pointed
Yeah, it's a
one
bird.
eye straight at Iapo.
You have not yet seen her irate. Consider yourself fortunate.
And whoever's screwing around out there, a dead man.
Quite possibly.
Weapons fire! Siobhan magnified the image of the Wadja and the Swift Pack. The former was firing small rounds, aiming at the umbilical. Looks like the freighter wasn't letting go.
Oh, that
And
did
the
say
Wadja
firing rounds,
wanted
so
to
that is
force the
projectile
issue.
weapons.
Elias nodded in agreement. The real question is,
I believe
Yeah, because I
you
guess a
humans
laser
say,
wouldn't be around,
"Eeny,
right?
Yeah, so I kind of
Mighty
probably like in the
Mo,
Expanse when they've
what?
got their point
On
defense
which
cannons, are
ship
just like the.
are our new friends?
Mm.
All right, that is the midpoint of Act 3. Brian, why don't you go grab a little bit of caffeine, take a quick walk
Yeah.
before we
Okay.
pick back up. This happened during recording too, so we can talk about that while you're out.
What
Cool.
happened?
Yep. No, as far as just like, all right, cool, let's take a quick break, like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
just need a
like,
quick
you know,
refresh
we-
and I'll be fine.
yeah, so go for it.
Cool.
But like during recording, we started. Well, what would you say, Terry? We started at like 9 or 10.
Yeah, we usually. I mean, because
Like, what did a recording day look like? Yeah.
If I remember correctly, we were getting up at like 9 in the morning, and then getting started by 10. We had everything set up from the night before. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we got there the first night. We just did some tests,
Yeah.
and then the next day we just hit it. Really, once we got through the short stories, and we figured out that Bryan was having some trouble with the stuffy nose, took a break, went to the pharmacy, got
Yeah.
the aspirin, got his sinuses all on point, and after that we were like, Bryan was like a machine, man. He just rolled through it.
Yeah, like the first 2 days especially were like, all right, we broke for lunch. And that was I think like up to an hour break of like 12 to 1 kind of thing. That's when we got the aspirin in the first day. And then I think we tried to wrap around 5. 5 to 6 kind of thing.
That sounds right. Yeah, we usually went until about dinner. And
Yeah.
Then,
And so that was, a couple in the morning, another, just like a 6 to 7 hours of recording during that.
which is a lot.
It is.
I mean, it's all Bryan, It's
Yeah.
all...
When I was looking at it, I was seeing like 3 to 5 is what someone who's a professional narrator would do in a day.
Mhm.
So we really did push it. So we were doing that, and then especially the last day, not so much because of like, here Bryan's a little tired because he hasn't had to pick me up, and whatever, that's fine. But like, I think it was like for voice reasons, I think we were taking somewhat more common breaks on day 3, which we pushed in day 1 and 2 to kind of front load. So there was less to record on day 3. I think day 3 was just act 3. Which is the longest of the 3 acts, but doesn't have the
We
duology
had all the
in it.
big chapters done by that day.
Mhm.
Like once we were past 20, it was kind of smooth sailing.
Yeah, like again, if I bring up that thing, the only spike after 20 is in 24. Everything else, we just finished a 17-minute chapter. The next ones are 18, 12, 22, 10, 12, and then the epilogue is 12.
Mm-hmm.
That they average tends to be around like 12 to 15, unless it's a pirate chapter, in which case the average is like 18 to 20.
Yeah, well, that's where all the fun stuff happens.
Yeah, it's where the action is happening, as opposed to noticing the action and talking about the action. It's where the action's happening.
Yeah.
But we took breaks as needed. There was sometimes like, all right, would we be able to, all right, do you need a break at the scene change? And it would be like, no, let's finish out the chapter. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he pushed, man. It was impressive. And also like, are you sure?
Yeah.
Please don't lose your voice on my silly little sci-fi books account.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I think we went at a really good pace. I mean, it was intense, but it was good, and it didn't feel like it didn't feel intense. It felt pretty relaxed. I feel like everyone was like really loose.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
Yeah, it's the creative environment that you helped to foster was really cool. Like it didn't feel. I love how Bryan left, so you're all saying great things about him. I hope when he returns, it resets to trash talk. Yeah. So I forgot what I was saying before that. But yeah, it felt, like what Bryan was saying before of like the artist retreat kind of thing. We got everything that we needed to, and we were nose to the grindstone when we were recording. We took breaks as needed, and then like after, especially after day 1 and 2, Bryan was trying to rest his voice, but we still like kind of found things that we could do to relax that didn't need a ton of talking going on.
Yeah. Yep. It's we like to foster that type of atmosphere here. I think
It really is
the
special
area...
what you guys have there.
Yeah, thanks, man. The Catskills in general, it's just like one of the most beautiful places in the country, I think, probably the world, And I'm a little biased because I live here and it's my home now, but it's a special place, and to be able to like kind of still be near society and part of the megalopolis, but be in this sort of separate and isolated place surrounded by nature. It's definitely a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. Wendy, I would never say this to his face, but he's a wonderful person and a gifted artist. I would say it to his face. I won't, but I would.
Yeah. Oh, Wendy told me to tell you guys hi, by the way. She made me a really excellent sandwich at the break.
Yay. Not an awkward sandwich at all. An excellent sandwich.
It was not awkward. It was quite the opposite of awkward. I ate it right up, no problems.
Okay. Just really quick checking what we've got for time remaining on this, and yeah. Oh, there's the asshole.
Hey! Oh, we're just talking so much shit about you, Brian.
What's up, bitches?
Wait, internet. Shh. He's back.
Oh, hold on, I gotta delete Wendy's comment in the chat then.
Aww. See, chat history is a beautiful thing.
All right, we're gonna head down now to chapter 21. No, which one did we just listen to? We just listened to 21. We're moving on to 22 now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to be like, wait a minute. How much of
Hey, if you're wrong, we'll all be wrong at the same time together.
True. Hey, let's be potentially wrong together. Chapter 22, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And actually, I know we were on 21 because of the color that my backlight was at was the right one for that point of view. And now we switch it. I'm not seeing an antonym for awkward at the thesaurus. Coordinated.
I guess that would be close, but it doesn't sound cool.
Not exactly, but
of the historian assigned to the 107th.
Smooth, yeah. A smooth sandwich. So you had a smooth sandwich on your break.
All I knew
smooth
was
sandwich.
that Blade
It went
had
down
told
smooth.
us that a protective
Went down
fleet
smooth.
had
If we get
followed
really
us.
technical and etymological, it would be rightward.
The 107th expedition
It was a
outside.
rightward sandwich, I
Appointed
must say.
ambassador to the destroyers.
I'm Billy D. Williams,
Our
promoting
status
rightward
is
sandwiches.
unknown, but the crew
Went
of
rightward down my throat,
have made
into
no
my stomach.
explicit threats against us.
Always goes
Please
down smooth.
open communications with the destroyers.
Colt
so that
45.
we can
Official
avoid
sponsor of
implementing
Howie.
crisis.
Howie Stop the Destroyers.
This
Brought to you
is
by
what I
Carl's
ordered
Jr.
and sent.
Fuck you.
And
I'm eating.
when the protective fleet started attacking the destroyers. We received nothing back.
Oh man, how much
Except
fake product
for
placement can we put into
approved
this? I love it
digital
so much.
symbols, which we could not decode.
Gets to the
at
point that I
time,
literally just can't
but
upload it
we
anyway.
assumed the destroyers were sending out to the protector fleet. And my message
I was wondering, we were
was
wondering about a
Stentorian
destroyer
Blade,
name, and I forgot to actually
having
look it up
worked
when I
his
had it.
way up to the bridge of the pirate vessel.
Oh yeah.
Sternly told me
If
to
you,
stop
like me,
translating,
can't stop the
as it
destroyers,
became plausible to assume
try
that Admiral taught
Shit.
syndicate of unclean
Deft caress in the
Carl's Jr.
velvet
was
constellation.
using
Yeah,
transmission
try a deft caress in the
targets.
velvet constellation. It'll make the
Even though
destroyers
we
stop.
supposedly should not have
Stop
Dead
writing
in
the
their
porn
tracks.
version.
any other instrument
Brian.
means. Though we do not have concrete proof.
And then
No, I
Fate
just
in-
love that it went
Syndicate
from
was
like
my
it sounded
first
like a product
assumption.
placement, and then it just turned into like advice that your
Rather
hippie
than
aunt would give
Admiral
you.
Course Masonry of the Shadow Well. Poor
Have you tried a
Skin
velvet
in
caress
particular
in the
recalled
Velvet
the
constellation?
politics of Taut Syndicate.
A deft caress
And
in the
while
velvet
attacking
constellation will
the
wake you
story
right
was
up.
something she
I tried
could
that
not
once on
get
my
away
peyote
with,
retreat in the 70s. It did
we
wonders.
concluded that it was something she would do if she
Just me?
thought
That's fine.
she
All right.
could get away with it. As evidenced by the fact that our
It wasn't
assumption
working.
was later
I just gave it a little death caress right in the velvet constellation. It started right up.
away with it. I accompanied the crew of the Wadja
Oh,
onto
God.
another destroyer vessel.
Everyone out there having
This
fun?
one,
I just
a
love that you
larger
keep
one,
using the idiocracy.
apparently minimal crew meant only for cargo transport.
Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Brought to you by...
The criminal nature of the Wadja precluded it from dropping us off directly.
If you say that and click your heels 3 times fast, the DoorDash delivery will show up.
You get a Western bacon cheese.
But the
Right in your
faster we got
mailbox.
on this transport, the faster we could establish contact
Food.
and hopefully put an end to the conflict.
I think
before
I think
it
currently
was
we're
too
looking at an end time of a
far
little
out of
closer to
control.
9 o'clock if we do the Treason duology. I looked at the
Things
playlist
seemed to
runtime
progress
that we've
as
got left.
planned.
So I think
As I
once
followed
we
the crew
finish the
onto the
epilogue, I think
freighter.
we'll make that decision.
There was some
We'll see
trouble
what the
getting
runtime is looking
through
ahead of
the
us, knowing we've got
small
another break in
entryways.
between as well.
But we soon
Cool,
found
cool.
ourselves in
Word.
yet another cargo hold. This one larger,
Always a
yet
cargo hold.
comparatively emptier.
Right.
The one
Yeah, so this
called
is
Liz
the beginning of
was
this chapter
also
was
in
kind
the
of interesting
hold
because it's like,
with
all right,
her
cool.
mixed crew, while
We've
the
got some.
small floating one
We need to
Gentlemen,
rewind a little
excuse me
bit
for just
and get
a
the
moment.
sure.
deckhand went into
We've got the
small
protector perspective of what's been
passageways
going on,
into which
as
I
far as
could
like
not follow.
oh well the
Unfortunately,
the MURAD
criminal
transmission and then
status of
the shots coming
Wadja
close and told, hey,
again
stop that,
complicated the
and then
proceedings.
getting to the Swift Pack.
As
So
it
like
became
basically the first 5
apparent
minutes of this
that
chapter
Captain
are
Hawk and the
Erudite
deckhand
Star
had
being like,
been
hey, here's what you might have
subdued by the
missed,
transport's
and here's what we were
co-pilot,
doing during that.
Jenkins, who was
And it's the
actually
third
an
person limited point of
officer
view
who
that we
had
need to
hunted the destroyer
recap
pirate
it a little
vessel
bit from over
before.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Both Jenkins
I also just
and
wanted
the
to, like,
Wadja
know,
were
make
in
sure that,
different
for instance,
places when
that
they had last
yeah,
seen
the Erudite
each
Star
other.
was over here trying to broadcast a distress
yet,
signal, and
here
that's what
they both
was being
were.
locked onto. And she was told, "Stop it, we're gonna die."
Lives in cycles. While I could only understand some of what was being said,
Are we gonna talk crap about Terry while he's
I
gone?
had made sure to record
He is so
others.
nice.
Yeah, like
And
again,
the
and I mentioned this
historical
when you were gone too, but like it turned to the party farm and just like the atmosphere that they set up there.
Vessel Wadja,
Yeah.
You know, Terry.
you are under arrest.
It was professional. It
Said
was
Jenkins.
Jenkins, this
sorry,
isn't funny.
the dialogue started
I
back
will
up again.
not be held hostage
It was
on my own
professional. It was welcoming.
If
it
you
was
attempt to
fun.
interfere with my
And I
actions,
fucking
ship.
hated
You will
everything
be
that he
charged
did.
as
Oh,
an
he's back.
accessory to piracy.
I know. Oh my
So
god,
I
how many?
suggest you stay there, Captain.
Oh hey, what's up, Terry?
I can't
Hey,
be
you!
charged
Tired of
with
destroyers
accessory to
destroying?
piracy.
Try
While
stop!
I am actively being
It'll make them
targeted,
not
you
destroy.
idiot.
Captain Lindstrom released the button on the console, and, as an aside, said to Liz,
Love it.
There's a
Thanks
part
for
of me
that
in writing this scene that
activity.
was like, what if it actually came
I
to
had
like an
no
actual
idea.
fight here?
said
What if
Liz.
Stentorian Blade actually had to
Seems
attack
smart.
Liz? And it's like, not where I would have wanted to
Someone
go
was
for the story,
charged
but I'm
a
like,
few hundred
okay,
years
that would have
ago.
gone
When they let pirates
probably
take
really
cargo,
poorly
so
for the
there
humans.
wouldn't be a fight that would harm
Yeah.
passengers.
Sure, they have firearms, but this
Some
guy's big,
politician had
and his
some
hands are
vendetta.
basically claws.
It was dumb. The captain
Yeah.
was acquitted.
Yeah, that's a
the
pretty
law
good
was
tactical
written.
advantage right there.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
If you
How
shoot the big
tall
guy
is
made of
he?
Looked around,
if you shoot the big guy made of obsidian, you're gonna do
considering
nothing except piss him
Lieutenant
off.
San Martin, her other crew
Yeah.
member,
That's a
and
pretty good point.
Stentorian Blade, Porous Kin, and myself. Jenkins finally responded as Lindstrom reopened the channel
Bad
from the
asshole.
hold.
Nice trick. We'll stick with the base level interfering with an officer and figure out the rest from there.
Interfering
right,
with an officer.
asshole,
Brr.
said
Shut up.
Liz.
What exactly do you want?
It's funny because
Congratulations.
Jenkins and
You've got a
Elias
couple of
are not that
blowfish
far
up
off
there.
from each other,
Past
but there's
that,
something in the cadence
you
that just
have
makes Jenkins
nothing.
much more of a dick.
I have your
Yeah,
ambassadors here.
you're right.
Like an
Like,
aggressive
You're
dick.
upsetting
you mean
me.
like vocally,
So think
or
very
Yeah.
carefully
Yeah.
about
Well, I mean,
what
also
you
like in the
say.
way you write him, of course,
She
but like
drew one of her
in the
own
fact that
pistols
he
and
is,
pointed it
it's
in
I don't know.
my
There's something
general
like
direction.
a little different
Not
about how he's
bothering
written, but
to
also like how it's delivered.
or
That it's much
aim,
more like
but
he's
making
actively
the
being
point.
an offensive
Though
jerk
it
as
was
opposed to I
unclear
just
if
don't want to talk to you.
Jenkins had any
yeah,
video
like
feed
they
of the
live in that
whole.
same kind of register and tone of voice.
Bewick,
Yeah.
I would say
I call
Jenkins
you
is a lot
not-
more
not-
impulsive.
Mhm.
Like
may
we've
not.
seen 2 chapters
Liz,
of Elias going through
That
data
seemed
to
intentionally
come to the same
right
conclusions
now,
that the reader
you're being
already
charged
has.
with piracy,
Meanwhile, Jenkins
which
is like,
carries a
yeah,
rather
I know that we have
stiff
like
sentence.
the most valuable
If you harm the
envoys here ever,
ambassadors,
but
your
also I get a
sentence
chance to
will
capture the
be
pirates
death
that I've been
and
after.
will
I'm
be
not gonna let
carried
that
out
go.
summarily.
Mm-hmm.
He
Eyes on the
paused.
prize.
That
Yeah,
means
so
immediately,
like
by myself.
Jenkins just being
I know what
very
summarily
aggressive,
means, you ass.
and
Do
impulsive.
you think I could spend years
Yeah,
around
is the
Captain
difference between
Hot
them.
Corvin without picking up a goddamn thesaurus?
It really wasn't
Now
like
let me tell you
I wasn't
something,
trying to make them sound
agent,
alike, but it's just
or
like more like
whatever
listening
title
back. I'm
you
like, oh wow, I
prefer.
really do hear like
The
they're in the same
sentence for
register,
multiple
but
counts of
you know, I never
piracy
really like thought they
is
sounded
death.
the same before, and I was
It's a
kind of like,
long and arduous process
that
to
a
go
little bit.
through the course.
Yeah.
And there is a big media blowout.
I like that bit
And
that I
there's
added of like,
arguing.
I know what that
And
means,
a delay
dumbass. Do you
before
think
the
I could have spent a long
execution,
time around
because
Captain Hot Corvin
everybody
without
is
picking up a goddamn
oh
thesaurus?
so civilized. So your summary execution actually
A what?
sounds like a pretty solid alternative.
She cocked a lever at
Is
the
that one of
back
those
the
dinosaur
pistol,
things? Don't they have cloacas?
quickly releasing a safety. Porous Kin and Stentorian Blade stepped forward, keeping me behind them. Porous Kin could likely take small arms fire from Liz's weaponry for some short amount of time. During
Hawk
which
was definitely my
Stentorian
chance to
Blade
like
could
flex my
close the
vocabulary.
distance and disarm Liz, or worse.
I have a lot of words that I don't get the
He
chance
did
to
not
use a
like
lot.
Fighting,
He's got me.
but those descended from the conquerors were nonetheless quite good at it. And he expected to be so against a species
I
as
love Liz's comment about
undersized
working
as
around
those
Hawk and picking up a
found
thesaurus. Yeah,
outside.
exactly.
Ugh. Captain Lindstrom, will you
It also
subdue
like
her
it's a
already?
little
What, Jenkins? I'm not exactly armed here,
self-deprecating
and
because
two of
I
the
go to a
pirates
thesaurus a
are.
lot while writing. Not necessarily because
drew
oh I want a
her
fancier
second
word for this,
pistol
but like
and trained
it's the
it
tip of
on
my
the
tongue
captain.
thing. I have a word. I can't think of it.
Then
I
with
can think of a
dual
synonym.
pistols.
What's the word I'm
Flintlocks, if
looking
you're
for?
Interested.
There it is.
All very stereotypical.
Liz mouthed something that looked
But it's still
apologetic.
Merriam-Webster's thesaurus
aloud
page
said,
is
Captain,
it's basically permanently
Please
open
do
on my
nothing
laptop
with
that I'm
your
writing on
hands
right now.
aside from keeping that channel open.
hey,
She
it
then made
is
a
a necessary
motion
tool,
with the
man. It gets the
pistol
job
that
done.
had been pointed in our direction, drawing it across her throat.
And it's not always about needing a fancier
While
word
the
too.
one
Sometimes just
pointed
like
at
just a different
Lindstrom
word. It doesn't even
gestured
necessarily
toward
need
the
to make it
compound.
flowery. It's just I've used this
The
descriptor
freighter
so many
captain
times. I
released
want to
the
change it
button.
up. What else you got?
Yeah.
And Liz
Yeah.
said,
Or just something more precise,
Zipsy,
you know?
I appreciate your
Yeah.
initiative, but instead of
You know,
pointing
because
your
you can
gun
say
in
said
my
or
general
objected.
direction,
Well, said's a bad
want you to
example
see if you can get
because
this hatch
the
open.
second that you start
Got that?
using a lot of other descriptors
Yes,
that kind of tend to get
ma'am.
in the way of prose,
the one with the long
said it can be
neck
invisible,
slung his
and
rifle
particularly in
across his
audio,
back
you can just
and
leave those
opened
out.
a panel near the hatch.
Right. Yeah.
And Liz nodded for Lindstrom to resume the connection
But
to
there's
the
others where it's like,
cockpit.
oh,
You said three
you know,
pirates?
this is just a lot
What
more
happened to the
precise
rest?
language that
Asked Jenkins.
describes what's
They
going on. And
already
again, it's
took
usually
their
like I know
cargo.
the word, but I can't think
They
of
are
it. So going to
professionals,
the thesaurus
Jenkins,
helps. Like I don't
and
just
have
want
a
to say
good sense
dropped.
of timing.
Let me just go to that and just
Unlike
say
a certain
you know,
recent hire of mine.
that's a bad example because I didn't have a backup ready
so
to go.
you don't have all the chips.
Added Liz.
The Wadja could get going and live to
chips.
pillage another day.
Mm,
You don't have the nav package. And more importantly, Elizabeth, you do not have your captain. As a matter of fact, they don't have you
yeah, so it's like,
either.
oh well, it's, you know, he
They have
dropped
enough
his notebook,
supplies to
and I can
stay
come over here and I
cloaked
can be
until
like,
they
he
starve
fumbled
and
his
go
notebook is a lot more
absolutely
precise.
Nowhere. So what you are going to do is command them to stay attached until I say so. Then they will detach and not go anywhere under threat.
This is another one where like this
It'd be a shame
this
to
whole
lose all
chapter
that
more or less is
experimental
taking
tech
place
that you've
during
got
the
running,
previous
but
chapters, because not just the
them's the
first
breaks.
part that is concurrent with the
Liz
pirate chapter before,
growled lightly.
but then like this is before the
trying
Wadja
to
has detached from the
formulate a
Swift Path,
plan
which
of
happened
some
a chapter or
sort.
two ago.
I sympathize.
Yeah,
with
you
your
kind of
plight.
get to see
But
the
at that
same,
same
like,
time,
series of
she
events from
did
several
live
different
a criminal
perspectives,
life. And
which is kind of,
eventually the payment comes due for such a
it
lifestyle.
reminds me a lot of, like, that sort of, like, indie
Said Zipsy.
cinema from the
And the axe
90s, where
straight
that
up
was the kind of thing they were
Got
doing,
what?
Mm-hmm.
Said
Tarantino inspired.
At this point,
Yeah.
Like,
it was
there
clear
was
that he did
also a
not,
lot of
in
other
fact,
people
have
that
any
were doing
sort of
that, and
visual
there were great movies like
surveillance of the cargo
Run,
hold,
Lola, Run,
but
and
was able to ascertain what had happened from Zipsy.
I can't think
Liz
of any
must
off the top of
have
my head right now.
realized
That
Yeah.
was like a
too,
thing that was happening a
as
lot.
she glared
Yeah,
at him.
and it's all kind of anchored
And
by
he
that one
shrugged
line from
back.
Jenkins, crew of the
Got
pirate
our
ship
ticket
Wadja,
out
you
of
are
here.
under arrest.
said Liz.
That like
I
kind of
was
all
just
three of
going
the
to take
chapters
off
that
all
that is
quiet
heard
like.
kind of pegs them
But you
all
know
in a
what,
specific point in
Agent?
time.
I respect you. So
Yeah,
I'll
like
tell
that
you
phrase
what's going to
happens
happen.
the
You
2 or
get
3
to
chapters
sit up there
after,
with
like,
my captain,
the introduction
and
of that
I
line,
get to take your ambassador
right?
back
There's
to
like
the
3 or 4
Wadja.
chapters in a row.
Captain Lindstrom too, for good measure.
I enjoy the precision of lukewarm
I
and
must
tepid,
object,
both meaning approximately room
said
temperature,
Stentorian
but each one
Blade,
tells you what the temperature
making
should be,
another step
or from what
forward.
temperature the current room
now
temp came
within
from.
claw's reach.
Interesting.
Liz motioned again.
Yeah,
for
examples
Lindstrom
of
to cut
precision
the
of
connection,
language.
and said to us,
I am sorry. And I am sure you all would
This was an
win in a
interesting
fight.
chapter because the
I'm
first
just-
ones that we had with
I'm
the
trying to think what Hawk would do.
the point of view of
Is that
the
smart?
protectors
said Lieutenant
is
San
like,
Martin.
okay, it's narrated by them,
Carlos.
it's got that flange
got
in
us
it,
into
whatever,
this in the
the
first
chorus
place.
effect. That's like,
You
all right,
don't
it needs to be
need
dropped for every single
Get on the ship.
time a human
Fly
or
away.
regular Milky
Leave
Way
them all
alien
here.
talks. And that was something
Liz
that
looked troubled
in post I think there was a
and
couple points where it's like,
considered
oh, this
this.
one needs that effect, or oh, this one
Stentorian
shouldn't have
Blade
that effect.
crouched low,
Mm-hmm.
ready to pounce.
But that's
Liz snapped
me also
both of
having
the
listened to the
weapons at him.
audiobook a couple times
as
through
did
before
Tipsy.
release.
Adding kidnapping to the charges, Ms. Bewick.
Was it
Added
ever explained what a
Jenkins,
Wadja is? It's never
oblivious
explained
to what
in
had
universe,
transpired
no.
over the last few moments
Whether
in
it's
the
named
hold.
after a location
I
or a
don't
creature or
want
what.
to do this.
I'm sure
What
there's
you
a
need to
very
know
good
for?
reason.
Then don't.
I don't know it.
Lord Carlos. Zipsy
I'll figure it out when I
swirled
need
his
to.
head back and forth.
Wadja!
What you
Lindstrom
waiting
kept
for?
Her hand near the panel,
Thank you.
but otherwise
What's the
tried to
matter
prop
for you?
herself against the bulkhead to keep herself
Nothing.
out
What's the matter with you?
way of whatever was going to happen.
Whatchamacallit.
Liz made a face,
Yeah, I
then
think that one
nodded
wins.
Again to Lindstrom.
I love
who
that candy
keyed
bar.
the panel.
That's the deal.
What'd you have for dinner?
I return the ambassadors to you when you return Captain Corvin to me. No can do, Miss Bewick. Go ahead and take them. But we knew that you were here before you dropped your stealth field. We will find you again.
Yeah.
I'll take my
Yeah.
chances.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Get his ass.
She nodded again, and Lindstrom again released the button.
I will say
Until we meet
until
again, Miss
until
Bewick,
retcon, I'm thinking a
which will not
Wadja
be
is
as
probably
long as you might
another
prefer.
type of fish that's from the Keegan homeworld,
Ugh, asshole.
like
Okay,
a non-sapient
everyone stand down.
fish.
We're not taking anybody. Wadja, you read?
She listened for a response.
Until retcon.
TIA agent on board took the captain. I told him
Always
I'm
important.
going back to the Wadja and we're just going to
Always
hide
an important
for a while.
qualifier.
Yeah.
I need you to wait 20 seconds, then detach. And what will you do?
Asked Lindstrom.
I will wipe the
Liz
windows.
listened to the earpiece, likely fielding a similar
The space
question at the
windows.
bridge of her
The
ship.
space windows.
Liz looked at us,
I am the
then
Viper.
at Carlos,
I have come to wash and wipe your
then
windows.
towards the front of the ship.
We will wipe the
She
windows.
was clearly weighing her options.
We will wipe the windows of the
against
world.
great time pressure. Finally, she gave a large...
That's how you know she's
exhale.
foreign.
Get the captain. Of course.
She comes from Transylvania.
All right, so yeah, that one was more kind of playing around with like, what's Liz gonna do? Is she going to go for the captain, or is it like, hey, he's been taken out of the picture, I can make it to the Wadja, do I just leave without him? And yeah, ultimately just like, you know, too loyal to Hawk to decide that that's gonna be a good idea, and saying, all right, you know, I'm gonna get him. So we ready to move on to 23, or was there anything anyone wanted to add there?
You good?
All right.
Yeah.
Keep cruising through. Chapter 23, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I keep that the same color because this is a second Protector point of view chapter in a row. But rather than being the historian, it is back to the bridge of the warship with Taut Syndicate. Which was always like, it's like, I really need to have that point of view in here. Do I want to have two Protector ones in a row? And finally I was like, just drop the OCD of having them alternate like that. Do what the story needs.
She was to be the vanguard of the Protectors.
I could put in 2 extra chapters. No, just do what the story needs.
Centuries ago, to not just punish and isolate these destroyers, but to annihilate them. Instead, she had wandered into a trap.
Which we're starting to get into the point where like stuff is tying off now. In this one, we get kind of the completion of the space battle.
To win with the righteous virtue
the next one
that
is
was the right
like
of the Protectors,
the completion of the
and
pirate
just
story,
cause of
then the
keeping
completion
safe
of the
all
scientist
who
story, and then
lived
kind of a
inside.
denouement. Like we're
And
in
yet,
the finale
when
chapters
she
now.
had been on the verge of defeating them, of pushing them back, the treacherous Admiral Course masonry of
There's another one where like we added a lot of like sound effects
betrayed her
in the soundscape in the
and
bridge,
ensured her
where I think
defeat.
there's like 3 or 4
What
layers
was he
happening right now.
after?
Where we had like, here's the
Did
base
he
one,
want the
here's
glory of being the
here's
one
comms
to
going,
subdue
here's
these
just basically
destroyers?
it's, hey, here's a busy thing
But
without
no,
having a whole lot of people
that
like
was not his
talking in the
style.
background.
He was too weak for that.
Didn't
Or
want to have to
so
deal
Taut
with mixing,
Syndicate's thinking.
you know, extras in the background
No.
of a lot of this stuff.
He actually
There are some
did
crowd noises in
want
the
peace with the
epilogue,
destroyers.
or not,
Something
but the
that,
short stories at the end.
at best,
Yeah.
In the end, those.
preserved the
Well, I think in the
destructive
epilogue, I think
beat that
we
pervaded
said
this
maybe like where it's like in that
and perhaps
concourse
worse,
Yeah,
kind of thing,
would
like in the
not
restaurant
be
or
to tear
something.
this galaxy
I forget
apart,
if they're actually
but
in there
enable
or
the
if we considered it, but they were too
destroyers to spread
distracting.
to other galaxies to
Uh,
find
yeah, I
where
forget
more
now, too.
destroyers would come from and unite.
But in theory, there'll be some
And when their
actual
own
crowd
universe
noise.
was not enough
There's one that's like restaurant
to go
ambience, and it's got like the
in their
occasional like, you
relentless
know,
thirst for chaos.
clinking as well as I think some dialogue.
Known with a high degree of accuracy.
I remember I was
because
really happy
Taut
with how it
Syndicate
sounded.
was not quiet
Yeah, it came out
about
good,
the
especially because it's so
release during
different
battle.
from the soundscapes and
Her
everything else.
tirades against the destroyers
'Cause they're
and
on
the
an actual
Admiral of the
planet.
107
Yeah, well, even if they're not on a
rattled
planet, they're on a
her bridge
civilian space
officers,
station that has a lot of foot
likely
traffic. That's
decreasing
what
their
I
morale and
that's what I saw the
efficiency.
setting as being.
Admiral, the
Well,
But
not floating in space on a spaceship.
yeah, they're not on a
is
spaceship
surrendering to
with
the
that's just like
107.
going somewhere or in a battle. It's
What?
there's hey, here's
The
a
Admiral
bar
leapt
on
over
a space
the
station
communications
and then a
officer
busy
and
concourse
turned
outside
up
of
the
it.
volume on the console, just in time for 2 other ships to quickly stand
No,
down.
writing that kind of thing where it's like,
Oh,
all right, cool,
ships!
I did a decent amount of flying in 2022,
Do not
and
relent against this traitor!
All protector vessels of the 106th
Traitor.
and 107th.
or
came,
like
of course,
in
Masonry's
23 we had recorded,
Taller than Taut
you know, we had
Syndicate's
recorded in
flying
early
fox.
April,
Cease
and then
this
like
infight.
late April, early May, I'd gone on a
may
few
yet live.
trips by plane, and it's like, all right,
And if
cool,
they
that
do not,
airport
then
atmosphere, I
their
want to
death
try to
may
like
have been caused
busy
by
people
the
walking
one who
around and
leads you.
get some royalty-free music in the background.
How
No.
dare you speak such deception, you! It's no
Individual
good,
Stoyle to
Admiral.
Terminal 3.
Comms officer.
Terminal 3,
They
Gate
just
B,
targeted
Stoyle.
our transmitter. He shook his head.
They can't hear us.
I always like when it comes time to do like the last round of sound effects and Foley and stuff, like, is there anything that I can throw my voice into? Something that I worked on with Bryan that was a 48-hour film. After it was done, I had all the footage. I went and like did another edit of it other than what our editor had done, and just kind of like kept it for myself. It was like, hey, someone's on speakerphone with someone and we don't have the other side of the conversation, so I just recorded it and threw it through a bunch of filters.
And threw it across the bridge. Fabrications! Deceit!
I forgot you did that.
Elsewhere in the fleet.
I could hear deceit coming from your guys. I feel like that's the line that Taut Syndicate was leading up to her entire time.
But she's not wrong to hold
Peak Taut Syndicate right there.
If you hold her views, you are not wrong. And
I feel like it's a very Bryan delivery too.
I understand how you see things.
I won't disagree with that.
If you have grown up in this galaxy with the beat as a daily part of your life.
For the man who brought you hot tea,
Corbin.
Corbin.
See how that might make you feel. And so
From the creator of
Even now, they have killed many of us. But do not fire upon them. And for now, they will honor this truce while we look into the fate of our historian.
No, we can't have peace, we must have war.
I implore you, stand down. Do not
And of course, just always that thing of like, hi, I'm being deceitful, but when someone calls me out on it, I'm going to call them a liar.
Stand as one before the destroyers.
Gaslighting.
Meet them in peace. Or, if they do, in fact, bear us ill will of their own,
What? Oh my gosh, what?
as a unified fleet.
Sorry, I disassociated for a second.
There are many of you who
Keekins
owe your
gathered
position
in
to
their
the
masses.
Admiral Potts.
Burn it just like blowfish at Black Master.
There will be no repercussions.
Warfish.
I will not fault
All right,
you
that's
for
it, Terry. You're doing
actions
the
of one
promo
who
single.
If you continue on
You
your
think you could be a musical person and say 2 lines in a parody of a song and not get drafted into the full single? You're not wrong, bitch.
Never had with any destroyer civilization ever. The first chance to understand why isolated destroyer civilizations keep attacking us, injuring the breath, issuing their cries. If you stand in the way of this moment of epiphany,
I'm glad that I gave you so much
of which
scenery
we
to
are
chew,
within
Bryan.
claw's reach, then you will meet the
I wonder if you're feeling
same
hungry, but you're getting to
justice
eat plenty
as
here,
that
so.
which will soon meet Taut Syndicate.
This
Yeah.
is a fun monologue.
Yeah, it was fun to write. It was fun to write something. Scenery chewing. Ugh.
Yeah.
Chinery suing.
Chinery suing.
Sue that chinery. Sue the pants off it.
Yeah, it's always fun to write a monologue. Like, especially like and now and I hadn't watched I Need to Mention 20 at the time, but now that I do and I see how Brennan Lee Mulligan can monologue at the drop of a hat, like I can't improv that, but I can write it given enough time. I'll take it.
Now on bringing down its own flagship, inferior to her own.
Monologues
But
are
Taut
fun.
Syndicate ship had been
And then
fighting
someone has to
this
perform them. So
whole
thank you, Bryan, for
time,
stepping up to the plate.
been the focus of many attacks, and was in
did it, Bryan.
Shut up, you like that. And it's fun to play someone that does something over the top, even if they're not over the top the entire time like Hawk is. Like that was like, you know, when he's giving that monologue, he's got the American flag flapping behind him. This is his Independence Day.
Oh yeah.
To challenge Taut Syndicate. She saw their challenge and met them.
Although I guess maybe
head
that's a
on.
little more accurate for Taut
It had
Syndicate's
been a
monologue.
long
But
time since
Protectors
those
like to
descendants of the
monologue. I don't
Conquerors
know
had
if I'm
fought
carrying that
in
into
such
book 2, but I got to
terrible
double
battle.
check and see if I
And
can.
much hardware on the ship was destroyed during the fight.
I mean, that definitely tracks
But
for
in
this
the
book,
end,
though.
Yeah, and I mean, like I talk about them being a literary society. You know, that there's the implication of poetry in their names.
The fight.
You know, if they monologue at the drop of a hat,
Focused.
that can be cultural.
2 security officers.
I'm pretty sure "You Are Pirates" is the shortest thing any of them has ever said.
He was dumbing it down. Like he was speaking to a baby. You are pirates. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Even then, you had to say it twice.
She returned to the dais.
Very precise language, though.
Struck a display screen to coax it to life, and consulted her crew roster.
Please send up
They can understand brevity, they just don't like
in the
it.
Velvet Constellation and engineer
Very much like Hawk.
encountered on the garden path to take over
Yeah,
their
but for very different
predecessors'
reasons.
stations.
The ship continued to rock as the flagships traded fire.
Hawk is very smart, but he doesn't want
Any
anyone to
vessel
know it.
present, it could soak up much damage, and in fact would
He doesn't
continue
realize
to
it,
do
but he
so
doesn't.
As the combined efforts of the 107th Expedition outside and the fleet of the destroyers focused on it. It could only last so long, and Taut Syndicate's bridge crew wondered what she had planned. Escape?
So here's the ill-timed mutiny that just on a different ship than was teased before.
Many were worried, but everyone left, would stand by her decision. The 2 new bridge officers entered the bridge.
That would have
One
been
of
cool
whom
too,
was
like
the
this
gunner
bit
with
where
whom
the
Taut
admiral
Syndicate
like
had
fought the
exchanged
2 bridge
covert
crew that went to
messages
mutiny against her.
earlier in the battle.
That would be badass
Deft
in
Caress
a movie
marched
version.
up to Taut Syndicate
would
and
be.
saluted.
You
Upper
wanted a mutiny,
claws
you got
crossed
your mutiny.
downward above his head.
I
She
got your
returned
mutiny
to
right
Like that would
here.
be probably like a
Gunnery
3-minute like action
Then turned
sequence
back
as
to
opposed to
what
the
she was doing.
like half paragraph I gave it in the book.
Dispassionately looked
I
at
basically
Console,
wrote they fight.
Then at the 2 corpses on the deck.
They fought
Then he
and
turned
lost.
to Taut
Yeah.
Syndicate and speared her through her carapace with both of
Right
her
in the
claws.
cloaca.
Not expecting her loyal
Oh,
crew
not the
member,
cloaca.
the erstwhile assassin, her right
Vlad
clawed
the
hand
Impaler
to whom
style.
she had entrusted
Ooh.
the execution of her own act of treachery, to be, in his own way, treacherous. Taut Syndicate only had time for a surprised gasp before succumbing to death.
You're
Death
dead.
Caress took her place and drew himself to his full height. Cease firing. Power down all extra.
All right, fuck it, we lost.
Know we are standing
Oh,
down.
damn it.
Signal the 106th. Tell them
Your-
this. Our
Guys,
admiral let us
I'm
down,
tired of
but her
destroying.
time and time
Have we
How
ever...
about you?
is over.
What if we stopped destroying?
What if the destroyers were the friends we met along the way?
Oh, shit.
I was about to say inside us the whole time. I was, yeah. I decided to change course midway through that sentence. Yeah. So that wraps up the battle with the like. All right, listen. You're gonna lead us all to death, and I was with you until you decided I could die for you. I didn't decide I could die for you. Fuck you. There was probably a little bit of mutiny back and forth on there as alliances were sorted out, but we'll just end the chapter there. Let them figure it out.
Yeah.
Chapter 24.
This is a big one, too, right?
Yeah, this one's 22 minutes. And is the longest one left in the proper story of the book, aside from the Treason Duology.
Let me guess, it's about the pirates.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes.
Hey, there's that
This
Arr.
is stupid. His
And then for Carlos to be like, this is stupid.
Lesson
What are you
number
doing?
1, loyalty. I am loyal to the captain.
things that amuse you in
so
hour
I
8
go
of the
get
broadcast.
captain. And you are loyal to me, so you
You're still
shut
with
the
us.
fuck up and listen
We
to
appreciate
orders.
it. We're glad you're here.
She
We're glad you're
shifted
having a
her
good
anchor,
time.
trying to relieve the
Or
pressure.
at least having, if not
It
having the
was
same
tough
time,
with
good time that
Carlos
we're
so
having,
close.
enjoying watching us make fools of
I
ourselves.
did plenty of
Yeah.
TOD.
Mm-hmm.
I
Have a
thought you
time.
were all
Have a
about that
time.
stuff.
Welcome.
Then
We're glad you're
Then
having a
we have
time.
Discussion.
Out of all the times there could be,
This
do
certainly
one
was
now.
a time.
And that's when you started shutting the fuck up.
Language.
He started to object again, but she squirmed an arm up and
I
covered
object-
his mouth.
I like how this. I really enjoyed setting this up to be like, oh, they're hiding in a locker. But what if I don't tell the reader that they're hiding in a locker until they tumble out of it and start trying to kick feeling back into their leg?
That was clever. I
Good
like that.
measure
Mm-hmm.
to make sure he was paying attention too. Jenkins approached
it's-
slowly.
I like hiding inconsequential information from the audience until it's funny.
The boxy weapon was tucked
For
under
comedy.
one arm. Yellow paint
Like,
chipped away.
Obviously, that part wouldn't
Only a
work
few
in the
traces
movie
remained
version,
where
right?
Liz knew
It's like
black
you just see them in
embellishments
there.
would be.
If anything,
She
if you
had
really want to do it
fortune.
like kind of a funny way, would be like
Misfortune.
just the shot
To have
of
taken hits from
the
such
locker
advice at two
slowly
separate
zooming
times
over
in
the
her
course
career.
of like 2 minutes as they're talking to each other, and then
Like a master shot of the whole
I
hallway.
rather doubt it.
yeah, and
Jenkins
just like a
had the
very
power
slow
dive
push over the
that
course of 2
low
minutes as the
at
dialogue
this point.
happens. Jenkin walks back,
She focused on
you know,
holding
like
the
walks
weapon.
past, and then finally,
Carlos's mouth.
would you do the honors?
pistol.
Thunk.
Yeah.
And after what seemed
You
like
could
an
do it
eternity,
as like extreme
Jenkins
close-ups, like you
walked
don't know
past
where
her.
they are.
Yeah.
none the
If you
wiser.
just do like the super
She
tight
slowly
coverage,
released her hold on
you
the
know,
first
like
two,
some of it might get,
but kept
you know,
it
hinted at
close.
enough where they figure it out before
She
they
waited
fall
another
out, but
moment,
Yeah.
you know,
then
Well, it's like
whispered,
there
there's
are ways. There are ways.
There are ways,
"Would
but
you
I kind
be
of
so
think
kind?"
I think the funnier way is just
Carlos
kind of
popped a latch,
like,
and they both quietly
you know, and
tumbled
again,
out
you know,
of the
when he
locker
like
and
starts to
hiding
talk and you
for
just
the last
get the
10
audio
minutes.
of someone's
Mhm.
mouth being
Liz
covered.
tried again to shake out her ankle.
And again, the other way to do it too
Winced
is
as
that
pins
like
and needles
you
raced up her
misdirect
leg.
and you show something else that you
She
think that
started
they're hiding
limping
in,
forward the way
um,
Jenkins had come.
only to have them tumble
As
out of
she
a locker
went,
right on the edge of the
She
frame,
kept an ear out for
Yeah.
Carlos
and rather
as
than
he
going
followed,
in on the locker.
frustrated that she
That's how I was
couldn't
seeing it.
trust
Super
him
tight, so they're in a
fully
dark
and
place,
had
but
to
you can't
keep
quite
some
tell
of her
where.
attention on
Yeah,
him. She
that's kind of like
almost
that was
wished
in
she'd
what was in
taken
my mind's
Simpson
eye,
with her
but and
instead.
yeah, that could be a locker, that could be
But with the question of who
um,
to leave with Lindstrom and the
you know, an
destroyers,
air duct,
she
you know,
trusted
a garbage can,
Carlos
something like
far
that. But
less.
what it is isn't exactly
The
quite as
Smith
important
was
there.
a large ship,
Now kiss.
certainly bigger than the Watcher.
I mean, they have.
That already.
Not in a way that
Mhm.
would take Jenkins a long time to search. Its rear
Poor
was
Carlos got
mostly
all
taken
weird
up
about
by
it,
a
talking
large,
about Xenos.
unobstructed
Right.
and mostly empty cargo hold. While the smaller front
I also
section
like
was
the thing that I did here with one of the
comprised
lines
two-seat
that
flight
was
deck, and the half-dozen
that
compartments
Liz
making up
held
the meager living quarters.
her breath, Carlos's
It
mouth,
wouldn't
and her
take
gun,
long to get where Jenkins had ambushed her
and then
captain
you know
and
let
crewmate.
go of the
But they
the
also
last
wouldn't
two or
have
something like
long
that.
before Jenkins started making
I don't know if we
his
already
way
went past
back
it, but
up. Liz approached the hatch to the flight deck.
oh yeah, no, we're
and
past it at
braced
this point.
herself for the worst. The hatch slid open, and she looked to the floor, hoping to see a pair of peacefully resting
Whatever.
Keegan,
Chapter 24. I was in chapter 20 looking for
fearing
it. Like that's not gonna
to
do it.
see blood and death.
Thank you
She
for
focused on
joining us,
holding her
Spyro.
breath, Carlos's mouth, and a pistol. And then afterwards,
She
let go of the
looked
first
up
two, but
just
kept her
as
pistol
she heard a
close.
choked off laugh from
We
behind
do
her
the narration.
and jumped back. Hawk and
Gotta go.
had
This is
both
good. Yeah,
puffed
absolutely.
forward
Spiral, thank you so much for dropping
were
by.
softly
I appreciate it
bouncing
so
against the
much.
ceiling.
And yeah, I will see what I can do
She
to make
shook
this
her
available
head
to watch afterwards so
and
that you
stepped
can
into the
listen
flight
to what
deck,
you missed.
trying to
Enjoy the rest of
slap
your night,
Hawk
and I hope
away.
to see you, whether it's tomorrow's stream or
Carlos
something else. I
stepped
hope to
in
see you
as well,
soon. Take care, man.
and shut the door behind them.
Yeah, I'm still gonna
Liz
stream
passed him
Mini
with
Ninjas tomorrow morning on my
trustful
normal
glance,
Sunday morning stream.
And
So
he said, "When he comes back, it's better that he doesn't see
You're a
all of
trooper.
us through the hatch."
I will definitely try not to use my
Liz
voice a whole lot
nodded
tonight, though. I can
wordlessly,
t's it's gonna be a little
and
raw.
wondered if she was being
It's the
harsh on him.
one of the things that we were mentioning when you stepped
He had
away
given
was
her a
the
little longer.
after days 1 and 2 of like, all right, cool, what
That
can we
would
do to
have
hang out
ended
where
this
Brian doesn't have to
rescue
talk a whole lot.
Then again, he might have refrained.
Save the
I know.
voice, save the
Pistol
voice,
had been pointed
save the
in the
moneymaker.
general vicinity of
I mean, after we wrapped, it was a different story.
Oh, yeah, after day
it was
3.
definitely-
Trying to trap Liz
Yeah.
with Deck and Hawk in the fight deck.
Yeah, before that, it was definitely
But then
like,
he
what
might
can
not
we
have
do
done
where
so
vocal
because
rest can
that
be
would
implied?
leave her with full control of the ship, including
Bowling.
possibly life support.
Mm-hmm.
He was smart and
Bowling and
maybe
hammocks.
loyal to her,
Yeah.
and maybe loyal
I
to the
really
captain.
need to get my ass in gear on
But
writing
there
book
was
2
too
because
much
I really
uncertainty
want to
to
record
be sure
audiobook
from
2.
which set of virtues, intelligence and patience,
Not the exact
or
right reason
loyalty
for it,
and
but it's a
self-care
reason.
had resulted in the choices he'd made so far.
Sorry, Hawk waking up.
Slowly woke up.
Sounding a little awkward
He
sandwich
deflated
there, Hawk.
slowly,
Awkward
realized that
sandwich.
and glanced around, taking in who was.
Oh, and Deck is in here right now too, so we're gonna get some awkward sandwich.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
You know, I had him. Where is.
You didn't have him. You didn't have your car.
Slapped her hand over his mouth. It was getting a lot of use for that purpose today. He's checking out the hold, she said to him quietly. She took her hand off Hawk's mouth and started smacking Deck around. If he's thorough, we have
Yeah,
maybe
smack
5
that deck
minutes.
around.
Did Deck
That's right.
finish what he was doing?
Yes, I found the wool in the water drawer.
I was like, what's the most nonsensical sentence that I can think of?
Stared at
And the first one that came to mind, I'm like, cool,
Hit him
that's
once,
set in stone. I'm not
harder.
changing that.
Ow!
Did you get the nav data?
Where? Oh, hold on, ma'am. Everything's kind of fuzzy.
Awkward
That
sandwich,
goes in.
everybody.
Dropped down to the panel in the co-pilot's chair, trying to jog his memory.
No, I was looking through the files in the directory when he hit the captain. He took my workstation away too.
Oh, I think this too was like you had done just a couple voice lines for him, and then we
Not
realized,
sure
oh crap, he
how
has
we'll take it
like
home.
more lines 10 chapters later.
Just load it up.
Yeah,
And that
I
was
think
was
we
one of the
found
times where we
out.
had to
Yeah,
go back and like, what voice did I
sure,
do?
that
And that's
should
when he wrote
work.
down awkward sandwich.
Give me a
Red
minute.
sandwich. Yeah.
And if it wasn't this, it was there was
should I
one or
be
two
worried
times
about
where like that
this?
happened of like, oh, this
Liz
character
looked
came
around
up
him at the
6
panel,
chapters ago.
where it
What do
was
they sound
signaling
like?
Yeah,
incoming
yeah.
transmission request.
Yeah, some of the supporting
Ignore
pirates
it, she advised.
cast, we had
We'll
to
be out of
like
here soon
double
enough.
check a few times.
Yeah.
I
Deck
remember.
bobbed in acknowledgement and set to work.
I remember 1 or 2 times it was
Hey,
just like,
hey,
okay, so this
you're
hasn't had
doing
dialogue yet, so we
well.
can make up something.
Hawk
And
bopped against
1 or
Liz's
2 times
shoulder.
we needed to go back to the playback and
Decided
just
not to
make
leave
sure,
me
it
after
was,
all.
you know, what we'd actually consistently done.
There was a
Yeah, I
fully
think this was
democratic
one. There might have been
decision-making
another one that
process.
was like one of
Then
the
I made a
bridge
decision,
crew was like,
she said,
what does Tenta
looking
sound
at
like again?
Carlos.
Because she hasn't had a
He held
line
his
in 10
hands in a
chapters.
gesture of innocence.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you think I was going to?
Ah!
Didn't really have time to think about it while I was knocked out. Then, when I woke up, I realized
That's one of my
you'd
favorite things to
passed
do
up
as
a
Hawk, is
perfectly
just to
good
do the Sanderson
opportunity
sister
at getting
cry
yourself
of
command
anyone's
of
name.
a ship.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What? The
How
Watcher?
dramatically can I call
No.
attention to someone?
Hey,
Brian!
Waja.
It's
I just
great.
figured I'd get you back.
Terry!
And then I'd take this one. Gotta think of a new name for the book.
Yeah.
What do you think of the
It's always the
Black
upward.
Blank?
That's an awful name.
And now I know you're bluffing.
Ah, the black
Wrapped a
plank.
fin around Liz.
Mhm.
Thanks for coming for me.
She hugged him back. Always,
Found it.
said Deck.
Nice
My
little
sandwich.
program
I
sitting
lost
here
it onto the
plus a big
console.
database. But probably too long to send it.
Yeah, that's good. That's in the book is and he just threw the B in front of it.
Just repeat it a bunch and hopefully we can repair it. Liz keyed her earpiece. Waja, you out there?
You gotta make it your own.
Static answered with just enough definition that using her imagination, Liz could pick out Fovak's voice saying,
We got Fovac
"Yes,
too.
ma'am." Liz couldn't quite resist the urge to look out the viewport for the Waja, but her attempt was
I like that
naturally
instinct
fruitless
of,
while
oh,
the
where is
pilot
it? Oh,
ship's
fuck it.
stealth
Fucking
field
stealth.
was active. Be ready to receive on this channel. Data burst. Say again. Data burst on this channel. But first, Zipsy, you good? The Thurfa's voice came back very quietly. Oh, good. Okay. Turn the volume down.
Oh, good.
We're broadcasting using the ship's array on
And
this
then
channel.
yet forced. Like there's
Got it.
so many of these voices ended up being like pretty
Wadja,
forced
ready
through
to
the voice
receive data
box.
burst?
We were
I
not
know.
kind
Data
on
burst ready to
you.
receive.
So
I know, and you're writing a whole book about these
She
people.
turned her own earpiece down to minimum, then nodded
The
at
whole
Deck.
sequel is going to be all
She
about
punched
these.
in a few commands. On
yeah, it's the
console
Fovak and Zipsy
and
show.
pulled a somewhat impressive looking lever. A bouquet of white noise filled Liz's ear.
I'm upping my rate.
This isn't encrypted,
It's fair.
you know.
It's very fair. I plan on kickstarting the second one, so I can
We're
actually
the only ones
get you guys covered.
100% awkward sandwich.
pirating it.
I want more
That's
Deck
right.
in the sequel.
Love you too, Deck. Hate to break it up, said Carlos, clearly not hating doing
Oh
so.
right, you're still here.
But if Jenkins hasn't found Zipsy yet, he's probably
Everyone's
on his way
talking about
out.
awkward sandwich and
shrugged
dorky
one
Zipsy
shoulder,
and this and
and when
then
she
like,
dropped
oh
it, she
Carlos,
slipped
you're
her
still
second
here.
pistol out of his
Okay.
holster. He got the
I
drop
know
on
I already
these
told
two
you
because
guys
of the
that
element
the
of
Lando
surprise.
was the inspiration,
The
but
thing is,
I just want
now
to
we
share
know
my
that he's
notes
coming.
because it's slightly
We know that
different.
he's already
Okay.
stunned one.
My note
Oh,
says
what?
Lando with a little
He just
space
took us
Brooklyn.
out with his fists.
Okay,
I
okay.
sometimes forget how strong
I
this
don't
species
know
is.
how
If
much
that
this
actually
Brooklyn
made it there?
stayed in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Dad.
think I just ended up
Yeah.
going full
He
Lando
got
by
the
the
stun
end of
gun
this.
from somewhere.
Yeah.
on
But
the way
I'd
back
like
to
to
the
think
hole.
that I
I
tried.
can't help but notice that
At some
neither of
point,
you are
effort
armed.
was made.
Carlos, you have
Yeah.
your pistol still?
I feel like this was
Right
the
here.
idea, and then the execution
up
just
in front
said,
of
"No, it
himself.
isn't."
Good.
This is true. You can have as much intent as you want going in,
Three
but what actually
guns
pops
to
out of your
his
mouth can
one.
be.
I
That's right. If you have
those
Zalbar kill mission, you're still a
We'll wait
douchebag.
here and ambush him instead of letting him somehow slip around behind us. Carlos,
It's a matter if you thought
would
about
you
it.
listen
Yeah.
for when the good
Well,
co-pilot
all that
is
matters
making
is
his way back?
The literal
over?
execution.
For all of our Knights of the Old Republic fans.
He leaned against the hatch with his left ear, his
Oh,
pistol in his right
so
hand.
tragic that the
That-
remake of that was
Signals
canned.
for painting.
I know. Crazy.
I
Just
wanna
everything
get
in
at
Embracer
least
just
two
went to
more
shit.
full
Anyway, hey, we're not here to talk
broadcasts
about the
before
video
I'm
game
confident
industry.
Wadja will be able to reconstruct the program.
We could
We'll
stop
get
the
you that
program.
time, Liz promised. She sat down at the captain's chair and did a quick check of available systems. I'm going to guess that if there was a way to track people through the ship,
Do you
Jenkins
guys
would have
know the
used it
difference
already.
between
Do
a
we have
flight deck
anything else?
and a bridge?
Check for door locks.
Said Hawk, peering over her shoulder. Probably not, said Carlos. I've got a manual lock right
Flight
here.
deck
Sorry.
to me
He patted a chunky
feels more
red
like a
leather
docking
with
bay,
white
like
stripes.
another ship would fly in or out
Liz
of your
had
ship
forgotten
there.
just how chunky
Interesting.
Whereas your bridge is your
everything
command
was
center.
on human-designed ships.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
the
I
cabin's
think
not really
that
big
the
enough to use hatches as
flight
Atmo
deck
containment if there's a
is
breach.
like the cards that you use to
Reached
play
over the
poker
coat.
while you're in the air, and
Beneath the seat cushion,
the bridge
finding an inviting
is the
dash
thing that
beneath.
goes over the river in the middle of the
If they
plane.
have an emergency. looks like they just throw
So
suit
a
on.
bridge it's a matter of
I
scale
doubt they
basically.
have
Like a
any
bridge
in
is like
my
that command center,
size,
being able to
so
walk
let's not
around
go
from
blowing
station to
any
station.
holes in the,
A flight deck is
black
like
planet, shall
seats
we?
in front of console, and that's
Ugh.
it. At the
You
front of
hate
a commercial airliner,
And I don't plan on
the
keeping it.
Millennium Falcon
I meant what I
cockpit
said,
is
Hawk.
a flight
We're
deck.
not taking this ship.
Like that's,
We are taking what we
or at
need
least
and
that's
getting
what
back to the
I
Wadja.
learned when I
don't want to
started
screw
working on
with
this,
delivering the
and I may have
ambassadors
learned that
any more than
incorrectly.
you
But
already
like you know,
have.
when you hear this is your captain
Fair
from the
enough.
flight deck,
We'll find a black
an
light
airline.
for you some other time.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe
I
I'll
just always
invite
assumed that was a
Lindstrom. I
cockpit.
bet she
'cause
can
it's
hang.
cockpit.
there's
feels
definitely
like more on
overhang
scale.
overlap. And I don't
Yeah,
know I don't know
yeah.
the difference between a cockpit
Jenkins
and a
stood
flight
on the other
deck.
side, momentarily
It
stunned
might
at
be that like a
everyone's
cockpit
presence.
is technically
brought his
only a
stun
single
gun
seat
up to
wide, and a
bear.
flight deck can be
Liz
wider,
pointed
but they
both
refer
of
to
her
it as a
pistols
cockpit
at him,
anyway.
And Carlos held up his one in a very
but
military
I
two-handed grip.
Don't know for sure.
Hey,
Are you looking it up for us?
3-1, said Hawk
Yes.
jovially.
Cool.
And yours
we have
is
an
a
internet.
stunner that could inconvenience us at work.
Ooh, I like this bit of 5
Now,
things happened.
I have a deep,
Oh yeah.
abiding respect for.
He trailed off, then glanced aside at
Cockpit
Liz
versus
for
flight
help.
deck sounds like a case of a synonym not
An
using
agent
cock
of
being
the Terran
requisitioned.
Intelligence Agency
Put that in the triple
Yes,
parody.
for one of those. And I have
Sing a different song every time,
for the
'cause I forget the
charges
song.
you
Big
had to
flight
my
deck and a
arrest if
cockpit.
I killed one of you, let me tell you. So why don't you just set that
Put my
down?
cockpit in your flight
Yes?
deck. Ew.
At Hawk's proposal, 5 things happened in rapid succession.
5 things. I like this bit.
First, Jenkins made
Step
quick
1.
eye contact with Carlos.
Cut a hole in a box.
Second, Carlos
Step 2.
started to swing his pistol toward Liz. Third, Liz, whose second pistol had been trained somewhere between the two of them, snapped said pistol to Carlos and his hands as they came around. Fourth,
Not
Liz
necessary.
fired said
That's the way you do
pistol.
it.
Forgot
Fifth,
we got
Carlos
that gunshot. There is
screamed.
there is one
Yeah,
time
there
that a
you
pistol
go.
was
kept her
fired.
gun on him for an
There you
extra
go.
moment as he slumped to the deck, cradling his ruined hands and wailing in pain, then brought her second pistol back to Jenkins. The intelligence agent was too surprised at his 3-way standoff being interrupted
Taco Pill with
to
the
get any sort of
definition.
initiative on Liz.
They refer to the same thing,
And
but
when
there is
he
some
looked back
separation,
to her,
especially in the
the
military. A
primary
cockpit is a
expression on
hole
his
with a seat
face
that you
was
strap into for the entire
bewildered.
flight. So, again, Star
Liz
Wars
tilted
terms
her
would
head to
be
the
an
side
X-wing that you
and
drop into the hole
considered.
into the seat. A
That
flight deck is a
face,
larger version of a
Agent
cockpit where you can at least
Jenkins
leave your
means
seat
that
and walk behind
my
it.
dear
Millennium Falcon.
first mate here is considering
Makes sense.
visiting similar violence upon your own person. If you
In general,
value
civil
your
aviation terms are pretty
wonderfully
much interchangeable.
dexterous
Still,
human
ultralight
hands,
aircraft's cockpit is
I
not a
would
flight
set
deck.
that stun gun
So there's a
down
strong
on the deck
connotation of a flight deck usually
with the
being
muzzle
a deck.
facing yourself and slide it towards us.
Jenkins nodded slowly, common sense finally winning out among his various
Poorly,
other
right.
impulses.
Yeah,
And
cockpit,
he
X-wing, flight
started
deck,
to
Millennium Falcon,
comply.
bridge, Imperial Star Destroyer.
You
Man,
bitch!
camera, woman,
Carlos
television.
from his position on the
Main
deck,
car,
leaning against a
hook, car
bulk
hand.
for support. His first coherent words
incoming
was
stunner sound.
underestimating Liz's resolve. You could have just taken all you wanted, but no.
Like, we were almost on
had
Carlos'
to
side. Then he
play
called
the
Liz a bitch, and that's, well, now he
fucking
needs to get knocked the
hero.
fuck out.
And you made me! A loud sound, somewhere between a buzz and a low-frequency sine wave,
Which is not at all
erupted,
what the sound that we
and
use
Jenkins,
sounds like, but hey, it
who
was
had
still
been
cool.
holding the stun gun with the muzzle to the side, continued rotating it and lowered it the rest of the way to the grating.
It sounded like a
touching
sick
down
riff.
About the same time, Carlos'
Like a little Les
torso
Claypool
hit the
blaster.
deck as well. Agent Jenkins,
Sick.
said Liz, you have my sincere gratitude for your cooperation and initiative. How? He asked, as if in reply, and stood back up slowly, hands in the air, using
Like he
the
just
tip
didn't
of his
care.
boot to kick the stun gun.
He waved him
towards
over
the
here
pirates.
and he waved him over there.
Mr. San Martin is not deaf.
30-second dance party?
He had far more advance warning that you were on the way than he actually filled
Mr.
us
San
in
Martin,
on.
Mr. Sandman? Mr. what?
I don't know what exactly his endgame was. Probably helping you arrest us. But he overplayed his hand. Liz winced and tried not to look at the ends of Carlos's arms.
Too soon, Liz.
Said Hawk, clearly trying to suppress a laugh.
Deck, did the third transmission start?
Just ended. Liz belatedly realized that she wasn't getting the white noise through her earpiece anymore. I, didn't want to interrupt.
Excellent.
Thank you, Awkward
and
Sandwich.
I commend your discretion.
Awkward
Roger.
sandwich.
Good to hear your voice, Captain.
What's that?
But more
We're losing
clearly
it.
than
We're losing it,
before.
everybody.
They'd likely drifted closer in the meantime.
Don't apologize.
Good to hear
Don't
yours.
apologize. I'm merely observing.
Package?
Recompiling
I do
now.
not wish to change our behavior.
Looks
I'm merely
intact.
commenting upon it.
Going to be, kind of scary to use it at first.
If it's any consolation, even if it works perfectly, we're apparently still jumping through a parallel universe and pissing off big, scary aliens. So I
Gotten
wouldn't
through
worry about
this
it.
much.
Yep.
We still
You
have
a way
this
of putting
much.
things in perspective,
Getting there.
Getting there.
Corbin.
do, don't I?
Speaking of perspective, check your scopes. There's a shuttle coming in that'll be here in a couple minutes. I see it, said Liz, adjusting her earpiece's volume back to normal while keeping a pistol on Jenkins. Must be what that incoming hail was all about. Wadja, your umbilical's still intact? Sure is. We shot the Swift packs to shit, but we're still good.
I think you mean the black...
Liz smacked Hawk, and he bounced off the viewport.
Like,
Copy
just
that.
treating him like a
Deck,
beach ball, just
stay
go
here.
boink.
Make sure the Swift pack registers
He's
a good
like-
seal when they connect up.
He doesn't, but
I'm
imagine
going
that
to
he
check on the
sounds like a
ambassadors
rubber
and the captain.
kickball. Just doing.
But didn't...
Oh yeah, no, the dodgeball
Oh.
sound when you get hit in the face, that is the noise
Yeah,
in my
Sorry,
brain.
Agent. They were in the cargo container the whole time.
I've been here the whole time.
Damn. Liz holstered
Okay,
her pistols and picked up the stun gun. I'd ask if you would promise to be good with my two friends up here, but... Jenkins shook his head. No,
This is the
I
line
did
coming
it.
up that had me
Well
like
played.
start to click in what
Narrowed his eyes.
the sequel might be about.
Both of you.
Of just being
Ms.
more
Bewick,
concerned about Liz
I hope it's
than
not
Hawk
forward of me
in
to
the future.
expect you to be captaining your own ship sooner rather than later. No offense, Captain Corvin, but when it comes time for me to update TIA's threat assessments, I'm more worried about your first mate here. Aw, my first personal compliment from the law. She fired the stun gun at Jenkins, and as he twitched and slumped to the deck, she mused.
It's the least
I'll
dignified
remember
thing
this
too when you
day
flop to the deck
forever.
like that.
Like a magic carp.
Yeah.
Had to bring that back.
Yeah, bringing it back.
Yeah.
All right, once I get the next one started, I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom really quick. But
How dare you?
we all get one. Shut up.
I've had two.
Yeah. Anything more on that one before we move forward?
I'm gonna miss it.
It was fun, and like really like
Yeah.
it more than the others. It does kind of show like Liz being the leader on her own, and sure it's to go get Hawk, but it is like, all right, cool, it's her ship, they're gonna do what they want, and she says they're getting Hawk, but it shows that kind of leadership ability that we'll see more of. Chapter 25, now wrapping up the scientist point of view. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick as the chapter starts.
Yeah.
Chapter 25.
Chapter 25.
Ooh.
Wonder what's gonna happen.
Elias slumped back onto the
The destroyers
sofa.
got stopped, right?
Well,
I mean, eventually,
that's
yeah.
that.
Yeah, so we
Seems like
learned
said
how,
Siobhan.
right?
She
Like,
held
well,
off on joining Elias.
really,
and instead made for
he
the
stopped
Apo's liquor cabinet.
The
Can I get you
destroying.
something? I'm
The
Yeah.
destroyers themselves
Elias closed his eyes.
kept going
and
on.
rubbed a hand along the bridge of his
Yeah.
But
nose.
destroying stopped.
I
So,
told Iapo I'd relieve
So the
him in
title's
4
a
hours,
lie.
and I'd rather not.
not a lie, a misinterpretation.
I wasn't asking if you
Oh.
wanted to.
Which
kick
is the
back.
point of the whole overarching
And yet,
moral of
I
the
know
story
there's
is,
a bottle of Azure
you know,
Zinfandel
is me that
has
destroyer.
my name
That's
on it.
the whole thing.
And I'm not
Yes.
sure I'd have the energy to practice restraint.
We're all
with
the
it.
destroyer in somebody's
Siobhan furrowed
eyes,
her brow, then ducked down.
I guess.
Elias
right?
heard the sound
That's
of glass
the
bottles
whole point.
clinking against each other.
We're all the destroyers of our own story.
Huh,
That's right.
came her voice.
I love the
Andrew's a destroyer, that's for sure.
Hey,
So there is. Though
I know we
I
didn't
don't
there
talk.
we go.
Potter, go to the bathroom
actually see
again.
your
Go to the bathroom
name
again. We
on
didn't
the
talk about you
bubble.
behind your back.
Yeah, you
Make
just
jokes.
you destroyed
I'm
the
glad.
conversation we were having about you.
Maybe the stop
I've
was the
never known
destroyers we
human
made
to touch
along the
blue
way.
wine. No,
Maybe the
Thank you.
destroyed was the hat we
mine.
long the stopped.
There. I'll just keep it here for now. Then.
Maybe the Corvin was
When
the
we have
hawk
our
we tua'd
party,
along the
I'll
way.
bring it along for you.
Spit on that thing.
Elias groaned and leaned his head back against the sofa.
What's great is if you can imagine Hawk actually doing like a Hawk Tua, Like, you know he's gonna fly back
pouring a
like
bottle of
3
whiskey
feet.
and grabbing
Like,
a glass. Yes, party. We did it, Elias.
Maybe this
Okay.
time.
This is a pufferfish. It's probably gonna make your junk go numb.
I know
So
we're
do,
not done with
oh
the actual
god,
science
yeah.
of it.
So do
But
all
we
who
know
live
the
to see
basic
such
nature of
destroyers.
It's
But that's not
poison.
for us
We
to
know the
decide.
basics of
All we
subspace
have to
travel.
decide is the stops we
We know
destroy
in
with
the
the time
broadest
we are
of
given.
terms what the destroyers are. I don't know how you can claim we know.
How
the
many
basics
stops
of
could a
subspace
destroyer destroy if a
travel.
destroyer
We
could
actually
stop
include the actual
stops?
mechanism.
Oh, there's
That
something there, but that ain't it,
is
Chief.
involved.
Oh,
Okay, fine.
you had
Though
us in the
whatever
first half,
these
not gonna lie.
chains are that they keep talking about.
I love that we're
it
just talking
sounds
in
like
quotes
it
and
may as
memes
well
at this
be
point.
wormhole
Yeah, yeah.
theory. Or close
I will
scientists
say-
learn to get along.
distinguishable.
That's cool.
Here's something I like
She
about
sat
this
down in an
chapter
armchair
is that it
across from
pays off
Elias
the
and set her
the
glass on
setup
the table
from God
and poured
15
herself
chapters
a
ago
measure
of
of
okay, what kind of
she
shows
took
are
from
you
the
watching
opera
around here?
stocks. And now
Yeah,
it's
That
looking
like you know
there's
they're
some
you know
peace
they're
accords to
talking
be
about
had.
the you know when we were having
They
the
just sent
discussion
out
of
a
oh that's
request
very
for
like
more
West Wing.
robust diplomatic
And so it's like,
support
okay,
team
what
on the
shows
last
do you have?
window.
And like imagining that they kind of like
So
settle into a
pretty
routine of
soon,
watching stuff.
We won't need
And
to
then
play
like that
control
pays off
center
here to get Elias
Crosstalk
to join
and
them
whoever else.
and like be social
We
and want to
did.
watch stuff with people.
There's more
Or at
to
least
do
tolerate
around
watching
that
stuff with
people.
mechanism
We'll
of
get there.
travel.
Real
And
housewives
I've
of
opened
the
up some
science
brand new
outpost.
sciences that future generations of
God.
baby physicists will be able to devote their whole lives
Just
to.
imagine watching like the
So, of course,
trashiest,
we're not
like whatever
done,
this era's
But
equivalent of
when that
Vanderpump
diplomatic
is.
team gets here, she lifted
Yeah.
her glass to Elias. The Alpha Point
Jersey
scientists
I'm just
near
saying
orbit.
that gate age-
well-deserved break.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Solid 8 hours
Dear.
of sleep
Jersey
and a
Moon.
goddamn day off.
Oh man.
Oh,
Dr. Real Housewives.
that sounds like heaven.
Do you in space, bro?
Hence, party.
I was like trying to think. Hold on, there's
That
there's
does not
a
sound like heaven. I'm
Carl
not talking
Sagan
about some
quote that's about like that has a beach in it, isn't it? It's like no, the surface of the Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean. Okay, no, never mind.
Together
Yeah,
with a mess.
something like that.
It doesn't use the
Maybe
word
putting
beach.
up whatever decorations
Billions
they can
and
get their hands
billions
on.
of nuclear
I'm
furnaces.
talking drinks, music,
It's about right.
talking to people about stuff that isn't work. I don't see the appeal.
A party? No,
Admit
not
it.
my
You
scene.
don't have to say that you
Here's
like
here's an
people more,
extrovert
but
trying to get
I
an
know
introvert to
you
go to a
dislike
party.
them
That's
less
what
than
this
you
chapter
used
is
to.
about.
He made a show of weighing the
It's amazing what you can get
options,
up to when you have free time
rocking
again.
his head back and forth while he was
And, like-
still
Well,
looking
done
at
saving the world.
ceiling.
And like as parties go, all I
I
imagine is
might,
that like there's
with more
just
sleep,
some Party City letters that
And
say
with
we
a
did
glass
it.
of wine, make such an
And, like,
Yeah, all the
a-
money went to the war.
And like maybe half a dozen party hats, even though there's
They
like
sat
20
in
to 30
silence for
people
what
there
seemed
doing
like
work.
a few minutes.
Yeah.
Each
But it's okay,
thinking
guys,
of
they
how
got us
the last
pizza.
few months had
Oh,
gone.
okay, yeah, no, that's fine.
From
Yeah,
early
some Little
discovery
Caesars,
of
but it'll
theory
do.
of
It's
subspace
basically
Little
going to be
party.
discovering a
the
whole new
every
parallel
department on the
universe.
ship in the cafeteria,
Full
but
of
sitting
Yeah.
separately.
physics
Everyone
and
gets
other
one
mysteries.
soggy slice of pizza and a cup of coffee.
Right.
From working on
Oh,
gotta start with one
the
slice.
school lunch pizza that's like the
And
weird
allowing
like
for economic
floppy
growth
but
and
thick
other
slice
such
of yeah.
soft ideas.
It's square, but
To
kind of it's like
initiate
rectangular.
Yeah.
relations.
Dude,
Another
man, when I
such
said
idea.
school
Floppy.
lunch pizza,
One
the
worth
the
pursuing.
look on Brian's
Of an
face.
ancient civilization that had history
It just
of
you
making
you
war
don't
on species
forget
of the
that.
galaxy.
No.
It
Yeah.
had
It's just
Still eat the crap out of some
been
school
an
lunch
eventful
pizza.
few
Right
Oh,
now.
months.
sure.
Breakfast for lunch was all my
Elias,
favorite.
wake
though.
up. He
Yeah,
slouched
that was
himself
great.
back to the sofa,
Mhm.
blinking away the crud that had
Breakfast
settled on his
sausage.
eyelids.
Man, oh yeah, just going for like some frozen
fine.
French toast sticks.
He said,
Mhm.
and gratefully took the glass of water. that
Crappy little
Siobhan
box
held
of
out
orange
for him.
juice.
I'd hope so. You've had a good
Oh man,
3-hour
those are the
nap.
days.
Oh,
Those were days.
figured you wouldn't mind the wake-up call to leave you.
Oh man, those were days.
Oh.
That
Thanks.
happened.
He downed the water and stood, stretching.
Your nightmare
His
Taco Bell.
mind hadn't noticed the lapse.
Yeah,
but
the
his
extrovert
body,
trying to get an introvert to go to a party.
particularly his
Oh,
neck,
that part.
That one,
I
yeah.
thought we were talking
well
about.
aware
No, I saw that
breakfast
one
for
that came
lunch.
up.
asleep,
Yeah, all right,
sitting
now it's
up
fair.
on the
That's
sofa.
that's actually far more justifiable
want
than
me to
breakfast for
Than
lunch.
than school lunch pizza.
Siobhan,
Yeah,
still
exactly.
sitting.
Like that's
Breakfast
your
for
nightmare.
lunch is
I've
I was
awesome.
hoping he wouldn't take
Yeah.
her up on the offer. No, that's fine, he said.
This is not to be confused with
"Take
like
over
breakfast
for me
pizza,
in 4 hours.
which also reminds
By
us
the
that
time
dessert
your
pizza is a
shift's
thing that
done,
happens.
That'll be
Had that on
Both
the
are very
Pizza
much
Hut buffet quite a few times.
Sent for backup.
Fruit pizza, yeah.
They should have crew
the cream
coming in on
cheese
that.
instead of red sauce.
Something
Yep.
like that. It was, or
Then
like it would
8
just be
hours,
basically like a pie
then
and then like a little
party,
drizzle
she
over
said,
it. But
with a smirk.
Dessert
Dr.
pizza was
Doyle.
so good.
Siobhan.
again, shame you guys had things going on that you couldn't come here to like the classic, aka hasn't been
Then
remodeled
brought
in 15
better
years
of it.
Pizza Hut.
I really,
Okay.
I'm not
I would have
asking you to
gone.
become some
I would,
social
I
butterfly.
strongly consider it.
Just
Don't
Enjoy
wait to
a
invite
glass
us
or
in
two
person
Yeah.
until like Thursday.
Yeah,
next
yeah,
time
it was
on
like,
Saturday
oh, this would be a good idea, but oh well.
Scaring people away
I've had
from
sushi
we had
pizza
this
as well.
outlined for
as
like
well.
a month.
Go
Ooh,
eat
the
your
worst
pizza
that
Hut
happens is you get
and
some
then
reading
somehow sneak one of them lamps
The
out of
worst
there.
that could happen would be if I had
Go
right
time to
above my
enjoy
pool
myself.
table.
And then I've got the other.
Smiled
grab that
slightly
real quick to
despite
show you.
himself.
All right, I showed you
Heavens
pictures.
forbid.
That was like an eBay listing, but I've got that
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you. You'll have it.
Again.
You'll have it.
And this
Doesn't say
time
Pizza Hut, but you'll have
finally
that one.
clasped his upper arms.
I think
Coca-Cola's
He
pretty.
made no
The
attempt to
oddest
shrug her
pizza that
off.
I've had was a shrimp scampi pizza.
It's not an
Ooh.
order or anything,
It was
Weird.
like when I was
It's a
in
request.
Cape Cod for a family vacation one time.
and it would mean a lot to me if you were
And of
there.
course, there it's gonna be
She
seafood
said.
stuff. So,
And if you don't do G-Man's
and my
big
stomach was not
shindig,
as much a
then
fan of seafood.
At least join
It was
me
fine.
and Diaco back here
It just
afterward.
went through fast.
We just started watching
Yeah, does
Ashball.
that.
I think you'd like it.
It was good. I liked it.
She released his shoulders and stepped back.
Is that the drama about the pirate captain that tries going legit but gets blackmailed into being the
Weirdest
front
pizza anyone's
operation of
had.
a
Go
worse
ahead.
pirate?
Weirdest pizza you've had.
Oh,
I was
you've
actually
seen
just
it.
trying to think what the
I can
weirdest.
Yeah,
tell you
same.
how it ends
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want.
It's not the
Siobhan
weirdest
rapidly
one. It's
closed the
superfluous,
distance
but like
again, thrusting
I've
a
become a
finger
fan
in
of like
Elias's
any
face.
place that does like a ziti
Don't
slice.
you
Yeah,
dare.
I've had a baked ziti
Elias
Pizza, yeah.
before.
I
Yeah,
got
Pizza
curious
7 would
and
do that
looked it
down
up
the
on the
road from
network.
Northshire.
Yeah,
The synopsis.
yeah. I've had a couple
That's
places
cheating.
do that. It's good, but it's
What kind of
completely
It is very
overloading
odd,
on
yeah.
carbs.
Time for it.
Yeah.
I've had
Well,
a
if you'd
slice
like
with
to make
mashed
the time.
potatoes on it.
What?
And start
There you
making
go.
That's
way
a
through the season?
lot of
That would just
starch.
be lost.
It
Sounds
is. It's a
awful,
lot,
really.
but it's amazing.
He let that
Yeah.
hang for
Like,
a moment as Siobhan tried
I'm trying to
not to
think
look
what else was on it.
crestfallen.
It was like mashed potatoes and bacon
No,
and chives.
I'm afraid I
and
must.
So a loaded baked
insist
potato
on
pizza.
imposing upon
Yeah, it's
you
loaded
to
baked
start
potato
over
pizza.
from
That's
the
awesome.
pilot.
I feel like I've
Actually,
probably
she
had something
smiled.
weirder than that though.
Dr.
Trying to
Omarov,
think.
you
Chicken marsala
really are a
pizza I
terrible
really like.
individual. I know.
The fig and
So
prosciutto
terrible
pizza
that
I've
I may
actually
stay
had,
at the party
and that's
longer
actually
than
really, really
expected.
good.
Okay.
Oh yeah, with like
That
little
one
balsamic
to
glaze.
wait for
Yeah,
me.
it's not like a red
Truly
sauce or
the
anything like
worst kind
that.
of
Like it's
person.
totally like the only base
Truly,
ingredient is the
she
crust.
said, laughing.
But it's more like a flatbread basically.
forward
But it's
to
got
it.
like the cheese on it. But yeah,
Elias
fig and
thought for a
prosciutto.
moment.
It actually is really,
Then
really
nodded.
good. It's a lighter pizza. Like
You know
you don't
what?
feel heavy afterward like with
Me
most
too.
Yeah.
traditional pizzas.
I have had chicken parm pizza. I see Taco Bell mentioning that, so that was
Chicken
Yeah,
parm
yeah.
pizza.
yeah.
Chicken parm's pretty standard down in the city.
Really?
I mean,
Okay, cool.
Most standard places that'll sell slices will do some. I mean, they'll call it chicken finger or whatever, or
Yeah.
they'll have that. But like they'll have that as well as like a buffalo chicken, where
Cool.
depending on how they make it. But anyway, the chapter ended.
But anyway,
so-
yeah, hey, chapter ended, and again, that was Elias almost looking forward to being social, at least within a small social group, which is an improvement.
Yeah.
A social group of 3 people is 200% more social than a social group of yourself.
Oh, and his character's arcing.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was definitely the most arc that a character has in the book. From being
You learned to sit in the same room.
I can be in the same room as people. From being, well, Elias as we met him and being a misanthrope to like, I wouldn't mind watching a show with you guys. God, that's progress. We celebrate progress.
Yeah.
Elias's arc is from curmudgeon to curmudgeon around other people. Dude, or like friendly curmudgeon. Like I'm still having the
Lovable
trappings of
curmudgeon.
it. Yeah. All right. Chapter 26, the last numbered chapter in the book. We're gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Chapter 26.
And this one is another one that has a lot of that like placeless narration, just to kind of wrap up the last bits of the proper story of the book. Like I think it starts off in the cargo hold, but you know, once they're out of there, it is placeless. It is here's stuff that happened.
Yeah, it wraps up with the historians giving the history, essentially.
Yeah, basically, and it's like, oh, well, you know, us giving the history is a unique thing, or not unique, but very uncommon. And oh, well, there'll be a trial for the admiral and the person that killed her, and you know, we're bringing in our scientists to work with their scientists, and it's a new age.
While getting away herself,
and it's just that like fuzzy, happy, saccharine, hopeful look, you know, which is fine. Like I mentioned Becky Chambers earlier with the long book title, but that is also like a very feel-good series, which after a lot of like, oh, people need to have the shit beat out of them, and if they have a victory, it's got to come at a cost, and it's like, no, I'd like just happy stuff, you know?
She would soon depart, and that the ambassadors for their kind
sometimes everyone does live happily ever after.
We would soon be fulfilling our
Not
purpose
often.
outside.
It does happen.
And working to create
I assume.
an accord
That's
that
what I
would
hear
benefit
anyway.
Both societies.
Well, it's kind of a nice little,
Or
like,
maybe it
I don't know,
was
like,
because
the fact
the
that it also
cargo
repeats the line at the end that it
container
does,
and
like, it just reminds you that it's, like, it's history written by the victors. Like, it's not necessarily revisionist on purpose, but it's like, let's put this on the happiest spin possible.
Very
for the
true.
record.
Not intentionally done, but very true.
Yeah, it's not quite perspective of Superman versus Homelander like the internet is doing right about now, but it's definitely let's put the rosiest cheeks on this, you know, kind of look at it through those rose-colored glasses.
And like it is kind of like for this history that ends here for this, and that it's another historian will tell a different tale that encompasses what goes after. Well, for this history, as far as it's concerned, everything ends well. Everything will be fine. And no, it won't. There's a lot of hard work ahead. There's massively different cultures that need to come together. And you know, the protectors that give the impression of this big monolithic thing, are they that? How long can they keep up the impression that that is the case? I don't know. That's for another history to figure out.
Is there another dimension with other aliens?
With other destroyers.
They're destroying and
at the end,
the Destructors
seemed convinced that Liz had followed through on her stated intention.
The make-badinators.
The make-badinators. Thank you, Doofenshmirtz.
In case Jenkins, for some reason, returned. But when the time came for someone to release us, it was, in fact, Liz.
Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Liz.
Yeah.
It's like, and we knew there was going to be Liz going from previous ones, but there is that, like, obviously from their point of view, it's like, someone's going to open the door. Are we going to have to fight them?
The outsider ambassadors would soon arrive in her stead. To Lindstrom, she offered Mr. San Martin's former position. The freighter captain seemed to consider this, then declined, stating that she wanted to see us safely
No, I'm good.
delivered. Liz nodded, then said, "The offer remains open. There's a bar on Femresser Station in the Trappist system. If you
This is
want
what you were
to
talking
meet
about
for a
earlier.
drink
We
in
just
the
did
month."
everything as...
Yeah, I think we
Lindstrom
narrated
looked
straight
up
through
and down
as,
and said,
because there's only like
I'll
one or
consider
two
it.
lines here.
I always thought I
Yeah.
might look good in a long coat.
Yeah, everything was done as Erudite Star, and then we
Liz
came back
quickly
and did a Liz
closed and
line.
Yeah,
Listen,
or at
one of
least
her
like
eyes.
in between paragraphs.
I promise.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
probably wouldn't have let ourselves get too
She
far,
then
but yeah.
turned to us and told
How
us
we
that
stop the
she
desecrators,
wished
wreckers,
stay.
saboteurs, demolishers,
And I
despoilers,
assured her
ravagers,
that we
ruiners, vandals, and
understood why
defacers.
she couldn't.
A Cher song.
I told her that we could
No,
wish her
Ravagers is
good
taken already.
fortune,
We can't use that one.
but we
Oh,
could
okay.
wish her good health.
always stop the
She
debasers.
seemed pleased.
Ooh.
Ooh.
May you enjoy both.
God, this...
Little Pixies reference.
I know I've mentioned Ghostbusters a handful of times already, so I'll just keep doing it.
Go for it.
This reminds me very much of like when they didn't have the name yet because they couldn't secure the rights because it was owned by another studio, so they filmed sequences of the movie with the other names just to be safe. So like they did like the commercial in front of the firehouse as like Ghost Blasters, Ghost Smashers, you know, everything else.
Nice.
And that's why like outside of the banner in front of the firehouse, like you don't see the name written anywhere other than like the credits. Like it's just the image.
Okay. I did not know that.
You guys ever watch the cartoon, the Ghostbusters cartoon that wasn't the real Ghostbusters?
The Filmation one, yeah, based off the 70s show.
With the skinny white guy and the gorilla and the ghost car that had like a ghost face and it talked.
There were tapes of a few episodes that were at my Blockbuster video, which makes me feel incredibly old to say any of that.
Well, I watched those when they were on TV, so.
Oh man, yes. Let's go, Ghostbusters! Let's go! It's so ridiculous. I loved it.
Work with outsider military
in
to
another
ensure
world.
Everyone's safety. As travel
the
between
gorilla was
universes
like a part of their
might
team. It was
become
so
more
weird.
common.
Yeah, I
We
kind
learned
of
Admiral
liked that
Todd
cartoon.
Syndicate's attempt to disrupt
better.
any chance of peace
It was
talks.
like
That's fair.
Including preliminary
it was-
analysis of
it was
onboard
weird.
security
Super
systems
weird.
that suggested
Yeah.
she may have attempted
I kind of want to go back and see like the old 70s live action version of that one because that actually had like a dude in a gorilla suit.
Wait, really? There was a live action one?
Yeah, no, that cartoon is an adaptation.
What had caused
The
him to
TV
commit
show that was
such
live
an act?
action was a thing in the 70s, which is why the other studio had the
Did
name.
he
Oh,
seek
no
to sound
kidding.
his own guilt,
Yeah, yeah.
perhaps having
Yeah,
chaos?
it was from like 1975 or somewhere around there.
All right,
It didn't
I know
last
what I'm
very
looking up
long.
on YouTube
They had the
tonight.
rights to that, and then they licensed the name out for the Ghostbusters we all know.
Something that would
But then when the
bother the three
cartoon
of
was
us
coming
for
out,
some
they're like,
time
well,
is,
let's just make our own
did we
Ghostbusters cartoon.
intentionally
So they
miss us
adapted
with
the live
following
action show for that
promise?
weird ass cartoon, and that's why
could not be
ours is
sure
called
the
The Real
answers to any of
Ghostbusters.
these
Oh my
The
god.
famous Bray's original
Then we have to
Ghostbusters.
wait for his
It's
trial.
just constantly like one-upping
And
on
for the
names.
history
It's
of
so
those books
ridiculous
to be
and petty.
told
It's so
to the
crazy.
College of History.
How we ghosted
more
the
you know.
Busters.
For poor
I always
students
like
to
that
learn
Bustin' makes me
and
feel
be able
good.
to
So.
recall in the future.
Are there also different recorded versions of the famous Ghostbusters song with different names? No, because that was recorded in like 3 days.
Ghost Blasters!
There was like a really short turnaround that he had from like, all right, you've got it, get us a single, to when it needed to go out. It was
There's also a lot of controversy around the song in certain ways. It's getting into a lot of deeper stuff that I don't know if we have time for. But yeah. Basically, there was a big lawsuit between Huey Lewis and the News and Ray Parker Jr. because they stole basically the hook of "I Want a New Drug"
Would be verified through what resources
and other stuff. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Ghostbusters is weird. The fact that it's a franchise still to this day makes me happy and really shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, it's
but
wild.
Here we are. Yeah, it's wild. Man, where's Adam Bertocci when you need him?
Hey, that book that you gave like one editing pass to, hey, in the last chapter during the live commentary, Ghostbusters happened.
The talks.
Although I appreciate this too, because one of my big bonding moments with Terry was when you started quoting Ghostbusters 2 and I matched you on it, and we were just like,
ah, that's right.
Yeah, deep cuts.
Now formally assigned
On a mountain of skulls, in the castle of pain, I sat on a throne of blood.
and written of the revelations.
So good.
Of the
Oh, it was
outsiders
great.
lacking
I always, and like,
intent.
and me as someone who
Of
like,
their
Terry, I had
ignorance
met
of
you
us,
before,
and what
you
their
know,
method of
friends with
travel
Wendy, I'd
had
met
done
you and
to
talked
us.
with you a little bit ahead of time,
And what
but
that
it was
might
like,
mean
from
for
getting
whatever
there at the moment and then
findings
like
we
bringing
reach
Bryan
for
into that, and the
outsiders
two of you
in
guys
the
just
past.
immediately hitting off. Like,
But
it's always
perhaps
great when
most
like, all right,
so
cool, I'm
of
bringing
the breadth
2 explosive people
and
into
their
a room
infamous
together.
perspective
Okay,
of
good. The explosions are still going
Yet,
in the same
what
direction.
is
Everything
learned
is
will
happy.
reverberate,
Yeah,
not just in our own
hooray!
culture,
That's why we.
but in
That's why we
their own.
created such a great.
As outsiders who
yeah.
have not
great
known
thing
the
here.
breadth
I think.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that chemistry
It's gonna
matters.
endure.
Like whether
They
it's,
may
you know,
only see it as
but being
another
able to
natural
like
emission,
make dumb Ghostbusters 2 references
but some
leads
will,
to a better product
and
because we're all
some
like
will
comfortable
know.
with each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
and some will follow in the footsteps of those who use it not just for science,
But
Oh,
to
hey, the book's still
enrich
playing.
Hey, the book's still
themselves.
playing. Verdict Star. Again,
Their
monologues.
universe may not be alive
Yeah.
as
What
ours
is narration but a monologue?
They are all the same.
True.
So erudite.
They
I
will
think that I was
carry
in
the
like
threat
monologue
within.
mode while writing out this kind of thing.
We are not sure what we will do after the talks.
That's so
we
true.
study the past,
So true.
not the future.
For
We can
now,
also
the
see what
destroyers
the
have been stopped.
universe
Hurrah!
will be like.
But tomorrow is
There
a
will
new
certainly always
day.
be a place for historians.
I
But it
like.
Tune in next
seems
week.
There may also
How do titles
always
even
be a
happen? Like,
place
I'm
for
halfway
ambassadors,
through writing a first draft
for
of the next
first
book, and it is
contact
still
specialists,
Untitled Destroyers
for people
Sequel.
that can be
ODT.
comfortable in
Yo,
finding
you should do
universe.
like a 5-part series. It should be like why we stopped the destroyers, when we stopped the
We don't know
destroyers,
what history has in store
who
for
we
us,
stopped the
but
destroyers.
for a time,
When we
Wherefore
stopped
art
the
the
destroyers.
destroyers.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not passive accessories to it, but
Oh.
active participants. And
How we
perhaps
sandwich the
been
awkward.
participants in the creation of one great moment. That would be
Oh,
enough.
I love it.
But then we can never be certain that history is done with us.
Oh, can't
Some
we?
time from now, a year, a decade, a century.
A
we
What we
sandwich.
stopped the
calls upon
destroyers
him
with.
to be
An awkward
in the
sandwich,
right
clearly.
place At the right
Steph
time
cameo!
Steph
to
Cameo!
make
Hi, Steph.
great things.
They say hi!
After
Where's
all,
our dinner?
history moves
Yes.
in
What we
cycles.
stopped the destroyers with. What if it's the same title but different emphasis? How we stopped the destroyers. How we stopped the destroyers.
How we stopped the destroyers.
Ooh.
How we stop the destroyers?
no,
got a question
different
mark to it?
punctuation. Yeah, that's it.
How we stopped the destroyers. You know, the destroyers.
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Not
who
to be
my
confused
father
with
is?
those other destroyers.
Yeah. Not just some destroyers, but the destroyers. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sorry, you're thinking the Cleveland destroyers. I'm thinking a whole different group of people.
Yeah,
How we stopped the destroyers.
Are you related to the Nantucket destroyers?
Nobody will tell me where to put a comma.
I got a comma for you.
All right. Let's
So-
wrap this up. Let's hit the epilogue.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's more or less that's the end of the story, and this is now the post credits teaser for another thing to happen, but expanded
This is
into
where-
an almost full chapter.
This is where they hint at Infinity War coming
Yeah.
down the pipe.
Yep.
Yeah.
But someone behind the bar is actually there's an Infinity Stone back there, but since it's in text and audio, you can't see it.
Yeah, and Orsa is what do they call him? The freaking Skrull.
Liz is just walking out like, fine, I'll do it
Yeah.
myself.
Starting the epilogue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
At least you'll have these stingers already in the chamber when you come back to do the sequel, Boater.
Orsa sat in the Feather's retreat and wondered again what she was
I know.
doing.
I'll get fresh music.
This was the third
Who
bar
knows?
in the station, out of at least a dozen drinking establishments that she tried. And so
I
far,
like they do.
found
There's a bar on
success
this station.
only in
Looking at like a
mispronouncing
mall
local
directory and being
beers.
like, there are 17 bars on this
How
station.
long
What the
was
actual?
long enough to lurk in a place to try to find Liz.
Sorry, I'm gonna have dinner.
This was stupid, of course. In every bar she didn't find Liz in was another chance
Does
to
sound
just
kinda like
head
a mall
back to the
food court.
Sweat Pack and put this whole
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
business
I kind of
behind
wanted to
her.
give that like.
But
Well, I was
she
personally
ready
thinking
for a
of
career
like
change.
like an airport terminal
And
restaurant.
After seeing how
Mhm,
she'd
mhm.
been used by a government agent,
Again, going back to like that was my
ignored
frame of reference.
leadership, made to sit
Right.
idly by and watch while
Same
drunkards
energy.
ignored
Yeah,
her
yeah.
Very-
picture
very
for a
similar energy.
small
Absolutely.
personal victory.
TGI Fridays
Maybe being on the
Express.
side of the law wasn't all it was
I was
going
thinking
to
something
be.
that pretends to be a little more
Then
locally
again,
owned, but you know.
piracy wasn't a nice, clean lifestyle choice
Nathan's
either.
hot dogs. Express.
Source and Captain Corbin had been transporting the
Ruin
ambassador
any
to
restaurant
Space,
with one
and
word.
that was all
Express.
good and altruistic. But their
In
possession
any restaurant.
And
If I say
Express.
McDonald's Express, you go, oh
as well
no.
as a working subspace drive, meant
Taco
that
Bell
they'd
Express.
obviously stolen it from somewhere. At this point, it was a foregone conclusion that
Yeah,
it was
'cause
the
that's
Raja
what was
who
wrong
had
about
boarded
Taco
the
Bell.
X-XIII and taken that same cargo from Captain Ramesh Sampraja. And
Combination
sure. Oh, yeah,
Taco
some
Bell
Ramesh
Panda
was a
Express.
prick who deserved
Oh
to
my
be
gosh,
humiliated.
yes.
But that was
Yeah.
just another day for the pirates.
Can you imagine,
They
like,
did
the
that all
secret
the
menu
time.
at that place?
Could Orsa do
Awesome.
Pizza Hut Express was
100%.
decent.
Awesome.
Find
I
out.
went to like an Uno. I don't know if it was called
it
Uno
didn't
Express or
work.
something, but it was like whatever was off the
Well,
was like in a throughway rest stop.
If it didn't
was
work,
Yeah.
so
there
bad.
would be no easy
Oh, man.
time.
Throughway rest
Yeah.
stop Uno.
The best she
Yeah.
could hope for was to get arrested.
Yeah,
and a
I'm not
lesser
gonna lie,
sentence by
like,
helping
I
them
kind of
find
want to
the
go to an
Raja.
Uno, because I have not gone in years.
Ugh.
And
I've been
for-
thinking that recently as well.
Yeah. Like,
I'm
for
going to
us-
Chicago next month. Maybe I'll go to the
And so
original
it went.
Uno.
You know,
Oh,
if
there
you're gonna
you
go
go.
to Uno, that's the one to go to. You know, you may as
Yeah.
well.
There's no shortage of good deep dish options in Chicago.
That's what I'm saying. I probably wouldn't go to Uno. I feel like
Yeah.
I'd go to like
Yeah.
something authentic.
That's also true.
Yeah.
Hey,
But I mean, like,
someone shouted.
for all the great pizza you can get in
Orsa
New York,
found that
like,
the
Chicago is
in
one of the
addition to
hardest
the
styles
soap
to
too,
find, because people don't do it
possessed a
here.
human
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
You know,
there's like
everybody does a thin
long
crust. Like, there's
hair
people
and
that'll do like
severe
Sicilian or
bun.
Detroit style or whatever, but
Mhm.
like
Scowl.
Chicago deep dish, like, really
Sorry.
isn't done here. I think there's like
Or some mumble.
one pizzeria Uno in the entire
didn't-
5 boroughs of New York
Can I
City.
pay for your drink to apologize?
And it's in my old neighborhood in Brooklyn, Bay Ridge.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh,
My
awesome.
usual.
I used to go. One of my roommates worked there. He used to.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah, he used to try to go convince us to hang out at Pizzeria Uno, like during the day, because there was like an all-you-can-eat soup buffet. So we would like go and drink like margaritas and like eat all the soup we want. It was like, I don't know. It was kind of weird.
Hey, it's a
Is
weird
it
vibe.
buffet? If it's all
Orsa
soup,
was
like, it
quite
just,
sure she
I don't know,
recognized.
it just seems very anti, like,
Better do as
buffet
she
line.
says.
Like,
Yeah, it's kind of weird, honestly. Like, yeah, eat all the soup
Yeah.
you want. Okay, I guess I'll have some minestrone, and then you go back and you're like, what am I gonna have the clam chowder now? Isn't that kind of
yeah,
weird?
it's like, are you gonna mix
brought
those
the
two in the
drink
same
to
meal?
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say
the
something I do at buffets is like putting a bunch of different
I mean,
stuff on my
I-
plate. So it's like, cool. Am I
Yeah.
gonna put like 3 different soups in my bowl? What is going on?
Yeah,
yeah.
I've
No,
got
you
some-
got to do one at a time.
The woman
And-
picked up her
And
glass
also
and
drinking,
said,
it's just not a good
trying to
scene, man.
cover
It's
it.
not
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels
I mean,
like
it's
a
slowly
good the second you say it, and then the next second you go,
and
what maybe?
suddenly it
Yeah.
clicked.
It's like something you do
It's
when
you.
you're hungover and your friend
Um,
is able to just convince you because you
Let's
don't want to
go
put up a
with
fight.
Eliza.
Like, all right, fine.
Liz said.
We'll go to the Uno soup buffet.
Orsa shook.
I'm agreeing to keep the peace.
Sorry about all of that. And also,
I do not have the energy to fight you.
she gestured to what she was
All right, let's get drunk and eat soup.
She fiddled with the bun.
Carl's
People
Jr. get
tend
drunk,
to
eat
look
soup.
For the hat.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know,
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's
your
right.
makeup does seem a bit understated.
Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Average
Fuck you, I'm eating.
businesswoman. No points for playing detective after you know the answer. She lounged back into
I really
Orsa
would
put her
love
hands
Carl's
up.
Jr. to just see this at some
Good
point and give
And
us
then
a
give me
C&D.
free Carl's Jr. for life. Thank you. Yes, let's make this happen.
I didn't.
Not
know
so
if
much
I
that I
could
want the
either.
trouble, just more so it's like, guys, we
Still
made it.
Thinking about it.
You were an unfit mother. Your child will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr.
Freighter captain.
Senpai noticed me.
Sure.
So I got
That's it,
really quick, if I can just really yank back to, hey, thoughts on the epilogue, thoughts on like
Yes.
corporate-looking Liz coming by and
Oh yeah,
surprising
hey,
Orsa,
that's so funny.
At the whims of Spook.
which was
too.
something that like, okay, probably isn't
It's
gonna
all a
fool a
bit
reader for the second that
tarnished.
she's on screen for longer than half a
Captain
paragraph.
Liz.
It's like, okay, yeah, that's probably Liz.
Please.
Yeah.
It's Orsa.
It seems like
Or
maybe
so.
she's like
I mean,
still up to like her on her pirate
could walk out
stuff,
here,
but
go
also
back
maybe
out,
working for the government.
I just interpreted it as being undercover, and what's more undercover for a pirate than looking respectable as hell?
All right.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Or some disillusionment with otherwise perfectly fine employment.
And then,
does not automatically make
just
you cut
the
out for
setting up Orsa
my line
to
of
follow
work.
along, and it's like, all right, cool. It is.
Now, mind you,
It's called
deciding
privateering.
on our
Yeah.
Yeah.
marks
She's an independent contractor now.
is a democratic
Yeah.
process. But
It's
you
called the
can't
liquid
be
diet. It was quite a fad
squeamish.
in the day.
Same
Yeah,
goes for
drinking
when
and
it comes
soup.
to resistance.
That's your liquid diet, right?
If someone gets in
Yeah.
our way, we
Don't have to really digest
Then out.
anything. It's done for you ahead of time.
It passes right through you.
Yeah, throwing up is like
How
really
many people
gentle.
Have you gotten out
Tell you what, if
today?
you're having like tooth problems,
Liz
don't worry
scratched
about
her
it.
cheek nervously.
Yeah.
Yeah. You won't need him anymore.
I,
It's all
uh,
soup.
Just
soup.
get drunk
Try
and eat
not
some
to
soup.
count.
I'm at soup.
Just tie one on and have a bowl of
Under
soup,
a
all right?
dozen.
It's
That's
fine.
right.
Plus a couple dozen more with disfiguring injuries. All of them.
And again,
people
this kind
who
of
are
like,
trying
okay, it's an
do the
epilogue to get
same or
Orsa to
worse
join, but
me
also
first.
like it's still like, yeah, there's still pirating that
Say.
happens. I want to make that super
And, I
clear.
mean,
Okay,
you've done
we are
Jenkins.
pirates. We're criminals. Are you sure?
Stun guns are great,
Yeah.
but they don't have the range or accuracy or, frankly,
Feels
shock
like
value.
We're almost setting up like a Thelma and Louise
No,
space
I'm
adventure
saying-
for the sequel.
I might
A
have
little bit, yeah.
wanted to take his ear.
Gonna go
or
drive a
something.
spaceship off the edge of a galaxy.
Okay, so
I mean,
we'll
that'd
get
be
your hands dirty,
off the event
Jack.
horizon of a black hole. And
Liz took
Oops.
another
There you
sip.
go.
yeah,
It's a little let's go be gay and do
The
crimes.
position's yours, Orsa, if you'd like to take it.
And not
It
as a
is.
derogatory.
It is-
by any
it is a
means.
little big
It-
gay
it
do
is-
crimes,
That
yeah.
sounds like let's go do
wasn't-
that. It's gonna be great.
yeah. It wasn't the intent
correct
there, but
report.
golly gee willikers, that's how it's
Boy,
going.
We'll break you of that. Don't you worry. I'm taking
Oh,
you
yeah,
on
we'll break
as
you.
my assistant.
I mean, of that.
You do what I
Sorry.
say. You do as the captain. says.
Oh,
I'm sure with
Oh,
your
let's-
experience,
hold
you'll
on,
pick up
let's
the
let
job
the-
in no time.
let the triple X parody of the first
Oh.
one get out the door
Yeah,
before
let's
we
do
go
it.
start in the next one.
Yeah,
Hold
let's not
on.
read into it too much. Yeah.
No worries. I looked into it. A bit surprised you're
I
still
need you to
captain
pull
of
back-
raiders. I thought they'd have promoted you by now. They'll either promote me to an office job, or keep treating me like dirt. Or
I got an
both.
office job for you.
I like the stars. I'll stay on a ship as long as I can. Liz nodded and stood up, finished with her drink. Speaking of ships, did you bring one with you? That's a nice start to your employment. I thought about that. Orsa followed the other woman out of the bar.
All right, now we get that concourse
Only one I've
soundscape
got
that's in
Oh,
the
yeah.
book proper for all of
is
2
the
minutes.
Swift pack. It's here.
A little bit of footsteps, a
but
little bit of air traffic.
That's a bit recognizable at this point.
Oh my god.
Dare I say historic.
A little heartburn?
Oh,
Not a good
hiccups.
one to lay low in. Ah, but we could hawk it to a museum.
How would a
for
geek and
pretty
hiccup?
penny. And can
Through
I be
its
honest,
cloaca.
Painfully.
when Hawk asked if we should take it,
Does it puff
got
up every
through a bit of a
time?
mess. Stupid
Yeah.
idea. It'd be
They
awful
call 'em
for our
keycups.
work.
Aww.
Shame.
I'm trying to think what the shape of like the lungs and the diaphragm
I
would
think
do.
the
But yeah,
drive is modular enough to take and store away until you can install it.
yeah, probably
onto
the
something
equivalent would
else.
be like a really quick, just like.
She shrugged. You seem to have figured it out before. Liz laughed. That we did. So I take it you accept?
It's funny, she didn't laugh there.
Orsa
It's true.
stopped,
Trust the
That was- that was
narration,
an
okay?
active choice.
looked up
Yeah,
and
that's
down
true,
the
yeah.
concourse.
Yeah.
People milled past, going about their lives. Most just trying to get by. Not really working
Is
for
that
themselves.
Jetsons?
Soundscape.
Not living
Wee.
up to their potential.
Jetsons.
Many of them not even given the chance.
His boy,
Elsa
Elroy.
Lindstrom still didn't know if the pirate's life was for her. But she recognized that she was at a crossroads. She knew the path ahead would be dangerous. And continuing
Meow.
down it would be a clean break. She wouldn't be able to go back. Behind her would be places and people
From the
she had
future
known
year of
all her life,
2002.
no longer welcome to her. But in front of her,
Something as soon as I see someone say something like from the future, it's like I immediately drop into like that radio mid-Atlantic. From the far future, yeah, 2002.
And in Liz, a mentor.
Well, the year was
guide
1983.
Get her there.
The war was over.
Yeah.
Victory was...
I accept. She paused for a moment and considered Liz's attire.
And instead of stopping at the epilogue, I'm actually going to let it play the beginning Treason Duology tag, which is thanks for watching, keep listening, and then I'll stop it.
And then we'll stop listening.
This has been How We Stop the Destroyers. We invite you to continue listening for the prequel short stories of the Treason Duology.
Alright, so the Treason Duology, with everything all told, is 58 minutes. So, do you guys want to do, we'll do another 15-minute break, come back, finish it out.
Sounds good.
Might as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else that you want to say on the book itself before we go into Treason Duology? Any other comments? I mean, we've covered a ton, but you know, I think I'm good. I don't have anything else I wanted to chime in before we take our break.
I would like to say that I'm glad that they were able to stop the destroyers. I would.
Yeah, it's very fortunate. Even
I
though
forgot,
the way that
I forgot how the book ended. You know, it's been a while. So.
Yeah, but now that we found out how they stopped the destroyers, it's good that we've been refreshed on that.
Yeah,
that is something with that title is like, oh well, they did it, but okay, but how?
Now we know how.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take one more 15-minute break. We're going to go back to the music, and we'll be back right here. As we do the short stories of the Treason Duology. We will see you guys shortly.
Ow, my cloaca!
Bryan! And we are 2/3 back, everybody. Hello. How you doing, Terry?
Hi there. I'm doing great.
I finished the rest of the plate of the garlic chicken that Steffi placed in front of me, so I wolfed that down in probably about 5 minutes. And
I ate a big delicious bowl of some German stew that Wendy made, and a Slim Jim.
Hell yeah, the Slim Jim is the cap on that, clearly. But
yeah,
no, that stew sounds like it would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Bryan. We're live now.
Hi, Bryan.
Hello.
Welcome back.
You're late.
Thank
You
you.
missed the whole thing. So that's been the whole night, everyone. Have a good
Hey, we got there. We did it together.
We
the
committed
whole-
treason together.
Yeah.
What's a
I
little
was
treason
here
between
the whole
friends?
time.
Awesome. That was just we were just like, cool. We ate quick off camera, and we see you grab some food too. So we will not mind you as you're eating.
Thank you.
So
I will. I mind.
Sorry, guys. I got a little fancy.
I'm just
dare
speaking with
you,
the royal
Bryan.
we. Okay, that's just me over here.
Yeah.
All right. So I would love to preface the Treason Duology, but I may as well let me do it for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
So if everyone wants to get ready with the Treason Duology preface, we'll start that, and probably let it play straight through all of What's Treason Between Friends, which we've got the intro, the story itself, and then the end there. So
Cool.
If you've got it up as a playlist, we're going through the next 4 entries.
Cool.
So we'll start on the Treason Duology preface, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Preface. How We Stop the Destroyers.
Who's
The
this guy?
Treason
This isn't who I've
Duology,
been listening to
and
for the
what
last 9
Reddit
hours.
has to do with all of this.
Man, my voice
Read
really took
by
a
the
turn.
author.
Yeah, it sounds rough, man.
How We Stop the Destroyers.
Andrew, it sounds like there's two of you.
/HFY
Whoa!
That's wild.
Community on Reddit.
I can't imagine
full
what
name,
that's like.
Humanity, fuck yeah. Focused on writing. Originating with Humans Are Weird style
He's not even
fiction
doing any
on
character
Tumblr.
voices.
Boo.
Say,
Put in
it
some
started-
effort, you
is.
scrub.
He's playing
I was
Andrew,
introduced to
pretending not to
r/HFY
be
in
himself.
late 2020.
Skill issue.
Pretending to
Particularly
be
through the story,
himself.
A Job for a Death Worlder by Lanson Jars.
So yeah, like this
I began
this
to read
prefaces
more
the Treason
and wondered
duology,
if
but
I
also
had
just like how
anything to
destroyers
contribute
happened in the first
and
place.
workshop some ideas.
You know,
but
it's
none
all right, cool.
ever
There was
had
a,
the spark
you
that
know,
would
I
make
was
it
in a
interesting
writing
enough to
community
write,
for a while. I
let
was trying to
alone
figure
read.
something out. Then I had a
Then
weird
one
dream,
night,
and I said,
my subconscious
"Screw it, let's go with
mind,
that."
Having been flooded with new tropes and ideas to add to the space opera
Written a lot of
miasma it had
songs
grown
that
up in,
way.
Oh, I bet,
decided to
yeah.
dream about a human stealing technology from aliens, and then escaping from the space station while driving a Hyundai Kona.
Life, man.
I woke up and tried my best to commit the
I-
details to memory.
I did what I could, and
over the
then
course
kind
of
of
the day
changed some
drafted
details.
What's Treason
No, I
Between
wrote that in like a
Friends.
day. That was I should have been productive at
posted
work
it
on
at
that
the end
Friday,
of
but
the
I
day.
wasn't.
Having taken out some
So
of
the
more
Wadja is a
absurd
space
elements
Hyundai
and
Kona.
added a second half where the
The
stolen
Wadge is probably
pays
more like a
off.
Santa Fe, but yeah.
The story was well
okay,
received,
alright.
and I then, over the course
But
of the
definitely
next
a
week,
Hyundai.
wrote a follow-up,
Yeah, yeah.
Mutual Treason,
Hashtag not
exploring the
sponsored.
same events from the opposite point of view.
That's what I was getting
I
at.
did
Yeah.
this in my novella Firestorm, and it's a method of storytelling that I greatly enjoy exploring. And so, both entries having been enjoyed by many, though by no means blowing up the subreddit or becoming staples, the first one
Yeah, these
did
people should
at
have
least
better
make the
taste
featured
in
content
like
list for
getting my stuff
February
out there and
2022.
getting eyes on it.
That naturally
But
meant
hey,
that
everyone here
I
that's
was
listening
done
right now,
writing.
people that have read
The
all the
destroyers had
read the
been
book and
introduced
listened
and
to it, whatever,
rebuffed.
y'all
But
got good taste.
surely
Thank
there
you.
wasn't anything more to them worth exploring, right? Right?
It's one of my favorites. I've
I
read
started
it
work
8
on how we
or
stopped
9
destroyers
times.
soon after. The plan was always to
Let's
write the
see,
story in its
I've read the
entirety and then
book.
serialize.
Not counting while writing.
Then, as I realized how much fun I was having,
Okay.
I knew that I
Probably
wanted
about
to
10 times by
self-publish
now.
the paperback, my first since Firestorm.
I just like being
10 years
invited to
ago.
things. Yeah, I mean,
That
proofing the book
will
was
likely be
probably
getting a fresh coat of paint
3,
for a
4
second edition
times.
after this one is published.
3, 4, 5 times. A couple
The two
times, you know,
short
during
stories
audiobook
included here
production,
both differ slightly
3 or
from their
4,
original
and then a couple just on
incarnations.
its own.
While writing the second story, I realized some oversights. from
Thinking
the
it up
first,
and writing it
and I wanted to
down,
make
I
a
mean,
few
that's,
changes so it would dovetail better into the second
I mean,
story.
you know.
Mhm.
That
Also
takes
worth
cake.
noting is that on Reddit, Destroyers was lowercase as a species name, same as human, Gendir, Shawik. Whereas in Destroyers, it was capitalized to, well, Destroyers.
Yeah, that comes
As it's
along
more of
really
a
well in
proper
audio.
noun.
Thank you.
So I've also made that change here as
It was
well.
capitalized like this.
As of
Oh,
publication,
no.
the original story post, as well as the original serialization of how
I think
we
this
stopped
is like the
Destroyers,
last
can
thing we
still be
recorded.
read at
Yeah,
Maybe,
I
maybe
think
the
so.
credits, but
easily
I
gathered
think this
at
is
my
the very
author
last thing
wiki
we
page.
did, honestly.
I
So-
think so, yeah, because we started with the
www.reddit.com
Treason duology stuff.
/HFY
But like we did this,
/authors
like, oh, are we
/
gonna record this,
Bugger
whatever? Who's gonna do it? Yeah, it was definitely last.
Yeah. I forget when we did all the tags and titles and all that stuff.
I think we did all the tags and credits and such last. I think we saved it
Yeah.
for the victory lap.
What's Treason Between Friends? By Andrew Buchanan.
What is Treason Between?
No, the full version of the music.
Read by Bryan Patrick Stoyle.
How we treasoned between friends.
When
So that
we-
one I think uses the scientist theme that Terry
Cassidy
composed.
stood stock
Mhm.
I forget if I think
Not
Mutual
daring
Treason
to
probably
move
used the pirate theme.
while Zinka scanned the room. In front of the
Zinka,
human,
that was I was trying to
Cass
think
could
of what the heck
dance
the
and shake while wearing the stealth field generator,
Gendir was
and
in
it
this
only gave away
story, and I
with
couldn't
the
think of it.
out-of-tempo
Zinka.
staccato of 2 left feet. Theoretically, it was perfect. But the thing
Like
about
this
state secrets
probably does
that
more
other
to establish
species
what
weren't supposed to
Gendir
know
are
about
than
is
anything in
that
the
there's
novel
no way to
itself.
test in a lab if a
It's
Gendir
okay,
suit
4
or
eyes, 2
eyesight
hearts,
could detect the stealth
really
field.
furry.
And that left field tests. Field test, of course, made it sound like a more
field
controlled
tests.
situation than it was.
Not to be
What
confused with the
happened in
field
reality
deck,
was
which
that
you can
transmission
stand behind
came
your
in from
chair.
Zinka that Cass hadn't been able to
Go home.
immediately decode. And
Good
then
news,
his
Brian.
quarters would speak. She didn't
Thank
need
you.
to
You
find
finally
it
listened to me.
herself to know what it said. If the encryption was so new that
Just for that, I'm gonna walk outside.
and for Zinka to leave immediately meant that their friendly
Might as well touch some grass while you're out there.
had come to an
Shut up.
end. The Gendir had, somehow, found out about the stealth field technology, and now Zinka was coming for it. The timing of that message was, of course, either unlucky.
I mentioned when earlier on when I was saying that with the destroyers and wanting to do the multiple points of view kind of thing. This is that distilled to its purest form. The first half of this and the first half of Mutual Treason directly overlap. And the kind of thing that in a movie or whatever, it would just cut between scenes.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know how that would work narratively.
Unless it was doing that indie, artsy 90s thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is totally it's not quite unreliable narrator, it's just a new perspective, but it totally has that Rashomon, Last Jedi kind of feel to it, for sure.
Or to smell the
where you learn one point of view and then you see the rest of it on the other side.
Yeah. It would show Zin going into the room and not seeing her there. And then cut to some sort of audience convention to be able to see her through the stealth field of don't
there was no worry
move.
Of Zinka getting his
Sneak.
Like that scene in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, basically.
Plans, however,
of the he's looking for her and she's just
she'd started a fully white noise crash rewrite of the workstation's drives, but she knew that any master spy, and Zinka was, without a doubt, one of the two most masterful spies she knew, the other being herself, could salvage data from a
line. Oh yeah, he's one of the two best spies I know. Oh, who's the other one? Fucking me. Who do you think?
It was almost a sure thing that she'd just lost one of Earth's biggest secrets. All she could do was make use of the time she'd bought and steal back a different secret that would make this all worth it. Zinka's quarters and her own were right around the corner from each other, so Cass didn't bother disabling her stealth field. It could stay on indefinitely, theoretically. So the only thing she had to worry about was some pedestrian not seeing her and getting bowled over by, subjectively, nothing. She kept to the walls.
That would be a great thing in a scene where someone has invisibility for some reason.
Only switching off the belt
and
device
perspective from other people, and then someone just goes ass over tea kettle. What the
utilize workstations with large drives for data
I feel like Harry Potter might have done that in one of the invisibility cloak scenes. I don't really remember.
On external chips. They'd carry commonly used chips around.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But for the most part, it's all right, cool, someone's invisible. They can go anywhere, do anything. All right, cool, but they're invisible. Nobody knows when they're about to run into them.
The chip and display school of thought was hell on physical space.
Unless it's Hollow Man, where you just pour paint on them.
Entire cavernous buildings were dedicated to data storage, and their equivalent of the Postal Service was one of their biggest industries. But when it came time to find a specific chip,
I just read a story in HFY that says, the thing that sets humanity apart is the Postal Service and logistics ability. So it's really funny to go through this and be like, oh yeah, the Gen Deere, Postal Service is their biggest industry. I was like, oh well, okay.
Before realizing that JSEU's biggest secrets
a little bit of truth in all
wouldn't
fiction.
Be on a well-filed chip in the
it was one that took the idea that if people wanted to send message places, they would throw it on a ship and go directly there, rather than the hub and spoke kind of all right, cool, it goes to a distribution facility, that goes to another distribution facility, that then goes to local delivery.
But found that line of thought both unlikely.
It's but why would you do that? That's so many more steps. Hi, it costs 76 cents.
While at the moment
Here!
They were trying to steal secrets from each other, Cassidy and Zinka were nonetheless friends.
It's
they'd worked together on
one
assignments
of the big
before
things
and
that make civilization
enjoyed each other's company. If at that
Industry of
arm's
scale.
reach distance that people in their profession often kept to. She didn't like how dirty it made her feel, but she'd wrestle with the guilt later. For now, where would he keep a chip with data about subspace jump monopoly? She took a deep breath.
I kind of liked going into the second story and being like, okay, cool, what details from the first one do I grab? All right, he's got a sink full of dishes that he never cleans. And she makes some sort of comment about, good thing that we're not roommates. And so the next one starts with him just licks a plate clean and then just tosses in the sink. I'll get to this later.
She went to his living area and took stock of what was there, trying not to recall the times they'd conversed. Spoken conversations over light drinks, trying to tease unimportant secrets out of each other, while respecting the big ones. She considered the couch If nothing else looked promising,
She
could
considered.
check the cushions
Oh
like
god
she
damn
would
it! That joke is
loose
actually in the thing. I was about to make a joke
Yeah,
about getting
well,
loose
that's
change out of the cushions.
So
No, it's in the story.
to the kitchen. It
Damn it! I hate it when I do that.
no.
I do that kind of thing when I like record Let's
Cassidy
Plays. There's
was
something in a
long,
cutscene, and I say something in
all-glass
response to it,
cabinet that acted
and then
as a
like
wall bisecting
months
the
later
living
when I go to edit it, I
in
think the
which
same
was
thing.
held
I'm like, oh, haha, I could do an editing gag about. Fuck, I just said it right there.
Plenty of Gendir vessels, of course, but a smattering of
I'm
ships
just
from
a
other
biological
species,
computer responding to
particularly
stimuli.
individual famous vessels.
Aren't we
Cass
all?
herself
I
had
like the
gifted
Discord
the
isn't
model
picking
Yeah.
up the slow clap.
TIV
Slow clap.
Vostok, the vessel that had scouted behind Shouik lines.
Why should your
They're
percussion
delayed.
get
Discovered
through?
a weakness in their supply lines, and
Did
led
you tell me to put it in
humanity's
post?
victory in their first and only
What?
Did you tell me to
I
put
said
it
it's
in
delayed.
post?
Among the other
No.
vessels, centered in the
But I
whole
should have.
display, and new since
Bodu's
the
an
last
NPC.
time Cass
Shut
had been
up.
there, was a model of a
We
Hrzek
know.
class jump ferry. The JSEU kept careful guard over
Oh, I wasn't
subspace
paying
tech,
attention. We missed
so
the bit where
nobody
Shouik
else
was
could
name
build jump
dropped.
ferries, and thus
Oh,
were the
man.
only
Now I gotta go
company
back.
capable of
Nope.
moving people and cargo around
Alright.
the greater galactic community.
You drive a hard bargain.
Effectively,
No
making
turning back now,
Gendir
Brian.
Yeah, it
species
was
as
that
a
like, oh
whole
yeah, one of the model
permanently
ships
lose
that
civilization.
that she got him that was, although it
Cass
might be
took the
mentioned
jump
more by
ferry
name in the
out
other
with
one.
the
We'll see.
captain
But
and
yeah,
his
one of the
men.
ships that she got him was like, oh yeah, this ship
large,
that
rounded
got
off
them
hexagon,
victory
twice
against
as
the
long as
Shouik.
it was wide,
All right, cool.
with infrastructure.
Guys, I
for
can't remember that
running
thing
the
Elias
vessel,
said in chapter 1. Can we go
doors,
back?
Engines,
You can.
storage, all the
We'll just work our way through again.
and fully open.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Cargo
Great.
barges were
Awesome.
attached to the
Same time
outside
tomorrow.
of the lampreys, and the gantries inside were covered in buoys suggesting countless smaller vessels.
You know,
ready
I
for a
heard
ride
if you
across space.
listen to the entire audiobook
She
backwards,
removed
it
the
opens up
barge tentatively.
Rift.
Yeah, but only if you do it at half
Ship
speed.
within it. What she found instead was a small metal contact.
Minus 0.5
Not a
speed, and that
functional part
opens
of the
that opens your
physical
rift.
connector, not
Opens a
magnetic,
rift in my peace
but
face.
electrical. She checked the other barges.
Pink?
All were connectors. She peered close at the inside and found traces of wiring. Either the entire jump ferry was an integrated data chip hiding the secrets of economic monopoly, or it lit up. Whichever it was, she was out of time. Her implants
There's a mention of like, oh, it probably makes that stupid sound, and meanwhile, all I can think of is the sound that the TARDIS makes when it's.
She wouldn't even have time to find a plug. If it had one, stupid. It probably just lights up and makes that damn jump noise. And browse its files.
Makes that damn jump noise. Yeah, okay, now picture the
Cass
TARDIS. Just
re-enabled her stealth field.
imagine if
It
someone
struggled
like
with the model
tried
in
to
her hand,
hide bits
but
and
she
pieces
held
of a
it
flash
close
drive
to
inside a
the torso.
TARDIS. It's like, no, it
was
looks like it
able to
just lights
cloak
up.
that, too.
It's fine.
She stepped out, closing and locking the door behind her, and slid away as fast as she dared toward the Terran consulate. She spared a glance behind her and saw Zinka round the corner. She refocused forward, dodged pedestrians who didn't know she was there, and tried to just put as much distance as she could between herself and the Gendir spy. She could see in her mind's eye Zinka noticing the missing jump ferry, and the look on his face at knowing his
We're getting
friend
another
betrayed him,
short
consoled
application
only by
of the
fact
busy
that
concourse
he also
soundscape,
betrayed his friend.
as I think as we come
If
out here.
photons were interacting
As well
with
as the
Cass right
cool
then,
door sound
she would have been
effects.
able to see
Oh,
the
yeah?
same look by glancing
That I didn't
in the
notice.
mirror. With
Yeah, there's
fewer
like,
eyes and less fur, of course. She made it to a
There's one coming
thoroughfare
up.
busy enough that remaining invisible would become a liability,
Oh,
and ducked
not yet.
into a comm booth.
Yeah,
There
we
she
might have missed it
disabled
already.
herself
I know that
and
there's
rigged the
one
belt up around the jump ferry
in
model.
Mutual Treason when
When she re-enabled it,
he
it
opens her
cloaked the
door.
ship without issue.
Yeah.
And if she held it far enough away from her, it wouldn't try to cloak her as well. She exited the booth,
But still,
trying
it
to walk as normally
does come
as
across
possible
that she's
while
moving
holding
through, like,
something
different
invisible
soundscapes.
away from one's body.
Yeah,
Which is to say, she
Absolutely.
didn't quite succeed. But most citizens didn't.
I kind of
know
like that
human
idea.
body
Like what I
language
tried to
well enough,
convey.
and
is that
frankly weren't
she's
paying
walking
enough
with the
attention
thing
to know that
held
anything
like
was
this.
off. Certainly,
Because if she
Cassie
does it
was the
here, it's going
only
to try to
one
cloak
who
her too. So it's
bothered
like,
to
okay,
notice
just keep it
her
out there,
own
and nobody can
hand
see that my hand doesn't
flickering
exist
in
below
and out of
the
existence.
wrist.
and
Just-
she
Yeah.
soared.
It's fine.
where
This looks
she
normal,
hadn't.
right, everybody? Perfectly normal way to walk.
The rest of the flight from the station.
You don't know
was a
humans
blur.
enough. You can't tell me anything
Once
different.
at the consulate, her credentials got her on the next earthbound ship.
Oh,
which
that
is
looks really weird. What do you know about humans?
just
4 eyes,
missed the
literal.
interval on jump ferry
It's just
headed
what
to
it
the human
does.
homeworld, and had to wait 2 more intervals to take a ferry to Trappist, where a ferry on the next interval would head to Earth. The massive, galaxy-wide Gendiri Universal Interval System meant every single subspace jump happened at exact synchronized times, roughly 6 hours apart from each other, and ignored the solar clocks of almost every colony in the galaxy, aside from their homeworld of Gendarin. But it did
I thought
make
fairy was
computing
fairy for a
travel times
second.
connecting
Jump
from
fairy.
places
Twinkle,
Whee!
twinkle.
Besides, Zinga
Nope.
probably expected her to be on the direct-to-Earth flight, not taking a detour.
Yeah, there was also, I did notice a sentence that had like
White
fairy
alarm was raised while
twice
she
within
waited
5
for
words. It's like, I would edit that
But
now.
19 hours after
Too late.
betraying her friend,
Yep.
she looked
Next time.
forward out of her ship,
Mm-hmm.
past the hundreds of other ships attached to gantries in front of her, through the open front hexagon of the full-scale Hijrep-class jump ferry she'd ridden, and saw the blue marble of humanity's cradle. A year later, humanity was attacked. In the intervening time,
So yeah, when this was posted, like, this was the first one, so there was nothing about destroyers before it's like a sudden surprise foe at the end here.
the tech
And
turned
then
out
just
to
kind of
be
like a slightly
easy to
clumsy,
replicate.
like, hey, here's what happened, here's
But
what
of
was going on.
course, humanity needed their own
I don't
spin.
understand why this didn't work perfectly.
Exotic alloys
Yeah,
were switched out
and then of
with
course,
materials
because it's called
more
What's
common
Treason
on
Between
Earth,
Friends, there was
making them
there was
cheaper
Star
to
Wars
produce.
references in the comments.
And
It's treason then.
created a different
Okay,
profile
cool.
than JSEU drives, but nothing was
I
thought
could have
of.
just titled the sequel that
Headway
and
was
gotten
being
extra clicks,
made
but
on
whatever.
Making it work on smaller ships too. First, the
I
big
think Mutual
dreadnoughts,
Treason still works.
then large battleships. Then
I don't know. I think the sequel could have been an
midway
email.
cruisers. At first, jumps were always
I mean, if
done
people
during
subscribed to me after the first one, the second one
human ship
did
appearing
show up in
to
their email
sea
inboxes.
space at the wrong time would arouse
So yeah, it
suspicion.
was. Congratulations.
But when going to say
Battery
stand
dying
corrected.
and on to therapeutic video game playing was fun, guys. Absolutely more like rigor mortis. Enjoy your game playing.
ships
Have a
could come
wonderful
and go
night,
all
and
day
maybe I'll see you
long.
tomorrow morning playing
And
Mini
the question
Ninjas
wasn't
right back
if
here on
anyone
stream.
would find out. It
Bye.
was when it'd be revealed that humanity could operate jump ferries, and more importantly, license out smaller drives to whoever was willing to cough up the currency. Cassidy was at Alpha Point, helping set up offices. She had been admonished for her
Oh, man,
perceived
Alpha
loss
Point.
of stealth field technology. But her
I heard that
acquisition
place
of subspace
cray.
jump tech more than made up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Cray
Still,
cray and the
her
Milky
promotion
Way.
to office work seemed like quite the opposite to Cass, and she
Oh
longed
boy.
for field work again. The attack came out of nowhere. The TSV Marianus arrived in system, checked in, then immediately blew up.
I always
Then
like trying to
beams
figure
of
out, okay, what's a
energy
different
lanced
way to
out
name a
and
ship?
Split another vessel. This one, a
You know,
military
like,
patrol
The
boat,
Mass Effect has a
clear
very,
in half.
like, strict hierarchy
Before
of,
they
like,
knew
alright,
it,
stuff that's
the
named after
defenders
battles
had
is this
half-completed
scale of ship.
installations
Stuff
at
that's
Alpha
named
Point.
after
We're in a fight
mountains
for
is
their
this scale of
lives,
ship.
a losing fight.
And I was
against
just like,
spindly
alright, cool.
black
It's a
and red
science
ships
vessel.
that tore them to
Marianas. Like, exploration and
Maybe
stuff.
it was a fleet of the Gendiri police
Not to be confused with Marinara.
arrived to punish humanity for stealing their
Which
food.
still-
Bruce.
Maybe someone else
Bruce?
found out and was jealous.
The
But then how would
spaceship.
they have gotten here without a
What do we
jump
name
ferry?
it? I don't know. Ted?
But the forms were unfamiliar, and the capabilities
Ted.
beyond known
Theodore's
science.
spaceship.
Theodore's spaceship.
Species. Whatever it was, Earth needed to know,
Uh-oh. There's
and a
network
pack of
error.
ships
Please
made a
try
break for the
again.
jump point.
Uh-oh.
The battleship was destroyed,
Hmm?
sliced up like a hot stick of butter. Cruisers
getting a
fell,
message on,
frigates
my-
popped, and science
My
ships
feed
melted
of
away.
your Twitch stream.
In the end, a single cruiser led a ragged flotilla,
Oh.
creating a cluster of subspace
be
rifts away from Alpha
My
Point
internet.
and back to Earth. But the unknowns followed. Cassidy could only watch as the combined might of the Terran military and any other armed vessels humanity had in the system fought for their survival. They held the unknowns to a standstill.
Well, your video's holding firm.
Yeah, it looks like it's fun, but like
non-human
okay,
ships
here it
fled the
comes.
system,
There we go. Now
gathering
it's
at the
back.
jump point.
I gotta watch an ad
The
now.
one
Though.
jump ferry
Oh.
in the system attempted to accommodate them all.
It's weird.
Stuffing
Like
itself
Discord
to
does a really good
gills.
job of holding on to
The next
network for
interval
me.
was hours away.
Where like
Navigation lockouts meant it was physically
there's one
unable to
time when
jump
like my
until
entire
then,
internet dropped,
it
but the
gave
Discord
time
call that
to
I was
take
on
in
was
as
still
many
going.
ships as possible.
Everything else had dropped out. Like, what the
Police
hell
worked
is happening?
furiously. A subspace
Yeah,
rift
internet is
nearby.
spotty up here in the
Crews of
mountains
every
sometimes.
species held their breath in terror.
Taco Pill
waiting
says that
for
Theodore
more
was part of the
unknowns to
Chipmunk
pour
class
through
of
and
ships.
take out their rallying point
Yeah.
to ensure nobody would leave the system. But the rift closed
The
again,
TSV Alvin.
with nothing emerging. The human fighters were getting pushed back. Their flotsam adding to the orbital detritus
Can you
that
just
had
give us a nice loud
plunged
Alvin
Earth's
shout in
to
Hawk's
stars.
voice, Brian?
Ursa Station.
Alvin!
Yeah, there it is.
Space elevators needed to economically escape Earth's gravity well was shredded, and the tethers started to slowly whip to the side, foretelling unimaginable damage.
Oh, hey, space elevator.
Caught
That's a part of
between
the setting,
an
alright.
ever-advancing rock and the hard place they called home.
Might have to remember
Beleaguered
that.
defenders noticed new contacts behind the unknown fleet. They despaired.
What's up, Brunerd? Thank you very much
Surely
for
this
the
was
lurk.
reinforcements
We
for the
are
final push to break their
we are on the
strength.
home stretch of our
The new
listening party.
contacts opened
Nearly
fire
done with What's Treason Between Friends.
and
Then moving
caught
on to
unawares,
Mutual
a
Treason.
dreadnought in the unknown fleet erupted into a fireball. Having dropped their stealth fields, the Gendiri police fleet force
Yeah, this is just like
opened
straight
fire
narration, no
and
sound effects or
turned the
anything.
tide of the battle.
And then back on another space station for the end of
Cassidy
it.
shuffled through reports of the talks that had taken place after the engagement. It wasn't necessarily in her job description, but she had enough pull to be kept in the loop, and she wanted to see what had resulted from her actions. And
I kind of like Cassidy as just being someone who's like, yeah, you're where the plot happens. Like, alright, cool, you got us that technology. Now you're gonna be helping out at this science installation, I guess. Alright, cool. Oh no, some plot happened. And then just go to this other space station. I'm sure you'll be fine there. More secret technology?
Somehow, everywhere you go,
You're a plot magnet.
Which acted as a
That's
sort of
the
beacon
main
for what the
character
Gendiri
arc.
referred to as
Oh.
the Destroyers. Drawn by
They said it.
concentrations of mu radiation, the Destroyers acted as some sort of cosmic, unknown force that inhibited interstellar travel.
An
Only by
immune
using the
response
rare
from the
elements
universe.
described in the original blueprints could the emissions
This is how the
go
Destroyers
level.
stopped
By
us.
using the
Does she have funny
internet,
colored hair like an anime
kept
protagonist?
to
No, I don't think
galaxy-wide
that Cassidy
distributed
Scott
bursts,
does.
rather than
That said, while I was writing the
concentrations, as had
sequel,
happened
on a
in
whim,
Outbreak.
I gave someone pink colored hair, and then I realized, oh no, I'm attached to them, they need to be in the rest of the book now.
Leapt at the problem
They were
of
gonna be a
eliminating
throwaway
mu
for one
radiation.
scene, and now they're in the whole book.
Meanwhile, the human innovation of smaller packaging was revolutionary.
Oops. I found out how it
Not to
works.
be released out to the public until that mu radiation problem had been solved. But with that genie out of the bottle, the combined civilizations of the galaxy clamored for an end to JSEU's stranglehold on interstellar travel. Terran interests were the first to come out with their own jump ferries, utilizing original spec subspace
Yeah,
drives
we're all,
and
I feel like we're all
operating
fading just a
on
little bit.
intervals.
Like, no, keep it
But
together,
it
we're
wasn't
almost done.
long Until other
I
politico-economic
can't.
blocks christened their own. Of
I'm
course,
just a shadow.
just as
The man I was when we
engineering
started.
Listen, it was recorded in 3 days. We should have done the commentary in half of that, a day and a half.
That the reverse
No, we're
would also
marathoning,
be
boys.
I don't remember the taste of
true. What a
food.
surprise to meet you, Cassidy.
I marathoned more than this when I sat down for all 6 Star Wars movies. Yeah, but you were also 20. Not even. What was? How old was I? I was 19 when Revenge of the Sith came out.
You
So
also
I
weren't
guess if I
actively
watched,
engaging with the movie every bit of the movie.
yeah, not having to like vamp through like, oh, I need to add value.
Is that what we're doing?
A different station.
We're being transformative, so it's
and not
fair
quite
use.
around the corner from each
Yeah.
other anymore.
Mileage may vary.
Yeah, value is a subjective term.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Or rather, it is not it does not necessitate positive or negative, but it is value.
To steal.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when Zinka seemed to have gotten a similar message. Personal scale shielding? Cassidy asked. Zinka nodded. Energy weapon breakthrough? Cass nodded back casually and held up a chip.
I will say that's something that I think works a little bit better in print is that he's signing this. I mean, it's mentioned, but it's still like, oh, it sounds like he's just talking.
Flashing a chip of his own from his neckpiece.
I also used a sarc mark punctuation point.
What, worse than humanity? Cass mock gasped and lightly punched Zinka in the shoulder. The two friends joined hands and set off to commit mutual treason for the betterment of both their species.
They said the thing.
Hey, they title dropped the next one.
Wink.
It's almost like they were done intentionally at the same time together, even though they weren't, but it was only like a week apart.
Read by
That's
Bryan
breadcrumbing,
Patrick
I
Stoyle.
get it.
The Destroyers will return in How We Stop the Destroyers. Available now wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening.
The Destroyers will return, and how we stop the Destroyers destroying us while we stop them.
Destruction, Dorian.
Destroying the stop.
Any commentary on what's treason between friends?
Good story, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Last one, mutual treason, straight through to the final end credits.
All right.
It's like, all right, cool. I can think of one thing in here that I'm gonna talk about as it goes, and I will also listen to see if Shoutout comes up. So we're starting on mutual treason opening credits, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm just gonna add sound effects as we go.
Mutual Treason by Andrew Buchanan.
And again, the full version of the one that feels a little more Firefly.
Read by Bryan Patrick Stoyle.
I was like,
I
all right.
think these short stories are missing out on the awkward sandwich effect.
That's true.
To use a little more the awkward sandwich in this duology.
Against a lever.
Did you say Hawkward sandwich?
It's a lot of hawk and no tuff, you know what I mean?
The sort of thing that messages were sent on, received, wiped, and then
I
sent
did now,
back out
and yes.
The lack of a sender tag was concerning.
Oh, man.
He crossed to his workstation and plugged it in.
How's it going, Brunard?
Detecting the presence of the chip, the computer booted and ran the simple message algorithm.
If you're not down with Hawk Tua, I don't want to talk to you.
Or rather, absolute mess of Unicode characters which could be from any of some 10,000 languages from 17 different countries. Physical chips being passed around gave the illusion of security. But Zin knew that
this story did a lot of like, all right, cool, I'm gonna just invent ways for alien computer systems to work. In this one, doing like the chip and display model.
Intercepted the transmission.
Like imagine that each time that you want to run a program, rather than just opening it up on your computer, you just plug a different stick into your monitor and then it runs. But that it's very backwards and not really practical, but like screw it, that's what the Gendir do. They're backwards and not necessarily practical.
It ran a low-level decryption, the kind of thing that civilians wouldn't have access to, but wasn't the hardest.
Brunard, you've missed a lot of that over the last
down the entire
10 hours.
A human standard.
One of their
many contributions to the
jokes.
efficiency of the galaxy. To the character set of a single language in Gendiri script.
Yeah.
A messy jump.
Enough.
We've established that Hawk Corvin's middle initial is T.
Decently expected. Many Gendiri Information Bureau encryption
all we're asking Boder to
set
include
that
in the
as the
sequel.
first step.
Just like Captain Kirk.
And the resulting jumble.
Just one
was
extra
one
letter.
that Sin
One
can now decrypt on
additional
his own.
letter. Listen, you're already at
It
48
took him some
chapters.
time to
You
do so.
are going
James
to...
Character
Kirk.
substitution.
Yeah.
couple of
Honestly, with the
different
right
methods to
like
try,
formatting
but
and kerning, it won't even
eventually
add
done.
any extra space.
This resulted in an obscure language that isolated communities of Gendir still spoke.
Just one time,
One that
make it
Sid
canon.
was fluent
We'll all
in.
know what it means.
But it wasn't quite right.
We'll
words
see.
were
We'll see
familiar,
if I remember
but they
the next
didn't
time I
make
even
sense
open the
in that
document on my
context.
laptop.
He translated
Oh, I'll
the
remind
text
you.
into
Oh, I
collective
bet.
Gendir to try a few more decryption schematics.
See, we'll see is already progress
One,
from 10 hours ago.
Literally taking the chip of the latest edition.
No,
of the
we'll
Pen
see is what I
University
say to get you to
Collected Gendir
get off my back.
Dictionary and shifting every
Didn't see the new
no,
streaming. I can't wait for book 2. Yeah, we've been live since 10 a.m. I guess, yeah, I'm going to keep the VOD available. I'm going to trim it down a little bit, throw it up on YouTube.
Had at this point made him very nervous.
Yeah,
His heart's
and
pounding and
Brunerd
altering
is someone
staccato in his
that
chest.
as soon as it was available in
On a
Northshire,
hunch,
he got a couple
he went back to the
copies
original
and has been with us since the start. So I really appreciate that, man.
After
So
digging
thank you for
Yeah.
your
the
support that
chip
you've
out
shown
from its file
for the
folder,
book throughout
shifted those words
since it came
down
out.
their respective dictionary.
And yeah, book 2 is
not
being
updated
written.
nearly as recently. Dying languages don't get the luxury of regular dictionary.
How is
updates.
it going for those who
That
just joined us?
resulted in, well,
I'm tired.
more for double checking.
I've heard it's going to be bigger and better.
Oh, how's the okay, not just general how's it going? It's
Yeah.
how's the sequel
No,
writing going?
Translated
Yes, how is that
I
specifically going?
am
sat back from his desk.
under
looking at the
half of the
screen.
chapters written,
Read,
like 20
Destroy,
chapters, 22
acknowledge,
out of 48.
human
And its
technology,
page count is basically as
self-heal,
long as book 1.
personal,
So
present,
yeah,
Of the
it's
20
Laddercheck station,
it's going
custody,
slower
Cassidy
than I
Scott.
might like,
digital
but
blueprint,
it's still
Confirmed.
progressing, and that's the important part.
physical prototype,
So,
suspected.
So how we
Obtain
step the destroyers may end up
all.
being like the
Immediate
Hobbit
return.
of your Lord
All.
of the Rings.
Personally. Without even
Sure.
acknowledging that he'd received the message, he was to go and steal
Yeah,
data and
Space
possibly
Hobbit.
More like rigor
hardware
mortis made
for
something of
something
like, oh,
he
sounds like it
hadn't
should maybe be
even
2
heard
books, so
about
it's like a
until
trilogy.
reading this.
It's
Yeah.
like,
He had to steal it.
again, I don't want to get into like plot
His friend
things, but like
and or
book
rival.
1 leaves threads for
Similarly
more stories to
employed
be
as
told,
himself,
but it's not like a
but for the
continuation of the
Terran
same story,
Intelligence
so
Agency.
it's not exactly
Well,
I mean, it's a
Nothing to
sequel
do
in that it
but
takes place
do it.
afterward, but
Yeah.
he'd allowed
I don't know. I
himself
can't.
a
I
second
don't want to go
sit
too much
back
into
and
detail right
absorb.
now.
Yeah, don't give too much
Now,
away.
it
Yeah.
was past time to get to
Keep
work.
him thirsty.
He pulled the chips
right.
out of his workstation and
Hydrate.
powered back
It's
down.
also
He
all
then tossed the
scientists,
dictionary chip
all
in a roll for
technobabble.
later refiling and
Yep.
reattached the decryption
That
chip
is
to
false.
his neck piece. Finally,
You gotta keep 'em
he
guessing,
plugged the
man.
message chip into a surge
Yeah, but I
It's
don't
all
want to scare
scientists.
them away.
The internal-
But they're on vacation this time. They're not at work.
Is that it?
Oh
That's
boy,
true.
scientists gone wild.
Time was of the essence.
It's a beach episode,
Then
everybody.
punched it with a canine tooth, then pocketed it.
A lot of
There was
taking
more he could
naps.
do, but it would have to wait until after he'd stolen
And
his
he lay
mysterious
down to
human
take a
technology.
nap.
He left his
He
quarters
napped
and worked his way quickly
for
down the hall
hours.
and around the corner.
Mm,
Under
Later,
the
he
guise
woke
of
up,
keeping an eye on foreign
then
intelligence
continued
agents,
drinking,
Zinka had
because he was
ensured
on
that Cass's
vacation.
cabin was close to his own
just
suite.
drinking and napping,
Usually,
but
though,
like
it was
being
because they
eggheads,
genuinely
eggheads about
enjoyed
it.
each other's company.
Yeah. In
Some of their
space.
friends close
Space
told him that
vacation.
saying
Space
about the
beach.
arrangement.
Yeah, on the edge of a black hole
He
singularity.
got to Cassidy's door.
Space
and
beach.
Hit the panel for it to open.
Actually, for scientists,
Smart.
yeah, that's pretty rad. As long as they
Open
can
by
stay
command.
away from what is it, the
Unlocked.
Hawking radiation.
Was she here?
Yeah,
Make
chilling out on the
perfect.
event horizon of a black hole, space beach.
But no.
Got
He
two
stood in the
all-inclusive
doorway,
passes
scanning
to
the
Space
cabin.
Beach.
The
Resort.
workstation was on, but Cass was nowhere
It's-
to be seen. Maybe the door had been locked after all.
Oh,
and the
we must
station
miss the
just
door-
recognized
door
his
sound.
access override immediately
Ah.
for once. Sure, that was it.
This was kind of
Wait.
interesting that it's like, all
Had
right,
he
cool,
locked
the
his
computer
own
is
door
wiping
on the way
itself.
out?
Can you just unplug
He
it?
thought so, but he
And then,
wasn't
okay,
positive.
what's a fun way to do
Even if
this
he
until
had,
I
He'd
eventually
stop almost anyone on the
landed
station
in
but Cass,
the like, oh well,
And
it's
she
being
had
kept
no
running
reason
because
to
the
live there
keyboard is
right
still
now.
plugged in.
right? She wasn't here. She's not here.
It's one of these like,
She
I don't know,
wouldn't
what's something
know
just
he
like
wasn't
silly
in
and
his
pulpy, but like
quarters.
just plausible enough to work.
She's
All right,
not
cool.
Here. After scanning the room for a minute too long, he stepped into the room and over to the workstation, the door behind him staying open a moment longer, then sliding shut behind him. He knew that humans preferred integrated onboard storage systems.
You know, we
rather
might
than
have
the
taken
chip
the
and
door
display
sound
system
effects out
used
of
by the
those
Gendir.
parts.
And just over half of the
I
other
don't remember
species
them
in
being
the
in the
galaxy.
first place.
He'd
That
used
might have been
such
something like you tried and then
operating
said, nah.
system style
Yeah, it
workstations
might have
before.
been.
Like, I don't think it
But
was
it took
something
him
that I had
some time to
recommended at the
realize
point.
what
I
he
think
was
you were like,
looking
oh,
at
let's
in
try, and then it
Yeah.
might have sounded too busy.
Yeah, I think
Sector
we maybe
counts
decided
going
that
up.
we needed to
Past
go like
2
more
of 7.
minimalist.
Yeah.
It was wiping its hard drive. Cass had known he was coming after all. She must have.
Yeah, and
No.
this one is again
Stop
all
this and give
ambience
the data
except
first.
for
Then he could worry
the
about Cassidy's spot.
subspace
He sat
transit,
at the workstation,
or no,
and
the
flexed his digits,
stealth being active.
taking stock, trying
In
not
which
to
case,
panic.
then no ambience after
On
that
a
because everyone's
Gendir
deaf,
workstation, he could just pull the chip.
even though they're
Oh,
on
right.
ships.
But
Yeah, that was
conversely,
the twist.
a data chip could be completely
This one was a
wiped
lot
mere
easier to do
seconds.
because I didn't have
The
to
bits
add
of
very
metal
many
and plastic in
steps.
his pocket can
Yeah.
attest to that. In this case, the human workstation was a blessing. It gave him some time to work, as fast as he could, with the almost familiar human keyboard. He started by attempting to seize up its processes, but it kept
This was
chugging
a
along,
fun bit to
writing
write when it's
ones
like,
to
all
the
right, cool.
sectors
Here's
of
an
the drive.
automated process that a
He
computer
grabbed
is
an
doing
override chip from
that
his
is
neck piece and
basically
plugged it in.
like a
In
loading
theory,
bar
it should
that when
stop
it completes
the
it says
processor
you lose.
mid-tracks.
And he
Reboot
was
the
more or less
machine
racing
from the
that, trying to
software on
figure
the
out
chip.
how to get it, and it was.
No
I think
luck.
it came out pretty well. It
Zinn
does that
realized
kind of
that it was
like
overwriting
it builds the
entire
tension. It
drive,
shows him getting more
including the operating
frantic,
system.
trying to figure it
So
out.
whatever process was running,
I think it came
wasn't
together
at
all right.
the software level. There was some hardware somewhere telling the processor what to do.
We mentioned
Hard-
it before.
Tom,
We
check
mentioned
the
it
rest of the
early on
ports on the
in
front and back of the station.
the stream,
nothing
but
was plugged
these
in
were recorded
aside from the
first.
input devices.
What's Treason Between Friends and
There
Mutual Treason?
was
These were the
a
first
power
ones that we
cord,
did.
though.
This was like, all right, let's get ourselves
He
dialed
chastised
in.
himself and pulled it. All he
Which,
needed was the drive.
like, I was kind of
He
going
didn't
back and
need
forth
to
as to whether
perform
we'd
the
even
data
record it,
recovery on
but
his
I'm glad that we
workstation
did,
in
and I'm
situ.
glad that we did it first
The
because that got
workstation,
us
now
totally ready to
disconnected from
go
the
for
wall,
the main
kept
book.
going, nearing the end of its third pass.
I
Alternating
think like we
ones and
did
zeros
these
to the
two
drive.
and then broke for lunch, and that was day one, you know, and
Damn.
then we came back and started
He
on the rest of the
removed
book after
side
lunch.
cover
But
from the machine,
I think day
could
one's
try to just
morning
pull
was
the hard
just the
drive
Treason
out.
Duology.
just because humans didn't use chip and display systems didn't mean that the data
Yeah,
wasn't.
also because it's
after a
mostly
fashion,
expository. It's like
But a
narration. There's
potential
not a
power
lot of
surge
dialogue. You
and
really
burnt
got to
fur
like sort of
could wipe the drive
dial
more
in your
surely than
narrator
any
voice
methodical
before you
data
got
wipe could.
started with
True.
Zinn was left to
main
wonder why that wasn't Cass's
sort of
first option,
book part.
and decided that
That's true.
possibly
It was a nice
fried
testing
drive
ground.
might
Yeah.
have some random data.
We could
still
totally like
intact.
record something here and then it'd be a little
Maybe
different
even
from how it
fried
was in the
the
main
end of the
book, and it
seventh
wouldn't
pass.
have really impacted it in the same
He
way.
looked up at the display,
Yeah.
You know?
starting its fourth pass, increasing
And then,
numbers
yeah,
of
like, there
ones and
isn't-
zeros next to
Except
each
for
other
like
until
right at the
repeating.
end of
probably a
What's Treason
prime
Between Friends, there's no
sequence.
like dialogue in these stories at all. It
Someone
is
had fun
narration the
designing
whole
the
way
wipe
through.
algorithm.
Yeah,
Zinn
that's
wasn't
true.
having
It actually
fun
was like a
stopping
very
it.
good warm up for it
He
because
looked at the motherboard
it was a
for
little bit
any
lower
anomalous
intensity
chips
of
that might be
work because it
driving
was
the
just
data
focusing on the
bank.
narration and the action.
Nothing.
Mhm.
You know, there's a little, like
He
you
looked
said,
for
there's a little
something
bit of dialogue
attached
right
to
at
the
the end of
drive.
one of them, but that's it.
Maybe
Like everything else
bypassing
is
the
just
workstation's
prose.
hardware.
So
Yeah.
that was, you know,
He looked again. at the
compared
outside
to
ports.
the marathon
Still
of
nothing.
30 characters
Just
plus
the input
main
devices.
book this is a really nice, you know, a
He
warm up.
unplugged
You know,
the
it really is a
keyboard.
good starter point.
The
Yeah.
screen
And I don't even think
froze,
like
then
you know
shut
when the dialogue came up, I don't even think that you did really
He
a
picked up
voice
the
for
keyboard
Cass. I
and
think you
looked
just
it
kind
over.
of you might have
What's a more
falsettoed a
convenient
little bit,
panic
but
switch
you know
than a
certainly
button
not
that's
an accent or
already at your
anything.
fingertips?
Yeah, I didn't do
He carefully
anything
removed
too
the drive
crazy for it.
and
I think it
hoped
really
he
was
recovered it
just,
soon
you know, a
enough that
slight
Gendir's
affectation at
Zerotech
most.
Data
Yeah.
recovery specialists would be able to get what was needed. On a whim, he took the keyboard.
And also too, I mean, you know, because
though he doubted it was anything overly
you lose-
complicated,
oh
it
my gosh,
wasn't a
I'm blanking on the
countermeasure
names
he went
already.
into
Wow.
It's fine.
and
We're
it was surely
we're
worth
at
something
10 and a half hours in.
He left Cass's
Thank you.
cabin. and went back for his
You're
own
good,
suite.
my guy,
Now that
my
he'd
my
recovered
boy,
the drive,
my bookie.
and hopefully the data thereon. he could
Zinco.
swear
Wow, Shoutout. We were just saying his name so many times, like 20 minutes ago. No,
He
but
hadn't
since
considered,
Zinka loses his
not
hearing,
for a
I mean,
moment,
you know, it's like
the
so much of it
prospect of
is
not
not
fulfilling the
actually
task set
done
forth.
Yeah,
through
that's
spoken
true.
word anyway.
It wasn't
but
spoken
yes,
dialogue, so we never hear
Now
Cass's
Yeah.
voice.
to determine
So if she
Yeah.
were to say
his
turn up
actions.
again, we don't have to worry about seeing what she was for reference.
No.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, it was all there's no spoken dialogue in these at all. But yeah, at the end it is all signed dialogue.
He'd kept
Yes.
Italics in the written version.
The aspect to their rivalry, but he'd
I mean, this is probably closer to like, you know, the
Maybe
more
not
traditional audiobook, you know, even though we still
Soon.
definitely sweeten this up with some sound effects and some soundscapes. Like, this is a little closer to just like the narrator doing their thing with
scanned for
light
tasks.
at, you know, changes
She
in
wasn't
pitch
at
as
his
opposed to
workstation.
voices.
Yeah.
She wasn't rifling
So.
through his data chips. And besides,
It has its place,
the most
but
valuable
I just
ship in the
I
fleet
like considering the
entire
scale
station
and the scope
wasn't
of the
even-
story that this is, and you know,
Oh,
given the canvas of
well.
science fiction in general.
Yeah.
The fact that we were able to kind of like really make
Read,
that an audio experience
destroy.
with the book, I really
Human technology,
am so happy
stealth
that we
field,
went that direction
personal,
instead.
Yeah.
As lovely as these are,
Human
like as
data
great as
storage,
these two short
rights,
stories are,
digital
and I
blueprint,
mean honestly for me it was
data
tremendous
recovery
because I hadn't read these two
required,
before we
physical
started. Like I
prototype,
had focused on the main
not
book.
present.
And so
Cassidy
this
Scott,
was new territory for
not
me, but it was
present.
also really great to
Cleaning,
contextualize parts of the
en
world,
route,
even though this was set
complication,
very well beforehand.
data
It gave
chip,
a really, really
digital
good
blueprint, subspace
background
drive,
to like
Mhm.
what Earth and you know the other alien species have
Cassidy
kind of been
Scott,
through already.
Yeah.
suspected,
And so it kind of laid a little bit of a foundation for
This
me
agent,
before we got into the main
recall,
book. So that was
Yeah.
actually
deliver
really
human
nice
data
to,
storage,
to have under my
offer
you know to
resignation,
have under my belt already before we
surrender
got
for
into the
arrest.
main story.
It's true. We recorded
This was the
chronologically.
message that preceded Satan.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Swept
yeah.
his
Actually,
feet of any
yeah.
remaining valuable
But
intelligence,
yeah, like you
and
mentioned
either
with doing
disposed of it
voices, you know,
or
it's
clipped
it's
it to his
it's
neckpiece.
genre, it's larger than
Assuming
life.
he'd be afforded
You
the
know, it
privilege,
is, you know,
he'd
doing the
have to
voices makes
recover his
sense.
model
Whereas if it
collection
was,
some other
I feel
time.
like contemporary fiction, which
start
is all
building
like
it
is very
anew.
grounded, whatever, are going to be a lot more
He
like okay,
assumed that,
narrator voice with
considering the
slight
true
tone
significance
changes.
of his most recent
Yeah,
acquisition
exactly.
and its subsequent
Which is
release.
fine. Like that
Yeah.
certainly
He
has
would
its
not, in
place,
fact,
but
be afforded
it definitely adds so much more to have
He
those
sent
other
another
things.
message to
Mhm.
the station's spaceport to be on the lookout for a human.
Yeah, I
matching
mean, with a
Cass's
cast
description,
that's full of like
trying
different
to make the
races
next
of
jump very to Earth.
aliens,
but didn't hold out
it
much
it
hope.
kind of like
Depending
yeah,
on the efficacy
it
of whatever this
it
stealth
has more
field
of an
technology
effect
was,
than it would in
she
say
could bypass
a
any
story
security
where
checkpoint and
all the
have
characters are
particular
human,
ships with nobody,
like from the
not
same
even
region,
the crew, any the
you
wiser.
know, same type of folks.
And finally,
Yeah,
he boarded
yeah, it's true.
a
Even the
personal
humans are
flitter,
from kind of, or
hardly
at least
more than a
by name,
starfighter
are
on a
from
passenger
cultures
seat,
all over.
piloted by
So,
a bureau
yeah.
agent, and set home for Gendarin.
International and
Delivered the
interstellar
data,
cast
His
Mhm.
report, his resignation, and
deserves some
should he
elevated
choose to even
voice
offer
work,
one,
I think.
his
Hell yeah.
defense.
So what we'll have to do next
Surprisingly,
time
however,
is get
his
multiple
superiors
people
only
in, so
accepted
we
the
have
first
multiple
two.
voice actors doing the
Oh,
voices
to
for.
be sure, there was a lot of noise made. How
I mean, that
could
takes it
such
into full
value
audio
into
drama
it?
territory,
at
but
that
hey, man.
point-
Is it even in? Wait, why did he have it in the first place?
Listen, the
Who
the
made that
Whisper Room's
decision?
got room for like
And
2 or 3
outrage
people.
and uncertainty rang
That
up
don't
and
mind
down
getting
the
cozy
halls of the
and
bureau,
smelling each other,
ultimately
yeah.
fizzling
Yeah,
out
it
without
could be
anyone
done.
I mean, there's
losing
that.
so much as a paycheck over it. It was about the time that he was tasked with the operational security of the labs working on stealth tech. Because yes, due to molecular alignment, or something undoubtedly quantum, the data
That's
had
some
been, to
high quality
extent,
technobabble right there.
and
Something
needed only
undoubtedly
simple
quantum.
legwork to get the gas
Oh, it's
plug in.
definitely something
But then the
quantum
real
that
fun
screwed this
began
up.
to begin.
Yeah, how did you manage to
They
recover that
considered
data?
the possibility
Well,
that someone had
quantum, blah
intentionally
blah.
Quantum
leaked subspace travel
mechanical
technology to afford
disruption.
power.
Yeah,
Quite possibly, humans specifically,
quantum
via the
disruption through
relationship
the
that he had formed with one of their best
molecular
agents.
alignment of
Zinn
the
had been set up to
transversely
use this,
charged
so the
ions.
reasoning went. And if that
Spooky
were the
action
case,
at a distance.
then he was grateful that whoever this traitor was. They had at least exerted the common courtesy to keep Zinn's tail out of the coals. Zinka's work at the lab complex was a far cry from what he'd been doing previously, but good
That's what I
security
heard.
consultants became so
Hey.
by knowing all the ways that a system could be attacked, and could therefore anticipate incursions from multiple.
And again, I kind of like the
conceptual
mirroring of,
angles.
all right, cool. In the first one,
And
the
Zinka's
humans have
previous
stolen
work
subspace
had made him
tech,
a
so here's them
very
developing it,
good
and then the
security
consequences of
consultant.
that. Then over here,
After
the
the labs
Jindir
were
have stolen
set
stealth tech,
It was almost
and are working on reverse
quiet
engineering
posting.
it, and the consequences of that.
Almost.
Mm-hmm.
It was
a very
quiet
Cold
indeed
War
from a
relationship.
security standpoint.
Yeah,
He
I
sat
didn't
Yeah.
think of it that way, but
rotated out
that's
those
not
under him
entirely
who got
wrong. I mean,
hopelessly
I think the
complacent
nations are less
and had
outwardly
various
hostile
search
to each other,
network
but they
bot
still,
comes
want to
sniffing
keep
at
their
his
secrets.
firewalls.
Yeah.
But then,
But
I mean,
this
it
espionage storyline
wasn't a
definitely does
quiet
feel
posting,
Cold War, yeah.
because stealth field technology was just so damn loud.
We'll
The
make
labs
a
had
Space
started
James Bond
by
movie.
recreating
and-
the blueprints as best they could reproduce them. That meant a belt
Space
that
Bond.
one could wear with machinery
Hey,
woven
My name
into
is
it,
Bond.
and a
Space
somewhat
Bond.
chunky box to one side of the clasp. At this person-sized scale, the belt let out a quiet, yet still audible hum. Not much use, that, since most species would still be able to hear it. But then, sound doesn't transmit in a vacuum. So what about scaling it up a bit?
Make it
It was
bigger,
clear
make
from
it
the
louder.
blueprints that humans
That's right.
hadn't scaled the technology at all. So this was
Endless
new
growth.
New.
Space
and
capitalism.
Space
The
capitalism.
volume of the sound.
Don't
channels
woo that.
ramped
You
up
take that back.
commensurately with the volume the field was meant to contain.
I object.
Hiding a fluid in a document made it hard for anyone nearby to hold a conversation. Making photons dance around a Corvette was uncomfortable, verging on painful. And crews of larger vessels had permanent hearing damage to look forward to if they were stealthed for too long.
I'm sure that won't come back to bite
The
them.
labs were told to install what they had onto
Probably
a small
not.
fleet, testing long enough to confirm it'd work, then keeping the prototypes installed rather than continually
Oh, here's a
experimenting.
thought. How the pirates, like,
Iterate. they
use
were
the
told.
stealth technology at first
But
and it's
who
really bad,
knows
but then
when
after
we'll
using it a
have
few
need
times
for
managed
them.
to figure it out and, like, stabilize it.
Someone did
Uh,
know.
Let's
apparently.
remember how the Stargate acted in the
shortly
Stargate
after
movie,
the fleet was
and how
activated,
over the course of a
was
couple episodes of
mobilized.
Stargate SG-1, they're like, yeah, no, we fixed it,
Inga,
it's fine, it's
the
stable, it doesn't
ranking
cause
Bureau
earthquakes.
member on site,
Yeah, we figured it
received the
out.
dossier.
We figured out the technology, we're fine.
and couldn't believe the in-flight briefing.
How did you
he was
figure it
about
out?
to
We
give.
just did.
How'd you figure it out?
We had
Oh,
top
right.
men
Not-
working
we
on
didn't
it.
have the
Heard us
budget or the
eventually
narrative
do.
time to spend
The
on
next
the
interval
entire
isn't
control
for
center
another
shaking
2
each time,
hours.
so we fixed
In
it.
2 hours, it'll be too
Yeah.
late. Zinn
We got
responded
these.
as he took his
We got these
position
top
at the
scientists to do it
front
for
room.
free because
Yeah.
we couldn't
He
pay
locked
writers.
eyes with the officers
We,
present.
we solved it by not building the set on a gimbal.
Flagship of this small fleet, and the remote holographic avatars of officers on the other ships.
We solved it by, they're
all of
45-minute
which were
episodes,
rigging
man, we don't
onto
got time for that.
gantries Of a relatively small jump fair.
Same thing here,
What do you
of
wanna
like,
do?
I don't want to have to deal
That is
with
why
the
the Dawnbringer's
plot of
navigation
really
system
loud
is not
stealth
synced to
tech
the
on the
interval.
ship and what it might do to them
Continues
long. I don't want to
to
deal with
heavily
that.
attention. As soon
MacGyver.
as everyone is attached, we're jumping. Gasps went up.
Yeah, how
in
did
the
you
air.
fix it? We MacGyvered it.
A jump off the interval?
Yeah.
Madness.
So did you want to see the same
Repress
stock
the
footage
top.
for 9
Excuse me
seasons
if I
before we
couldn't
bothered to
think
shoot
simple.
any more?
Does
MacGyver.
anyone
Things
know
falling
why
and
I dialed
rattling?
The interval in the first place? To ease travel schedules? Side effect. To balance some sort of emissions? Yes, Lieutenant. Correct. Mu radiation. Why is it important?
Mu
that this
radiation.
It's also,
message
yeah,
is
and, yeah, the reason they had everyone speak English,
He
that's
saw
like, all right,
someone
cool, in the
almost
movie,
go pop,
it
who
was a
then
plot
felt
point of
better.
trying to, like, decipher
Zinn locked
Egyptian.
eyes with the officer and said,
And then
no stupid
in the show,
answers.
it's like, we don't have time for
The
that.
officer
We don't want to
swallowed,
deal with
then
that.
hesitantly
Everybody is going to speak English.
The destroyers? Laughs went
I
up
think
in
they
the
like
room.
hand waved
The
the
officer who
translation
said it looked
convention
embarrassed
in one of the earlier
until
seasons
she
of
saw
like,
that
oh yeah,
Finn
it's
wasn't
fine.
laughing. Then her fur seemed to grow 3 shades.
No, that
bigger.
was under Raw. Under Apophis, everything's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah,
speaks
of-
just of English.
Thought by our ancestors to punish us for taking to the stars. Thought to be the retribution for spacebound hubris.
Actually,
We
yeah,
found
here I
out
am making
long
Stargate
ago
references,
that
and
they're
Taco
attracted
Bell
by
just
mu
watched them, so
radiation. So we spread it out, so there isn't a target. So we keep our jump ferries large, and move as much mass as possible for every jump. And we were so successful that the destroyers faded
what
to
other
myth
parallels
and
to
children's
Stargate can we
fables.
find in
And because we
Destroyers?
used the interval, and kept that technology to ourselves, they stayed there. Then,
James
Ensemble
stayed
cast.
inside. Wrote more theatrically than was strictly needed.
Technobabble.
Humans happened.
Yeah.
A nervous
I mean, what is a
chuckle
giant
from
rift
Wendy
that'll
as he
travel you to a
steadied
different
his
part
voice
of the
before
galaxy
taking his
than a
portal.
Stargate?
It's a Stargate you can spontaneously correct,
Humans have obtained subspace
summon
jump
anywhere in space.
technology and have been
Yeah,
testing it with
true.
It's always like, all right, cool. I'm doing a sci-fi story with faster than light travel. All right, cool. Can ships just go anywhere? Do they have gates they need to go through? Like jump gates are something that I considered doing really early on, and then just kind of discarded. But I did that in another setting that I did, which is just, oh yeah, these jump gates that the precursors made, but nobody knows how to make, so we just have to deal with what's available. Which is, mass relays in Mass Effect.
And none too soon. He pushed another image to everyone's displays. An hour ago, we got confirmation of transverse polarization of the mu radiation pattern. The destroyers are back.
That'll do
And
it.
it's up to us to pull the humans' tails out of the coals. He nodded at the
We don't have
hidden-toothed
tails.
captain, who took Sid's place at the dais. And said
It's like,
to
all right,
us,
always got to keep in mind what
All right,
alien
you heard
idioms
the
are going to
spook.
be.
The
Pull their
primates
tails
got
out of the
hold of fire and are
coals.
gonna
That
burn
is
themselves,
biologically
and we're gonna
incorrect,
slap it out
sir,
of
and
their
I'm
paws.
offended.
To your stations. Is everyone linked up?
Most of the remote hollows
As
nodded.
there was
The last one held up a digit, fuzzed slightly.
Swimming in the
said,
Deep
"Just
was a
finished."
Keegan one.
Great. Dawnbringer Bridge. Let's get to this deep space lab.
Agent, called the comms officer.
Hey, mister,
Message
what's
for
up?
you.
You know how I
He
expect to see
handed
down
Zin
here?
a message chip.
He's a puppy.
Zinka frowned.
Oh, okay,
plugged
goodbye.
in a nearby reader.
Oh, hello, welcome
scanning
back.
it quick. It had better be important to come in. Captain?
Oh, no, don't want to
the
be on
boy
camera.
set a new course. Zinka stood on the bridge, out of the way. He was no longer directly involved in the execution of the operation, having delivered his
Yeah,
briefing,
just pull their asses
but
out of the
his
fire, yeah.
presence and first-hand account would still be valuable to the Bureau. Zin looked out of the bridge viewports, the hidden tooth dropping away in front, then the expanse
I
of
think,
the dawn.
yeah, I brought the hidden
with
tooth back
tooth
for the
attached to
space
side.
battle at the end of the novel
The rest
in
of
Act
the
3.
fleet was holed up inside the hollow vessel. In front of all of them,
Famous,
right in
legendary
subspace rift,
Hooray!
spaceship, the hidden
Dawnbringer,
tooth.
forward. All ships stealth on my mark.
the captain watched as the rift drew
Taking my
closer.
lighting gear.
Then, just as the prow of the jump ferry brushed up against the rift, he said,
Cruise, brace, mark.
Yeah.
"Normally, a subspace
Stealth
transit sounds
sound.
like the ship is getting stressed slightly. Some creaking, a twisting sensation felt as
Well,
much
we
as
are in the
heard
home
for a
stretch,
couple
my guys.
seconds
Mhm.
until
Yeah.
emerging on the other side.
And I'm just going to let it play straight through afterward,
This
all the
time
way
it
through the
sounded
credits.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded awful. There was no.
And then I'm gonna go lie
sound
down.
Like it. Nothing grounded in Zinka's
Real.
experience.
Yeah.
It was-
It's like it's only 8:30, but being
Like
being
none
on
you've
camera
ever
and lighting
known.
and all that, that takes a while out of
Even
you.
through the hearing protection.
It's been a
yeah,
day,
I feel
man.
pretty
Wearing.
loopy.
Yeah.
The
It's been an
fleet
awesome day,
converged,
though. I'm really glad
and a
that you
yellow
guys were able
icon
to
with a
join
black
me for
slash
this.
across it
Yeah,
appeared
this is
Oh,
on
yeah,
screen.
no, it's-
Every crew
It's been a
member on
lovely
the fleet.
experience.
And
Detach,
thank you to
proceed.
everyone that
In the hastily
donated
agreed-upon
to
visual
my St.
prologues
Jude
they
campaign
set
this
out ahead
last
of
year
time.
that made this a
As
reality.
they did, the bridge crews
This
looked
happened
out
because
and
we hit
saw
the
not
$2,000
some
mark for
deep
St. Jude
space
this year.
outpost,
So thank
but
you
the
everybody
blue
that
orb of
brought
Earth
us together
in front of
and
them.
got Hawk his
Nearby,
middle initial,
A
and
civilian jump
this happened because of
Yes,
you.
right.
And I hope you feel bad about it.
Humanity's hope.
Yes!
And
It is canon!
That means you have to give Brian a writing credit.
Stuff of nightmare.
No, I'll just know. It's personal
Children's
pride.
stories.
What is it? Is there
Stuff
like
that
a certain
may
percentage that needs
destroy
to
countless
make it to the final
civilizations
product
until
to get a
the
writing
Gendir
credit?
learned
What's how does that work?
Not how to defeat
I
them.
heard change the
How to
word and
hide
get a
from
third.
them.
That's
The destroyers.
Oh man,
attacking
is that all it
defense
takes?
fleet
Yeah.
of
Shoot.
humanity.
Oh God, you get that, and we've got
Lit up.
Brimstone raging yonder
enough ships
against
indicated they
nothingness
were free
from
to
more like rigor
He
mortis.
sent the next command.
We're gonna be left with nothing, man.
Flank. And when everybody sent another magenta confirmation, a
Oh,
flag
man,
of
that's
teal
great.
and tan,
Brian also
then
gets
teal and
royalties.
red.
Man, if I'm ever in the
Reveal.
black on
Attack.
like what I give versus what
The
was
pain
spent, then
stopped
yeah,
as the
but
hidden
like
tooth turned off
I'm
the
still not there.
And while the ambush was messy, some crew
Not that I've kept
wasn't
super
fully
close track of it, but I
incapacitated
know
at
I'm
this
not
point.
even close.
It was still effective. Catching
At the end of the day,
destroyers
though, I'm just
unaware.
like super proud of how well this whole
Surge.
project went.
Yeah, that's the thing is
The
that like if I
battle
don't,
unfolded
get out of the red for it, I look at it like the same way that I've done film projects in the
Aren't there
past.
supposed to be
I spent
auditory
money on a thing
simulators?
that I enjoyed doing, and it was
Why
money
don't I
well
hear
spent because I'm
anything?
happy with the end product.
Why aren't the crew
Yeah.
communicating?
I mean, I know so many independent authors
He
who
looked
struggle
around
to get,
and
you
saw
know,
that
an
many
audiobook
crew
out.
members were
And,
bleeding from the ears.
you know, we're at a
Indeed,
period in
trying to
time where,
shout to
like,
each other.
some of those folks might
But
turn to
neither
something like
Zane
AI,
nor the
or they
rest of
find
the
other
bridge
creative
crew
means
could
or whatever. I mean, there's
They
one
sometimes
author that
were
I've
able to
followed on
flag
social who
someone
did
else's
like the
attention
casual
and
audiobook of
attempt a
her just
sort of
reading the book
somatic
in front of a phone camera and put that
And
chapter by chapter up on her YouTube. And
somehow,
Yeah.
hey, that works. You know,
prevailed.
like that absolutely has
and
its place.
soon
That
the
is not a
final
criticism
ship
of it
in
by
this
any means.
vanguard
But
of the destroyers
I mean,
broke up. Its
I am just
pieces
so
spinning
happy
away
that
from each other.
one, this came
They
out of like
had prevailed.
basically just half joking or just like throwing an idea to you
A few
from
years
both of
later,
our ends,
Mhm.
you know, like
Decorated
you know,
from his
Terry and Wendy
part
being like,
in
hey, if you ever want to do that, we've got the means to record it, and me just like,
bringing
hey
the
man,
best
you know, if you ever want it
features
done, like I'd happily do that, you
was
know,
enjoying
and
a
then
sort of retirement
it just kind of
at Emresser Station.
all worked out,
A
you
desk
know,
posting
and
as
you know, we
more
pushed the
of a
timing a little bit
formality
because I know
to
you
fill his
originally
time
wanted to record
than for processing
earlier in the
crucial
year
work.
last year before I got my
It
touring
wasn't
job.
that the deaf
Yeah.
But I
had
mean,
no place
aside
in
from
the
like a
Gendarme
few month
Information Bureau,
delay,
just
like this
that
went swimmingly.
Zinka had
you know?
expressed his desire
Yeah.
to retire, and he
Yeah,
was
and I was
too
perfectly
valuable
waiting to
fully
like
let go of.
wait for you
Cassidy
guys
was
to
also on
have
the
the
station.
schedules line up.
Likewise,
So,
none the
and I'm
worse
really
for
happy
wear
with it.
for Zinn having taken
Yeah.
the technology.
I mean,
she'd been
I think
listening
this
to.
came out really
Zinn
great,
was
and
very
I'm pretty
happy
proud of the
that
work
they had been
that,
able to
that
catch
we all
back
did
up
on this.
and reforge
Yeah.
their friendship.
Yeah, again, I look at it
They
as
were
like
even able
with
to
Breakdown of
talk
Two-Threat
again more
Hypatia,
openly.
like
Their
hey, if
respective
people
secrets revealed to
enjoy it and if I
by
make
each
money
other,
on it because
and
it's on Amazon Prime,
if in
cool. But that's not the
fact,
point of it.
if not in
The point of it was that I made
known
a
to the
cool
greater
thing
galaxy.
with friends and just
And
made
so it
something
was
that I'm
after
really
licking
damn
his
proud
plate
of.
clean and tossing it into the sink,
And
a panel
like
lit up,
this was there
presumably
already.
accompanied by a noise of some sort.
And
But Zinn didn't
working with
know,
you guys to do the
and long
audio
ago
version was like
stopped
such a
caring.
great kind of cap
He
on it
pressed the heel of his paw
that
against a
really
lever, and a
really
digit
elevates
chip
it to
dropped into his
something that I
hands.
know I wouldn't have been able to do on
It
my own.
was
So thank you
unlabeled.
guys so much for the talent that you've
The decryption was
that
familiar.
you've lent this project.
He'd used it only
Anytime,
once
dude.
before in his
Anytime.
life.
You can tell we're tired because we're doing this,
Green,
not listening to the story at all.
destroy,
We're getting this done so the
proceed,
credits roll, and then we're like, okay, bye.
acknowledge, human technology, energy defense shield.
Oh, hey, Brian did a voice, a
Present.
computer readout.
Emresser Station, custody.
Ah, good.
Cassidy, Scott.
Look at that.
Digital blueprint.
All right, so 31 plus
Confirmed.
characters.
There was,
Physical
there was a
prototype.
couple of voices he
Suspect.
did in this one.
Yeah.
Obtained.
That's true, actually. There was the
Immediate
dialogue in the middle
return
with that briefing
call.
scene.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He leaned
Forgot all
back
about that.
and
Yeah.
looked at the
But
message.
even then, that's, in the middle of the 30-minute one, so.
Identical
Mhm.
encryption.
Yeah, for sure.
Identical instructions to do the thing
No, I
first
mean, like, not
and
to
ask questions.
diminish or
Mhm.
speak down on these
And
two
he
stories,
just
but they were
received
great practice runs
blueprints
for
another
that.
proprietary
You know?
piece
Yeah.
of Gendiri technology.
I'm
Yeah.
sure Terry on your end
He
making sure
considered
that everything
responding
was
to the
all,
message, but
on the
shook his
recording
head.
end all lined up, and
He
me
fixed the blueprint
getting my
chip
comfy
from a
spot on the
power
couch
plant,
with the book open.
clipped it to his neckpiece, and left his quarters.
Yeah, man.
But also like getting comfortable enough to kind of hop in and be like, could we change this and whatever? I kind of didn't want to do it
This
first.
has been
I was
YouTube.
self-conscious
Yeah,
about it, but
but
Written
we
by
got in a
Andrew
rhythm
Begins.
and like
Mhm.
Read.
I would
Bryan
point things
Patrick
out if I
Stoyle.
heard them. It was
The
good. We
Destroyers
had like
will
3
return
sets of ears,
in
kind
How
of
We
just
Stop the Destroyers.
staying.
Available
on
now
top of it.
wherever audiobooks
Yeah.
are sold. Thank you for listening.
More ears are always better. I say.
This has been
Yeah, for
How
sure.
We Stop the
Or
Destroyers.
more is more, as I like
Written
to say.
by Andrew Buchanan. Read for you by Bryan Patrick Stoyle.
credits.
This has
Copyright
been
2022
How to Stop the
by
Destroyers.
Andrew Buchanan. Production copyright 2023 by Andrew Buchanan. Music by David Carlson
Yeah.
and Terry Brennan.
Hell yeah,
Produced at the Party Farm
Woohoo!
in Roscoe,
Yeah.
New York.
Party Farm.
Audio
Party
engineering by
Farm!
Terry Brennan.
Woo-hoo!
Yeah.
Logistics and hospitality. by
Yeah,
Wendy
Terry.
Thank
Wendy.
you for
Wendy.
listening.
Woo!
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Wendy because we didn't get to talk about what she contributed to this mostly, and she just kept us going that entire weekend. Like
Oh, yeah.
that was
Mhm.
so nice. Like, I mean, like, where else do you go to work on a gig, and somebody is one putting you up, but like also like making most of your meals or at least offering you food for the majority of the time, like
Yeah.
and also like while also just handling a bunch of projects around the house like the trees and everything else and all that, and just having the ability to like take those breaks, have food kind of readily available to like hop back in, like like that was a game changer for how quickly we were able to jump back into working afterward, and that was just like, we don't speak highly of that part of it enough, and I am just so appreciative. Wendy, if you're still on, thank you, because that kept us going for real.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Wendy is amazing, and that's part of the that's part of the holistic approach we take to the recording process. It's like you get yourself in a place where you can focus and just do the work and take breaks, and the breaks are good.
Yeah.
And you stay fed and you stay relaxed and you just keep going.
And and we mentioned like hanging out after the recording sessions of in the bar and bowling alley, and she was part of all that. It was it was just really like a cool like kind of social atmosphere hanging out too. So absolutely.
Yeah.
So thank you Wendy, thank you Bryan and Terry for joining me today for this marathon nearly 11-hour stream. Certainly we've been on this call certainly for longer than 11 hours from getting pre-roll and such all set.
This is my longest stream, the longest call I've ever been on for sure.
Yay, record setting. Thank you to everyone who's dropped into chat. I don't know that I'm going to catch everyone, but Taco Pill, Spyro, More Like Rigor Mortis, DAM314, Brew Nerd, God Recall, Wendy, Barbie Avenger. I think that's everybody. And thank you to those that subscribed as well. It's super appreciated. I will be back on tomorrow morning in about 13 hours for playing some mini ninjas on Xbox. So that is just going to be a 2-hour stream. Let me know when the movie marathon is set up. But for now, I am going to go rest my voice, lie down for a little bit. Thank you, Bryan and Terry, so much for joining. Thank you, everybody, for all the support that you've shown, whether it's the support for St. Jude that led us to having this event, or just the support for creative projects, for the interest that you've shown in the book, in whatever form it is, movies that I do and all that. I so appreciate it. It means so much to me. Thanks everybody that has been involved with today. Thank you, Steph, for making me dinner.
Yay, Steph!
And I will, out there in chat, I will see you guys tomorrow or later on. Bryan, Terry, I can't wait till the next time we get the chance to hang out. So.
Yeah, man. Good night, Internet.
Bye,
Good night,
everybody.
Everyone. Yay!